sound cool as this. If I say word in the words, do ninjas start to fall out of the sky? Because, whatever. Then he starts to do it. I gotta get you out of here, Joseph. Jesus Christ. You know what? I don't think you get a little joke about Joseph Paula Lampy. Maybe next time. Sign up again, Joseph. James, seriously, do not fucking fist bump everybody that comes out here. It's so annoying. Stop. It's fucking retarded. What are you making friends? Are you networking here tonight? It's a lively city. It's not. Another 3-word name coming at you, ladies and gentlemen. Another bucket full. Clearly, fucking anything can happen. Clearly, this show is not produced at all. Hi there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and Talkspace, the leading provider of online therapy, helps you face whatever is holding you back with a caring licensed therapist. With Talkspace, you're not alone. 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition each year, but less than half of people who need treatment receive it. It's the Talkspace mission to help close that gap by making high-quality therapy and psychiatry more convenient, fast, and affordable. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting more convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home and exchange text, voice, or video messages with your therapist too. Talkspace makes it easy, accessible, and affordable to face your challenges, whether it's a mental health condition, relationship conflicts, past trauma, or everyday stress, and find your path to move forward with resilience and peace. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Now, let my man Rabbi tell you more about why we love Talkspace.
I love Talkspace. I think therapy is amazing and can lead to some real moments of transformation. Talking out my feelings to a licensed therapist has helped me tremendous.
Yes, it has. Take care of yourself this month and every month with Talkspace. Talkspace is in network with most major insurance plans, but if you pay out of pocket as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. When you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80, that's SPACE80, the match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. You know, the origins of this podcast were once just a dream turned into the podcast and business you are listening to today. Starting your own business is a dream a lot of us share, but too many of us let it remain just a dream. Don't hold yourself back thinking, what if I don't have the skills? What if I can't do it alone? Turn those what ifs into why nots with Shopify by your side. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started. What if I can't design a website? Shopify's got you from the get-go with beautiful, ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. What if I need a hand? Get help every day with tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or generating discount codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. Rabbi.
What if people haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy-to-run email and social media campaigns. And what if I get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support.
Turn those dreams into and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/KillTony. Go to Shopify.com/KillTony. Shopify.com/KillTony. Make some noise for Isaac Kane Brown. Isaac Kane Brown.
I've been dating a girl recently with a pretty big red flag. I think it's Chinese or something. I'm not too sure. I've been thinking I should be in the UFC. The way I've been fighting these gay thoughts, I think it's going to come down to a decision. I think the black guy's going to win. I don't know. Have you guys ever noticed that veterans and trans people are a lot alike? Like, you don't have to ask them; they'll tell you about it. They have a hard time finding employment, and sometimes they kill themselves. Which is honestly just a burden off our shoulders.
Wow. Isaac Kane Brown. Completely saging the room of Joseph Paul Olympic. 2 comedians, 6 names in total. Isaac Kane Brown, totally different guy. No wigs, no dresses, jokes. It's incredible what jokes do on this show.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing stand-up, Isaac Kane Brown?
A little over 2 years.
2 years. Where at?
Started in Illinois, Peoria.
Okay. A lot of greats from Peoria. Fires, Yes, sir. Isaac Kane. What do you do for work?
I sell Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
James McCann has entered the chat. That's some kind of like what? Anyway.
It's credit card guy from Japan. Did you have to be in that school?
No, I kind of like buy them and then sell them on eBay.
You're a shop.
Yeah. I overcharge the shit out of them. It works out great.
There's a demand for that for Japanese. See it for fun.
Honestly, I get really high and walk through the park and get scared. It's kind of.
At least you're walking and being real. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's scary.
It is scary. What scares you? Just the idea of being seen.
Oh no, just like basic human interaction terrifies this shit out of me.
Do people say hi to you when you're at the park?
Yeah, I just walk fast.
Hell yeah. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Selling Japanese products. Being scared of the park. I love it. What's your love life like?
I am. I've recently started dating a girl.
Yeah. How long have you been in this relationship?
4 months.
4 months. What does she do?
She's a dog groomer. Yeah.
What are some of the central issues?
The eye contact's freaking me the fuck out. I can't. Ah, shit.
He's acknowledging my eyes. Emerald eye is this, Joseph Paul called whatever the fuck that means.
They're so blue.
They are so blue. They are blue.
Oh,
Shockingly, strikingly blue.
no.
Dude, he is shaking like he just shot a buck.
Ah,
You think my eyes are scary now because you see me walking on the park with this?
no.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna find out what park you go to,
No.
and I'm just gonna walk around waiting for you.
Oh, I hate every second of this.
This show's so crazy. What a fucking difference one bucket full makes for the next, huh? This guy's just being honest out there. He's scared.
I don't know what to do with my hands. Fuck.
Nobody really does.
If you figure it out, you let me know.
Yeah.
It is an interesting thing.
You can grab the stand, put it behind your back.
Oh, that's powerful.
Yeah, right. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks.
That one's rocking that one. I've been thinking about doing that.
Wait, what?
I've been thinking about doing all my jokes like these. Hey, everybody, I promise, fire you. You know, teacup over
That would be crazy.
this one, if you're a gay or a woman, that's an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm neither of those, but yeah, keep going.
All right.
You can also hold the microphone.
Oh, the 2 hands?
We know Red Band. We know that they can hold the microphone, Red Band. I love it. So, Isaac Kane Brown, there's something. When you go to the park, you just walk with your shoes on, you just like stay on like a path, you cut through, you go on grass. You take a horse sometimes? You have a little horse? Little miniature pony?
I try to start on the trail, but then people keep walking by, and I'm like, fuck, they're looking at me. So I walk straight through the middle of the park as fast as I can.
Yo.
Wow.
Hey, look who it is. How you doing, Augie? I hope you had a good day. It's a new Kill Tony. Don't get too excited. Did you get a chance to watch all my other amazing music videos? Do you like them? Yay! You really did see them? Excellent. Audie, people come in here and lie to me all the time, so I just have to, I wouldn't expect it out of you. I'm glad you watched them. Good. That's wonderful. All right, I'm here. I just have to adjust another computer. Be right back. I'm right here. Don't worry. Haven't gone anywhere. Still here. Here we go.
Honestly, I just try not to masturbate.
I love masturbating. Absolutely
I want
incredible.
to give that one a fist bump. I want to celebrate that. I want to.
You love it.
Oh boy, if you get out there on the road as a stand-up comedian alone in those hotels, good luck, friend.
What do you like to masturbate to, Isaac Kane Brown? You're the kind of guy that looks like you like jerking off to like memories.
I really just like the videos where the women are giving like words of encouragement.
Stop! Stop! He's gonna come!
Wow, there's a lot of white people here. Is there one black guy here?
Yeah, I see. Of course, there's a black guy. There's one right there.
Oh, do you guys like
Hard to
count
see
them as they
because they're
come
in the dark.
Oh wow! Oh wow, they're so close.
Yes. So, what kind of words of encouragement do these ladies say that you're into? Like, what's one that you've heard? I've never even seen this before.
I get the good boy. That's pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't like this anymore.
Wow.
That is hard because they're telling you you're a good boy, but you're doing a very dark and shameful thing.
Yeah.
Then you feel really good, then you feel really bad. You're trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very Catholic. Yeah.
James McCann, our senior Catholic
This man is
correspondent.
speaking my language. I understand.
Well, Isaac Kane Brown, good news for you. We're going to send you upstairs to go get seen by the talent booker of the Comedy Mothership at Amiga right now. And you get a big joke book. Oh, Jesus Christ. That has to be your worst nightmare.
I'd love to have you on the secret show, too.
And you get to do the secret show on Thursday. Yeah, you go that way. What other way would there be? It's like this way? This way towards where I came from? Alright, so there you go. That's the two extremes of what can happen here on Kill Tony. It's basically the show's over. We just have to kill time for another hour and a half, but between those two guys, that's what the show is. Some of it's fucking absolute hot diggity dog shit, and we talk to those people, and some of them are just naturally funny. We'll see what happens next. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Chad O. everybody. Chato.
Thanks, guys. I really needed that. It's been a rough week. My son, he came out to me as trans this week. He said, "Dad, I think I'd be happy if I was a woman." I said, "Son, I've never met a happy woman." I almost recently died. Also, in the last couple of weeks, I woke up in the hospital. My wife was next to me crying. I thought, well, this is the woman who's been there for me. I finally got somebody, who can be there for and trust. And she's like, "Chad, please don't die. I can't get Hulu on the TV." Yeah. I have these. We have a lot of animals, but I have this one little girl dog who keeps like getting out. But then every time I put her in the backyard, and every time she does, she gets fucking pregnant. Yeah. So I've been putting a little Plan B in her dog food. I used to wake up and step in dog shit and be like really mad. Now I wake up in the middle of the night and step in something like, God, I hope that's dog shit. That's a public joke.
Chato. There you go. Welcome, Chato. You've been on this show before.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
I feel like there's a huge improvement since
Thank
the
you,
last time you were on the show. Am I correct? You
Oh,
feel
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Huge. Have you been working hard?
Oh, yeah. Well, at least 5 nights a week.
Yeah, 5 nights a week. When's the last time you were on the show?
It was September 11th, 23.
Wow. That's,
Yeah.
if I remember, you were so bad. It's one of the worst
Yeah,
things that ever happened on September 11th. This is proof. I remember looking at your face and body and being like, this guy's bad. So it just goes to show. Who knows? A few years from now, Joseph Paul Lampy could come back up here and crush. And I'll be like, didn't you once suck up here?
Wow. Oh. I appreciate you saying I crushed. That's cool, man. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Chato, how old are you?
40. I'll be 44 this year.
And how long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years now.
Right. What do you do for work?
I own a cannabis college.
Cannabis college.
Yeah.
Explain to us what that is.
I teach people how to work in the cannabis industry, like, good budtenders what they should know to recommend for certain elements, etc.
You look like you would be good at that job.
Thank you.
A professor.
Yeah.
Professor of cannabis college.
I'm a pot professor.
Okay. I bet that kills at the cannabis college.
It does,
All
yeah.
the students.
That's some higher education. Am I right, everybody? Come on now. Come on, everybody.
Come on now, everybody. I love it. How do you start at cannabis college? Can anybody do that?
Yeah, there's no record. Yeah. A website, just non-marketing. Yeah.
A good, clear website. An easy to spell, easy to know website. Nothing like the way to get tickets for James McCann's USA tour, in which you would have to go to JDF with 2 N's. .com. That's his website that he
2
was able
C's as well. We're working on it.
MCCANN, but it's JDF, not James McCann, not James McCann comedy. JDF, so you can just guess 10,000 times.
Once again, that's JDF McCann, MCCANN.com, and then you have to click a couple things to get to the ticket.
Yeah.
But once you get there, it's great.
Yes. Chato, what do you do for fun?
I just published a novel, a little psychological thriller.
Okay, what's it about?
It's about a female serial killer. She's got OCD, but she gets a relief through her victims.
Okay, so how does it end?
She walks away.
She just walks away.
Don't they all?
That's the happy ending to your novel is that the serial killer finds inner peace and doesn't have to.
It's told from her point of view, so
Yeah.
you see her whole life go through it, and you kind of want her to walk away from this point.
Yeah, because she's killing innocent people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is she killing innocent people, or is there a specific type that she's killing?
Who doesn't deserve to fucking die at this point, right?
Well,
All right.
I absolutely agree.
he looks a lot like my dad. I really just have to say that.
Really?
It's fucking weird, yeah.
I've been told I have dad dick. Yeah.
No, that's not.
Wow.
That's not what I was saying.
Wow. Look at this
Just
duo.
facially.
facially looks like your dad.
Yeah, kind of. You also look like adult rock, but
Adult Rock, as in the wrestler?
as in Kid Rock as he aged.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But he does look like my dad. It's weird.
Do you play music or anything?
No, I
like
just
that?
like
You
this.
just look like that. You just always look like that.
Yeah.
And you can't play a single goddamn instrument.
I was prophesized that I was going to be a musician growing up in churches. So I tried every fucking thing. I am not musically talented at all. God was wrong on that one. Yeah.
Okay. And you have a girlfriend, Chad?
I've been married 25 years.
You're married 25
Yeah.
years. What does she do for a living?
Now she takes calls on for UBS or U-Haul. So,
Okay.
same thing. Yeah.
How do you keep things interesting in the bedroom? 25 years. How often are you guys having sex? Once a month? Once a week?
A couple times a week still. Yeah.
Okay. How does that go? Is it normally at night, in the morning?
Usually in the morning. I'm kind of wore out, and I'm usually doing mics and shit. She's,
So what's your move? You just when she's
I
asleep.
close the door and lock it, and that's it. She can't get out.
Hey,
We're
that's
fucking.
rape, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a rape confession here.
Because you got kids who are gonna
Yeah,
bust
yeah.
in.
But they're adult kids, but they still live at home. So it's
How adult are they?
in their 20s, yeah.
And how many still live at home?
Well, my daughter just moved in with her grandma, but my son still lives in his room.
How old's your son?
He's 23.
What's he doing with his life?
Fucking nothing.
What do you mean?
You should fuck your wife louder.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
Instead of locking the door, you should leave it open.
Yeah.
That should get him. Jesus Christ. That should get him out of there.
Yeah, I agree.
Either that or he's going to come and start jerking off, right? He's in the room watching mom and dad go at it.
He got pretty good bits. He's,
Sounds like a real do-nothing. Does he have a job?
he got recently fired from pinballs, but
How did he get fired from pinballs? What do you have to do?
he was going to the bathroom too much. He was hiding out in the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's he going to do now?
In his defense, he has to jerk off every time he hears a click.
I've been taking him to a lot of interviews. He's kind of visually impaired, so I have to drive him around. Stuff.
Visually impaired.
Yeah.
What's wrong with his eyesight?
He's got a few things. He's got the shaky eye thing, and he's got the degenerative thing where he can't. It's losing his eyesight. But he draws really good comics right now.
Have you thought about teaching him how to play bass guitar?
Yeah. My talent has passed on. Yeah.
Okay. And the daughter lives with your grandma now?
Yeah, she couldn't put up with our shit because we were too strict, so she moved in with grandma.
So she's living with grandma,
Yeah.
getting banged out by black dudes at grandma's house.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much what's going on, you think?
No, she had a bad relationship here, and that's why she moved there, get away from that shit.
Where does grandma live?
Grandma lives in Oklahoma.
Wow, so she's kind of out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, she's, yeah. And
You guys
grandma's
are
had
worse
shit.
than Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I need to look after my daughter. I'm going to send her to the teen pregnancy capital of the world. I actually love Oklahoma.
That's what we're from.
Tulsa, man.
Welcome.
Oklahoma City, and that's where I grew up.
Also, it's all I know.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk to
Tulsa,
you.
yeah. That's a place called Tulsa, Oklahoma.
When you don't know,
All
you
right. Are you Indian?
No, just the hair.
Okay.
You don't have to, like,
You're
if you don't
you're
know.
very good at your
Yes,
job.
I know. Yeah, you don't have to just make noise. I mean, Red Band gets away with it every week, but you don't have to just, if you don't have like a thing, you don't have to do anything. Last time you were on, you got a little joke book?
I did.
Well, guess what, Chad?
Yeah. Woo.
This time you're leaving with a big joke
Thank
book.
you guys. Yeah.
There he goes, Chado, everyone. We're having fun. Look at this. The episode. Hello. This podcast is sponsored by Maya. Look, life moves fast, and sometimes you just need a way to relax, recharge, or stay focused without making things more complicated than they already are. You ever tried meditating but then get stressed about how bad you are at meditating? Same. That's why I love Via, because they actually make feeling good easy. 500,000 customers can't be wrong. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create real effect-driven results.
Whether you're looking for daily wellness, laser focus, or deep relaxation, Via has it. I personally love their gummies right before bed. I also love that they're made with organic lab-tested hemp from trusted, independent American farms.
No, we love American farms. Via legally ships nationwide discreetly, no medical card required. So if you're 21 or older, check out the link into Via in our description. Use code Tony to receive 15% off, free shipping on orders over $100. And if you're new to Via, get a free gift of your choice. After you purchase, they ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday with Via. Hi, this podcast is sponsored by PrizePicks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with PrizePicks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your PrizePicks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select pair projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. Think LeBron James will get more than 24 points, Giannis or more than 35 points? Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this basketball season when you and your crew run your game on PrizePicks. Rabbi.
And Tony, I love PrizePicks. This week on PrizePicks, I'm looking at the basketball board, selecting Luka Doncic for more than 28 points and Jason Tatum for more than 8 rebounds. PrizePicks is so simple to use and makes it easy to start cooking up hot takes and getting big payouts quickly.
So download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. We're moving on. Your next private poll goes by the name of Zach Hollis, everyone. Okay, there's Heidi again. Here's Heidi. Here comes Zach Hollis, everyone.
The other day, my smartwatch notified me that I was having a fantastic workout. I was taking a shit. I don't think I could ever have a normal job because every time I tighten that tie, my dick gets hard. I'm getting into BDSM lately, or at least that's what my girl tells the cops. Sometimes I fantasize about orgies, so they don't let me near schools anymore. I think I'm pretty good at flirting, but it's hard to tell between all their muffled screams, you know? I don't like to waste leftovers, so I always eat the fetus afterwards. Why do people fantasize about having a zombie apocalypse? You can eat people right now. Like, you don't have to wait, man. All right, I think that's probably about my time.
Just a bunch of creepy bullshit.
I know, I'm sorry.
Wow. It's really frightening. Kim Congdon?
I've never seen a comedian do none-liners.
Yeah. Is almost impressive. There's a lot of good topics, a lot of good premises, and just a bunch of...
You know, it's a short amount of time, so I was really trying to squeeze what I could in there.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. It's not much, I give it.
It is the same amount of time that everybody's always gotten on this show. Okay, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years now.
Where at?
Oh, all around town, Roscoe's, Kick Butt.
So, Austin
Yeah,
is
Austin.
the answer. What do you do for work?
Right now I'm a karaoke DJ on the weekends.
Ooh, karaoke DJ.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What is that like?
Oh, it's awful, man. They're always trying to skip the line, bullshit around, yeah.
Do they offer you money?
Every week, yeah, they try to bribe their way on stage. Like, the worst excuse I've had was, I'm dying of cancer.
Wow. Did you let them cut the line?
No, of
Do you
course
remember
not.
what song they wanted to do?
No. It was a while ago.
Well, very incredible stuff. Karaoke DJ. Nothing else about it?
I mean, I'm doing DoorDash on the weekends, or I'm just doing DoorDash in between doing DJ stuff, but
When
really,
you say you're doing DoorDash, does that mean you're ordering it clearly?
yeah. I mean, as much as I can, you know.
What do you like to eat? You are shaped a specific way.
I mean, I love a good burger. You know?
Yeah.
It's always nice.
You are shaped like a bee.
Yeah. They used to call me a bear in college because I'm so damn hairy. Yeah.
Okay.
Not in a good gay way, just, you know, insulting.
I was gonna say I don't think that's what that means.
Yeah.
What do you do for fun, Zach?
For fun? I'm big into video games. Yeah, I'm addicted to them. I love it.
Yeah? What video games?
I'm playing a new one, Claire Obscure, that came out this week. It's amazing.
What's that like? What do you do on that game?
It's a RPG. It's turn-based. It's a big budget story. It's really nice. I like it a lot.
So interesting. What's your love life like?
My love life, me and my girl bought a house about 4 months ago.
Okay. Nice.
Headed towards marriage eventually. We'll see.
I love it. How can you afford a house?
Who the hell knows? I worked hard before that, but now I'm trying to get into comedy. So, you know.
What did you do before that?
I used to repair restaurants.
Okay.
Yeah, worked with power tools.
All right. Nice. And you saved money doing that?
Yeah, a good bit, man.
And now you have a house.
Yeah.
1 bedroom, 2 bedroom?
It's a 3 bedroom? Yeah, 3 bedroom. Yeah.
Wow, incredible. Absolutely amazing. Where do you build about those bedrooms?
I mean, got my computer in one, got the dogs in the other, and then we stay in the last one, you know?
Computer in one, dogs in the other. How many dogs do you have?
We have 2, yeah.
What do they do in that room?
Mostly shit on the floor, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Bunch of disgusting fucks today so far. It's incredible. People, fucking girls whose places smell like cat piss. There's guys with floors full of shit.
Yeah, well, he's not walking them.
No, I mean, that's fair, yeah.
My goodness. So, Zach, what's your house payment like?
Oh, it's pretty bad. It's like 2,000 before bills and everything on top of that. So,
Before bills. How much money do you have?
not enough. I'll tell you that much. It's getting scary quick.
Give us a ballpark.
Maybe like 10K in the bank. I don't know.
10K in the bank. We're going in 2K a month. How much money is the wife making?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I've never asked her that direct question. She's definitely the breadwinner right now.
Well, you look like the bread eater.
Yeah.
My goodness. What does she do again?
She works for a nursing certification board, so she certifies nurses.
That's like a real job.
Yeah, apparently.
And she's fully supportive of you chasing your dreams.
She loves it. She's super excited for
Does
it.
she come to your shows sometimes?
When work can afford, obviously, our schedules don't really align. But, yeah.
And how long have you been with her?
Like 3-4 years now.
Okay. How do you keep things exciting in the bedroom?
They're probably not, honestly.
How often are you guys having sex?
I don't know, maybe like 3 times a week, maybe.
3 times. That's pretty good for a guy like you. What does she do that turns you on? You into something?
She likes to insult me a lot and beat me down. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Looks like I could fuck you very easily. All right. Well, Zach Hollis.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy. There's a little joke book. Next time I would say take your time and fucking pick your favorite jokes and commit to them instead of rushing through it. There goes Zach Hollis, everybody. Starting a little fire during the show here. It's like a little tiny fire. Little tiny fire on Kill Tony. All right, let's get another bucket full up here. This looks like an interesting name. You guys having fun out there? Let's meet another one. This one goes by the name of Tommy Tickles, everybody. Tommy Tickles. Hey, we know Tommy. It's the return of Tommy Tickles, everybody.
They say that opposites attract. If opposites really did attract, then my wife really wouldn't have a penis. I'm always broke, looking for new ways to make money. Last week I took an ad out in the back of a men's magazine offering $50 blowjobs. Now I just got to get my wife on board. I've written several books, 9 different ways to skin a cat. You gotta skin it if you're gonna eat it. I've been married 13 years. In the next book I wrote, I dedicated to my wife. 101 Ways to Kill Your Wife. That book was quickly followed by a sequel, 101 Things to Do in Prison.
Okay, Tommy Tickles. Look at you, you're back. I remember you.
Yes, sir. I came back here right at Christmas time.
I remember you. How could I forget you? You're like a little mouse. Well,
I'm a farmer rancher. Yeah,
you're a farmer and a rancher. And where is that again?
Other side of Fredericksburg, about 2.5 hours away.
Okay, you have your own little property out there. Hell yeah. Look at this.
If anybody needs to bury your body, my Instagram account is Tommy Tickles 2025.
Okay, Tommy Tickles 2025. This guy's trying to make money, disposing of bodies live here on Tony.
I'm trying to start a pet cemetery.
Okay. Wow, everybody tonight is frightening out of the bucket. I don't know if anybody's keeping track of that. I'm pretty sure that everyone pulled out of the bucket tonight has made a joke about eating either humans or an animal.
Dude,
I think I've noticed.
Sit on the end again.
Yeah, it's
Scary.
It's okay. Tommy will just bury you on his property for $50. That's all. What is there to be scared of?
If you have a pet, do you need to bury a pet?
I'm less scared of the murder and more scared of the tickles, to be honest.
Tommy Tickles.
If your pet's not dead yet, I'll knock $50 off if you let me kill it.
Wow. Oh my God. Tommy, you're a wild boy. Tommy Tickles, how old are you?
I'm 50 years old.
50. Take note that Tommy is the same age as the first comedian.
You never stop dreaming.
Oh, and you. Red Band's also 50. Tommy Tickles, absolutely incredible.
I'm looking better.
Yeah, you're looking good, Tommy Tickles. You're in good shape.
Last time you let me roast you.
I did?
Yeah, you ready?
Okay, yes. Go ahead, Tommy Tickles. I'm ready for more, Tommy Tickles.
Ranker.com recently.
Hold on, wait. What is that?
You're about to find
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tommy.
Ranker.com just ranked its top comedians of all time. Ron White was ranked at number 14. Joe Rogan came in at number 89. Tony Hinchcliffe comes in his pants every time he sees Ron White and Joe Rogan.
That's a very good one, Tommy Tickles. That's very good. That's every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I come in my pants when I see two of my good friends, Ron White and Joe Rogan. Give me another one, Tommy. Roast me, buddy.
You're Snow White's 8th dwarf.
Okay, I'm 5'9", but all right, Tommy. I guess I'm a fucking dwarf, even though I'm taller than you. You old. Jesus Christ. Piece of shit.
You're a very good-looking guy. You're some might say you're easy on the eyes.
Yeah, emerald eyes.
There's no eyes in the word. Because there's no eyes in the word.
Okay. Very good. That's too sweet. We literally, by the way, it's funny. We have a new job we had to make today. We have two people now. A fun fact about the backbone behind the scenes of Kill Tony. We don't really reveal stuff often, but we have two. We had to hire 2 people to keep track of every time we say the word on the show, because if we accidentally miss it and it goes on YouTube, it gets completely demonetized. Therefore, we're wasting an unbelievable amount of money.
Who are these? It's working at YouTube.
That's right. It turns out it's a computer now. They have a computer, and it takes us 2 humans to compete with a computer, because somehow they will find in an episode. There's nothing you can do to hide. All right.
You also have a very nasal voice. Like when you get stuck in traffic, they call it nasal congestion.
Okay, there you go. Tommy, I swear to God, you make fun of me one more time, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you.
Okay, here we go.
Tommy, you live out in the country. What's some crazy shit that goes on out there? Like, you ever have someone like fucking run out of fuel and come up and like, or anything, like knock on your door? You have guns?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love country people. I love it. How many guns do you have, Tommy?
I don't count. A lot of them were inherited, like passed down. So we just have, guns for just doing what guns are supposed to be used for,
Yeah. What do you use the guns for?
If you need your pet killed, you go to Tommy Tickles 2025.
Are you out there killing pets?
No,
When's the last time you killed a pet?
No, I don't kill pets.
Do you have any pets?
Oh yeah.
What kind of pets?
I've got a boxer dog, great white Pyrenees. We've got llamas.
3 black guys.
What do you do with the llamas? What do they do?
They protect the sheep and goats from coyotes.
Wow. So if a coyote comes, a llama, what does the llama do?
They'll chase them off like
They chase off. Coyotes are scared of llamas.
Yeah.
Can't a coyote kind of fuck up a llama? No.
I
Yeah,
guess
the size intimidates them, huh?
if they get hanged up on them, he could. But normally, the best thing about a llama is the scent that they put off. So it kind of smells like a horse or a mule, and coyotes don't like that either. So just having them around protects the babies from even other critters like raccoons.
Wow, I could just
And they're cute.
talk about this
We
shit.
just had a baby llama.
Wow, it's incredible. Tell us more what it's like out there on the ranch of Tommy Tickles. What else could one expect
Tickle Ranch? Ew.
if we drove up on your property? What would be some things that we saw or would recognize out there?
It looks like a circus. There's just a mass of chickens, and we bottle maybe a lot of animals that come in from other ranches. And if they have a problem, they can bring it to us, and we've got a few tricks to where we can keep the babies alive. And so there's right now my wife's bottle feeding 19 different little baby goats and sheep.
19 baby goats and sheep? Oh my God!
It's a full
shit
dripping. Lots of bottles.
This is absolutely incredible.
And now they think that they are your best friend, and they kind of think that they're human. And my wife is about the same way. She treats them way better than she treats me.
She's fucking them.
Look at the smile on your
Always
face.
comes up.
It's incredible. All these other people that we pulled out of the bucket tonight up here trying to keep it together. They seem so stressed out. And Tommy Tickles drives out from the countryside, having the time of his life, happy to be here.
Yeah.
What kind of you got like an old timey pickup truck, don't you?
No.
All right. Well, what is this?
Chevy Silverado 2500.
Oh wow. Okay. So yeah, because you use it for shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like
You put haystacks in it and whatnot.
Hay and heavy equipment.
I know a lot about ranch.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to throw a haystack in the old pickup truck.
Red Band knows a lot about blue cheese.
That's true. That's a salad dressing joke. Ranch and blue cheese.
You should really record all of this stuff that's going on in your ranch, though. Like, that's so popular on TikTok and YouTube.
Have you ever thought about
a lot of money?
I do my stand-up set in front of
I
one
mean,
of those.
the animals.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. No. Oh, I'm
You're doing stand up to the guns?
Yeah. No shit.
You're doing kid-friendly stand up on the TikTok?
My goat ate my homework. Really, it ate half my notes one day.
Really?
Good jokes.
What's that goat's name?
The clown face.
Clown face. Oh my God, this guy's adorable. I would watch your reality show.
Oh yeah, no, it's a circus. It's worth watching if I ever get around to it.
Wow, this is absolutely incredible. What were you about to say just then?
You and Red Ben remind me of IHOP's signature dish. Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity.
Okay. You know what? Here I am being nice. I'm being a nice guy saying I'm more interested in your life. I'd watch a reality show. And then here you are insulting me.
I have watched your roasts on YouTube, and there's nothing that I could say that would come close to how good you do your roast. But you're also kind of evil, so I don't really feel bad about it.
Reputation of mine that people think I help more people than I treat these bucket pools like you treat farm animals. I give them all a chance. Sometimes I fucking psychologically bottle feed them. Tommy, I've been asking people this question. How long have you been with your wife?
13 years.
How do you keep things exciting in the bedroom?
Oh, she keeps things exciting.
Okay, give us a little bit of that. What do you mean by that exactly?
Sometimes I don't know if she's going to cut me or fuck me.
I think she's the girl from his novel.
She's exciting.
So can you give us an example of a time in which you didn't know whether you were going to get cut or not? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? She storms in or something, or what happened? That's exactly.
She said something one day, and we were sitting in the truck, and I said, "Oh, you want to drive?" And I threw the keys in her direction, and it accidentally hit her, and she got out of the truck, and she started running away, and I was like, "Oh shit, I better catch her." So I was going to catch her, but she kept on running further and further away, and it's real soft dirt out there, so I had to tackle her. She keyed my truck. Yeah, and then it was off. It was better after that,
Nothing domestic abuse at the Tickle Farm.
Yeah. I thought it was going to end in you guys fucking. I didn't realize it was going to be a...
Yeah, then things got exciting.
You guys had makeup sex right after that?
Very passionate this moment.
Wow. Was it in the truck, or did you guys...
No.
Back when you got back home?
At the circus, yeah.
Right. Absolutely. Wow. Hell yeah. Well, Tommy Tickles, the last time you were on, did you get a big joke book?
Yes, I did. Would you sign it?
Okay, yeah, I'll sign it. Okay, yeah, I'll sign it if you want me to do it now, yeah. Adorable. There you go, Tommy Tickles. That's for you, buddy. Congratulations. There you go. Tommy Tickles, everybody. I bet he's an interesting follow. I want to see what's going on that fucking ranch. I want to see with my own eyes. This podcast is sponsored by Built. Attention renters, if you haven't heard of Built, you're about to thank me. Earn your favorite airline miles and hotel points through Built just by paying your rent on time. Let me explain. There's no cost to join, and just by paying rent, you unlock flexible points that can be transferred to your favorite hotels and airlines, a future rent payment, your next Lyft ride, and more. When you pay rent through Built, you unlock two powerful benefits. First, you earn one of the industry's most valuable points on rent every month. No matter where you live or who your landlord is, your rent now works for you. Second, you gain access to exclusive neighborhood benefits. Your city Built's neighborhood benefits are things like
Miss
extra
Aquarius,
points on complimentary
how are
post-work
you? Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. LFG. Audie's in. You okay? Get it. That's what I'm talking about, girl. Oh, there you go. Get this one. There you go. Perfect. All right, you both. Ooh, not even close to as good as yours. Look at this spare. Got it. Got it. Y'all got spares. It's good. She's got this. No doubt. No doubt. Sometimes she does that. She's doing so well, and then all of a sudden she gets drunk for a turn. Like a finger slip. Nice and slow. Get this. Miss Aquarius, get this. Oh, she got it. Beautiful. Get it. Oh, I have a split. This isn't good. Get it. I got it. Wow. Wow. Sometimes I even impress myself. All right, Audie. Get these two. No doubt, no doubt. Get it. Oh, I don't know. All right, Miss Aquarius, you've got it. It's okay. Knock down a bunch. Get it, girl. This is good. Oh, should have got more. You got it. Oh, that's garbage. That is garbage. I missed. Boo. Oh, that's. She's got this. This is going to take forever to get down there. This is going to take some forever. I love it. You're so funny, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Get this. Got it. To the bow. No doubt. Audie's so good at that first shot. Oh, yeah. Get it. Get it. For the win. $7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game. I've only seen it ever gotten once. And I told everybody about it. I told people in Australia about it, Miss Aquarius. I told people in Australia about that. Yes, ma'am. She's ready. Get it. What are you doing there? What do you do? How does that happen? It's like you're throwing the ball in the other lane. Why does that happen, Audie? Do you know? No, she doesn't know. I got it. No doubt. No doubt. She's gonna get this. Ooh, I do that all the time. Miss Aquarius. Perfect. No doubt. That's 2 in a row. Miss Aquarius has this. She's got it. It's in the corner. Got it. Beautiful. Got it. Oh, 3 in a row. That's a turkey. 3 in a. Get it. Get that corner. Oh, get it. Oh, what a strike. Get it again, Audie. You got it. Get it. Audie. She's got it. She got the one on the corner. Oh, what a strike. Beautiful strike. Yeah. Oh, we're coming into record territory. Oh, and I missed it. How did I do that? Oh, I got another shot at it. Is this a record? 106. 106. That's a record. 116. Night night. Sweet dreams. Here.
At your favorite fitness studio and unique experiences that only Built members can access. Hey, Ray. Get so many benefits. Your rent. And when you're ready to travel, Built points can be converted to your favorite miles and hotel points around the world, meaning your rent can literally take you places. So if you're not earning points on rent, my question is, what are you waiting for? Start paying rent through Built and take advantage of your neighborhood benefits by going to joinbuilt.com/Tony. That's JOINBILT.com/Tony. Make sure to use our URL so they know we sent you. That's JOINBILT. Joinbuilt.com/Tony to sign up for Built today. Okay, we're going to break things up here for a second as I introduce one of the newest golden ticket winners on this show. I'm getting this guy on back-to-back weeks because he has to go back to Toronto and be a very Asian man in Toronto soon. And he's going to be there for months. So here he is before he leaves Austin, Texas, with a brand new minute. This is Kansai Yasuda.
This guy sucks.
Thank you.
Do well.
I used to date with this girl, beautiful girl, and after we dated for 1 month, she dumped me, and I was devastated. I was sad because she didn't tell me at least why. So I went up to Facebook and see what was going on in her life. Turns out she used to date with this huge black masculine man, and after dumping me, she's back with this huge same black masculine man again. And do you guys eat sushi? You guys know there's the reason why there's a little ginger right next to sushi? Yeah, it's a palate cleanser. Yeah. So this bitch used me for palate cleanser. She didn't want to eat big black tuna twice in a row. No, she had to eat pickled ginger peanuts in between. Thank you.
Kansai Yasuda. Wow.
Hi, Tony.
I love Kansai.
Hello.
One of my favorite interviewees in the history of the show. You're so stoic. You're so Asian.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You've been in Austin for a couple weeks now. How's it been going for you?
It's amazing. I'm living with a black roommate.
You're living with a black roommate.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that like for you?
Well, he's wearing his clothes. You look like George Takis.
What? George Tokens.
George Takis.
What
do you think that means?
George Talkies.
If you get it right, I'll give you $1 million.
George Talkies.
Kim, you idiot! I just offered him $1 million. Silly bitch. Just out here like explaining many words.
Brackman?
That is correct. Brackman. There you go. You just won $1 million.
Yes.
Okay. So what's it like having a black roommate?
It's very new culture to me.
Yeah. Explain exactly what you mean. What is different about the black culture than what you're used to in Canada and Japan?
It's every day if you chase You want to taste holes. That's what.
Jesus, what?
Taste holes. That's
Holes.
hose. Hole.
Jesus.
Taste hole every day, and I'm like tired.
You're tired because he's bringing them home and they're making noise,
Making so much noise.
and you can't sleep at night. There's so much noise.
I just go outside and go to the library, go to coffee shop, and then write.
See, a Japanese man knows he doesn't have to chase the hose, you know? You stand next to them on public transport and you grab. That's the... I know, it's a beautiful part of your culture.
Yes.
I'm a big fan. Yeah.
We tapped it ass in a train.
So you had a blackberry mate, but now you're about to head back to Canada this week. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, what is he going to do now that his roommate is leaving?
Well, he's gonna chase some holes again.
Right. Yeah. How's he gonna? Are you helping pay rent?
No, he just letting me stay. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. This is Trump's America, everybody, to where young black men can support having an immigrant on their couch. Who would have thought the economy would be so good so fast? Me, I did. I thought that would go. All right. Kansai Yusuda, give us something else. What have you been doing for fun here in Austin? We know that you're working hard. We know that you do a lot of spots. Your job or booking you on their shows, especially since you have this new Don't Tell Me thing, the bump.
Hans Kim
Yes.
took me to his tour. Yeah.
Wow. Who did that?
Yeah.
Huh?
We went to his house. Yeah. And 2 fat cats. He had
What?
2 fat cats.
2 fat cats.
Yeah.
One's really good. Very good. Okay.
Yeah. And then
So what did you guys do with the 2 fat cats? Try to not eat them the entire time?
it was difficult. But yeah, that was the 2 fat cat, and then we play Mario Brothers.
Yeah. God, that is so Asian. Just 2 Asian guys playing Mario, making a Nintendo.
Oh, you like a Nintendo too? Yeah, I like a Nintendo. Oh, there's a fat cat. Fata Kata and Nintendo. Who are you going to be? I'll be a Luigi, I'm going to be a princess. Oh, I'm in a speech. I'm going to be a toadstool.
What character are you on Mario?
Waluigi.
Oh, very good.
Waluigi.
Why do you go with Waluigi?
Well, it's... Yeah, Waluigi looks like Tony a little bit.
Oh, are you making fun of me? Everyone's taking shots. All I do is help everybody, and everybody thinks, oh, this lady's shooting imaginary guns at me. This lady in the front row is like, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, okay. Fireball. Shut the fuck up. Oh, now you want to cheer. All right. Kansai Yusuda, we're going to miss you so much. Have you guys seen Kansai around town?
I've never seen you before. I think you're great.
Yeah, he really is.
I've seen a few of them.
Are you excited to go back home to Toronto and sit around and eat ramen every day?
I want to eat ramen every day here.
You eat ramen every day here too?
I eat ramen, the Korean ramen.
The Korean ramen.
Yeah, I cook it with my brass man.
Wow. What's in the ramen?
Sausage and
Sausage? Sausage? Wow, I lived 40 fucking years. I never heard it called that. Sausage. God damn. That is fucking sausage. Wow. Sausage.
Sausage.
Try it like this. Go. Sausage.
I eat sausage. I love sausage. I love ramen.
Sage.
Sausage.
Try sage.
I love sage.
Just say sage.
Sage.
Sage. No, you don't have to make it Italian. Just because I extra Asian everything with you doesn't mean you need to Italian it with me. So try this. Just watch me. Go sage. Now go. Now go sausage. Nah, it's still a little sage. You're trying to make it an A. Let's stick with an I here, even though it is an A and a U. It sounds like an I.
Sausage.
No, not sausage, eh?
Sausage.
Let's try it one more time. Watch me. Sage. Sausage. Do it. Noise at the end.
Sausage, yeah.
No, just it's so Asian.
Sausage.
You can't
The eyes are getting smaller.
Sausage. It's hard.
Okay, let's try it in a full sentence. Waluigi ate lots of sausage.
Waluigi ate a lot of sausage.
God damn it, Kansai Yasuda. We love you, Kansai. You're killing it. Enjoy Canada. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
One of the top young rising stars on the show. That is indeed Kansai Yasuda, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're gonna keep what? Yeah, he's great. Right? Yeah, we love him. We love Kansai Yasuda. All right, your next bucket full. This looks like a new name. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to Alex Tarchoon.
So I'm not transgender right now, but I am thinking about it. So I might be a translator. I'm actually kind of odd. I'm odd like an 8-ball. I'm even, black. I'm even black. I got this odd problem I'm trying to figure out. So there's 3 planes that depart from a Boston airport within a 20-minute window and collide with a building each. Now, if X represents the plane that hit the Pentagon, I'm trying to solve for why the government won't show me the footage. "20 years, still figuring it out, you know?" Thank you. Thank you very much.
58 seconds from Alex Tarchoon. Am I saying that correctly? Tarchoon?
Tarchoon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what ethnicity are you exactly?
I'm African and Italian.
Wow.
A lot of Sicilian in there too.
Okay. All right. African and Italian.
It's the accent the last guy was doing. That's right.
What do you mean?
Sausage.
Sausage. Alex, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 11 years.
Wow. 11 years. Where at?
Mostly New York.
Okay.
A little bit of Portland. Didn't work out well.
Right. Okay. How did you end up in New York? Is that your
Oh, yeah, I'm from Westchester.
Okay. All right. And do you live here now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What made you move here?
This, baby.
Okay, baby. Jesus Christ.
Those eyes, dude.
It's just the old emerald eyes of Tony Hinchcliffe. That's my new nickname, Emerald Eyes. Okay, look at you. I mean, holy shit. You look like you would be the first pick at the Garbage Man draft. It's just incredible what's happening here.
Well, you know what? I've been trying to sign up for a while and keep trying different things. Like, actually just gave up on socks completely.
hold on a second. I'm going to need a second here, everybody. So you're saying that you've been signing up for the show for a while, and you haven't been getting pulled randomly out of the bucket.
Yeah.
And you think that doing different things, for example, not wearing socks, would help make you lucky enough to get pulled out of the bucket.
Well, I kept wearing pants and like clothes and stuff, and I was like, you know what? It's not working.
You can't argue with results. This man is here.
Yeah,
The system works.
There's gonna be fucking 65 people that stop wearing socks next week because of this fucking moment right here. Wow. What are some other things that you did to help you? How many weeks have you signed up? This is a question that I've always wanted to ask people more.
It's been about like 20 months.
20 months in a row.
Yeah.
And every Monday you sign up and you don't get pulled out of the bucket. And then this is the first week that you go, what
Pretty sweet.
Pretty sweet. Get out of there. I'm going to stop wearing socks and look at you now. Wow. Do you always wear the do-rag on your head?
Yeah, usually I like to wear a hat, like that big, like I'm black reveal. You know?
We can see your hair.
Thank you.
It is incredible because you don't really seem black or Italian. I guess when blacks and Italians mate, it just comes out Persian prince or something like that.
His smoke detector just goes off whenever he makes spaghetti.
I'm actually second generation inbred.
Explain to us exactly what you mean.
So I don't know if you can see it from here, but I got this mini pinky.
Oh yes, we can.
I got one of the minis.
We're gonna warn people before that happens.
D. Magnus saw that little pinky. That is unbelievable. That is the most random thing to say. He's like, well, I don't know if you can see it from there, but I have a very tiny pinky. It's like a blatant thing. Anybody from any distance can notice that you have a shockingly small pinky. That is amazing. I love the presentation of your small pinky, and you're saying that this is because family members above you, your ancestors, were fucking one another?
Yeah, so like my dad's parents were related, but like not my parents.
Is
Not
that
like
the black or the
generation.
Italian side?
No, on the black side.
What? What?
Well, technically, most Sicilians are kind of, because it's an island. So there's a lot of, my only problem is the pinky. Trust me, it's just the pinky.
Very suspicious. I don't think anyone's believing that. Now that you say it, no one's believing it. So do you have brothers and sisters?
Four, 3 brothers, 1 sister. I think I got 8 dogs too.
Do they have some things wrong with them?
My younger brother's on steroids.
That's not.
He's trying to grow his pinky.
Do they have anything wrong with them? Just one's on steroids? What is he doing? Why is he on steroids?
Well, he's got like body dysmorphia, and he thinks that's gonna win his his girlfriend back or something.
Ooh, wow, that is a ruthless thing to say on the show. Do you and your brother not get along?
No, we're good friends.
Okay. Hell yeah.
You got anything you'd like to say about people you don't like?
I got my best friend's Adam J. and then Andrew Garino. Just want to shout them out. Love those guys.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
Don't do that. We're gonna bleep those out.
I promised them.
Because we bleep facts on the show now. Full, what are we at, 7? 9 if we count your little buddies. All right. Now let's talk shoe.
I got 8 dogs too.
You have 8 dogs?
Yep.
What? Where? What? You live here?
Yeah.
By yourself?
Yeah.
And you have 8 dogs. Are they all outside?
No, they're indoors.
You have 8 indoor dogs. Okay.
If you want to get rid of any of them, I know a farmer.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is true. Tommy Tickles, you just inherited 8 new dogs. Why do you have 8 dogs? Explain to us how this happens.
So the crazy thing is, I just left my 2 dogs alone for a while, and then they just I thought my little dog was just getting fat.
Do they all, did the new dogs, do they all have tiny pinkies?
No, they're great though. They're cool. They're really sweet.
So you left your 2 dogs alone. unneutered, unspayed. They fuck. Did some of the puppies die?
No, I got all of them, all 6.
Wow. So now, how long ago did that happen?
About almost 7 weeks.
7 weeks. So you have 7-week-old puppies?
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Are you trying? You're just keeping them?
Yeah.
You're gonna keep them.
So I have to get like emotional services, like it's like a doctor's note for 8 dogs because you can't have more than like 5 dogs in Austin.
So you
Go ahead, James McCann.
What, you're going to try and take 8 emotional support dogs on a jet? What are you talking about?
Have you seen this guy's pinky? He needs it.
He's got to nibble down the rest of the fingers with wild dogs. But you need the government to approve having more than 5 dogs.
Yeah, or you need to have
Trump's going to ship these things to El Salvador. That's what's going on. This is a new era we're living in, buddy. No breaking the rules with this new federal government. What kind of dogs are they?
Mostly pit bull.
So,
all right, that's the black side.
that is.
I know what he's doing with these 8 dogs. Okay.
So you're teaching them how to fight?
Well, one of them bit the other one's tail today, so apparently it's something called littermate syndrome, where like they're just automatically going to start fighting. They're not normally normally people don't keep their dogs together like that. So
you don't even need to train them. Look at that.
You start filming it for TikTok, you make the ultimate fighter, but for dogs. You see which one's got some fight in it. That's the one you keep, and the rest of the farm. Are you proud of the one that bit the other one? Is that your favorite one now?
my favorite one's Porky.
Okay. Why is Porky your favorite?
Porky was the only brown one. Everyone else is black.
Okay. Some weird racism. I guess you can get away with it. 50% of the time.
Yeah, it's, the hard part about my blackness is like nobody believes me.
Right. I agree. I can see why.
Yeah.
It makes sense. What do you do for work?
I do Jet's pizza delivery on South Lamar.
Wow, you were expecting the crowd to go wild. Red Band, you tried this pizza? Our senior pizza?
It's my favorite pizza.
Really?
Really good.
Wow.
You got to get a crust with all this shit on it.
We're giving away free pizzas.
How are you doing that? Explain to us why.
I talked to my boss. He said if I got on, I would give away free pizzas.
Okay, so what's normally when someone comes up with a promotion plan like that, they would say where or when the free pizzas would happen.
If you don't wear socks.
Just show up to South Lamar Jets Pizza and ask for a big win.
Is that you?
That's my boss, Mr. Wynn.
Wow. Now, what do you think this guy's going to do when he gets absolutely overwhelmed with people saying, hey, I'm here from the Kill Tony guy. He said that I'd get a free pizza. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm just hoping for a big delivery, a lot of tips.
Hell yeah. By tip, you mean to your finger?
Personally, I'm going off the rails. I'm losing it.
You're doing just fine. You're doing great.
On paper, you are the best interviewee ever.
Yeah, you're doing great.
You're a black Italian cripple with too many dogs.
It's true. I take the stats here. I got it written down here. Charshoon. I spelled it. I spelled it how it's pronounced. 11 years, African Italian, New York, Westchester, Little Pinky.
Productive incest. I mean, you're ticking a lot of boxes.
8 dogs. So here's a big question for you. All right, I specialize in different cultures and stereotypes. That's my bread and butter. And now I happen to know for a fact that half the town is someone that loves women.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You do.
It's a problem.
It's a problem. Let's talk about that problem. Go ahead. Tell us why it's a problem, how it's a problem, some things that have come up in your life. You have 8 dogs that you're living with, and you want pussy all the time.
Yep, absolutely.
So tell the people what it's like.
So basically, I've come to a conclusion that basically women, they all say they're different, but they all sound the same. So that's why I've only been going after deaf women. You know what I mean?
I love you. I love you. That's some black belt Jedi level shit. So explain to us where you're finding these deaf women at.
So basically, I was at rock bottom one day, which is not far from right now.
Wait, okay. I thought you were talking about the bar or a restaurant for a second.
So I was like,
So what? Before we move on, why were you at rock bottom?
so I fell on my knee on the sidewalk and it got infected, and the infection went to my face.
Okay, it was a staph infection.
It was like, I don't know. It was like, I was on antibiotics. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was actually pretty bad.
Sickle cell.
Okay, how did it get to your? What did it do to your face?
It started like getting all red and puffy.
Okay, and how long was it after the fall on the knee?
The fall on the knee, like I didn't know it was such a big collision. It got like cellulose or cellulitis or something like that, like deep infection.
So how many days after the fall on the knee did your face start getting puffy?
About a week.
Okay, so you were at rock bottom. They gave you antibiotics, right?
Yeah, I just had my car got stolen because I lived in Portland.
Oh, Portland. That's come up a few times tonight.
And I was limping to go get some free food from the pantry. And all of a sudden, there's this beautiful woman, and she's holding, this is a true story, she's holding like a pile of money in her hands. And she just goes, "Do you want it?"
This is the greatest show ever invented. There's nothing like this fucking show. Just to let you know, every other show in the fucking world, the people are vetted. Like the podcast host knows who they're talking to that day. Every other fucking, not to mention television show, everything we were raised on, they know what questions they're going to ask. The other person knows what the fucking answer is. They try to make it look natural. This show is so different. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? A deaf woman with a pile of cash, and she said that sounded accurate. That sounded like a deaf woman. So you're next door, and what do you say to that?
I said, well, a couple things. I was like, you kind of caught me at a bad time.
You told her that?
Yeah, well, it's not a great time for me. But I said one day I'm going to be on TV. When you see me on TV, you give me a call. And she said, okay, bye. See you on TV.
You gave her your number?
Nope.
Well, how would she give you a call?
Well, I was hoping she'd see me on TV.
He's gonna get famous and deaf tumor in the ass.
Well, I figured like while I'm getting through my phase of having no money and 8 dogs, I get to the point where I can finally have a relationship. You know what I mean? Now's not a good time for me. You know what I'm saying?
So you got a knee injury that infects the face, and you go home to your house with no money and 8 dogs, and you go, one day love.
Yeah.
This is.
You don't find a lot of women like that.
No, you don't, ever. No one ever has. No one has ever seen a deaf woman with a pile of cash
I'm going for it.
asking to give it out.
It's starting to sound like a 3-year-old grown up and tells a story. You know, kids are like, and then there was an apple, and the apple talked to me, and then I fell on my knee, and the knee hurt my face, and there was a woman, and she couldn't hear, and she gave me money. But I walked away. I went home. I had 8 dogs in that house. I love you. You're the best quality person I've ever met.
All right, thank you.
Especially great person for the blood that runs through your veins. I mean, Italians are real pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Okay, all right. That was too much. All right. God,
I thought you were talking about being inbred.
Okay. Thank you, Red Band, for all the help that you provide over here. 16 minutes into this interview,
Really?
I still feel like I haven't gotten enough.
Well, it's nice meeting you all.
Oh, you're so sweet. This fucking guy. You're unbelievable.
I know, we have 8 dogs.
So this deaf woman changed your life to the point to where you are now in the deaf woman, but you didn't do anything with it.
No, basically, I thought to myself, same day, I was like, well, because she was offering me money, and I was like, this is pretty sweet. And then later on, I'm walking to the grocery store, I sit down, and some other woman offers me money, and I was like, well, it wasn't the same because she thought I was homeless. And I was like, all right. So it's not just that she was offering me money, you know.
Did you take the money?
No. And also, she was black too, so I wasn't really feeling it.
You know? You're not into black women?
No, not really.
Not really.
Not
You've
really.
been with the black woman?
Yeah, one time.
What did you not? What was it that stood out to you?
She had a really nice afro. I thought she was pretty, but she also had some kind of I ended up kind of getting sick afterwards.
Tell us about that. What kind of sick did you get from the black woman?
Oh,
You might be the greatest interview in the history of the show. So honest.
So like
Putting on a
basically,
clinic.
it was basically like a couple hours into this, and like my air mattress was already mostly deflated. And she just starts coughing, and I'm like, "You all right?" She's like, "No, I'm kind of getting over something," and I'm like, "Oh, geez, I'm kind of getting over something." And then all of a sudden, like I was just sick for like another week. Oh, it sucks. So that was it.
Wow.
And then there was one. Everyone has one giant fat black lady off Craigslist. That doesn't count.
Wait, she was off Craigslist?
No, I mean, it doesn't really count.
Where did you meet her at?
Well, I met her at her house. You gotta understand, it was Albany. It was Albany. I didn't have a chance.
Oh, okay, hold on. I asked. Oh God. Oh, I asked if you see. I asked if you found her on Craigslist, and you said no. Right?
Well, yeah, but I found her Craigslist, but I met her at her house.
Right, got it. Okay. You didn't find her. Okay. So you did find her on Craigslist, and then your first time meeting her physically was at her house.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
And then you got sick.
Yeah.
And that kind of turned you off from black women.
Yeah, the thing is, I got sick even though we also did it in the shower. It didn't help at all.
You did it in the shower.
Yeah.
What made you guys do it in the shower? You
I
both
thought,
have
like,
voluptuous hair. You said that she had an afro. You have what appears to be a...
Well, we started in the shower. We moved over to the air mattress, and to be perfectly honest with you,
There he goes. He's loaded up, and here it comes. To be perfectly honest.
well, it was well, I mean, I don't know if I can make this any worse.
You're doing just fine, buddy.
We kind of filmed it.
Hold on. You just met her.
Yeah.
It started in the shower. You're both getting over something. What made you guys film it? Whose idea was
that? I was living in Albany. It was over the summer, so like nobody was there.
Upstate New York.
Yeah, I knew I was going to need something for later. You know what I mean?
So you asked her permission to film?
Yes.
Wait a second. There's a little pause. A little big smile there.
Absolutely.
So this was at her house. So
No, it's at my house. We went back to my house.
You met her at her house,
Yeah.
and you took her back to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, I mean, that's kind of where I live.
But you were at her house.
Yeah.
You had sex at her house.
Nope.
No, you just met her at her house. Did you immediately take her in your car to your house?
No, I didn't have a
You guys
car.
hung out? Oh, you didn't have a car. How did you guys get from her house to your house?
Just walked right home.
You walked.
Yeah.
How far of a walk was that?
About like 3/4 of a mile, something like that.
Wow, so not far.
Yeah, not far. 2 blocks, something like that. Yeah, not bad.
There's a big difference between 3/4 of a mile. Okay, this has gone way too far. I've been informed by Red Band that it's gone 21 minutes. This interview.
Hey,
And I don't remember anything about the minute at all, but I'll tell you, you are an unbelievable fucking interview. You sign up next time. I don't want you to ever wear fucking socks again. You hear me? I'm going to try to get you out of this bucket again. There he goes. Alex. Oh, shoot. Wow. Good Lord. There's the lovely Heidi, everybody. She'll knock your socks off. All right. It's a tough follow. Tough to follow Alex Tarshoon. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of Cameron Frisk. Cameron Frisk gets a map.
My buddy's dad just died in a motorcycle accident, and then he got super religious after it happened. And he's like, Cameron, I accept Jesus as my one true father. I'm like, nice, now you got two dads that don't talk to you, jackass. He's like, you want to come to church? It's like, I'd rather ride on the back of your dad's motorcycle when he crashed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Everybody tells me my mustache makes me look racist. I was like, wait till you hear my mouth. You're gonna love it. Now, a little bit about me. I hate reverse cowgirl. Unpopular opinion. I hate reverse cowgirl. That's just because I love fucking straight cowboys. Where my fellas at? Horns up, boys. Listen, I came here to suck dick and tell jokes, and I'm all out of jokes, fellas. I didn't get these tonsils removed for nothing. Let's get this golden ticket over with.
All right. Don't count your fucking chickens over there, Cameron. Welcome. How are you? Is this your first time on the show?
Second time. I was on like a month ago.
Okay. Well, welcome back. How has life changed since the first time you were on?
People have been coming to my work now and come in and be like, hey, I saw you on Kill Tony.
What's your work again?
I work at Prana, the smoothie coffee shop.
Oh, okay.
Kyle owns.
Yeah, we love Prana. It's a great place. East Side, 7th Street.
Yeah. Everybody in my hometown hit me up, which is pretty cool.
What's your hometown?
Ojai, California.
Okay. Yep. The Energy Vortex.
Yes, the Energy Vortex.
Absolutely. It's all coming back to me now. Prana has a lot of it's a famous place for like hot chicks to go to.
Yes, very famous hot chicks.
Yes.
I don't know if they're famous, but tons of hot chicks there for sure.
The place is famous for having hot chicks, not famous hot chicks.
What he said, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Smoke shows, all of them.
All right. What do you do for fun, Cameron?
I've been traveling. Like I went to Africa last year. That was the craziest thing I've probably done in a while.
What made you go to Africa?
I'd never been out of the country other than like Canada for 1 hour. And me and my girlfriend were like, I was like, I want to go to New York. And she's like, how about Africa? And I was like, perfect.
Did you keep an eye on her the whole time she was there? It's very suspicious.
She was kind of a hot commodity there. I did talk to like one of the chiefs there, and I was like, get a load of this thing right here. I was like, I'll trade her 4 goats. And he laughed. He's like, 3. And I was like, that's not bad. 3 goats is a lot.
I think you're trying to. It's hard to follow the interviewing style of Alex Tarsh.
Yeah, of course. He's the man.
You know Alex?
Yeah, he has a crippling gambling addiction, and I hang out with
Get
him.
Alex back up here. Get Alex back up here. He's such a. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna straight out your boring white guy interview.
Hell yeah.
Is Alex still here? Can we obtain him? Let's get him.
Has Alex become a known commodity at the area where everyone's hanging out waiting to get on the show?
He's an earful to talk to. He's the man.
Alex, get out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return, the long-awaited return. Does anybody work here? Get Alex Tarshut for me. What the fuck is going on? What could he possibly be doing?
Well, he is half black, so he's gonna be late.
So yes, he's in the back, but no, he's not here. How do you know about his gambling addiction?
We were just hanging out and talking, and he was like frantically pacing, looking at his phone. It was on like 5%, and he was just tweaking. He's like, I don't know, I think my phone's gonna die. Should I pull out? I might lose $100. And I was like, you just have my charger thing, because I kind of wanted to see the gambling continue.
Did he win?
I don't think so. No.
Wow.
I didn't see him finish. It was like his basketball.
Huh.
So.
Very interesting. Guy with 8 dogs lives by himself. He has a crippling gambling addiction.
Who would have thought?
I like that at the end of it. He's like, you could have my socks. It's all I have left.
What else about Alex? Tell us more about Alex Tarshut. I'm just going to interview people.
Did he tell you guys about his cartoon he made?
Oh,
he did not.
God.
Maybe the most racist piece of animation I've ever seen. It's crazy, honestly.
Keep going.
I don't know what it's called, but it's pretty much Ed, Edd and Eddy with a lot more N-words in it. It's fantastic, but it's hard to watch. I love it.
Wow. And this is like a comic book?
No, it's like full on, like he drew out the cartoon, like not by hand, but digitally, and then made it into a thing. It took him months.
It's like an actual cartoon.
It's a real ass cartoon.
Wow. And he showed it to you on his phone?
I think he just told me to look it up, and I just went in that little rabbit hole, and yeah, it was very interesting, that's for sure.
Do you remember the plot line or anything like that?
It was pretty much, I swear to God, it's just pure racism, most of it. Like, that was pretty much the plot line, was Ed, Edd and Eddy, but they're black.
Okay.
called N and Winnie.
Yeah.
Well, somebody, for the love of God, get me Alex Tarshu. I need Alex Tarshu. In fact, never let him leave again. Let's keep him. Let's do what he does with his 8 dogs. Keep him chained up right in the back post here.
Because he can't be fought.
He can't be fought. Okay. Cameron, what's the most interesting thing about your life before we get out of here?
At the moment, I might have a child in Denver, Colorado.
What makes you say that?
Well, when I was like 14, some girl had sex with me on a boat, and then
How old are you now?
I'm 27.
Okay. So go ahead.
And then she got pregnant, but she had a boyfriend at the time. Never said anything to me and moved to Denver, Colorado. And then I would stalk her Instagram and like keep updates on the photo of the kid to hopefully it started looking like her husband and not me. That's what I was rooting for.
And it's a girl?
It's a girl, yeah.
And so is the girl that's grown up? Does she have a mustache?
She looks like the cutest little Civil War baby you've ever seen. No, I don't know. She deleted her Instagram and I've lost all contact at this point.
Wow. What a sad end to a stalker's story.
She didn't delete it. She blocked it.
Maybe. I don't know.
All right. Cameron, what's your living situation?
I live in an apartment. It's not bad. 1 bedroom. Big. I got a fireplace now, which I didn't have in California. So
you afford that just working at home?
Barely, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, rent's a lot cheaper. It's like $2,000, and you don't have to live in a garage like you do in California, which sucks.
That is.
So, I have a fireplace now.
Okay. There you go.
Moving up.
What size joke book did you get last time?
I got a little one.
Okay. That sounds about right.
Ah, damn it.
Let's give you a medium one. Slow but steady improvement.
Appreciate it.
Cameron Frisk, everybody. There he goes. Let's get through another bucketful here. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes by the name of Alex O'Brien, everybody. Here comes Alex O'Brien. Alex O'Brien.
Y'all are beautiful. First class, high dollar. I'm going to be like Nick Cage. I'm going to be gone in 60 seconds, y'all. Ma'am, you know what your problem is? Not shit. Nothing. You're doing great. You're killing the game. I appreciate you being out here. So I have 2 things for you. Bank robbers and playing hinders. My grandma used to say playing hinders. Oh, we playing hinders. Y'all playing hinders? Which meant inappropriately touching something as a kid from the person. Now, we didn't play hinders, but we did play doctor a little bit. We got to play doctor a little bit. We'd be like, oh, is your elbow hurt? Let me get some aloe. Rub that on there real quick. Your low back here. Get some aloe on the doctor. Rub that on. Make it feel good. Make me think about hinders. As I'm an adult, I think hinders might have been fucking butt stuff. And I think my grandma might have been into that a little bit. She'd be asking us to play hinders. I tell you that, I'll tell you this, the bank robber situation. Bank robber situation is, some of y'all men know about this. It's when you're tucked in your waistband, your opportunity is looking straight up at you. It's goddamn robbing the bank. Just put the fucking money in the bag. Oh my God, it's a dangerous thing to have. So you're playing hinders, you're putting the money in the bag. It's a great thing. What do you got for me, Tony?
Okay.
Jesus Christ Almighty. Kim Congdon.
This guy is talented as fuck. I'm gonna say it right now. He made 60 seconds feel like an hour. That was beautiful.
That's all I can ask.
Have you ever done stand-up before?
Only fucking 5 times.
Okay. And how many times have you signed up for this show?
This is my 9th.
9th time signing up and your first time on, correct?
That's accurate.
God. What do you do for work?
Well, I'm a substitute teacher and a comedian.
No, you're not.
Thank you so much. I was waiting for that. That felt good. Got me dialed in. Substitute teacher.
How old are you?
38.
Okay. What made you start stand-up now at 38 years old?
So I got super good at coke over COVID, like really good. I wasn't teaching, and I was like, yeah, man, this stuff is, keeping me occupied in my house. And so I had to reset my life. And when I did that, I said to myself, Jesus, maybe I should just move the fuck out of Seattle where it rains too much and pretend like I'm funny on stage. So far, no good.
You're the worst. You're the worst. You're adorable, but you're the worst. Where are you originally from? Florida?
Seattle, Washington.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Fucking sad, seasonal affective disorder. Because here I'm feeling a little bit better, but
you still
not
do
so
coke
much right now. No, sirree, Bob.
What
2.5
happened?
years.
2.5 years sober.
Yeah, I was like borderline schizo. I was really good.
Tell it kind of stuck with you. Some people do enough to where they just kind of stay.
Maybe that was just a natural effect, and it was just enhancing a little bit.
Right. Okay. Have you ever met Alex Tarshoon before?
I heard good things.
What have you heard?
My name repeated over and over again, and me going, "I'm on yet?" and backstage, and then the person in front of me. That's as much as I've heard.
Okay. Right. What's the most interesting thing about your entire life? Nobody has any idea what you talked about for your minute, by the way. Just a bunch of
Gibberish.
Absolute
Fucking
jargon.
gibberish. All right, noted. I appreciate that feedback. I did a background dance. I was a background dancer for Run DMC one time at a PE conference. I killed it. All right.
You have one of the most hateable faces I've ever seen.
Let's go.
I gotta say,
Let's go.
the moments when you're yourself and you're an actual douchebag, and you like when you did that thing before you did the bit, there's like little glimpses of maybe you could do something there, but you have to go with that douchebag face. You can't hide it. Like we're looking at it.
Present.
Do you ever use it to your advantage?
You know, I used to. I was super good at it. Like, you know, not a good person for a while. For Christ's sake, cocaine. But no, not anymore.
So how would you use it to your advantage?
How would I use it to my advantage? I'd be like, "Yo, what's up, girl? What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in." And then she'd be like, "Oh, that's
Oh my God.
Oh,
Are you
shit.
heterosexual?
Oh, fuck.
There's only one thing to do right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back Alex Tarshoon, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, crowd goes wild. We're upgrading our Alexes. The fuck out of here. Alex Tarshoon, the world wants more of you. Since you were gone, since you've been gone, we learned that you have a crippling gambling addiction.
Oh yeah, who told you that?
Even Matt Mueling just gave a good, oh, fuck. Like, it's like, you are a geyser, my friend. You are just a flowing vat of natural material. Yeah, we heard about it. We heard about it from Cameron Frisk. You know Cameron? Yeah, you know Cameron. So tell us about this gambling problem.
Well, basically, I figured out right now it's all about the arbitrage.
It's all about the what?
So you just bet both sides. You automatically win like $1 or $2, and you just keep rolling it over.
But you're meant to do that with millions of dollars on either side, and
we're snowballing. We're snowballing.
Are you sorry?
I don't know what to fucking do with this guy. It's the greatest interview of all time.
You wanna hear a quick story about how I saved someone's life?
Yes. Yes.
So me and my first pit bull are walking down by the river, and I'm looking for my cell phone because I lost it, and it's nighttime, and I want to ask someone if I can call like my phone and their phone, but they don't want to do that because it's nighttime and stuff. So I see this one guy, and I want to ask him, but I don't. And then I'm walking by the river, and I see this body floating in the river. And I was like, oh my gosh. I run back to the guy. I'm like, hey, we got to call the ambulance and stuff. Like, and he's like, all right. So he didn't believe me necessarily. So we go back to the river. No one's there, but they float under the pier. So I'm like, it's like February, and it's like really cold. And I'm like, she'd probably freeze her in there. She you know, so I did was I took off all my clothes, and I just started going into the river. And it was the Hudson River, so I was kind of like, I've never been in here. I don't know how deep it is. But, like, so I thought I get in there, and she must have been like at least 250. But like in the water, I could still move her. And like I'm getting her up on like the rocks and stuff. The guys helping me get her up and stuff. We get my dog on top and try to warm her up. And then like the thing is though is like when the fire department came and all the ambulance and stuff, like I was so proud to tell them like who I was and stuff. But the person who helped me, like he's like, my name is Vivian, and I'm like, whoa, like because like the only thing I wanted was like for like a hot chick to see this. And I'm like, bro, are you a hot chick though? And he was like, yeah, like I'm transgender. And he's like, yeah, I came to the river to kill myself too. But like this is it's a wonderful life moment, so I'm not going to do it. And I'm like, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet.
Let's talk about this cartoon you made.
Oh, I told you. I told you what the. All right, so it's basically the black version of Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Keep going.
Okay. No, basically it's called Nig, Nig, and Nigger.
Keep going.
All right. So the episode 4 is my favorite because it has like a Buzz Lightyear. Like, you remember like when Buzz Lightyear was Mrs. Nesbit?
Sure.
Everyone forgets about that. But I have this whole bit about like how like Buzz Lightyear comes back to see his friends and he's like just missing an arm and he's like wearing like a girl hat and an apron. And then, like, all the characters, like, we gotta, like, get out of here before Buzz infects us with his gay. Before we know, we'll all have our arms out our socket wearing a lady hat. And you see, like, Mr. Potato Head, like, missing an arm. Be like, hey, boys, I've always been Mrs. Potato Head. You know?
Where can people find these cartoons at? Plug it.
So you gotta go to, what the hell's my name?
Alex Charshu?
Yeah, but right now it's Purebred Retard on YouTube.
That's your name?
Yeah. Purebred, like the
Purebred
food.
Retard. All one word? Are there any underscores or anything?
Bread like the food.
Oh, bread like the food. Purebred Retard.
Yeah.
What made you go with bread like the food on that one? Was Purebred Retard regular taken?
Well, I used to be inbred retard. And then that got me in a lot of trouble, like on Instagram and stuff.
That's the part that you think got you in trouble? Not the retard part?
I'm pure.
The guy with the pinky stole that handle.
You know, for a long time, I would Google, like why do I have a mini pinky? But I didn't know how to spell pinky. Like, I used to like do like P-I-N-K, like Y or something like that, or I-E, or I don't remember, but like I can't really spell that well.
You spelled it wrong.
I couldn't spell pinky for a long time.
You're a bad speller?
Yeah.
How bad do you think you are? Pretty bad?
I'm more of a math guy.
More of a math guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you good at math?
Yeah, I do okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I did that one. That's me.
We found the cartoon. This is incredible.
I did all that. Yeah,
a Tarshoon cartoon.
Yeah, that's good.
It really is. It is. For those of you wondering what the spelling of this cartoon is it is N-I-G, comma, N-I-G-G, N, N-I-G-G-A. I don't know if I'm allowed to spell that word. We'll see. We'll see. But it is a real cartoon. Wow. I definitely can't say it, but I think I'm allowed to spell it. Wow, how many of these have you made?
I got 4 right now, working on part 5.
Hell yeah. Incredible. Even your the 20th most interesting things about you are so interesting.
Hey, you want to see the feast day resistance?
The what?
You want to see the best part?
Yeah.
Look at my shoe. Look at my shoe.
What? Oh, is your shoe broken?
Yeah.
What size shoe do you wear?
10.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. My shoes would be a little too big on you. I'm just going to give you my shoes.
Someone's got a size 10 in here. Come on.
Who's got a good size 10? Anybody?
Someone give these men your shoes. Look.
Hold on. There's a guy in a Hawaiian shirt standing up. There he goes. I think he's... Oh, he's leaving, everybody. He's leaving. Okay. You got a size 10? No, 12's not going to work. No, he's going to get an infection in his face. You got a pair of 10s?
Yes.
Throw them up here. Throw them up here. Ew, wait, those look terrible. No, pass them back. Pass them back. He's better off. He's better off without. I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you an automatic minute next week.
Woo!
And I'm going to present a new pair of size 10 shoes to you.
Yeah!
A brand new pair. And we're going to go through another interview. This one lasted 10 minutes. You had that to the 21 before. That's 31 minutes. Technically, I do believe with the two combined, you do hold the record for the most interviewed person in the history of the show in a single night. I already gave you a big joke book. There you go, Alex Tarshoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep it moving along. We realize that we haven't had a female comedian here tonight, so we're going to get one up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a minute from Lisa Jane Spencer. Make some noise for Lisa Jane Spencer.
Hello. I know I sound retarded, but I'm just Australian. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, are we still pretending, white people, are we still pretending that we don't say the N-word? Like when they're not around, obviously. I remember learning about it. I was young, my brother was young, and my brother got back from a friend's house, and he was talking about this cereal that he had. You guys call it Cocoa Krispies, we call it Cocoa Pops, but see, he called it N Pops. Yeah. So my mum banned that. Yeah. But yeah, we just learned to hide it, right? You just learn to hide it. And my favorite is just doing it in the car. You know, listening to Kanye. That's my favorite. I'm talking about eating Nutella.
Keep going, finish.
I'm talking about eating Nutella.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Lisa Jane Spencer, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show, Lisa. We're going to go to our senior Australian correspondent, James McCann.
Lisa, you've dishonored our country. These people already think we're extremely racist because of our racism.
I was just talking about Nutella, though. I was just talking about eating Nutella.
Can you tell me what it meant?
Okay, well, I was alluding to the N-word, but actually, I was talking about Nutella.
You were saying the N-word that you weren't meant to say was Nutella.
Yeah, Nutella.
You guys, the two Australians are creating some kind of feedback here, it seems.
And I did have an ending of it, but I didn't.
Yeah, you had an ending to the joke?
I did have an ending.
Okay, what was the ending of the joke that I asked you to do? And
I was gonna. Thank you. I was gonna say, relax. I'm just Australian. We just call it.
Okay, red band. Okay, you're just Australian. What?
We just call each other cunts.
That's right. Very good.
You do.
We're gonna have to bleep that one.
Why?
It's another bleep. Even in Australia, when an Australian says that, it counts. Even though you guys,
you could probably say poofta though.
Yeah,
poofta's out. But I don't think YouTube knows about poofta yet.
YouTube's robots don't know about poofta. What does that mean exactly?
Sort of a loafer's type of individual.
It means gay. You're gay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you from in Australia?
Melbourne.
Terrible city.
I know.
I know.
Oh, I love Melbourne.
You love Melbourne?
I love Melbourne.
How?
My favorite city in Australia.
It is nice. There's like nice parts of it, like the peninsula, Dandenong Ranges.
No, I had an engagement breakdown in Melbourne. It's a shit city. No, I can't say enough things about it. They monopolised our football. They stole our Grand Prix. They talked down on the people of Adelaide. Shame on Melbourne.
Wow. Damn.
But there's not a lot of Nutellas.
There's actually, after the South Sudanese War, there was a huge influx of Nutellas into Melbourne. And they have changed the game in Australian football. Every team has a great big 7-foot Nutella now out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been in America?
Literally like 4 days.
4 days?
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing about America so far?
The weirdest thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well, last night I was standing next to a truck, that was like double the
Yeah, that's
size, and that's like
fine.
a normal car.
Yeah. No, I don't know why they made trucks so big here. They just made them big enough to kill children without knowing about it.
Yeah.
And they want it big enough to kill a basketball playing to tell it. You know what I'm saying about these trucks? It's too much. I apologize.
And
have you ever seen a half Italian, half Nutella before? Let me show you one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alex Tarshoon, everybody. I don't know which one's more creeped out by the other right now. Having quite the standoff. She looks scared to death, by the way.
I don't know what's happening.
It's okay. This guy is one of the most interesting people in the history of the show. You only have to be scared of 40% of them. Have you ever seen anything like that on the streets of Melbourne? No. She looks genuinely frightened. I don't know if the cameras are picking it up. Alex, have you ever hung out with an Australian person before?
No, not yet.
Wow, look at this. Absolutely incredible. If you were going to take her on a date, where would you take Lisa Jane Spencer?
You ever been to Jets?
It's a pizza place on Lamar.
I do like pizza. Yeah.
You like pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, we're going to have very own love on the spectrum happening right here on your time.
That's true. Yeah.
Do you like dogs?
What?
Do you like dogs?
Dogs. I love dogs.
What kind of do you like?
How many dogs do you like? What would be a reasonable number of dogs for a man to have?
One. Oh, we got no.
I don't have a dog. I used to have a dog, but it died.
This man's got 8 dogs. I just want to let you
got 8 dogs.
Oh.
What, are you into anything weird sexually, like 2 in the pink, half in the stink?
This is very real shit. He has a funny hand. He has a funny hand.
He's got a weird pinky. She is scared to death, ladies and gentlemen. Again, when she faces you guys, she starts to smile and everything, but when she looks directly at him, there's a specific ghostly look that comes over her face of concern.
It's true.
I wish we had like a reverse camera. I guess we can't really do it.
Lisa, I want you to know this is just what America's like. It's like this every single day forever.
Yeah. I know. I was at that show last night.
Alex, let me ask you a question. Well, after you took her to Jet's Pizza, then what would you do with her?
Probably bring her to my van.
Australians love vans. I don't date van people.
No, he doesn't. Here's the twist: is that's just a great. Every question I ask him is brilliantly answered. He doesn't live in his van. He has his own place. 8 dogs and an air mattress. Look how proud he is. He loves his life.
He's about to get pussy, dude.
He's so cool. I'm buying him a new pair of shoes. I've never even done that before. 12 years we've been doing this show. I'm buying him other kids.
Hey, you know, I'll buy you shoes.
Wow, Alex! Look at this.
What are you going to do? Skin the dogs? No way to.
Look at this. You've heard of love at first sight. This is fear at first sight. A sweet little Australian who did N-word jokes, now looking at a half-pinkied inbred Nutella. Okay. Lisa, just because I'm in a good mood, I'm going to give you a big joke book. You don't really deserve it for any reason, but I'm just... Alex Tarshoon has brought me so much joy here tonight that you're leaving with a big joke book. How about one more time for Lisa Jane Spencer? And how about one more time, for the final time, Alex Tarshoon, everybody. You guys have been signing up for fucking ever. Over a year. Wow. The crowd is on their feet. People in the balcony are standing up. This is chaos. All right, we'll see you next week, Alex.
There's only one way to end an episode like this, and you damn well know that it has to be the ringer of all ringers, the Memphis Strangler. It is the Vanilla Gorilla, the one and the only, the Big Red Machine, the Hall of Famer. This is William Montgomery. And by the way, if you love Ed and Eddie, you're going to love Alex's very racist cartoon. I've actually been a backer. I've given him a lot of money. It's a wonderful cartoon. Well, it happened. Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week in Australia after having been hit by a school bus going 80 miles an hour a couple weeks before. In the immortal words of Hillary Clinton, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So the Philadelphia Eagles drafted a guy named Jihad Campbell. My math may be off, but wasn't he born after 9/11 and they named him Jihad Campbell? He's an explosive linebacker, really willing to sacrifice his body. Heel fast. I mean, he's fast. In college, I heard he banged 99 virgins, and if you think the New York Giants can tower over him, he will fly right into them, two at a time. If he launches into two people hard enough, a third might fall down, and folks will claim it was a controlled demolition. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell, but failed to warn the Patriots. I ain't taking no shit. That's my impression of a constipated man. Okay. Wow. Damn. We know who the interview of the night was, but my God, let there be no question. The set of the night goes to the man who's done it more than anybody. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and meanwhile, here he comes, swinging his sledgehammer of destruction. Delicious. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell. Happened. Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week. James Spencer. And how about one more time for the final time, Alex Tarshoon, everybody. You guys been signing out for fucking ever. Over a year. Wow. The crowd is on their feet. People on the balcony are standing up. This is chaos. All right, we'll see you next week, Alex. There's only one way to end an episode like this, and you damn well know that it has to be the ringer of all ringers, the Memphis Strangler. It is the Vanilla Gorilla, the one and the only, the Big Red Machine, the Hall of Famer. This is William Montgomery. And by the way, if you love Ed and Eddie, you're going to love Alex's very racist cartoon. I've actually been a backer. I've given him a lot of money. It's a wonderful cartoon. Well, it happened. Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week in Australia after having been hit by a school bus going 80 miles an hour a couple weeks before. In the immortal words of Hillary Clinton, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So the Philadelphia Eagles drafted a guy named Jihad Campbell. My math may be off, but wasn't he born after 9/11 and they named him Jihad Campbell? He's an explosive linebacker, really willing to sacrifice his body. Heel fast. I mean, he's fast.
In college, I heard he banged 99 virgins, and if you think the New York Giants can tower over him, he will fly right into them 2 at a time. If he launches into 2 people hard enough, a third might fall down, and folks will claim it was a controlled demolition. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell but failed to warn the Patriots. I ain't taking no shit. That's my impression of a constipated man. Okay.
Wow. Damn. We know who the interview of the night was, but my God, let there be no question. The set of the night goes to the man who's done it more than anybody. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and meanwhile, here he comes, swinging his sledgehammer of destruction yet again, and you did it with a do-rag on.
And for the record, this thing smells like shit, Tony! No, I'm kidding. Alex is so funny, but I swear I was smelling his ass, and I was like, oh my God, is he going to let me wear this? And then he put it on me, and I'm like, dude, this smells like shit. Yeah. It smells like 8 fucking dogs living at the apartment with you.
8 dogs and a lot of pizza.
Yeah.
My goodness. Totally worth it. The hardest I've laughed all night was on your entrance. Your material followed the entire way through. An entire 60 seconds of laughter.
Well, it's
all gas, no brakes. The big red machine has arrived.
It's so nice to be here. It's all the rowing I've been doing, Tony. I'm at 200,000 meters already in this month. Okay, Tony?
Wow.
I'm up to over 500,000 meters since January. Wow. So I am going, and then I almost broke my big toe, I think, a couple days ago. I was moving some piece of equipment, and it fucking fell right on my big toe.
Oh my goodness.
It hurts so bad.
Let me just warn you, you might have a face infection in no time.
Yeah, I hope not. He also had a staph infection. Did he have a staph infection?
No.
Somebody else. I don't know.
It's basically cellulitis is kind of an exception. A lot of you know that I'm a Canadian doctor, so I'm
gonna put it down.
We're not going down that path again. Okay, so William, you look fantastic. You're absolutely glowing. I could say so. Have you been on tour?
I have. I was in Virginia Beach, Virginia this past weekend. It was a wonderful time. I ended up eating a whole bunch of seafood. And Tony, I'm serious. I don't think I'm ever really going to stop eating the seafood. I love some seafood. I was eating some of the fried shrimp.
Ooh, what are some other kind of
I was eating fucking fried flounder.
Ooh.
I was eating fried grouper.
Oh my God.
I was eating fried redfish.
Wow.
And hush puppies, which is also like a fried bread. Wow. But yeah, it was really good. And I walked on Virginia Beach and had a really good time. And honestly, I felt like I was in Mogadishu or something. It seems kind of crazy. I'm looking out at the ocean and there's this just big fucking ships cruising around everywhere and just the people on the beach. It's like, where am I? But I loved it in Virginia Beach. Everybody that came to see me was great.
What about Mogadishu?
It's just, I swear, I just had this feeling of what fucking country am I in? It just looks like crazy looking out.
There's James McCann, your fellow.
I know, it is so nice to see a fellow ginger friend.
You look so cool with the do-rag.
Thank you so much, man. I think you could get away with it because I feel like I can get away with it right now. So I think you could get away with it.
I'm afraid that there's stuff in it like a flea or something.
James, let's switch hats.
No,
I think you could.
No, I don't think there's any.
Let's switch hats.
Oh, the crowd wants it, James. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. James McCann. I think his pinky's getting shorter in real time.
James.
Somehow you look totally different than everything.
Shut your bitch ass.
Anyway, excuse me. He's a whole new man. This is the new James McCann.
Oh, now's the time to say it, but I'm too afraid.
Hey.
I was a camel.
Ninja. Yeah.
Nutella.
I'll regret that for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Damn! No, I won't do it anymore.
I think that was a pretty bad mistake.
We're gonna swap that. We're gonna swap that. The do-rag is too powerful. Give me my hat back.
James McCann is on a USA tour. Get tickets at jdfmccann.com. William Lights Out Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. He's on tour. Kim Congdon's on tour. KimCongdon.com with a CONGDON. She's at Brea, May 14th. Oxnard, May 15th. James McCann is everywhere. It is a true American tour. Again, JDFMcCann with 2 N's.com.
She has 3 N's now. Shit. Feel free to bleep that. Maybe it's one of the parts of the show that just stays in the room.
ExpressVPN, ZipRecruiter, Prize Picks, and Tacovas. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. It is incredible. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
No doubt about it. Here we go. London, England, Madison Square Garden. Everything's right around the corner. A lot of other fun stuff. Another more huge announcements and everything non-stop with this goddamn show. Somehow it just continues on and on we go. Live audience, thank you. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. James McCann, Kim Congdon.
If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to was that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years. All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences. Extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, the most tantalizing mystery of all. How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait, But Why? This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait, But Why blog post about the big and the small, from the observable universe to the atom. What world do you find most mysterious or beautiful? The very big or the very small? The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And, the very big, I feel like we kind of understand. Not the very, very big, not the multiverse. If there is a multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think we really have no idea what's going on, or very much less idea. But I find I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind. It was still the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, the general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, all that kind of things. But, how many civilizations are out there? How many, what are the weird things that are out there? Oh, yeah, life. Extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, the most tantalizing mystery of all. but that's like our size. So that's maybe it's that the actual the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size that are the most tangent.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how small intelligent life gets. Probably not that small. And I assume that there's a limit that you're not gonna. I mean, you might have like a whale, blue whale size intelligent being. That would be kind of cool. But I feel like we're in the range of an order of magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life. But maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know. There's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a blue whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you could think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. A human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together, and we somehow envision that as one entity because it has consciousness. But maybe it's just organisms on top of organisms. Organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So, like, Earth can be seen as an organism for alien species that's very different. Like, why is the human the fundamental entity that is living, and then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components of humans?
I think of it kind of as you think about. I think of like an emergence elevator, and so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is a floor above, or maybe there's even units within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony that is closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal body. We are more like a colony in that regard, but the humans are weird because I think of it if emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of as I said, cells and humans and communities and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of we take the elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals, and that's where our mindset is. And then other times you get in this crazy zone, a protest or a sporting event, and you're just chanting and screaming and doing the same hand motions with all these other people, and you feel like one. And you sacrifice yourself and other soldiers, and so our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe we are just like an ant colony. We're just collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network of maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just a single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. So we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or very specific statements that you've made. So you've written answers to a mailbag of questions. The questions are amazing, the ones you've chosen, and your answers are amazing. So on this topic of the big and the small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small? Or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. You have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level, the very small to the very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger than we are small? I think it depends on what we're asking. So if we're talking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, the Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26 meters in diameter. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck ring, but you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now, we're conveniently about 10 to the 1. not quite 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right, and so it's easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th meters across, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right, that's now, so an atom to us is us to this, you get to like nebula. Smaller than a galaxy, bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between nebula and an atom. Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you might be able to get up to galaxy level. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think as far as real world objects that we really know a lot about, I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, we're very quickly bigger than we are small. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string exactly, string theory and so on. That's interesting. But I think like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of middle-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's something cool. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talked about some of these neutrinos, I mean, if neutrinos are human, a proton is the sun. So that's like, I mean, a proton is real small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start just maybe with the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that can change day by day. But how many alien civilizations are out there? Is it 0? Is it a handful? Is it almost endless? Like the observable universe, or the universe is teeming with life?
If I had gun to my head, I'd take a guess. I would say it's teeming with life. I would say there is. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Andrew Sandberg and Drexler and a few others a couple years ago, I think you probably know about it. I think they're the mean, using different, running through randomized rate equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million as the mean of intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way alone. So then if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now what's interesting is that there's a long tail because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation. So for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is that variable or is way too small, and that's constraining our possibilities. If you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, like 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us alone. Like I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy. But you can keep going, and I think there's a non-zero, legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like you mentioned that people think you must be an idiot because if you picked up one grain of sand on the beach and examined it and you found all these little things on it. It's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that has that. And it's like, probably not. They're probably, most of the sand probably, or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then the other hand, we don't see anything. We don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who still scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't have seen anything. And they can go list them. And they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a freak thing, if this were a completely freak thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there. They'd be wrong. So just using the same intuition that most people would use, I'd say there's probably lots of other things out there.
Yeah, and you wrote a great blog post about it. But to me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact, I too have an intuition that the universe is teeming with life. So one interesting is around the Great Filter, So we either gravity filters either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is you get to think about what kind of things can ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization or lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization. That's a very pragmatic, very important question to always be asking. And we'll talk about some of those. And then the other one is, I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating with us all the time. In fact, they may have visited, and we're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that can evolve is just the range of life that can evolve is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent life is preventing us from having communication with them.
But then they don't seem very smart, because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very, I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not that rare, we're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of perceiving signals. So they would probably be able to, if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, or the human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You'd send out, radio waves, and you send out gravity waves, and lots of things. So if they're communicating in a way, they're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to perceive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us, and had the capability of, I think probably they would.
Well, they may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding that they're getting in touch with us with. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us humans, like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or the thing that's of value and that's curious and that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful might be something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or radio signal that humans seem to appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, through the creation of life and this complex growth of it's a whole different way to view organisms and view life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence. And the communication is happening with the main mothership of Earth, versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important, and we're missing the big picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent and what is life and what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be, they're just being very suspicious. It seems to be awfully human-centric. Like, this story, it seems like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down on the importance, on the cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be the more we discover that's what's happening. And I think science is very young. So I think eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. That humans are just a curious little side effect of the much bigger thing. That's what I mean. That, as I'm saying, it just sounds insane. But
well, it sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. It gets to that realm where there's something that more than meets the eye.
Well, yeah, but not the religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo-woo characteristic. Like the people write books about them, then go to wars over whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence, right? It's the ant colony. What's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean humans, just like any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can make this incredible structures and has this intelligence, and we're exactly the same. I mean, yeah, the famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this? Basically, I mean,
it's great.
there's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about you have to get the wood, the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and to create a pencil. But together, that's one of that's child's play. It's one of the easiest things. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. There's a thought experiment, and I actually want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear all at once. So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings. There's no cars and boats and ships and no mines, nothing. Right? It's just the Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans, but we're all the same. We have the same brain, so we all know what's going on, and we all got a note from her, so we understand the deal. And she says, she communicated to every human, here's the deal. You lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today, in your previous world. For an iPhone 13, then I will restore everything. How long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission. Everyone, all humans. How long would it take us?
That's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that iPhone. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like there's a few hackers out there that can solo build an iPhone.
But with what material?
So no materials whatsoever. It has to. I mean, it's virtually. I mean, okay, you have to build factories. I mean, to fabricate. Okay.
And how you going to mine them? You got to mine the materials where you don't have any cranes. You don't have any.
Okay, you 100% have to have everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked. Everyone's where they are. So you and I would currently be naked on the ground in what used to be Manhattan.
So no buildings.
Grassy island.
Yeah. So you need a naked Elon Musk type character to then start building a company. So you have to have a large company. Then.
Right. And he doesn't even know where is everyone? Shit, how am I going to find other people?
But we have all the knowledge.
Yeah, everyone has the knowledge that's in their current brain.
Yeah. I've met some legit engineers.
Crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual, because you said, it's like the original Mac, like the Apple II, that could be built. But
even that,
even that's going to be done.
Well, I think part of it is a communication problem. If you could suddenly have, someone, if everyone had a walkie-talkie and there was, a couple, 10 really smart people were designated the leaders, they could say, okay, I want, everyone who can do this to walk west, until you get to this little hub, and everyone else, and they could actually coordinate, but we don't have that. So it's like people just, and then what I think about is, so you've got some people that are like trying to organize, and you'll have a little community where a couple hundred people have come together, and maybe a couple thousand have organized, and they designated one person, as the leader, and then they have sub-leaders, and okay, we have a start here, we have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good, and they're going to try to sabotage, they're going to try to murder the people and who know what they're talking about.
The elite that possess the knowledge.
Yeah. Well, and so maybe everyone's hopeful for we're all civilized and hopeful for the first 30 days or something, and then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they're they don't play nicely with the other ones, and I think very quickly, a lot of people would give up and say, you know what, this is it. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's just create, agrarian. We also don't know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's even the farmers, a lot of them are relying on their machines. So we also are doing a lot of mass starvation. And that when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are, coming in with, Spears Day fashion and trying to murder everyone who has this.
It's an interesting question. Given today's society, how much violence would that be? We've gotten softer, less violent.
And we don't have weapons, so we have really primitive weapons now.
But we have a kind of ethics where murder is bad. It used to be less, like human life was less valued. In the past, so murder was more okay, like ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. They knew how to get food and water because they so we have no idea. Like the ancient hunter-gatherer societies would laugh at what's going on here. They'd say, you don't know what none of you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And also the amount of people, feeding this amount of people in a Stone Age civilization, that's not going to happen.
So New York and San Francisco are screwed.
Well, whoever's out near water is really screwed. So that's right. You're near a river, a freshwater river. Anyway, this is a very interesting question, and what it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and like excited about, like, man, our civilization is so cool. And this is, talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build any of this. It's collective human the collective humans is a super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, can do such magical things that we just get to be born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I just go click, 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 and like a salad's coming. The salad arrives. If you think about the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that quickly just the internet to the electricity, first of all, that's just powering the thing, where the amount of structures that have to be created and for that electricity needed. And then you've got of course the internet, and then you have the system where delivery drivers, and they're running bikes that were made by someone else, and they're going to get the salad, and all those ingredients came from all over the place. And it's just so I think it's like I like thinking about these things because it makes me feel like just so grateful. I'm like, man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have it would think this was such magic we live in, and we do, and like, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13 from the Soviet Union, and the supermarket was, people don't really realize that, but the abundance of food, it's not even, so bananas was the thing I was obsessed about. I just ate bananas every day for many, many months because I haven't had bananas in Russia. And the fact that you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food. And the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, it's magic.
I mean, also imagine. So first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers, you picture the mother gathering and eating all this fresh food. No. So do you know what an avocado was made like? It was a little sphere, and the fruit of it, the actual avocado part, was like a little tiny layer around this big pit. It took up almost the whole volume. We made crazy like robot avocados today that have nothing to do with like what they. So same with bananas, these big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food, and they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it and they're just it's gross and it's things rot. So you go to the supermarket and it's like crazy super engineered cartoon fruit and food. And then it's all this processed food, which we complain about in our setting. We complain about we need too much processed. This is a good problem. I mean, if you imagine what they would think about a cracker, how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta and spaghetti stuff. They never had anything like this. And then you have from all over the world. I mean, things that are grown all over the place, all here in nice little racks, organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. I mean, it's again just like incredible gratitude. Like
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? I mean, this is another darker version of your question is, if we keep all the material possessions we have, will we start knocking out some percent of the population? How resilient is the system that we built up, or if we rely on other humans and the knowledge that built up on the past, the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, I'm trying to go off one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number 1 million in mind as the order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multiplanetary. Multiplanetary doesn't mean like when Neil Armstrong goes to the moon. They call it a great leap for mankind. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. Now he's like, think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up and gave the shore a high five and goes back into the water. That's not a great leap. leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There should be a little statue of that fish, and in the water, and everyone should celebrate the fish. But it's but when you're talking about a great leap for life, it's permanent. It's something that from now on, this is how things are. So this is part of why I get so excited about Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand, like, the number of great leaps that we've had, like no life to life, and single cell or simple cell to complex cell, and single cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and then one planet to two planets. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are officially, that leap for all of life, has happened once the ships could stop coming from Earth because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies on Earth, and they're fine, and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships that can come back and recolonize Earth, because now we are officially multi-planetary, where it's self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he thinks. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think, so 1 million is 1/7,000, 1/8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization if you get to a too small a number, but depends who you're killing off, I guess, is part of the question. Yeah. If you killed off half of the people just randomly right now, I think we'd be fine. It would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people random, just 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have, obviously, the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch, but I almost can assure you that the species would be fine.
Well, because the million number, like you said, it is specialized. So I think you have to do this. You have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Like, literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, everything. If you're gonna have to, self-sustaining means you can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in this, just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, if you feed everyone, so mass farming, things like that. You have mining. These questions, it's like the materials might be, I don't know, 5 miles, 2 miles underground. I don't know what the actual, but like, it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. And, no one built the mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone for probably wasn't built for the iPhone, or in general, early mining, was for, I think obviously, I assume the Industrial Revolution, when we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that like mining took a huge leap without knowing very much about this. I think, you're going to need mining, you're going to need like a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, of course you could have oil and lanterns, we could go way back, but if you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy, electricity, and mines that can create materials, and then you're going to need a ton of plumbing and everything that entails.
And like you said, food, but also the manufacturer, so like turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah.
That whole thing, like factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. You think about, we talk about the world hunger. One of the major problems is, there's plenty of food by the time it arrives. Most of it's gone bad in the truck, in a kind of an impoverished place. So it's like, we take it so for granted. All the food in the supermarket is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. If I were running a supermarket, I would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves, or if you don't have enough, that's not good. But if you have too much, it goes bad.
Of course, there would be entertainers too. Like somebody would have a YouTube channel that's running on Mars. There is something different about a civilization on Mars and Earth existing versus like a civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. Like that's a fundamentally different distance. Philosophically.
Will it be like fuzzy? There'll be like a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with. And, if people are going back and forth enough, then it becomes fuzzy. It becomes like, our friends on Mars, and there's like this Mars versus Earth, and it become like fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and they're there for, I think it could get kind of like, we hate, a lot of like us versus them stuff going on.
There could be also war in space for territory. as first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever, different European nations, Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. This is supposed to staying out.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that like we have not even, no one's really even thought about too much yet. That could get weird. Think about the 1500s when it was something like a race to like, colonize or capture land or discover new land that hasn't been, so it was like this new frontiers. Right? There's not really, the land is not, the thing about Crimea was like this huge thing, this tiny peninsula switched. That's how like optimized everything has become. Everything is just like really stuck. Mars is a whole new world of like territory, naming things, and and it's a chance for new kind of governments maybe, or maybe it's just the colonies of these governments. And I get that opportunity. I think it would be cool if there's new countries being totally new experiments.
That's fascinating. Elon talks exactly about that, and I believe that very much. Like that should be like from the start, they should determine their own sovereignty. Like they should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in the late 1700s, the U.S. I mean, it was the only modern democracy, and now, of course, there's hundreds, many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was that they had a clean slate, new place, and they suddenly were, So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. There's a lot of people who've done that, if I had my own government on an island, my own country, what would I do? And it's
generous patrons. If you'd like to support the
actually
podcast,
had
please
the
visit
opportunity to think, what's the perfect country?
Lincoln's Mysterious
And they
World
try to
is
make
also
something
brought
up.
to you in part by
Sometimes
the generous
progress
support of
is
Aaron Ferguson
not
Electric
held
and
up by our
Automation at
imagination. It's held up by
AaronV.com,
just there's no
AARONV.com,
blank
making
canvas to
connections
try
to life for your automation and smart
Yeah,
home
it's an
needs
opportunity
in
for fresh
North and
start.
Central
The funny
Florida.
thing about the
And by
conversation we're having is not all
RosaryArmy.com.
that.
Have more peace. Visit RosaryArmy.com to get a free icon knotted rosary, downloadable audio
Thinking about
rosaries,
this kind
and
of
more.
stuff
Make them,
is
pray them, give them
inspiring.
away at RosaryArmy.com.
Makes us dream, it makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow like thinking about the civilization at large is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth. Yeah, how we should run it. What do you think are like in our lifetime? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is in this decade.
Reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, all concluded that their only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense rings, and he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Bennett?
That was 2018.
What did he
I was more
learn, and
confident
what
then.
did Project
I think
Beta
it's going to be
involve?
around.
As a result,
I still won the general bet. His point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetimes. Or not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. You don't know what's going on in space. I think if the world depended on it, I think probably SpaceX
in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute. Next episode,
I don't think
we'll
they
tell you the
delayed many years by saying he's a first want to send a ship, around Mars. They want to land a cargo ship on Mars. There's the moon on the way to. Yeah, there's a lot. But I think the moon, a decade before, seemed like natural activity that humans didn't have. This is like, no, we can. It's totally conceivable that this Starship, like it is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport system. They used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails usually, when they're testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one has, it's like they've done 8 generations in each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a Starship to Mars and land it.
Folks, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the mark of the beast.
Now,
But
taking off
first,
from Mars and coming back
in the
again, I think
1980s, New
I don't
Mexico
think anyone
scientist
wants
and
to be on that
businessman
point
Paul
then
Benowitz
because it's just,
became
they're
extremely
still
alarmed
it's still amateur hour.
he
You're
began to
not
discover
getting that
evidence
perfect.
not just of an alien
I don't think we're
presence
too
on
far away
Earth,
now. The
but
question
that
is,
the aliens were
so
staging
every
a
every
slow motion
26
takeover of the
months,
planet.
Earth lapses.
They were abducting
It's like
people and
a
implanting them with
genocidal
devices that could turn them into walking
26
cameras
months.
and microphones,
So it's right
control
now
their
like in the
behavior,
events, like
and wipe
2022 is
their
going to have one of
memories.
these. 2020,
At any
like
moment, the
2024.
implanted
So
people
people
could
could.
have
This
their
was the
switch
earliest estimate
pulled
I heard.
and
Elon
be
said
totally
maybe
controlled by
we
the
could send
aliens.
people to Mars in 2024.
Already,
You know,
this
to
has
land
been done to
2020, early
hundreds of
2025.
thousands of people in the
That
U.S.,
is not going to
and the
happen because that
military have
included
been
2022
compromised.
sending a cargo ship to
Paul
Mars.
reported his findings to the
Maybe
Air
even
Force, which took
one
them
in 2020, and
seriously
so I think they're
and
not quite on that
encouraged him to
schedule.
keep
But with my
investigating.
bet, 2027 I have a
In
chance, and
time,
2029 I
Paul
have a
developed a
chance.
daring plan
We're
known
not
as
very good at
Project
backing up
Beta
and seeing the
to
big
rid
picture.
the
We're
Earth of
distracted by what's
aliens.
going on today and
He even
what we
invested
can believe is
$200,000
happening in front
of
of our
his own
face.
money
There's
to
no way
develop a
that
prototype
humans
weapon
going to be
that
landing
could
on Mars.
penetrate
It's not
their
going to be
defense screens.
the only thing
What
everyone
happened
is
with
talking
Project
about. Right? I
Beta?
mean, it's
Has
it's
it
going to
been
be the moon
covered up
landing.
all
It's a
these
bigger
years?
deal. Go to another
What
planet,
role
right?
did Delta Force
And for
play?
to start a colony,
And
not
what was
just
the
to get
terrible price
high
that
five and
Paul
come back.
Benowitz paid?
So
That's
this is
what we're
like
talking about on this
2020,
episode
maybe the
of
2030s.
Jimmy Akin's Mysterious
It's going to be
World.
the new 1950s.
Jimmy,
We're
where
going
did
to
we
have a
leave
space
off at
decade.
the end
I'm
of
so
our last
excited
episode?
about it.
Paul
And it's, again, it's one of the
had
great
recommended
things
his
for all
attack
of life
plan, Project
happening in our
Beta, to
lifetimes. Like that's
President
why
Ronald Reagan,
to
who
paint
recognized
a
that
slightly
some
cynical
humans would
possibility,
die
which
as
I
a
don't
result of the
see
coming battle,
happening,
but he saw this
but I
as
sort
our
of put
only
sort of
choice.
value into leadership.
And we needed to strike
I think
now while the aliens were
it
still
wasn't
weak,
obvious that the
and we
moon
could
landing would be so
exploit their
exciting for all of human
vulnerabilities, which he
civilization. Some of
documented
that had to do
extensively
with the right
through his
speeches,
radio
the
and
space
TV
race,
communications with them.
like
So what did
space,
President Reagan do?
depending on how it's
It's
presented,
not
can be
clear
boring.
that President Reagan received the document that
I
Paul
don't
had
think it's
sent
been
to
that
him.
so far, but
All Paul
eventually,
got back was a boilerplate letter explaining that the government no longer investigated
like 10 years
UFOs
ago.
since the closing of
Some
Project
writer, I forget who
Opal
wrote,
in 1970.
it's like the best
Only
magic trick in the show happened at
backlash
the
with
beginning, and now
information
they're
Paul
starting
had
to do this
received
like
in
easy
the
as you know,
form
it's like
of
you can't
a
go in
FOIA
that direction.
document, which
The line that the writer said
indicated
is
that
like
the
watching
government was still investigating UFOs
astronauts go
on
up to the
a
space station
covert
after
basis.
watching the moon is like
With
watching
information
Columbus
being
sail to
funneled up
Ease.
to our space
It's just
agency,
like,
NASA.
you know, it's
Why
everything is
might
so
President
unpractical.
Reagan
Going up
not
to the
have
space station,
seen
not to
Paul's
explore
battle
multiple
plan?
science
One
experiments and
possibility is that
you're
it was
sending
typical Washington
rockets up.
and Defense
You know,
Department
not
bureaucracy.
here and
The
there it's a
Aquarius
probe, but mostly
document
you're sending up
indicated
the
that the
satellites,
government's
you know,
covert
for
UFO
direct TV,
investigation
you know,
was
whatever it
classified
is.
top secret,
It's kind of like
and
laying
the
Earth
information
industry,
generated
you know,
was
usage.
distributed on a highly limited
So I
basis.
agree with you, space is boring
The
there.
president gets all kinds of people writing
The
to him
first
every
human
day, and it's extremely
setting
possible
foot on
that the
Mars
person answering the
gotta be a
correspondence
crazy
simply
global
wasn't
event. I
on
can't
the
imagine it not being.
Aquarius
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm
distribution
taking for
list
granted that
and
the
didn't have
speeches
a
and the
need to
space
know
race
about
and
it.
I
As a
think the
result, they
value
give the
of, I
standard
guess what I'm
boilerplate
pushing
reply and
is
never
the
show
value of
Reagan the
people
document.
like Elon Musk
Could
and
the
potentially other
document have
leaders
been
that hopefully step
deliberately
up.
kept away
This
from
is really
Reagan by
important here.
people
Like
who had been
I would
implanted
argue
by the
without
aliens?
the publicity of
That's another
SpaceX, not just
possibility.
the
That may
ingenuity
have
of
hurt
SpaceX,
Paul.
but like
After all,
what
he
they've done
estimated
publicly by having
conservatively
a
that
figure
the
that
aliens
tweets
had
and all that
implanted
kind of stuff like that.
200,000 people in the United
That's a
States
source of
alone.
inspiration.
And
NASA
if
wasn't
you're
able to quite
conducting
pull
a
off with the
covert
shuttle.
invasion,
That's one of his
the
two
nation's
reasons for
command and
doing it.
control is
SpaceX
what you
exists
want
for
to
two
do
reasons.
first.
One,
So Paul may well have
life insurance for the
suspected that
species.
people
For,
high
you know,
up in the
if you're,
Defense
I always
Department
think
and
about
the
this way. If you're
government
an
have
alien on some
already
faraway
been
planet,
co-opted
you're
by the
rooting
aliens
against
and were
humanity, and
deliberately
You win the bet
frustrating
if
his
humanity
players.
goes extinct.
Wouldn't he make himself a target if he announced himself like this
You do
with the
not want them
Project
to
Beta
have their
document?
eggs in two baskets.
He'd already
Yeah.
established a communication slate with the
And
aliens,
sure. It's
including
like obviously,
video
you
link,
could have some,
by
something
decoding
that
their
kills everyone on both
transmissions and
planets, some
purple
AI
Air Force
or
Base.
something.
That's
But
a big part of how he learned so much
the point is,
about them,
obviously,
their
it's good for
capabilities
our
and their
chances, our
weaknesses,
long-term
especially
chances,
their
to be having,
psychology.
choose
But
self-sustaining
if
civilizations.
people who had been
The second
compromised
reason
by the aliens
he
intercepted
values
his
this, I think,
Project
just as
Beta
much
attack
is
plan,
the greatest adventure in
that would
history,
tell the aliens
going
he was a direct
multiplanetary,
threat to
and
them,
that, it's,
and they might
people
well
need some
take
reason to
action.
wake up in the morning
In fact, all reported
and
that
it'll
they
just be
did.
this hopefully great
He
uniting
took
event.
special
I mean, I'm sure
precautions to protect
today's
himself.
nasty, awful
His
political
colleague,
environment,
ufologist Bill
which is like
Moore,
a
reports on the state he was
whirlpool
in
that
by
sucks
the time of their last
everything
meeting in
into it.
1986 or
You name a thing,
1987.
and it's become a
He
nasty
had
political
guns
conflict.
and knives all
So
over the
I
house.
hope
He
I
had
hope
installed extra
that
locks on his doors,
space
and he
can,
swore that
Mars
they,
can just
meaning the
bring everything
aliens,
together.
were
But,
cutting through his
it
walls
could
at
become
night
this hideous
and
thing where
injecting
it's,
him with
we're
hideous
a billionaire or
chemicals
something
which would
annoying.
knock him
This
out for long
storyline gets built
periods
so
of
half the
time.
people think that anyone who's excited
One
about
was
Mars is
shocked at his
evil,
friend's appearance. He
something.
looked like a concentration
Anyway, I
camp
hope
survivor. He'd lost a lot of
So
weight.
far,
His
space
hands
has
were
been
shaky.
uniting
He smoked
spiders.
incessantly. Moore once
thing.
counted 28
In fact,
cigarettes in
especially
45
during this
minutes
time of
during a
pandemic,
lunch
has been
date where Benowitz
just
touched not a bite of his
commercial
food.
identity putting out humans into
Benowitz told
space
Moore
for the
that
first
after the
time
aliens injected him,
was just
they would make him drive his
the
car
only
out
big
into
source
the
of hope.
desert in the middle
Totally
of the
in
night,
awe, just like
but he
watching
couldn't
this
remember what he
huge
did after he got
skyscraper
there.
go up in the air,
Both
flip
Moore
over,
and
back down
Richard
and land.
Downey
I mean, it
independently
just makes
recalled
everyone want to
noticing
sit back
injection
and clap
marks
and kind of
running
like
down
the way I
Benowitz's
look at
arm.
something like
So
SpaceX
perhaps
is
the aliens
it
had
makes me
come to
proud
realize that
to
Paul
be a
Benowitz
human.
was a
And I
threat
think it
to
makes a
them,
lot of people feel that way.
and
It's like
were
good for our
taking
self-esteem.
actions to
It's like, you know what, we're
increasingly
pretty,
render him
we had a lot of
unstable
problems, but
so
like
as
we're
to
kind of awesome.
neutralize him.
And if we
Paul
put people
also
on Mars,
discovered
sitting
to
up
his
an
horror
Earth flag
that
on
his wife
Mars, like,
Cindy had
damn,
been
you know, we should be
implanted
so
with one
proud
of the alien
of our like little
devices.
family here. Like we did
Presumably, he
something
found a
cool. By the
telltale
way,
scar that he had
I
seen
made
on
it
other
clear to
implant victims
SpaceX,
that revealed its
people, including
location.
you, many
Paul
times,
and
and
his
I
family
just like
seemed
once
to
a
be
year
under grave
reminder that
threat at this point.
if they want to
What
make
could
this
he do
more
in
exciting,
response?
send the
Probably
writer
one of the best things he could
to
do to protect
Mars
himself
on,
would
you
be
know,
to
another
simply
thing.
walk
I'll
away, to
blog
use
about it.
his
So I'm just, you know,
communications
continuing to throw
link
this
to
out
tell
there.
the aliens that he was
Which
canceling
I'm
his
trying to get Sandra to
investigations
send me
and
to Mars. Now I
give it
understand.
all up so that he was
So
no
I
longer a
just want to
threat.
clarify on which
That
trip
would
does
mean
the
letting
writer
their
want to
plot
go.
against
I think
Earth
my
go
dream
forward,
one, to
but
be
at least
honest,
he
would
might
be
save
like
himself
the,
and his
you know, like
family.
the Apollo
And, in
8 where they
fact,
just looped
he
around the moon
counseled
and came
him to
back.
stop.
Because
His family
landing
members
on
were telling
Mars
him that he needed to stop,
give you a lot of
and
good
his
content to learn
friend,
about.
Air Force
great
Special Agent
content,
Richard
right?
Downey,
I mean, the amount of kind of
I actually
high-minded,
sat down with
you know,
Paul
and so
and
I would
told
go into the
Paul,
thing and I would
this is
talk
Paul.
about it.
I think you
And
gotta stop
I'd
doing
be
this.
in microgravity, so I'd be
As far as
bouncing
you
around
can
my
go.
little space. I get a little, I don't
This
think you
is
send
a
me in a
friend.
dragon, I don't need to do a whole
This is Richard Downey.
and
wasn't for
and I would bounce around and I would get to, and I've always had a dream of going to like one of those nice jails for a year because I just have nothing to do besides like read books and I have no responsibilities and no social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's a side topic, but I think
But also, you, I mean, to be honest, you land on Mars,
go back to
that big, and then if you die there,
business,
like finishing your writing, it will be
let's just say that
that much more powerful for the impact.
yeah, and then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication of it, which is the whole point.
For some of the greatest writers in history to get a chance to experience the publication of their
I know. I don't really think. I think back to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really like crushed it, you know. But then you think about it.
After all,
It doesn't like you could literally die today and then become the next Jesus like 2,000 years from now in this civilization that's like they're you know they're like
by
magical
August
in
of
the clouds
1988,
and they're
after
worshiping
8
you.
very long
They're
years of
worshiping Lex like
unrelenting
and
stress
like
and
that sounds like
fear,
your ego probably
the
would feel wow that's pretty
61-year-old
cool.
Paul
Except
Benowitz could no longer
relevant to you.
function
You never even
normally.
knew what happened. This feels
He
like
had
a Rick
turned
and
over
Morty
much of the day-to-day operations of his business under
Okay,
scientific labs to associates and his 2 adult sons.
You've written about
Former
it.
acquaintance Gary Massey says that Benowitz had
It'd be
finally
cool to
barricaded himself in the house
talk
and
about
had
what are
piled
your ideas
sandbags
of what,
all around the
the magic
windows.
sauces you've written
His
about.
family, finally
do you like?
convinced that his sanity
What
and
makes
health
them
were in
so
immediate danger,
successful?
took him
His
to the
style
Anna
of
Caseman
thinking, his
mental health
ambition, his
facility in
dreams, his
Albuquerque, just a
people he
couple of
connects
miles up the
with,
road from
the kind
Thunder
of problems he
Scientific
tackles,
headquarters,
their kind of
and
comments
checked
he
him in
make
for
about what
nervous
makes them
exhaustion.
special.
I
And you
think
can
that
understand
obviously there's a
that
lot
Paul
of
would
things
have
that he's
nervous
very good at. He
exhaustion
has
after all the shocking things he've been through.
He's obviously super
After he
intelligent.
got
His
out of
heart
the
is
hospital,
very much in
Paul
like I
finally
think the
did
right place.
back
Like,
off
I
and
really,
cease his
really believe
UFO
that.
studies, though he still
And I think he
believes
senses
the
that, you know, he
aliens
just
and other
doesn't
things he discovered.
seem like a grifter of
After
any
the
kind.
end of
He's
his
truly
life,
trying to do
he
these big
passed
things
in
for the right reasons.
2003 at
And
the
he's
age of
obviously
75.
crazy ambitious and hardworking. Right?
And
Not
there are
everyone
just
is.
a few
People are as
remaining questions we
talented,
need to
have
look
cool
at,
vision, but they just don't want
like
to
how
have their
much
life
of
that way.
all this was the Air
So
Force and his
that's none of
friend
those
Richard
alone
Downey
is
lying to
what makes
Paul
Elon.
about.
I mean, if it were, there'd be more.
More on that
Because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart
after
enough
we
to
take a
accumulate a lot of
moment
money
to
and
thank our
influence and they have
patrons
great
who make
ambition
this show
and
possible,
they have a, you
including
know, their
Teresa
heart's in the right
S.,
place.
Jess K,
To me,
Megan
it
F,
is the
Patrick
very
W,
unusual
and
quality
Paul
he
B.
has is that
Their
he's
generous
sane in
donations
a
at
way that almost every human is crazy.
sqpn.com/give make
What I
it
mean by
possible
that
for
is
us to
we are
continue Jimmy
programmed
Aiken's Mysterious World and all the shows at
to
StarQuest. And now's a great
trust
time to become a StarQuest
conventional
patron.
wisdom
Thanks to a generous
over
gift
our
from a
own reasoning.
StarQuest supporter. When you start a new
for good
Patreon
reason.
monthly pledge at
If you go back 50,000 years,
pastpn.com/give,
and
the
conventional
first 3
wisdom
months will be
says,
matched by an equal
don't
amount
eat
from our donor.
that very,
So if you become a new
or
patron
this is
at
the way you
$10 a month,
tie a
after
spearhead to
3
a
months,
spear.
our donor will give
And
$30
you're
to
thinking, I'm
StarQuest
smarter
to
than that.
support
Like,
all our
you're not.
shows,
You know,
including
that
this one,
comes from
making your gift go
accumulation
even
of life
further.
experience. accumulation
So
of
if you've been thinking of
observation and
becoming a
experience
StarQuest patron,
over many
now's the time.
generations,
Visit
and that's the little mini version of the collective
sqpn.com/give
super
today.
intelligence.
Jimmy
It's like,
Akin's Mysterious World
it's
is also
equivalent of
brought to you in
making
part
a
with the
pencil
generous
today, like,
support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation
people
at
back then, like
AaronV.com.
the conventional wisdom, like had this super
AARONV.com. Making
this
connections
knowledge
for
that
life
no
for
human
your
could ever
automation and smart
So
home needs
we're very
in
wired
North
to
and
trust it.
Central
Plus,
Florida.
second
And
thing
by
is that the people who
GroceryArmy.com.
just say they
Have
believe
more
the
peace.
mountain is
Visit
they worship the mountain is their God,
GroceryArmy.com
right? The
to
guy in
get
the
a
mountain
free
determines their
All-Twine
fate.
Knotted
That's not true,
Rosary,
right?
downloadable
The
audio
conventionalist is wrong
rosaries,
here, but
and more. Make them, pray them,
believing it
give them away
was
at
helpful to survive
RosaryArmy.com.
because you
So
were one,
Jimmy, let's talk about the
part of the
theories
crowd and you saved
concerning
the tribe
this
and you
whole
started to,
subject.
you
What
know,
theories are there about
insult
Paul
their
Benowitz
the
and
mountain
Project
god and
Beta?
say that's just a
I've
mountain.
already
It's
mentioned a
not,
big
you know,
one,
he
how
didn't
much
fare
was
very well,
all
right? So
being
it,
lied
for a lot
to.
of reasons, it was a
And
great
to
survival
extent,
trait.
what's
Just
being
trust what
lied
other
to,
people
how
said
the disinformation
and
campaign
believe it.
unfolded.
And truly, you know,
Also,
the more you
why did
really
they lie
believe
to
it, the
them?
better.
What was the Air Force trying to
Today,
do? And since
conventional
every
wisdom
good
in a
disinformation
rapidly
campaign
changing
has
world,
elements of truth in it,
and a
how much of what he was
giant
told about the
society, our
UFOs
brains are
happened
not
to be
built to
true?
understand that. They have a few
And then
settings,
finally,
you know,
we
and
need to
none of
review
them
our
is,
findings from the same
300
perspective.
million person
All right,
society.
what can we say
So
about what
there,
happened to
so
Paul
your
Benowitz
brain is
from the
basically
reason perspective? Let's start by talking about his friend,
is
Special
treating
Agent
a lot of
Richard
things like a
What
small
do we know
tribe,
about
even
him?
though they're not. They're
He was born
and
in
they're treating
1950
conventional wisdom
and
as
has a
you
pedigree
know, very
connected
wise
with UFOs,
in a way
as
that
his
is not. You
uncle,
think about it this
Major
way: it's like
Edward Doty,
picture
headed
like a
Project
bucket that's not
Twinkle,
moving
which
very much.
investigated
They're
the
moving like a
alien
millimeter a
fireballs
year,
over New
and so it has
Mexico
time to collect
in
a lot. And that's
1938
like conventional wisdom. In
that
the old
people
days,
thought were
very few
connected
things
with
change. Like your
UFOs.
10,
As
your
we
great great
indicated,
grandmother probably
Special
lived a
Agent
similar
Doty
life to you,
was a
maybe on the
Air
same
Force
planet.
officer assigned to the Office
And
of
so old
Special
people really do what you're
Investigations.
talking about.
They
Today, the bucket's
provide
moving really
criminal
quickly.
investigative
And so, you
services,
know, the wisdom doesn't
detective
accumulate, but
services,
we think
and
it does because our brain
counterintelligence
settings doesn't have the,
services, and it's the
you know,
latter
quickly moving
capacity
bucket
that
settings. So,
Doty was involved
my
with
grandmother
all in
gives
here.
me advice all the
In
time.
his dealings with
And
Paul Benowitz,
I have to decide,
Agent Doty was
is this,
functioning
so
as a
there's certain things that are not
counterintelligence
changing, like
officer. That
relationships
is,
and love
an
and
officer whose
loyalty,
job
things like
is
this.
to thwart
Her advice on those
intelligence
things, I listen
efforts
to it all day.
directed
She's one of those
against the
people who
United
said you gotta live
States.
near
How
you
does
love,
Doty
live near
describe
your
the
family,
beginning
right?
of his
I
relationship with
think
Paul?
that is like
At the
tremendous
that
wisdom,
Paul
right? That is
had
wisdom.
been
That
getting
happens to be
film
something that
footage of
doesn't
strange
change
lights
generation
over
to
Air
generation.
Force
We're not,
Base, as
right?
well as
She
picking
all
up unusual radio transmissions
she's
from
also
space.
right. So I'll
Paul
be
contacted
I
both
agree that I
security,
realize that
wanting to
it's
alert
a
them to a
metaverse, like
potential
exactly
security
it doesn't
threat,
matter.
but
Like you
Agent
have to
Doty
not the
initially
same when
thought
you're not the
he
person that
might
saying
be
it's
coming
exactly the
from
same.
the Soviets.
And then all of a
After
sudden
all,
you
this
think
was
you with
during the
their
Cold
link,
War.
I'm gonna be like,
And
slow down.
that
I don't
shaped
understand what
the
you're
initial
let's
meeting.
talk like a
In
normal
the
person.
documentary
Anyway,
we've mentioned,
so
which is called
so my
Mirage
grandmother then,
Man,
but then she says,
Doty
you know,
says
you're I
this:
don't know about
Paul
this
didn't
writing
know
you're doing. You go to
initially
law
what
school,
he
and you want to be secure.
he
And
didn't
that's not good advice for me.
analyze
You know,
it.
given the
I
world
mean,
I'm
he
in
had
and what I
gotten the
like to
first
do and what I'm good at,
series
that's not the
of
right advice. But
transmissions
because the world is totally, she's
he
in a different world.
recorded
She
them,
became
and then he
wise for a world
contacted
no
the
longer here.
security
Right?
officer for
Now, if you think about that, so then
I
when we talk
began
conventional
a
wisdom, it's a
dialogue
little
with
like my
Paul,
grandmother.
trying to find out everything he
There's a lot
had.
of, no, it's not maybe
And as I
60
did,
years outdated,
then
like
I
her
learned
software.
that a lot
It's
of the
maybe
information he had
10 years outdated,
wasn't
conventional wisdom,
anything to
sometimes
do
20.
with any
So
Soviet
anyway, I think
threat or
that
some
we
kind of
all
hostile threat against Turkey.
continually
It was
don't
information
have
that
the
he gathered
confidence in
because
our
of the
own
fact that he was a
reasoning when it
scientist.
conflicts with
And
what
because that
everyone else
sensitive
thinks, when
and
with what seems
sophisticated
right.
equipment,
We
he
don't
was
have
collecting
the gut
emissions
us to act on that reasoning for that reason. Right? And so so many just from the beginning, building Sin 2 was the first company.
Yeah, 2 films of an
And,
object flying. One
it was internet advertising at the time. People said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking like the metaverse, VR metaverse. People were like, oh, we're saying, we facilitate internet advertising. People were saying, yeah, we're going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. Actually, it wasn't that he's magical and saw the future. That he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius. I don't believe. I think it was just seeing the truth, and when everyone else is laughing, saying, "Well, you're wrong." I mean,
and we had to decide
I did the math, and here it is, right? Next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, "Oh yeah, people are going to put their financial information on the internet." No way.
As we mentioned,
to us, it seems so obvious. You went back there, you could probably feel the same. You think that is a fake company. No, it's just obviously not a good idea. You looked around and said, I see what this is. And so again, you can see where it was going to see what it was and not what it, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier.
Highest ranking person
SpaceX, the ultimate
general, said
a friend of his apparently compiled a video montage of rockets blowing
kind of
to show him this is not a good idea. And but just in the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who thought this was kind of
what we were doing.
Start launching rockets,
And so after the meeting, there was a number of questions asked.
Conventionalism said this isn't a bad endeavor. We're putting all this money into.
And Paul says, I'd like
Landing
a
rockets
grant
was another thing. Well, here's the classic kind of way we
on the base.
If this could be done, NASA was done it a long time ago because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back then. It's obviously something that can't be done, and the math on his envelope said, well, it can't be done. So he just did it. So in each of these cases, I think actually in some ways Elon gets too much credit. As people think it's that he's it's that his Einstein intelligence, or he can see the future, or he has incredible guts. He's so courageous. But if you actually are looking at reality,
within
you assess the probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And you just have to be pretty smart and pretty courageous, and you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom, because your individual reasoning, part of it is that we see that we can't build a system, we can't build the civilization on our own, right? We kind of count to the collective, because for good reason. But this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. The Beatles were doing their kind of Motown chord patterns in the early '60s, and they were doing what was normal. They were doing what clearly this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird because they were so popular. They had this confidence to say, we're gonna start just experimenting. And it turns out that if all these people are in this one group together doing music, and just there's a lot of land over there. And it seems like for the managers would say that all the record executives say, no, you have to be here. This is what sells. And it's just not true. So I think that Elon is that's why I think that the term for this, that actually Elon likes to use is reasoning for first principles physics. First principles are your axioms. Physicists, they don't say what do people think? No, they say what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventionalism was right, he never would have even tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it or actually steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. We don't. It takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason for first principles. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. You want to often copy other people's reasons most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time. That's good, but there's certain moments where you're forgetting just for a second, succeeding in the world of Elon. Who you're going to marry, where are you going to settle down, how are you going to raise your kids,
software that
how are you going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career paths. If you look at the transcript, this is what on your deathbed, when you look back on it, these are the few number of choices that are in your life. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason it with no water, and not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, look at the way he's on Twitter. It's not how you're supposed to be when you're a super famous, industry. You're not supposed to be silly on Twitter and memes and get little quibbles. Just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do, which sometimes serves him and sometimes doesn't. But I think it has taken him. I probably wouldn't describe his approach to Twitter as first principle, but I guess that's I think it is. Well, first of all, I will say that a lot of people think, oh, he's going to be done after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man of the year. Like it's something is not sinking him, and I think it's not that I think this is super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is his silly side, but I think that his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk of just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires would say, well, no one else is doing that. So we must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me to it. That's okay to be silly on Twitter. And but yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing it.
How does he think
think about all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reasoning. Airbnb was over 60 with VCs. A lot of people think, obviously, they know something he didn't, right? But they didn't. They said, I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain. And then that's both the big picture and detail, like engineering problems. It's fun to talk to him. It's fun to talk to Jim Keller, who's a good example of this kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get cost down. They always talk about like SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit or something like that. This is how they reason we get the cost down. It's a very kind of raw materials, like just very basic way of thinking. First principles. It's really, and the first principles of rocket are like the price of raw materials and gravity, you know, and these are your first principles and fuel. Henry Ford, you know, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Simply that, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, this isn't how manufacturing is normally, is normally done this way, but I think this is a different kind of product. And that's what changed it, because, and then what happens when someone reasons first principles, they often fail. You're going out into the fog with no conventional wisdom to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns. What are they doing? What are they? They all flock over. Look at the iPhone. Steve Jobs was famously good at first principles. That guy had crazy self-confidence. He just said, if I think this is right, like everyone, and I don't know how he does that, and I don't think Apple can do that. They lost that. That one brain's ability to do that made it a totally different company.
How did he become involved with Paul Benowitz?
He didn't say, I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs. But of course, it was a team at Apple who said they did look at the flip phones and said, okay, what kind of, let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and really cool Apple keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? What are the axioms here? And none of it involved a keyboard necessarily. About foundation of there was no keyboards. It didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly goes, what are they doing? Now every phone looks like the iPhone. That's how it goes.
So was a group nobody
you tweeted
named MJ12.
What's something you changed your mind
on? To our story today, NASA was following the information that Paul Benowitz was developing.
Sam Harris responded with their power. There's a bunch of people with cool responses there. In general, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what have you changed your mind about, big or small? Perhaps in doing the research for some of your writing.
The document in its
pristine
condition was only seen by
just
Bill
finishing a
Moore
book
in the
on
offices of
kind of why our
AFOSI.
society
And once again, in
such a
February of
shit place at the
1981,
moment, just
when he was handed a
polarized.
heavily
We
edited
have all
and
these gifts.
rewritten
It's like we're
version of the
talking about the
message,
supermarket.
and told
We
that he
have
was to give this copy
exploding
to Paul
technology.
Benowitz.
Fewer people
When he
are
asked why the new version was riddled with
it's
changes,
Louis C.K.
Falcon
Like to
replied
say,
that it had to be
everything's amazing and no one's
sanitized
happy,
to
right?
protect
But
sensitive
it's really
projects.
extreme.
It was the
moment right
first
now
time
where
that
it's
he'd
like
been asked to lie
hate
to a
is on
fellow
the rise.
researcher.
Crazy
This
things,
sort
right?
of commitment to the
If I
deception
can
bothered
interrupt,
Moore,
obviously you
and
did
he
tweet
sat on
that
the
you just
document
wrote the
for a
last
few
word.
months
I sure did.
until he was
And
gently
then there's
warned
some
that all
hilarious
operations
assholes who
were
said,
off
no, you just have
unless he
to
followed
work
through.
on all the ones
Moore
in the middle.
explains,
Yeah, I heard that. I mean,
my
when
understanding,
you
although I
earn a
never knew for
reputation
sure,
as a
was that Benowitz was
as a
expected to
tried
wave
true
it to the
procrastinator,
press
you're just going to
and
get
others
fired.
as proof of
Forever,
what
and
he was
that's fine.
saying about
I
an
accept
alien
it.
invasion.
So, do you
At which
mind
point the
sharing
document
a
would
little
be
bit more
denounced
about
as
the
counterfeit,
details of what you're
and
writing
Benowitz
here?
would be further discredited.
How do you approach this question about the state of society? I wanted to figure out what was going on, because what I noticed was a bad trend. It's not that things are bad; it's that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. If you look at Max Moser's stuff, he comes up with all these amazing graphs. And this is what's weird: is that things are getting better in almost every important metric you can think of.
He got an almost Solomonic
Except
the middle idea.
the amount of people who hate other people in their own country, and the amount of people that hate their own country, the amount of Americans that hate America's on the rise, right? The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise.
And as
The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things, like on a very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? There's something causing that. It's not that a bunch of new people were born who are just dicks. Something is going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation. Human behavior, and it's the output that I think the two inputs are human nature and environment. Right? This is basic, super kindergarten level, like animal behavior, but I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you throw that nature into a certain environment and it reacts. Right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior. Right? Human nature is not changing very much, but suddenly we're behaving differently. Right? We are, again, look at the polls. Like, it used to be that the president, was liked by, I don't remember the exact numbers, but 80% or 70% of their own party and 50% of the other party. And now it's like 40% of their own party and 10% of the other party. And it's not that the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue that they are, but more so. There's a lot of idiot presidents. They're not that. What's going on is something in the environment is changing. That you're seeing as a change in behavior. Because an easy example here is that by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. This hard to measure, but there's metrics like how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race? And that number is plummeting. But racial grievance is skyrocketing, right? There's a lot of examples. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I took it up, the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully we might, is that all this other stuff I like to write about, all this future stuff, right? This is magical. I was thinking this, I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways. I think that our world would be a utopia. Would seem like actual heaven. Like whatever Thomas Jefferson was picturing as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that if he came to 2021 in the US, it would be better. It's cooler than heaven. But we live in a place that's cooler than 1710. Yeah. Again, other than the fact that you can still die. Now, I think the future world actually probably would have, quote, eternal life. I don't think anyone wants eternal life.
To sweeten the pot, AFOSI also told them that the risk was part of a counter-espionage project against the Russians, which in a sense it was, as we shall see.
But the point is, I think about that later in this episode, and I do believe that, like, if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if we
being used for
things go wrong. Now think about the trends here. Just like the 20th century seemed like magically utopia in some of the 16th century.
Doty talked about this in an interview back in 2005,
kind of the worst things
many listeners of
ever
Mysterious World
in terms of
will
just absolute
recognize the voice
World War
of the
II.
interviewer.
The biggest genocide ever. You've got maybe climate change. If it is the existential threat that many people think it is, we never had an existential threat on that level before. So the good is getting better and the bad is getting worse. So when I think about the future, I think of us as some kind of
what we did was we went ahead and
long canoe as a species. 5 million mile long canoe. Each of us sitting in a row. We each have one orange paddle on the left side or the right side. And what we know is there's a fork up there. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia on the other side. And I really believe that that's we're probably not headed for just an okay future. It's just the way tech is exploding. Like it's probably going to be really good or really bad. The question is, which sides would be growing on? You can't see it, right? But it really matters. I'm writing all this future stuff and I'm saying none of this matters if we're squabbling our way into kind of like a civil war right now. So what's going on?
At one point in the proceedings, Officer Gabe Valdez was helping to coordinate a local Albuquerque news crew reconnaissance of the area for a documentary that had hired
what are my big sources? This is my answer to
enough
what
for the AFOSI. The Delta Force was conducting one of their free-for-alls up on the Archuleta Mesa that day. As the news helicopter was hovering about over the pines, Benowitz pointing out areas of interest, three huge Black Hawk helicopters streamed over a ridge and buzzed the terrified passengers. Thinking that they were under some sort of attack or harassment, they quickly retreated and landed back at the local airport with the Army in hot pursuit. The Delta Force set down a few hundred feet away and disgorged a few of their black-clad personnel, while Army tank trucks rolled out to retrieve them. Still shaken and dubious about approaching the menacing group, Benowitz and the news people asked Valdez if he knew what was going on. Unnerved, but undaunted, Valdez approached the open door of the nearest helicopter. One of the officers shouted that Valdez was out of his jurisdiction, but the single-minded Valdez jumped aboard to take a close-up look at the identifying patches on one of the uniforms before he was threatened with more than a verbal warning and backed off. Recalling the incident, Valdez said, "This was my jurisdiction, damn it, and I wanted to see who was invading my town and scaring people." The AFOSI also asked the Army to fly low over farmhouses and pastures to drive home the point. Special forces were in the area, and something was going on up on Archuleta. Hotshot pilots were only too happy to
Also,
comply.
on one hand, it's not, I don't think there's that many really great
Valdez was
frankly. I think if you get into it, people are kind of, a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done with our worst, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we want to right? Most of us have a lot of unethical stuff, right?
What was that?
On the other hand, if you actually really got into someone else's brain, you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma that they experienced, and then you looked at the insecurities they had.
Classified at this time.
And you looked at all their behavior, you assembled a highlight reel of your worst
That raises the question of what technologies the Air
you've ever
Force
done.
and
The
the
worst
other
thing, most
agencies
selfish,
were
the
trying
time
to
you
protect
tell
by
something
line to
where,
Paul.
and you just have people
What's
like,
the
wow,
current
that's an
thinking on
awful
that?
person.
There
You
are
highlighted your,
different
you did a montage
theories.
of your best
Obviously,
moments,
whatever
it
it
was
was
obviously
that
done,
crashed
right?
on
And of
Archuleta
course, we all have both.
whether a self-plane
So,
or a drone was one of them. But there were also
I've
other
started to
technologies.
really try to remind myself that everyone's a
the
point
NSA
five,
communication
right? And
system
point fives are
that
all
Paul
worthy
hacked
of criticism,
into
and
and
we're
that
all
they
worthy
then
of
turned
compassion.
against him to
And
feed him
the
messages
thing that
from
makes
the
me
aliens.
hopeful is
In
that
his
I
book,
really think
Project
that
Beta,
there's a
the
bunch of
bishop
point
makes the
fives,
case
and
that
point
one
fives
was another
are good enough
technology,
that we should be able
alternately
to
known
create
as
a society
Project
together. There's a lot of love and
Rainbow, or
everything.
as Tabor
And I think there's more love
which
in humans.
involved tracking and controlling
I always remember this
Soviet
moment.
spy satellites.
This is,
These were
we're gonna
things
jump. I was in
we
a Red
had
Sox,
learned how to
Boston Red Sox
do
baseball.
based
Derek
on the
Jeter is who
efforts
we
of
hate the
people
most.
spying for
Who's on the
us in
Yankees?
Russia. Simple
And
identification was not the
right?
end prize in
Jeter,
all
right?
this dangerous
It was his
effort.
last game in
The
fact, he's
assets
retired.
stationed in
He
Russia
got
had
this
done their
rousing
job
standing
so
ovation,
well
and I almost
that the
cried.
Americans not
And it
only
was like,
knew
what
which
is going
pieces
on?
of
We hate this guy,
technology were
but actually,
passing
there's so
silently
much love
overhead,
in all of you.
they
You know,
also knew
it
how
felt
to
so good
defeat
to
some
just
of
give
the
a
satellite
huge cheer
security
to
coded
this guy we
systems,
hate because it's
made
like
the
this
information
moment of
stored
like
in
a
their
little
memory,
fist pound.
and even
Of course, we all actually love
reprogram
each
their
other.
guidance
And I think there's
systems
so
to
much of
steer
that.
them out of orbit.
And so the thing that I
The
think I've
secret
come
lay
around on is I
in laser
think that
communication.
we are in an
The
environment
Russians had
that's
devised a way of
bringing out
talking to their
really bad stuff.
spacecraft
I
using
don't think
laser
if I thought
pulses
it was the people,
instead of more
I
easily
would be more hopeful.
intercepted
Like if it
radio
was human
waves.
nature, I'd be,
Once the boys
I'd
at
be more upset.
Kirtland had identified and tracked the
Two
orbits of their
independent
targets,
variables here.
the information was
Or
immediately
the fifth
relayed to
variable,
the
which is a
Stallion
constant, which is
laser
human nature. There's the
facility
independent variable
located
environment,
200 miles
and then the
south
behavior is the
at
dependent
White
variable.
Sands Missile Range.
I like that
There,
the thing that I
laser
think is
experts
bad
and
is the
intelligence
independent
officers
variable,
used the
which means
stolen
I think we
codes
can,
to tap
the
into the
environment can get
satellites
better. There's a
and
lot of things I can
download
go into
any
about
useful
why the
information,
environment I think is bad,
such as
but
any sensitive
I have
areas
hope because I
that had
think
been
the thing that's
photographed,
bad for us is something that
and then sent a command to steer the
first
spacecraft
principles
into a
idea here
useless
is that
orbit
most
or
people have the
attitude.
capacity to be
By the time it appeared over the
0.7
Russian
to
horizon,
0.9.
Soviet
If the
technicians were
environment
completely bamboozled
is
as to why their equipment was constantly
properly
screwing
calibrated
up.
to the right
They would
sentence.
correct
I
the
think that, well, I
problem
think
as the
that
satellite
maybe
passed over
if
them,
we're all,
only
yeah,
to
we're
have
all
the thing
point
come back
fives.
around the
I
next
think that
time
that
with a whole new set
that
of
environments can
malfunctions.
bring out our
The
good side. You know,
satellite
yes, maybe
espionage
we're all
program,
on
which
some
may
kind of
have been known
distribution,
either as Project Rainbow
and
or
the right
Tabor
environment,
Orange,
yes, can
depending
bring
on
out
who was
our higher
talking,
side.
was
And
an
I think a lot
unqualified
of ways
success.
you could say it has.
But
I mean,
Paul Benowitz represented the
the
weak link in
U.S.
security.
environment we take for granted.
After the
The
AFOSI
liberal
found out who was
laws
taking
and
pictures of the
liberal
laser,
environment that we live
they
in.
again broke
I
into
mean,
his home,
like
located the
in New York
pictures,
City,
and
right?
replaced them
If
with
you walk
white
down the
frames.
street and you
So
like assault
this
someone,
may have been one of the
A, if anyone
technologies
sees you,
that
you're
was
probably going to yell.
stumbled
You might get
across.
your ass kicked by
And there
someone
may
for
have been
doing that.
others as
You
well.
also might
Who was
end up
giving
in
Doty
jail.
his orders?
You know, the
One
security
theory
cameras,
that's been
and this is
proposed
normal.
in
You know, we're all
the
trained. That's an awful thing to do,
is that
right? So there's
nobody
it's not
was
that human
giving his
nature
orders.
doesn't
There
have
was
it
a
in
rogue
it
agent
to
who
be like
decided
that.
to
It's
do
that
this on his own.
this
Doty, of
environment we're
course,
in
denies
has
this.
made that
How
much,
did
much,
you
much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much the worst human nature is contained by our environment. And but I think that rapidly changing environment, what we have right now, social media starts. I mean, what a seismic change in the environment. There's a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment can create rapidly changing behavior, and wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so, we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants or Sam's about nuclear power or anything else?
Sam's, I think, is I have a friend, Isabel Lomeke, who has who's a nuclear power. I've become very convinced, not that my but this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect all say nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously emission-free, but they'd be concerns about meltdowns, ways they see that they're completely overblown. So,
who Doty's
judging from
immediate
those
superior
people,
was, and his
secondary
name
knowledge
and
here, I will
books
say
on this
I'm
topic,
a
and
strong
Doty
advocate.
has said he got
I
his
haven't done
orders
my
from
own
him.
deep dive yet, but it
And
does
we
seem
know
like
that
a little
Doty's
bit odd
superior also had
that
interactions
got
with Benowitz
people
as
who are
part of the
so concerned
deception.
about
On
climate
at
change,
least one occasion, he flew over Archuleta with
who
Cole.
have, it
As
seems like
far
it's
as
kind
I
of an
know,
ideology
he hasn't spoken publicly
where
about the
nuclear
Benowitz
power
affair,
doesn't
but
fit
the
rather than
evidence strongly
rational
supports
fear of
Doty's
climate
superior
change
as being involved.
that somehow is
The real
anti
question would be, how high up does she
I
need to be on
personally
the
am
project went?
uncomfortably
Do we have a
reasoning
sense
by
of that?
analogy
I'm
with
sure it
climate
didn't
change.
go all
I
the way
actually
up
have
to
not done a
Commander-in-Chief
deep dive myself.
President Ronald
because
Reagan.
it's so
A president who didn't
man, it
vote
seems like
on
a deep
or
dive.
approve
And
decisions to run a disinformation
my
campaign
recent my
against a
analogy
lone
there
UFO guy
currently
like
has me
Alvin
thinking
Witz.
it's a
So
truly
the answer
accidental
seems
thing,
to
but
be
feeling hopeful.
that the person
So
giving the
let me,
orders was
this is
somewhere in
me
the middle.
speaking, and
Doty
this is speaking
refers
from a
to
person who's
having
not done
been
the deep
in
dive.
communication with
I'm
headquarters
a
about
little
the affair, but
suspicious
that could mean
of the
different
amount of
things.
fear
Also,
mongering going
since
on.
multiple
Especially over
agencies
the
were
past couple
involved,
of
it
years,
may
I've
have
gotten
involved
uncomfortable
key
with fear
officers
mongering in
in
all
several
walks of
agencies.
life.
And here,
There's way
Greg
too
Bishop
many
offers
people
an interesting
interested in
theory.
manipulating
Referring
the
to
populace
ufologist
with
Bill
fear.
Moore, he says,
So I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive because to me it's the big problem
Bill Moore and his partner began to
with the
refer to this
opposition
guy.
to climate change
He
or
was
whatever
from
the fear
apparently from the
mongering
Defense
is
Intelligence
that
Agency.
it also grows the
He actually
skepticism of
was the
science
head
broadly.
of, as far as
It's
I know,
like,
the head of
and that,
the
so I need
operation
to make
against
sure I do
Benowitz.
that deep dive.
The
I
orders
have
came down
listened to a
from
few
him.
folks
So Falcon in the Defense Intelligence
criticizing fear
Agency
mongering
may
and all
have
these
been
kinds
in
of
charge of
things.
the
But
overall
they're few and far
disinformation effort.
between. And
What
so it's
was
like,
the motive for
all right, what
deceiving
is the
him?
truth here?
Why not
And it
just tell
feels
him the truth
lazy.
that he
But it also
stumbled
feels
upon
like
some
it's hard to
advanced
get to
technology
the,
work and should back off?
like,
The
there's a lot of
initiative
kind of
did think
activists
that he
talking
might have
about
stumbled
ideas
onto something classified
versus
and he wasn't sure it was UFOs.
like
But Doty
sources
explains
of
the decision this
objective,
way.
like calm first principles type reasoning. Like one of the things I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to like see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20, 30 years. Rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society? What are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints on resources and people that move around. This is happening gradually. We're going to be able to respond to this. How we respond to this. What are the best models? Like, what are the best models for how everything goes wrong? Again, this is a question I'm starting to ask myself without doing research. Like motivating myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep.
I think it's no
just
coincidence
watching people
that
not
the
do a
timing of
great
the
job with that
operation
kind of
against Paul
modeling
Benowitz dovetails
and
with the
sort of
development of the
being
stealth
caught off
program,
guard
and at the
and wondering,
time,
okay, if
this
we're
was
not good
the
with the
absolute
pandemic,
pinnacle of
how are we going to respond to other
globalization
kinds of
technology.
tragedies?
Well, this
And
is
that's
part of my
exactly the sort of
because I said
thing that
we're
Soviet
going to have
agents would be looking for. And not
more and
only
more of
could
these,
Soviet
like
agents
big
learn about how
collective what should
classified
we do here
technology programs
situations.
from
You know,
ufologists
whether it's how about when
if they did
probably
learn
not that
about
far away,
that,
people
it
being
could
able
endanger
to
people in Russia,
go
like the
decide
ones
the
who helped
IQ of their
crack the
kid, or like
Soviet
make a
satellite
bunch of
system.
embryos and
And
actually
Bishop
pick
explains
the highest IQ I could
possibly go
Well,
wrong.
we're sending
And also, like,
information back, and
imagine
if they
the
found
political
out
sides of
somebody
that. And,
over
like,
here
that's something only
was
wealthy people can afford
getting
to
that
versus just
information
a nightmare,
using it
right?
on these
We
satellites.
need to be able to have
And
our
Paul
wits about us
Benowitz or
as a
anybody
species
else, these
where we
people
can
would have been,
actually get
imprisoned
into
or
a topic like
or
that
killed or
and
whatever.
come up with it, where the
And they
collective
figured,
brain
I
can be
think
smart.
Richard can
I
comment on
think
this,
that there are
that
certain
they
topics
figured that
where I think
one
of
person
this is again
getting
another
paranoid
simplistic
and
model,
going,
but I think it works. Is
going
that
off
there's
the
a
deep
higher
end
mind
was worth 10 or 12 or 15 or however many agents
and
they
these
had
will
over
team
in
up with
Russia doing
others.
this.
So when the higher minds are, the higher mind is more rational and puts out
Also,
ideas that
according
it's not
to
attached to,
Doty,
and so
they
it
didn't
can
foresee
change its
Paul
mind
becoming
easily because it's just an
until
idea,
all
and
this.
the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized.
Later on, yes.
And so when the higher minds team up, it's like all these people in the room like throwing out ideas and keeping them, and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it. So shooting bows and arrows at it. There's true ideas. The arrows bounce off, and so okay, it rises up, and the other ones get shot down. So it's this incredible system. This is what this is what good science institution is someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle in the haystack ends up rising up, right? Incredible mechanism. So what's happening is a bunch of people, a bunch of flawed medium scientists are creating super intelligence.
They thought that they'd make him look like a nut, and
then there's the primitive, which is the more limbic system part of our brain. It's the part of us that is very much not living in
this
living
was
many
really
tens of
meant
thousands
to
of
be
years
a
ago.
minor
And it
operation
does not
that got out of
treat
control
ideas like this
and
separate thing
had
and it
unintended
identifies them as
consequences.
ideas.
At least,
It only gets
that's what
involved
Agent Doty
when it
would like us to
finds an idea
believe.
sacred. It
Do
starts
I
holding an idea
detect a
sacred
note
and
of
it starts identifying.
skepticism?
So
Yes,
what happens is they
because
keep up
as we
to.
heard
And
Richard
so when you
Doty
have
himself
a
say
topic
earlier,
that
was very
a
easy
bunch of primitive that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds,
He's very patriotic. He always flew his
quickly the
flag.
primitive minds
Those
team
type of
up
people
and they
you
create an
basically
ecosystem where suddenly no one can criticize
you
this. In
can't tell
fact,
anybody else
the end
about
is
this
powerful
because
enough.
you
People
get
outside
hands.
you
So
can know you criticize.
immediately
You will get your paper retracted. You'll get you fired.
cooperating
Right?
source,
That's not higher mind behavior.
everything
That
that
is
we've
crazy
gotten
primitive mind.
in
So now what happens is
so
the collective
Paul
becomes
was
dumber than an
exactly the
individual.
kind of person
A
they
dumber than a
could
reason, a
trust
single
to
reason
keep
an
things
individual.
secret.
You have this
He
collective
even
is suddenly
offered to back
attached
off
to this
if, as he
sacred
initially
scripture
suspected, he had
with the
stumbled
idea,
across a classified
and they
program that had nothing to
will
do with
not change
aliens.
their mind. And they get dumber and
That
dumber. And
suggests
so
that the Air
climate
Force
change, what's
may have had a
worrisome
different motive.
is that climate change
The
has in
explanation
many
Doty
ways
would
become a
have
sacred
us
topic,
believe
where if
could
you
be
come
an
up with a nuanced thing, you might get
example
called
of
branded
what
and
is
denied.
referred to in the
So there
intelligence
goes
world
there
as a
goes the super
Leviathan
intelligence.
hangout.
All the
Founded
arrows
by
can be fired.
director of the
But
CIA,
if you get called a
Lieutenant
nerd, that's
Kennedy
a social penalty
explains,
for firing an
limited
arrow
hangout is
at a
spy
certain orthodoxy.
jargon for a
Right? And so
favorite
what's happening
and
is the
frequently
big
used
brain gets
gimmick of the
frozen, right?
clandestine
It becomes very stupid.
professionals.
Now, you
When
can
their
also
veil
say
of
that about
secrecy
a
is
lot of other
shrunk and they
topics
can
right
no
now.
longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the
You just
public,
mentioned another one.
they
I forget
resort
what
to
it was, but
admitting,
it's
sometimes
also
even
kind of
volunteering,
this.
some of the truth while still managing to
Okay,
withhold the
and here's
key
my
and
point earlier is
damaging
that
facts in the
what I see
case.
is that the
The
political
public,
divide
however, is usually
is
so
like a whirlpool
intrigued
that
by the
pulls
new
everything
information
into it.
that
And
it
in
never
that
thinks to pursue
whirlpool,
the matter further. Applying that to this
thinking is done
case,
with the
when the
primitive
public
mind
became aware
tribes.
that the Air Force and
And
other
so
agencies had been
I
running
get, you know, okay,
disinformation
I'll give you something like
campaigns
race,
against
right?
public,
That
they
makes sense.
may
That
have
also right
chosen
now.
to do
Topic of
limited
race, for
hangout.
example,
They
or
did
gender,
admit
these things are
that
in the
there
world.
was a
But that
disinformation
at least is like,
campaign, since
okay,
they couldn't
that's
hide
something
that
that the
any
primitive
longer,
mind would
but
always
make
get
it
really
sound
worked
as
up about.
innocent
You know,
as
it
possible
taps
to
into like our
conceal
deepest
its
kind of like
motive.
primal self.
How did the public become aware of the
COVID, you know,
disinformation campaign?
maybe it's COVID in a way, but you know, climate change, like that should just be something that our rational brains are able to solve. This is much problem. But the problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue world. And once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive mind. So we're losing our ability to be wise together, to make decisions. It's like the big species brain is like, or the big American brain is like getting drunk at the wheel. And we're about to go into our future with more and more big technologies, scary things to make right decisions. Not, you know, we're getting dumber as a collective, and that's part of this environmental problem.
Within the space of technologists and the space of scientists, we should allow the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about it's like scientists, like I've seen arrogance. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain the tribes. The arrogance is how you build up this mechanism to defend this wall, to defend against the arrows. It's arrogance, credentialism, like just ego, really, and it just protects you from actually challenging your own ideas. This ideal of science that makes science beautiful. In a time of fear and in a time of division created by perhaps politicians that leverage the fear, it, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science system dumber, the tech developer system dumber if they don't allow the challenging ideas.
And what's really bad is that, like, in a normal environment, you're always going to have echo chambers. So what's the opposite of an echo chamber? I created a term for it that we needed, which is called an ideal lab. An ideal lab, right? It's like people treat, it's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments. They toss them out there, and everyone disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree on it. Certain texts where everyone's just, you know, saying, you know, it's almost like someone throws something out. Impulse to the rest of the group say, I think you're being like overly general. I think like kind of being, I think that's like your bias judgment. And it's like no one's getting offended because it's like we're all just messing y'all and we're respecting each other. Obviously, we're just you know, trashing each other's ideas, and then the whole group becomes smart. You're always going to have ideal labs and echo chambers, right? Different communities, and most of us participate in both of them. You know, and you know, maybe in your marriage, it's a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe but this group of friends or in your family at home, you know in front of that sister, you do not bring politics because she's now enforced when that happens. Her bullying is forcing the whole group to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in bubbles, and usually there's like a kind of natural defenses against each other. So, an echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't like they will cut you. They don't like to be friends with people. disagree. You know, they will cut you back. Look at all their parents. They voted for Trump, right? So they're that's how they do it. People say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber safe. So my ideas, which I identify with, because my primitive mind is doing the thinking, they are not going to ever get a single challenge because it feels so scary and awful for that to happen. But if they go into an ideal environment, people are going to say, well, no, they're going to disagree. And they're going to say that you're going to try to play it. They're going to say, that's really offensive. People are going to say, no, it's not. And they're going to immediately say these people are asking, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power when they
Arizona State
likewise, the
Director
ideal
Al Starr,
person, they have this great environment, but they go into an
another
echo chamber
researcher
everyone
stood
else,
up and
and they
rhetorically
do that.
asked,
They out of the
where'd you get all
don't
that
get
crap
branded
from,
as
Bill?
a denier
The
or a
publisher of a
racist,
major UFO magazine ran out in
right
tears.
winger, a radical.
People literally
these nasty
yelled,
words.
cried, and gritted their teeth in anger.
The thing that I
I
don't
was
like right
surprised that
now
they
is
didn't
that the
throw
echo
things.
chambers have
Reaction to Moore's
found
admission
ways
was
to
predictable.
forcefully
Bill
expand
English, who ran out with
into
fists clenched saying,
places that
I'm going to
normally
get a fire hose,
have a pretty
was
good
one
immune
of
system
Moore's fellow
against
ACO
echo chambers
members,
like
and
universities,
probably
like
felt
science
doubly
journals,
betrayed, even though
places
Moore
where
had
usually
never
it's like there's a
misinformed
strong
him
ideal
or
lab
anyone
culture,
else he worked with at
veritas,
APRO.
that's
English
an
stormed
ideal
out
lab
in
slogan.
red-faced rage.
You
Like
have is that
English,
these people have
many
found a
of
way
Moore's colleagues could not
to,
handle the
a lot
cognitive
of people have
dissonance
found a way
that he had laid
to
on
actually
them.
go out of their thing and keep
He
their
got
echo
up to give
chamber
his
by
speech.
making sure that
Bill
everyone is
knew
scared
that this would
because they can
likely
punish
end
anyone,
his
whether
career
you're in
in
their
ufology.
community or not.
And he basically did. After this, he essentially retired from the field. However, he succeeded in his goal of alerting the UFO community to how the Air Force and others within the intelligence community were deceiving and manipulating the UFO world.
If it's okay, just a couple questions from mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you reference. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes, why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? This question and your answer really started to make me think, yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. If we draw that line somehow, so what's the answer?
So I think, let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in, they're really interested. What are the lyrics? So I'm going to learn something, or what? They're reading a book or whatever. The higher mind is
or whichever organization was responsible
trying to get
for
information.
testing
Once it has it,
toys,
there's no point in listening to it
especially
again. It
its
has
most
the
treasured
information.
alien toys, with an
You're
eye
rational.
and camera shot of a housing development that had
But
several
when
square
you
miles of
eat a good
secluded
meal or
open
have sex
desert
or whatever,
in which to do
that's
so.
something you can do again and again
Most
because
damning
it
to the
actually,
secret technology
your
argument
primitive
is that
brain
if
loves
Benowitz
it,
had seen
right?
something
And
that he
it never
shouldn't have
gets
done,
bored of things
the
that
Air
it loves.
Force could
So
simply
I think
ask him to
music
keep
is
quiet
a
about
very
it.
prominent thing.
As a
I think
patriot
music
and a
goes
military
right to our
contractor,
primitive
he
brain.
would almost certainly have done so.
I think it's, of course, that's
Should he have
collaboration.
refused, the
Your
military could
rational
have
brain is
resorted to
absorbing
legal
the actual
pressures.
message.
As Brad
But I think
Sparks
it's
and
all
Barry
about
Green would
emotions,
point
and
out,
even more than emotions,
intercepting
literally,
secret
like,
governmental military
music taps into
communications would
very,
have been in
very,
breach of the Communications Act of 1934 and the Espionage Act of
tribal part of us.
1917.
And so when you
If
hear a song
Benowitz had
once,
been intercepting
even your
sensitive
favorite
NSA
song, the
transmissions,
first
for
time you heard it,
example,
you're like, I guess that's
he could
kind
have
of
arrested him, impounded his equipment,
and
and
then
shut down his
and
business.
you're loving
But
it.
they
I'm
didn't.
tempted to listen, but sometimes you
Instead,
don't like a
they
song.
encouraged him in his delusions.
Suddenly you find yourself
Why?
on the
The
40th
version
time
of
it's on the
events
radio all the time.
proposed
It's
by
kind of like, oh, I love
Greenwood and
this song.
Sparks
I hate
cast
this
AFOSI
song.
and
And
the
what's happening
entire
is that
Benowitz operation
the
with a
sound is
sinister,
actually music's actually
premeditated
carving
light.
a
Kirtland
path in your
AFOSI
brain.
probably first
And
identified
it's a
Benowitz
dance.
at
And when your
Harrison
brain
Schmitt's
knows
cattle
what's coming,
mutilation
it can
conference
dance. It
held
knows
on
the
their
steps.
doorstep in
So your brain is your
Albuquerque in
internal
April
kind of
1979.
your brain is actually
A
dancing
month
with the music,
later,
and it knows the
Rick
steps and
Doty
it can
transferred to
anticipate.
Kirtland from Ellsworth, where UFO-themed
And so there's something
disinformation
about
had been successfully
knowing
deployed against the
having
National
memorized the
Enquirer
song that makes
the
it
previous
incredibly
year.
enjoyable to us.
4 months
But when we
later,
hear
in
for the
July
first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're
1979,
like an awkward dance. We
Benowitz
don't know the
began
steps. And
filming
your
lights
primitive
over the
brain can't
Monsanto
really have
range
that
at
much fun.
Kirtland, conveniently within eyeshot of his own home,
That's
and
more,
recording the
that's
radio
less
transmissions that he
That's the
believed were
story.
connected to the UFOs.
You're taking in.
On 27
But a
January
really good movie
1980,
that we really love.
Benowitz
Often we
received
watch
his
it
first communication
I
from
still
the
like it.
aliens
Not
themselves.
that many, but
In
versus
a
you're watching a
1981
talk
letter
show.
to the Assistant
Right?
Chief of Staff
If you listen to
for
a pod, one of your
Intelligence at the
podcasts
Air
is a perfect
Force,
example.
he
There's
makes
not
the
many people that will
striking
listen
point
to
that none
one
other
of your
than
podcasts
Major
where how
Ernest
good it is all the
Edwards,
time. Because
commander of Kurland's
once you
security
got
force,
it's a
and the
form
first
of
person that Bennett was reported as
information.
UFO
It's very
sightings
high
to,
in my focus.
had
That's
been
how it
present
is.
at the first electronic
the funny thing
communication
is,
session
there's people that
and
listen
had
to
unofficially provided
podcasts episode
valuable
many, many
logistic
times,
judgment
and
to
often I
Project
think the
Beta.
reason for that is not
The
because
Air
of the
Force had
information,
been
it's the
actively
chemistry, it's the
involved with
music
Bennett,
of the conversation.
encouraging him
So
in
it's
his
not the
delusion
actual
Just the art of
from
it.
the very beginning.
Yeah, they'll fall
In
in love with some
July
kind of person,
1980,
some weird
the
personality, and
FOSI
they'll just be
sent
listening
Craig
to.
Weitzel's letter
They'll be
about
captivated
UFOs
by
at
the
Kurland
beat of
to
that kind of
APRO,
person.
I feel like a stand-up
who
comic.
asked
I've
Bill
watched like
Moore to
certain
investigate.
episodes like 20
And
times.
finally, that
Not even
September, Moore was contacted by
I have to
Falcon
ask you
and
about the
Richard
Wizard
Downey,
Hat.
and the Benowitz
You
operation
wrote a
went into
blog about
second gear.
Newark. I got a chance to visit Newark
Considered in
a
this
couple
light,
of times,
the
hanging out
affair
with those
takes on a
folks.
whole new dimension. Benowitz didn't
That was one of
accidentally
the
stumble onto
pieces
the
of writing you
UFOs
did
flying
that
over
like
Kurland. There were a
changes
brightly
culture,
lit lore
changes the way
flown
people
entirely
think
for his
about a thing.
benefit. The Weitzel letter,
The
meanwhile, was
ridiculousness of
expressly
your stick
intended
figure
to draw
drawings
in
or
a
somehow
UFO researcher. Both Moore
it's like,
and
you know,
Benowitz
it's
were
like
baited and trapped.
calling the
The
origin of the universe
FOSI
the
planned
Big
to
Bang.
use these men as
It's still the
conduits
title,
for
but
their
it somehow
UFO
sticks
disinformation from the
to be
very beginning.
representative
Their
of
real target was not
that, the
Benowitz
same
at
way
all,
the Wizard
but
Hat
the
from
entire
Newark is
UFO community. So
somehow
the
it's
idea
really
proposed
powerful
here
to
is that the
explain
Air
that.
Force
And you actually
trapped
proposed that
all
the Man of the
Bill
Year. The
and
practical things you
technological
think is
secrets in
super
the shape of
difficult to do
aircraft,
on the
satellites, and
neurosurgery
weapons.
side and the
Maintaining
material
these
engineering,
secrets,
the robotic
particularly
side,
regarding your
or do
technology,
you think
is absolutely
the
critical.
machine learning side?
Ufology to reveal all the secrets they will spend millions of dollars to protect. You are reasonable to consider these people a threat, and you're going to neutralize them. Benowitz, who knows people who conspiracies, who live right on your doorstep, and Bill Moore, the most respected members of the UFO community, you have the perfect place to watch yourself on the troublesome segment of the population. And it was practically and by the UFO community, creating more noise and separate than its serious research. Many people who take this seriously doing so. It was an information crime, but very crime. So
Red
how much of what the Air Force fault might be true?
vibrates bones and really good stimulating thing. In your head, they can hear There's no sense of thinking out here anything, but your sense are up your phone. You get an early, you open an early at it, and so you can only respond. But there's so many things that keep going. You know, you can talk about examples. I'll use so instead I just hand you the button. All you had is the button. It's very lost. I had all this. It's very low rent. You're going to now guess what kind of resident. That's great. Think to each other. Great at it. Listen together. Other examples. Make sure a tree at your head while you can just suddenly. So school hunts get very good at this. Take a skip, right? You know, you're gonna have to possibilities. My God, talk about like I feel like if that works, it would really do as something that you can almost it's such a big change that the idea of like everyone living or even everyone the interfaces is living in like before the common era. It's that level of big change.
Yeah, like a replay of memories, just replaying stuff.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you know, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things. You don't have to just rely on you.
Her information was accurate,
Like
even though it might have been
It
totally
does make
off.
me sad because you're right. The brain is incredibly plastic, so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think it'll be a skill. But probably you and I will be too old to truly learn.
There'll be great trainings. You know, I'm spending the next 3 months in like, you know, in one of the current trainings.
But it'll still be a bit of like grandpa kid.
This is, you know, I was thinking, how am I going to be old? I'm like, no, I'm going to be great at new phones. I'm going to be the phones. It's going to be, you know, the kid's going to be thinking to me, I'm going to be like, you just talk, please. They're going to be like, okay, I'll just talk. And they're going to, so that'll be it going up, you know, yelling into your face today.
I really suspect I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way that's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything wrong with competing with each other? I mean, that's, you talk about, you know, once we're all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone's so isolated from each other.
So, yeah, sorry, I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant physical, having to be in the same, having to touch each other. Is
people like that. If it isn't, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, you know, there's all these articles that come out about how, you know, in our metaverse we lost something important, and then now there's a huge outbreak that you start doing it, and eventually it becomes this big wave in our growth. You know, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think from first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace.
Where we were
And
actually
so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. Like I don't understand.
But then why are you saying there's a loss to
extraterrestrial since the
no, just that because I won't. Oh, it's a loss for me personally because I don't.
He showed us a
so
film,
then you do think there's
which
something
was
unique in
late 40s,
for me because I was raised with it.
on the recovery operation.
So whatever,
they talked about as being
anything you're raised
Roswell.
with, you fall in love
They
with.
showed
Like people in this
crash
country
they
came up with
extraterrestrial
baseball as
bodies,
a reason
and
so
then
the Indian.
there was
I
also
don't
a
understand
briefing
baseball.
showing
I get it,
a
I
lot of
like it,
aliens.
but I don't
really
love
talking
it the way Americans love it.
And then the narrator of this film
Because
talks
a lot of
about
times it
the
was
continuation of
baseball
a
games
connection
with the father,
between
and
the
then
United
there's that
States
family
government
connection. There's a
and
young kid
extraterrestrial
dreaming
civilizations.
about, I don't know.
After viewing this, I
Becoming
was
an
not
MLB
sure
player himself, I don't know,
if it
something
was
like that.
real,
But that
if it
what you're
was,
raised with obviously is really
they
important. But I mean,
presented it to us
fundamentally,
for some
human
reason,
experience.
maybe some
Listen
kind of
to this podcast in
psychological
person, so
conditioning.
clearly I still
I
value
don't
it. But
think I
but it's
initially
true.
believed
It's
any
where
of it.
obviously if you're a stream, we all agree
But
that's what I'm saying.
after
Yeah,
this,
but
the film
if
was
this were
over
some,
with,
we had
an Air
contact
Force
with
colonel
something,
in uniform
maybe Neuralink,
then started talking
like
about
maybe
the
this is all
operation
the
program,
devices, the
how
coolest
the
contact, like,
United
that's
States
all old
government.
school.
And it
Once
was
you have
always
the
the United
British
States government. It wasn't
it'll
Air
just be
Force or
projection
Chinese
of
the United States
it'll take over my
How
visual
they
cortex.
progressed
My visual
from
cortex will get
the early
put
days,
into a virtual
meaning
in several years, so we will see.
fresh
We
retrieval
will hear,
operations in the
really
late
hear and see
40s
is that where you
until
won't have any
now,
masks, no
which is
VR
about
masks.
70s.
And at that
And
point,
then
it really
the
will
more
feel like
he
I will
spoke,
forget
the
because they
more
will
I
be together
realized that what I
and
saw was
physically
real.
or not. You won't even it'll be so
This guy
unimportant.
wouldn't be
You won't
sitting
even
here,
remember.
standing
You're
here
right.
talking
This
to
is
us
one of those
with the people in the
shifts
room,
in society
briefing into this
that changes
high-level
everything.
program.
But romantically, people still need to be
Folks.
together. That there's a whole set of like
Clashes.
physical
One
things
Muslim, one Muslim.
with
They didn't find the
relationship
draft
that
for a
are
couple years.
like
It was all
what
run by
sex, but also just like there's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is such it's like music. It goes to such a deep and primitive part of us. The what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that sounds trying to be a whole wave of people who their new thing is that you're romantically involved with people you never actually in person with. But and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room. And you can, yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that would be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not being. It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction. Although sex also, again, you could not to get too like weird, but you could have a thing where you're basically. Let's just do a massage because it's less like awkward, but like someone everyone is still imagining sex. A masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever's happening. Right, so you're lying down and you're a hardcore and you're feeling a full.
That'll be the new like YouTube or like streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but like 1,000 people are experiencing.
Exactly. Right. Think about it right now. You know, Taylor Swift doesn't play for one person and has to go around and every event just to go play for a book. Right. You do it and it goes everywhere. So it'll be the same idea.
You've heard thought a lot about AI. So AI safety specifically, you've mentioned you're actually starting a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. But you've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today does your concern lie for the near future, for the long-term future? Like, quite a bit of stuff happening. Literally also with the Tesla Autopilot. There's a bunch of amazing robots like Boston Dynamics and his favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, robot. And there's obviously the applications of machine learning recommender systems and Twitter, Facebook, and so on. And face recognition for surveillance, all this stuff is happening. A lot of incredible use of face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they want to consume next. Some of that can be abused, some of that can be useful for good, for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, I really don't think humans are very smart. All things considered, I think we're like, and we're dumb enough that we're very not just like I mean, our emotions, our emotions can be pulled like puppets. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with polarization now, and I see a lot of puppets for emotions happening. So yeah, there's a lot to be scared of for sure, like very scared of. I get excited about a lot of things, very specific things. Like one of the things I get excited about is I like the future of wearables, right? Again, I think that they're like, oh, the wrist, the Fitbit around my wrist is going to see another move. is going to see really hilarious things in 20 years. And then when you're like a bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in our blood, probably, or even infrared, just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data than it collects now, more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable. But that's the hardware side. And then the software is going to be, and this is not to my feedback, this is all speculation, but the software is going to get worse. This is the AI component. And so I get excited about specific things like that. Like, think about if hardware were able to collect, first of all, the hardware knows your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means. Because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know what. Okay, we don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets, so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything, right? You have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the viruses that ever visited your body, because there's a trace of it, so you have all the pathogens, all the things that like you should be concerned about, how biased you might threaten you, what you might be immune from, all that kind of stuff.
They also, of course, knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows how much you exactly the amount of exercise, it knows your muscle mass, your weight, all that. But it also maybe you need to know your emotions. Maybe emotions, what are they? Where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious chemicals once we get in there. So again, Carolyn can be involved here, maybe collecting information. Because right now you have to think what's your mood, right? It's hard to even assess, your bad mood, it's hard to even.
But by the way, just a shout out to Lisa Feldman-Barrett, who's a neuroscientist, and Northeastern sort of, not just like a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really actually measure it.
That's exactly. You can tell because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? Good, bad. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I feel bad right now because the thing popping up reminded me that I'm procrastinating. So I was on my phone. I should look, that's not my, So I think it will probably be able to get all this info right now. The AI can go to town. Think about when the AI is really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it knows it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. When it turns into okay, for what he did, some of this now, imagine attaching that to a meal service, right? And the meal service has everything, all the million ingredients, supplements, and vitamins.
Are you saying that aliens don't exist? That
I tell the AI my rock goals. I want to gain muscle. I want to. Maintain my weight, but I want to have more energy, or whatever. I just want to be very healthy. Obviously, everyone wants the same, like 10 basic things that you want to avoid cancer, you want to various things, or age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and drone comes at, it's a little thing pops up. It says, you keep 15 minutes here, because it knows that's the right time for my body. 15 minutes later, a little slot opens in my wall where a drone has come from the factory, eating the food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for my that moment, for my mood, for my genome, for my blood content, and it's because it knows my goals. So, it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and I want to wind down here, so I can those things are
well, plus the pleasure thing, like it knows what kind of components of a meal you enjoyed in the past, so you can assemble it perfectly.
Exactly. It knows way better than you know yourself. Better than any human could ever know. And it will think pops up. You still have some choice, right? It pops up and it says, coffee, because it knows that, I cut off, it says, I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only, because at that point it knows how long it stays in my system, it knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late, it knows I have to wake up at this time tomorrow, it has my calendar. So I think a lot of people, this is, I think, something that humans are wrong about, is that most people will hear this and think that sounds awful, that sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. If we all had this, we would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day like I was in the past. And then these are important decisions. Your important decision making energy, your important focus and your attention can go onto your kids and on your work and on helping other people and things that matter. And so I think AI, I think when I think about like personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love. I love thinking about that. I think it's going to be very easy. And it'll all be so much healthier. when we look back today, one of the things that's so primitive is the one size fits all thing. You're getting like reading advice about keto.
Says that he went against orders in his effort
Each
to
genome is going to have very specific unique advice coming from AI, and so
the customization that's enabled by collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think that the worst case scenario, that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's most likely going to be used as part of a competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world would do much better with the integration of data. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and people to speak out like some bullshit is being done by companies.
that we need to have our wits about society. Like this is like free speech
in my opinion,
is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight. When you take away free speech, when you start saying that in every topic, when any topic political becomes treacherous to talk about, so forget the government taking away free speech. But if the culture penalizes nuanced conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming and such an incredible
we say about the morality of the overall
polarize people, for media to polarize people to put any topic it can into that and get people hooked on it as a political topic. We become a very dumb society. So free speech goes away. People say, people say, you don't even know what free speech is. Free speech is, your free speech is not being violent. It's like, no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are not being violated. But the culture of free speech, which is the second ingredient of two. First Amendment, culture of free speech, and now you have free speech, and the culture is much more specific. You obviously can have a culture that believes people right now take any topic again that has to do with some very sensitive topics, police shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Taking anything, and
then the question would be,
the First Amendment's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. The culture of free speech is gone because you will be destroyed. Your life will be over. As far as it matters. If you say the wrong thing, but even but a culture, a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will say, like, people will laugh. That was like kind of hilariously offensive, and like not at all correct. Like, you're wrong. You're wrong. No one's like mad at you. Now the brain is ticking at its best. The IQ of the brain is as high as it in that culture. And the culture where you say something wrong, and people say, "Oh wow, you've changed. Oh wow, this is real." Colors. The big brain is dumb.
You still have mutual respect for each other, so like you don't think lesser of others when they say a bunch of dumb things. It's just a play of ideas. You still have respect, you still have love for them, because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free like anarchy of ideas where it's like everybody lost hope that something like a truth can be converged towards. Like everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. Like if you have mutual respect, mutual goal of arriving at the truth, and the humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas, and the forgiveness that other people's ideas may be dumb as hell, that doesn't mean they're less beings, all that kind of stuff. That's like a weird balance to strike. Right now, people are being trained, little kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way, to think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, the objective truth is the end on the compass for every thinker. It doesn't mean we're, necessarily on our way or finding, but we're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Not objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence, it's
disinform anyone about anything.
It's like, it quickly sounds like you're just going on like a political rant with this topic, but like, it's really bad. It's like, genuinely, the worst, if I was in my own country, I mean, it's like, I would teach kids some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
Laying people astray. So 30 minutes a is a great method of leading people astray, and there's certainly someone working for the government who's doing that for us right now, today,
1,000 years.
So Jimmy, what's your bottom line on Paul Bennett Project Beta there?
Can you expand on that?
Was a
Sort
tragic
of
figure.
the habit of reading,
Man
how do you
with a great
recommend
deal of
people
scientific
read?
knowledge.
Yeah, I mean,
He was
it's
also
incredible if you
psychologically
do something
fragile, and
a
ended
little
up being
of
driven
something
over the
every
brink
day.
by
It
the lies
compiles.
he was
It
told.
compiles.
The
I
Air
always think
Force
about like
and
the
Richard
people who
Doty
achieve these
presumably
incredible
did
things
not
in life.
foresee what
These
would happen
great,
to
like
them.
famous, legendary
Paul may
people.
or may not have
They
been
had the same number of
trapped
days
by
that you
the Air
do, and
Force
it's
and the
not like they were
intelligence
doing magical
community,
things.
but
They
they
just
did tell
they
multiple
got a little
lies to
done every
him
day,
and others,
and that
and
adds
the
up
necessity of these
to
is unclear at best and absent at
a
worst.
monument.
None
They
of
put
the
one
UFO
brick in a
lore
day,
that
eventually
came
they have
out
this
of the
building,
Hub
this
and
legendary
Lucifer
building.
should be
So
regarded as
you take
reliable.
writing,
In
someone
fact,
who there's
many
two
parts
aspiring
of
writers.
UFO
One
lore
doesn't
should
ever
be
write,
treated
doesn't
with great
manages to
suspicion,
never
as
zero
Paul
write 0
was
pages a day.
only
The other one
one
manages to
element
do
in a broader
2
disinformation
pages a week.
campaign, as
Right, not very
Bill will
much.
reveal.
The other one does 0 pages a week, 2
And
pages a
you
week.
should never trust anything Richard Doty
98%
says.
of
So
both
Jimmy,
of the
what do
time
we
is the
have
same.
for further
The other
resources
person,
for
just 2%
listening?
they're doing
We'll
one other
have a
thing.
link to the documentary
1 year
Mirage
later,
Man, also
they
Mark
have
Pilkington's
they read
book,
2 books a year.
Mirage
This
Man, which
prolific
covers some
person,
different ground
in
than the
20
documentary
years, they've
does, so
written
there's
40
added
books.
value
They're one of the
there.
most prolific writers
Greg
of all
Bishop's
time.
book,
They'll write 2
Project
pages a
Beta,
week.
Gabe Valdez's
Sorry,
Gabe
that's not true.
Valdez
That was
Jr.'s
2 pages
book
a day.
on Dulce
Okay, 2
Pace,
pages a week. You're
an
still
open
writing
letter from
about a
Alejandro
book every 2
Rojas,
weeks.
who's
So
one
in
of
20
the
years, you've
people
written
who's
10 books.
accused
Also
Doty of
prolific
just
writer,
being a rogue
right?
agent
Huge,
who didn't
massive
have
writing
orders,
career. Right.
and so he
2 pages
explores
every
that
Sunday.
idea in
The other
this
person
open letter.
has the same
Also,
exact. They
the
don't
link
depends on
to
the
the
morning.
original
They
Coast to
are
Coast
wannabe
AM
writer.
interview
They always
with
said they
Greg
could write and
Bishop
talk
and
about how
Richard
they
Doty,
used
so
to
you
be
can hear the whole thing
and
if
nothing
you're a
happens,
Coast
right? So
subscriber.
it's
Article on
inspiring, I
Tide,
think,
an
for a lot of
article
people who
on
feel
Jesse
frustrated they don't
Base,
do anything.
on
So
Kirkland
reading is
Air
another
Force
example
Base, the
where
Albuquerque Historical
someone who
Society's
reads
article on Kirkland Air Force
very,
Base,
doesn't read,
an article
and someone
on
who's
the
a
Aerial Phenomena
prolific
Research
reader. I always
Organization,
think
or
about the Tyler
APRO,
Cowan types.
one
Like, how
on
the
the Air
hell
Force Office of
do you
Special
read so much? It's
Investigations,
infuriating.
one
You
on
know,
the National
like James
Security
Clear puts out his
Agency,
like
a copy
his
of
10
Richard
favorite
Doty's
books
military
of the
records,
year, 20
and an
favorite books
article
of the
on
year.
what limited hangouts
Do you have
are.
20 favorites?
Excellent.
I'm
This
trying
has
to
been a
just read
great
20
2
books and it'll be
episodes
an amazing
on
year.
this
So,
subject. Thank you very much for
but
that.
the thing is, they're
Let's
not
move
doing
on to our
something
mysterious
crazy and magical.
feedback.
They're
And
just
as I said
reading a half
before,
hour
we're
a
going to
night.
be
You know, you read a half
receiving
hour a
feedback
night.
on our
The
recent episode on
calculation
the
I
Mark
will
of the
do is that
Beast.
you can read
The
1,000 books
first
in 50 years.
feedback comes
So,
from
if someone who's
Midwest
80, they've read
Medusa
1,000 books,
on
you know,
YouTube.
between 30 and
Writes,
80, they are
great episode,
really
but
well
the
read.
Pope didn't
They
end
can
up getting
delve deep
discussed.
into many
Yeah,
nonfiction areas.
that's,
They can
that's
an
true.
amazing
If I had thought
fiction
about
reader,
it, I
fact
would have
fiction.
included a segment in the show
And again,
where
that's a
we
half hour a day.
discuss
So
the
if you do
claim
an hour,
that
half
one
hour
of
in
the
the morning
Pope's
audio book,
alleged
half hour at night,
titles,
that not even 2,000 books.
Vicarious
So,
Filii Dei,
I
Vicar of
I
the
think
Son of
it's
God, adds up to
it's
666.
motivating.
There's
And you
a bunch of
realize
problems
that
with
a lot of
that.
times
Among other things, that's not
think
one of the Pope's official
that the
titles.
people who are doing
And if
amazing
you
things, they're not. You
your
think that
own
there's a bigger
praise
gap
and
between
add it
you than
up,
there
you
really
can make
is.
anybody pleased. Also,
On the
that
reading front,
view
I'm a
is
very
not
slow reader,
taken
which is
seriously by
just
any
a very
biblical
frustrating
scholars.
fact
The
about me.
rest of the data about the
But I'm
beast
faster
does
with
not fit the
audiobooks.
Pope. And
And also,
so
just, you know, I'll
this
just,
is an
it's
idea
just hard
that's
to get
out
myself to
there
read.
in some
But I've started doing
journalists
audiobooks,
and
and I'll wake up,
circles,
throw
but
it on,
it's not
do
really
it in the
taken
shower,
seriously by biblical scholars.
brushing my teeth,
And
you
so
know,
it wasn't
making
really on my
breakfast, dealing with
brain.
the dogs, things like
But
that, whatever.
I'm sure we'll
Until I
cover
sit
it in the
down.
future
And
in an
that's,
episode
I can
devoted
read,
to the papal Antichrist
I can read a
theory.
book every 10 days.
Father
At that
Horton
clip.
sent an email.
And suddenly I'm
He
this
said,
big reader.
I agree
Because
that the
I'm
most likely
while doing
conclusion
my
is that
morning
it's
stuff, I
I'm
I have it
watching
on, and
it,
also it's this
and that
fun
the
big
most
story.
likely
It's so fun.
candidate is
Having a
Nero.
great time the whole
But I
way.
don't
It's
think
fun.
that
So
either
it's
one
fun.
is an open and shut
So I think
case.
that, you know,
It's not
audiobooks is
certain
another
that the
amazing
number
gift
is
to people
the
who have
number
a
of a
hard time
man,
reading.
as
I
is
find
often
that that's actually
translated.
an interesting
The
skill.
word
I
being
do
translated
audiobooks
as
quite a bit.
anthropo, which shows up in a
But
very
it's a
similar
skill to
usage in
maintain, at least for
Revelations
me, probably
21:17,
the kind of books I read, which
definitely
is
not
often
meaning
like
of a
history or
man
like
in the sense of a
there's a lot
singular
of
individual.
content.
Another puzzling
And if
issue
you
is
miss
that
parts of it,
although St.
you
Irenaeus is
miss out
aware
on
of the
stuff.
616 reading,
So
he doesn't think
it's a
that it
skill
points
to
toward
maintain
Nero.
focus.
He has
At least
lots of
No,
ideas,
the
some more
10-second
inventive than
backbone is
others,
very
but
bad.
not Nero.
So I
I
just
would
if
think
I
that
get
were
lost,
Nero
sometimes
the
the book is so
obviously
good,
right
you know,
answer that everyone knew in the late
and I
first
just get
century,
skills
it
for
is
me to
unlikely
remember
that
the pause.
Irenaeus
And
would
if
be
I don't,
unaware of it
no
as he
problem,
is.
just back.
He also looks for a
Keep it
future
back.
fulfillment of
So
the
that
prophecy
is not
without
that efficient.
referring to
That's
the
but
idea
it's
that
I
it
just
has
think when
already
I'm
been
reading, I'll read a whole
fulfilled.
paragraph and realize I was
A good episode at any
you know?
rate, and thank you
You know,
for
I haven't
working to
actually
calm
even
the fears
considered
of
to
people
try that.
who are upset
I've
by
been so hard on
incautious
myself
rumor mongers.
maintaining
So,
focus
Tony
because you do
Horton
get
has a
lost in
number of
thought.
good
Maybe
things
I
to
should
say
try
here.
that.
I
Yeah,
actually
when you
have
go
a
back to
few
the top, by the way,
condenses
you're
email a little
processing the
bit,
book. That's
where I
not
try
great.
to retain the essential
That's your
points.
brain
He's
really
correct that
categorizing,
the word
cataloging what you
anthropy
just read, and like
it would
which
Well,
is the
there's several
genitive
kinds of
form of
thoughts,
the
right?
noun
There's thoughts
anthropos,
related to the
meaning
book, and there's a
man
thought
or
that you
human.
can take you elsewhere.
And
Well, I find that if I
because
am
it's
continually
form,
thinking about
because
something
the
else,
way
I just say
it
I'm not.
works, it can't be translated
it's not
either
just
of man
yeah,
or of
especially in the
a
shower or
man.
something when like
That's a decision that the
that's
translators
sometimes
have to
really
make.
great thoughts. I'm having all these
And
thoughts
the
about
thing
other
that,
stuff. I'm
that
saying
you
I'm
want
clearly
to
my
look
mind
to
wants to work on
answer
something else.
that is the context.
Quiet, Dan
So
Carver. I'm thinking
when
about something else right
Anthropos
now.
shows up in
Exactly.
Revelation
Also, you can
21:17,
things like
John has
you
been
have to head
measuring
out
the
to the store.
heavenly city,
I'll be reading
and
20
he's
pages of
using
just
the
walking back and
measure
forth, going to the airport.
anthropo,
Flights, you know, the
the
Uber, and
measure
then you're walking
of
to
man or
the
human
walking to the
measurement
airport. You're sitting in
to do
security
that.
line. I'm reading
It
the whole
wouldn't
time.
make
Like
sense to say
I know
I've
this
been
is not
measuring the city
groundbreaking.
with a
People
big
know what audiobooks
rod
are, but I think
that
that
is
more
according
people
to
should
the
probably get
measure
into that.
of
Because I know a lot of
a
people that have this
man,
stubborn kind of thing. I don't like.
some
I like to
specific
have the
guy.
paperwork and sure, but like
It's clearly in that case
pretty
the
fun
context
building.
points you
I
to
still
man as
listen,
a
I listen to a
general
huge
term.
number of
But
audiobooks
I
and
think the
podcasts,
context is
but I
different in
still,
Revelation
the most
13, where we
impactful
read about the number of the
experiences
beast
for me
being
is
a
the
number
reading,
of
and I read very,
man
very slow.
or of
And it's
a
very
man.
frustrating
Because
when,
there,
like,
we're told
you go to
we
these
can
websites
continue
like
to
that
import
estimate
everything we know
how
about
long
the
a book
beast,
takes on
which
average.
strongly
Those
links
always
it to
annoy
the
me.
Roman Empire and the line of Roman emperors, specifically the seven heads
When you're like
represent
really
seven kings
like
or
not
emperors.
pausing,
Just my
And we then
ADD.
find
Like,
that
I
one
just
of those
it's hard to
emperors
keep
has a
focusing,
name that
and I
adds
also
up to
like really
666,
absorb. So
and
on
he
the other side, I
persecuted
think when I finish it,
Christians,
like,
and he fulfills
10
all
years
the other
later, I'll
things
be
about
like,
the
you know, that
beast.
scene where this
I
happens, and
think
another friend
that
of mine, I don't
context
remember any like details.
helps
I'm like,
us,
oh, I can tell you like the
helps
entire.
serve as
So I absorb the shit out of
confirmation
it,
that,
but
yeah, we've
I
got the
don't think
right
it's worth it to like
interpretation
have
here.
to read
Now,
some less
I
less in my
agree,
life.
St.
I
Irenaeus
actually,
of
so
Rome
in terms of
was
going to the
writing
airport, you know, in
about
these like
120
filler
years later
moments of
by my
life,
reckoning.
I
He's
do a
writing
lot
around
of
the year
what's an app called
189
Anki. I don't know
AD.
if
He did
you
not
know about
link
it.
it to
It's
Nero. He had various other
space
theories.
repetition app. So
But
there's
I
all of
don't
these facts
think
I have when I
that
read. I
it
write
was
it down if I
obvious
want to
to
remember it.
everyone in the
And
first century
that
that
you review
Nero
it.
was the
And
answer.
one of the things
John
you remember
specifically says it takes
takes longer
wisdom
and
to
longer to
calculate
bring back up.
this.
It's like
So John
flashcards, but a
expects
digital app.
some people to
So I
get
can't
it,
recommend it to a
but
lot of
not
people. There's a
everyone
huge
to get
community
it.
of people that are
And I
just
think some
obsessed
people
with it.
did get it, which is why we have the number 616.
ANKI.
But I
So
think
this is
not
extremely
everybody
well-known
got it
app
because
idea.
that's why
Like
we
among
don't have
students or like
everybody in the
medical
second and
students
third and fourth
and
century
people
saying,
that
oh yeah,
really
that
have
was
to
Nero,
study.
or that was
Like
linked
this
to
is
Nero.
not like fun
So I
stuff that
think the
you really have to
knowledge of
memorize
who
a
it was
lot of
was fairly
things.
limited
You
and
have to
died
remember
out
them
fairly
well. You have to
quickly.
be able to
And I
integrate
think
them
one
with
of
a
the
bunch of
reasons it
ideas.
died
So,
out is
and I find
because
it to be really
of
useful
the
for
hermeneutic that
like when you read
Irenaeus
history.
and
If you
others
think
tended
this
to apply to
particular
Revelation.
factor, they'd
I
probably be
think they
extremely
took an
useful for you.
overly
Because you're
literal hermeneutic, and so they
that'd be
expected
interesting
things to
actually
be
thought because you're
fulfilled
you
in a
talked about
more
like opening up a
spectacular
trillion
way
tabs and
than they
reading things.
actually were in the first century.
You know, you
And so that
probably
left
want
them
to
expecting
remember
these
some
events
facts
to
you read
just
along
have
the way.
fulfillments
Like
in the
you might
future.
remember, okay,
And
this
as
thing I
part
can't
of the
directly
overly
put into the
literal
writing, but
hermeneutic,
it's a cool little
Irenaeus
factoid.
and
I
others
want
think
So all
that
the time,
like
store
the
that in,
Revelation,
and
that
that's when I
Revelation
go,
20's
Anki,
millennium is
drop
going to
it
be a
in, and
oh, you can
physical
just drop
earthly
it in.
reign of
yeah,
Christ for
You dropped
1,000
in a
years and
line of
stuff.
a
So I
podcast,
think
like a
these guys
video.
had an
well,
overly literal
I guess I can type
interpretation,
it down.
so
so
they
yeah,
didn't
so
notice
Anki,
the
there's a
fulfillments that
bunch of
actually
called
did
space
occur,
repetition. There's a
and
bunch of
they
apps
kept
that are
it
much
in the
nicer.
future, and that's
Anki
why
is
they didn't associate the beast with
ghetto
Nero,
Craigslist
and that's
version,
why
but
the
it has a
knowledge of
giant
that
community
fulfillment
because
became
people are like,
eclipsed.
we don't want
Charlie
teachers.
K writes on
We want a
YouTube,
text box.
bucks.
The Boss
Like,
Metal
they-
Zone
it's
guitar
very
pedal
basic, very
is known by
stripped down. So
guitar
you can
players
drop
to
in
be one
stuff,
of the
drop in
worst
That sounds
sounding
really.
pedals
I
ever
can't
made,
believe I have not
which
come
means the
across this.
schematic is
Extra ones
probably
people
more of an
do.
inside
You
joke
don't
for guitar
realize
players than
that
anything.
how
When I
and
found
I
out this was the case, I
you
thought
are
it
the
was
person.
hilarious.
Yeah.
I guarantee
So
you'll
this
probably write a
refers
blog
to
about
a
it. I
claim
can't believe you
that
actually have
Well, it's
it.
also just like
the
your
Mark
people
Beast
too.
episode where
And
some people had put up
my
a schematic
people say, "What do you write
on
about?"
the web
Literally
and
anything I
claimed
found
that it
interesting.
was
And so
a
for me,
schematic
every
for
once
a
you
Mark
start a
Beast
blog, like your
chip that
entire
you would get with the
world
COVID
becomes
vaccine,
with
when
this bigger blog
actually it was
post.
a
I mean,
schematic for this
that's the
guitar
lens I see
pedal.
everything
And
through.
I
But
am not being a guitar
I'm
player
constantly coming
myself,
across
much
something,
less
or,
a rock
words this
guitar,
week,
guitar player. I had
something
no
that I'm like,
idea
oh, I need to like share
that
this
this
with
was regarded
my
as one
readers
of
to
the
me, or
worst,
my like,
and that
or my
only
like
adds to the
my
irony of the
friends who I'm like,
situation. So
I'm
thank
gonna,
you,
oh,
Charlie,
I
for
need to show, I
sharing.
need to tell them
Take the
about this.
Jar Jar Binks
And so I feel like just a place to come collecting things in the document right now. It feels like really good. It's the little factoids and stuff like
Sherry,
that. I
not
think,
Shirley
especially if
on
I'm learning
YouTube writes,
something.
so
So the
very
problem
helpful.
is when
Glad
you
I
say
found this
stuff,
video
when you look at a
relieved.
tweet and all
And
that kind
thank
of stuff,
you, Sherry, not
is
Shirley. That's
you also
why I
need to
did the
couple that
episode.
with a
That's why
system
we
for review.
got it into
So
the
what AP
schedule
does
really
is like
quick
literally
because we knew
it
that people were
determines for
worried
me.
about
I don't
this
have
and
to
we
do
wanted to
anything.
provide
There's
everything.
this giant pile
Flying
of
Car
things that say,
100 on
and it brings
YouTube
up to
wrote,
me
They actually
Okay,
don't even
here's,
allow for social security numbers to start with
I don't
666.
know,
I'm not surprised. I
when
haven't
Churchill
verified
did
that for
something,
myself,
right,
but I can easily see
but
why when they set up social security, they
particular
would want
event.
the
Here's
numbers
that. Do you
starting with
remember when
666
that
because it would
happened?
only
And you say
confirm in people's
yes or
minds that it
no,
was somehow
or
connected to the
like
beast.
you get to pick.
I Kung Fu
You
You
see
Too
the answer,
on YouTube wrote,
and you get to
I got the first acute
self-evaluate how well you
COVID-19
remember that
vaccine
fact. If you
shots and
remember well, it'd be
665
another
appeared on my forehead.
before you see
I'm
it
nervous
again.
about
If
getting
you
the
don't
second
remember, you'll
dose.
bring it up again.
I would
That's a
be
way
too
to
if that
review
happened to
tweets,
me.
review concepts.
Crystal M on Facebook wrote, thank you. I am a Catholic convert from a very end times focused Protestant background. I know we're not supposed to be afraid and to trust in God, but I'm human and this stuff freaks me out. This episode made so much sense and I feel a lot more calm about it. I even shared with others like me. Thank you so much. And thank you, Crystal. I'm very glad that the episode was helpful to you and that it helped calm some concerns, and thank you for sharing it with others. Thank you everyone for your feedback. I really appreciate it. So, Jimmy, what mysterious headlines do we have this week? Well, we've been talking about space and aliens and life in space, so I thought I'd give us a space theme today. You know, years ago, we've been sending probes to Mars for a long time. Now, when we sent the Viking probes in the 70s, one of the experiments we ran said there was life on Mars.
That's a huge part of the problem.
And
is
they
that
then tried to
treated
debunk
like a
that,
silly
but
problem.
actually the guy who the debunking
If
has
people don't
subsequently
take
been
it
debunked.
seriously as a
And so
dire problem,
this is still an open question.
but
And
it can
is there life on Mars?
it
And I
can-
think the
it
odds
can
are actually good that
ruin
there
your life.
is, but we'll have to see. Now, in subsequent decades, they kept sending probes to Mars to look
we talked about
for conditions that might
concept with,
harbor
if you read
life.
a little,
And it was so frustrating
if
because
you
I remember, for example,
2 pages a
George
week,
Knapp, one of the weekend
you write
hosts
a
on
book every
Coast
2
to
years,
Coast,
you're a prolific
complaining
writer, right?
about
And the
why are
difference
you
between,
searching for life
again, it's
supporting
not that
conditions?
that
Just
person's
send the
working so
probe
hard,
test
it's that
for
they have the
life.
ability to, when they
Well,
commit to something,
they're
like on
finally
Sunday morning, they
doing
write 2
that.
papers.
And so,
That's it.
as of a
They-
few days ago,
They
before
respect.
this
They
episode
have enough.
releases,
They
the
respect the
Perseverance
part of
rover
them that made
will
that
have arrived
decision.
at
Is
Mars
they respected
and
character
either
in their
landed
brain.
successfully or
And they
failed
say, well, that's I
spectacularly.
decided it, so I'm going to do it.
But hopefully it landed successfully
Procrastinator
because its
won't do those
purpose
2
is to search for life
That's
in
just
soil
exactly
at
the
Mars
kind of
and
thing the
return
procrastinator
samples to
keep on their
Earth,
list
where
and
they
they will
can be
not do.
studied
But
by
doesn't
scientists
mean they're any
under a
less talented
microscope, and
than
we
the
can look
writer
and
who
see
does the
are
2
there
pages.
really
Doesn't mean they
microbes there.
wanted any
So
less.
we'll have a link to
Maybe they
NASA's
wanted
official
even more.
page about
And
that.
it doesn't mean that they
Also,
wouldn't be
speaking
just as
of
happy
searching
having
for
done
living or
as the writer who does.
formerly living
So
things
what they're missing
off
out
of
on,
Earth,
if you're a writer
there may be
who writes
dinosaur
10
bones on
books,
the moon.
you know,
Because
bestsellers,
when the
and
big
they go on these
asteroid
book
or
tours,
asteroids hit Earth
you know,
60 million
they
years ago,
and
there
they
was
just they're
so
so
much
gratified
ejecta
with their career.
that some
You
of
know,
it
they
would have ended up on the moon,
think about
and
what
there
other
could be
person is
dinosaur
missing
bones and
who
frozen
does
dinosaur
none
meat
of
up
that,
there.
right?
We'll have to find out.
that is a
Once we get
massive
back to the moon in a
loss,
few years,
massive
maybe we'll
loss,
run across
and it's
some
because
interesting
the
flash
internal
frozen
mechanism that their
dinosaur
brain
stuff.
is not doing what the other
And
person
if
is. They
life
don't
can
have
go
the
up
respect
from
for
Earth,
the
life
part of
can
them that
come
made the
down to
choice.
Earth.
They
There's
feel
a
like it's someone
report
that
of
you
a
disregard.
meteor in Peru
And so,
that has made
to me, it's just in
people
the same
sick.
boat as someone
So
who
there's this weird
is
meteor
obese because
sickness
their
that's happening
eating
down in
habits
Peru.
make them
It
obese
may,
over
it
time, or their
hypothetically
exercise habits.
could be due to a
That,
number of
that's a
things. One of them
huge
is
loss
there
for that
could
person.
be
That person
a
is
virus or
the health
other
problems
pathogen
and
on
is
the
just
meteor,
probably making
other
them miserable.
microorganism on the
And
meteor. It's also possible
and
that
it's
it could be due to something
self-inflicted,
else.
right? It's just
It could be
self-defeating, but
hysteria,
that
although
doesn't
I
make
think
it
the
easy
evidence may
problem
point
to fix
against
just because
that.
you're doing it to yourself.
But it
So
also
to me,
could be things
procrastination
like
is
when the
another one of
meteor
these.
smacked
You
into the
are
ground, it made a
the only
big
person in
dent,
your own way.
and
You
that
are
could have gotten some arsenic
you are
into the
failing
water
at something
supply
or not doing
or
something you
something.
really want to
So
do.
there are some different
That's
options,
the
but we'll
work.
have a link to the
You want
article
to
and
get out of
read
that
all
marriage.
about it.
You know, you
Excellent.
realize
Good.
it hits you, you shouldn't be in
So
this marriage.
that
You
about
get
does it
divorced,
for us.
and
We
you
want to
wait
hear
20
from you,
extra
your
years before you
feedback
do it, or
on
you don't
what
do it at all.
your theories about about Paul Benowitz and
that
Project
is,
Beta and everything that
you know,
happened
you're not living
with him.
the
Now
life
that you've
that
got the
you know you
complete
should be
picture
living, right? And
of
so,
the 2 episodes, what are your theories
I think
now?
it's fascinating. Now,
You can
the
let us
problem is
know
it's
by
also a
visiting
funny problem because
sqpn.com
there's short-term
or the Jimmy Akin's
procrastination,
Mysterious World
which I
Facebook
talk about
page,
as, you know, the
or
kind that
send
has
an
a deadline.
email to
Now, some
mysterious
people,
at
you know, this is what I'm
sqpn.com.
bringing.
Or
There's
send
different
a tweet
characters.
to
There's the panic
@MIS
monster comes in,
_world
and that's when you
with
actually
hashtag
know
of
the
mysterious
procrastinator
feedback.
can.
So Jimmy, what's our next
There's
episode going to
different
be
levels.
about?
There's the kind
Next
that
episode, we'll
even
be
when
answering our
there's
patrons' questions. So we'll be
a
talking about
deadline,
subjects
they
like
stop
gravity
panicking.
illusions,
They've given
the
up, and
Winchester
they really have a
Mansion,
problem.
marrying
Then there's the kind
apparitions
that when
outside
there's
the
a deadline,
Catholic Church,
the they'll wait till the last
Cognitive
second.
dreams,
Both of them,
evangelizing
I think, have a huge
extraterrestrials,
problem
and
if there's
how
no
I
deadline.
find accurate
Because,
information
and
in
most of the
today's
important things
world.
in life, there's no deadline. Just,
So
changing your
folks, remember
career.
to like this episode.
You know,
You find it
becoming a
on
writer
Jimmy
that you never
Eaton's
had
Mysterious
before.
World on
Getting out of
Facebook,
your relationship.
and retweet it on Twitter and share it around. Let
maybe
other people
doing
know
whatever you
about the
need to,
podcast.
the
You do a great
changes you
job
need
at
to
doing
make
that,
in
and we
order to
really
get
do
into a
appreciate
relationship.
when that
There's
happens.
thing after
You can
launching a
find
startup.
links to
Launching a
Jimmy's
startup,
resources
right?
from our
Or
discussion
once
and
you're
links
once
to
you
those
launch a startup,
mysterious headlines
firing is the
on our
mindset
show
that needs
notes
to be
at
fired, right? I mean, going out fundraising
spqpn.com/mysterious.
instead of just
And
trying to,
remember, to help
there's
us
so
continue
many
to produce the
moments when the
podcast,
big
please
change
visit
that you know you should be making that would
spqpn.com/give.
completely change your
Until
life.
next
You
time,
just did
Jimmy
it.
Aiken, thank you for exploring
Has
with
no
us our
deadline.
mysterious world.
It just has
Thanks,
to be
Tom.
coming from
And
yourself.
once again, I'm Dom Bettinelli. Thank you for listening to Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious
I
World.
think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that.
You can never trust anything Richard Dirty says.
Not this month, not today.
Jimmy
because
Aiken's
whatever, they
Mysterious
make
World is brought to you by the Star Quest
music
Production
again and again,
Network.
and just
It is
throw
made
on our
possible
list,
by our many
collecting
generous
dust.
patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast,
And so, yeah,
please
to
visit
me, it's it is a very real
spqpn.com/give.
suffering.
Jimmy
And the
Aiken's
fixes
Mysterious
and
World is also
fixing
brought
the
to you in
habits.
part through the generous support
Just,
of Aaron Ferguson Electric and
I'm
Automation,
still working on
making
the fix
connections
first
for
of all.
life
So
for your
there's
automation and smart home
there
needs
is
in North and Central Florida at AaronD.com
just so you have a
and
boat
by
that sucks at leaking
RosaryArmy.com.
gonna
Have more
sink.
peace.
You can
Visit
fix it with duct tape
RosaryArmy.com and
for
get
a
a
couple
free
rate for
all-twine
one
knotted
ride.
rosary, downloadable
That's not
audio
really fixing the
rosaries,
boat,
and more.
but you can
Make
get
them,
so
pray them,
there's
give
duct
them
tape
away at
solutions.
RosaryArmy.com.
To me, so the panic
And
monster
by
is the character
the
that rushes
Colchester
into the
Curry
room
House,
once
helping
the
people
deadline
make
gets too
authentic
close or once
Indian
there's some
cuisine from
scary
the comfort of their
external
home.
pressure.
Find
Not
authentic
just
Indian
yourself.
spice blends and
that's a
recipes
huge
at
aid to a lot of
ColchesterCurryHouse.com.
Again, there's a lot of people who
Jimmy
won't,
Aiken's Mysterious World.
do that thing. They write that book they wanted to write. There's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam.
But I'm
Most people show up to the
oh, you
exam.
bring a
So,
Venezuela to this meeting. If our purpose
that's because
is
the
to
panic monster is going to freak out if they don't. So you can create a panic monster. If you want to, you really want to write music, you really want to become a singer-songwriter, well, book a venue. Tell 40 people and say, hey, this day 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play you some of my songs. You now are panic monster. You're going to write songs. You're going to have them, right? So there's duct tape things. You can do things. How people do this. I've done a lot of this. With a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't want. And that's you put that again with duct tape solutions.
I'm Dom Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Aiken.
Why do I need that? Right? If I really insult this, this is something I want to do
be sure
for
to
me.
stick around to the end of the show. This week's feedback is going to be from our death at the National Hotel episode we did recently. And so you want to make sure to stick around for that one.
All the incentives should be in the right place.
Let's
And
talk
yet,
about lie
if I don't say that, it'll be
Human
weird.
beings have been
Done it.
deceiving each
Something
other
weird
since
is
the
going on.
dawn
There's
of
some
history.
resistance. There's some force
That's made
that is
finding
prevented
ways
is
to
in my
detect
own
lies
mind,
a
right?
high priority.
And so
Various
doing
techniques
something where I
have
have to pay all
been
this
used
money,
throughout
okay,
history,
now I'm panicking,
and
I'll do it.
with
So
the
that
rise
duct
of modern technology,
fixing their
new methods have been
is
invented.
something where I don't have to do
The
that. I
20th
just will
century
do
saw
the
the
things that
development
I
of lie
again,
detectors such as the
it's not-
polygraph machine.
I'm talking about
But
super
do they
crazy
really
work
work?
ethic, just like
How reliable are they?
for example, okay, I have a
How
lot
have
of
people
examples.
beaten
I
them,
have a
and
serious
what
problem
should
that
you
I've
do
been
if
working
you're
on.
ever asked to take a lie
And in
detector
some ways, I've
test?
gotten really successful
That's
at
what we'll be
solving
talking
it. In
about
other
on
words,
this
still
episode
not
of Jimmy Aiken's
So,
Mysterious
the world's
World.
greatest duct tape.
So, Jimmy, why did you want to
well,
do this episode?
I'm pretty good at duct tape. I'm probably get even better. And I'm like, you're procrastinating at becoming a better duct tape. Literally, like, yes, there's nothing I won't do. So, here's what I know what I should do.
Was
right,
episode
carry on.
79,
Is that
where
I
we
should
looked
wake
at
up
the conceptual
like
distinctions
crazy
between
on 6 a.m. or anything
religion,
insane. Or I'm not going to be one of those
science.
crazy people
Another
at 5:30.
example was episode 52, where we
I'm
discussed
gonna wake up at whatever,
such methods
7:30,
frequently used for
8:30,
memory retrieval
and I should have
in
a
true
block,
crime,
like, just say 9
espionage, and UFO cases.
where
Unfortunately, it's also
get up
highly
and I just
unreliable and not
really
to be
quick make
trusted.
coffee and
In
as
this
obvious
episode,
as
it'll be
all
similar
the
because
Lie
writers in
detectors
history did
also are
exactly that.
used when
Some of them
investigating true
end up
crime,
coming. There's some that I like
espionage, and
they do
UFO
the late night
encounters, as we
sessions, but
saw.
most of them they
You
do
can
it as a
listen
session.
two-parter
But there's a
on the
session.
Ask a Guru
Most
UFO
writers who write in
abduction
the
of
morning, and there's a
Charlie
reason
Dixon and
I
Calvin
don't think
Parker.
I'm different than those people.
As we heard in that
It's
episode,
a great time to write. You're fresh,
one of the
right?
key
Your
issues
ideas,
discussed,
the
both
dreaming
by
have
their
kind of
critics
collected.
and
You
their
have all
supporters,
new
was the
answers
fact
that
that
you
they
didn't have
passed lie
yesterday. You
detector
just got
tests, and the
but more
controversy involved
So I
how
just had a
good
routine. I wrote
those
from
tests
9 to
were.
noon.
So we've encountered lie detectors
Weekdays.
before and will encounter
Every
them
week
again.
would
And I
have
wanted to
a
do an
minimum
episode on how
of
they
15
work and how
focused hours.
accurate they are.
which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. 15, no, this is no joke. This is, you're not, phone's up away. You're not talking to anyone. You're not opening your email. You are focused writing for 3 hours. That's a big leap for most writing players. So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B. I'll give myself an A might be, wow, I really just got into a flow for 6 hours and had to, but it's a minimum of a B. I can keep going. And every week is a minimum of a B, but that's 15 hours. Right? And if I just have to talk about compiling, this is the 2 pages a week. If I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my writing.
This is the case,
yeah,
for example, with
wake up.
anglerfish, which have a long
And most days
filament
I
growing
just
out of their foreheads,
either I'll
and
prevent
they can just
procrastination
sit
late at
there
night, go to bed
and
way too
wiggle
late, and then wake up
that
later, get on a bad
filament
schedule, and
so
I just
that
fall
it
into
looks
bad
like a
schedules.
nice,
Or I'll
juicy
wake up
prey
and there's just,
animal that a passing fish could eat.
you know, I'll say I was going to do a few
What they're
emails and all,
really
but not
doing is
something I'm
moving
texting,
the
texting,
filament as
or I'll
bait
just go
so
and, you know,
that
I'll
they
make a
can
phone
draw
call, yeah,
in the
phone calls 3
passing
hours. It's
fish
always
and
something.
eat him.
Yeah. Or I'll start
On the
writing
other
and then I hit a
hand,
little
some
bit of a wall.
animals are
But because
physically
there's no
built to look
secret,
like
this is a sacred
predators.
writing block.
This is the
I'll
case,
just
for
hit the
example,
wall and
with
say,
the
well,
milk
this is
snake,
icky, and I'll go do something
which
else.
has alternating bands of color
So,
that go
duct tape. What I've
red,
done
black,
is,
yellow, black,
the
red.
Y has one employee,
That's
Alicia. She's the
very
manager of lots of
similar
things.
to
That's
the
her
color
role.
pattern on a
She truly
coral
does
snake,
lots of things.
which has bands that go
And one of the things we
red,
started
yellow,
doing
black,
is
yellow, red.
either she
The
comes over and
difference
sits
is
next to
that
me
on
where
a
she can
milk
see my
snake,
screen
the bands
from
for
9 to
red and
noon.
yellow are
That's all it
always
takes. The thing about
separated by
procrastination
black,
is usually they're not
while on
kicking
a
and
coral
screaming. I
snake,
don't want to do this.
the
It's the
bands
feeling
of
of, you
red
know,
and
in the old
yellow
days when you had to go
always
to
go
class.
together, leading
Your
to
lunch
me
block is
saying
over and it's like,
red and yellow can kill a
class
fellow,
so it's
because
Monday morning. You
coral
go,
snakes are poisonous,
yeah.
but
But you
red
said, you know
milk
what, you need
snakes
to
are
wake up.
not.
You say, okay. And then
The
you
red
get to
milk
class. It's
snake
not that bad
thus
once you're there,
deters
right?
predators by
You know,
making
you have a
them
trainer. He's
think
okay.
it's
That's
a
set.
dangerous coral
Okay.
snake
And you can.
isn't.
That's all it is.
Other
It's
animals use their
some
behavior
external
to
thing being
deceive
like,
either predators
okay, I
or
have to do
prey.
this, and then
A
you have that
famous
moment of like,
example of
this
that is
sucks,
the
but I
American
guess I'll do it.
opossum,
No one's
the
there
only
though.
marsupial
Problem with
in North
procrastinators, they
America,
don't have that
which
person
famously
in their head.
goes limp
Other
or
people, I
plays
think, were
dead
raised
to
with a sense of
deceive
shame when they
potential
don't do stuff. That
predators.
stick
That
in
leads
their
to the
head
famous expression,
is hugely
playing
helpful.
possum.
I don't really have that.
And by the
And
way,
so,
for our listeners
anyways,
outside North
Louise
America,
just
when
sitting
I was
there
growing
next to
up,
me.
we had
It's not
cats,
just
and
she's
we'd
doing
put
her own
food
work. She
out
can
for
see my
them
screen and
on
she
the front
developed
porch
and
at
knows
night,
exactly what I should be doing,
and
what I shouldn't be
then
doing.
possums would waddle
That's
up
all
in
it
the middle
takes.
of the night to
The
eat the
shame
cat
of just
branches,
having
so
her
I had
see me
personal
while she's
experience with
sitting there not
possums.
working, which
So
gets
what
too
about
weird, too
deception
embarrassing.
in
So
human
I get it
beings?
done, and it's amazing.
All
It's
of
the
the examples we
game
mentioned
changer
in
for
the
me. So
animal
duct
kingdom
tape
deal with
can
creatures
help.
that don't
Sometimes
have the
duct tape
kind
is
of
enough, but
spiritual
I'm
nature that
curious
humans
to
do, so
still
they are
trying
subject to
what
some
is going
immorality.
on.
But after
I
using
think
the
part of it
process
is
of
that
evolution to produce
we
the
are
human
actually
body,
wired. I think
God
I'm being
endowed the first human
very
beings
sane.
with true human souls,
Actually, what's
and
happening.
when
Or
he
not
did
sane is
that,
not the right word. I'm
he
being like
elevated their nature beyond
I'm being
what
a
evolution
natural
itself
human
was
that we are
capable of
not
producing.
programmed to sit there
He
and do
gave us his
homework
grace in a way
of
that
a certain
elevated our
kind that
nature
we get the
and made it
results like
possible for us to live
6
in
months later.
perfect
Like that is
harmony with
not.
him and
So
with other
we're supposed
human
to use,
beings.
conserve energy and
So
like fulfill
love
our
of
needs
God
as we
and
need
love
them
of
and then do
labor
immediate
could
things.
prevail, and we wouldn't
And
need to do things like
we're
lying.
overriding our
But
natural ways when
man
we
fell
wake
by
up and
original
get to
sin
it. And I think
and
sometimes
lost that
because the
elevated nature,
pain,
putting
I
us
think
in
a lot of them are just
opposition to
avoiding
God
suffering.
and
For a
to
lot
our
of people,
fellow
the
man.
pain of not doing
That
it
means that
is actually
lies are
worse because they
something
feel
human
shame.
beings have
So if
been
they don't get up and
telling
take
each
a job
other
and
ever
get up
since
early
the
and get
fall.
to work, I'll feel
In
like a
the
bad
Genesis
person.
narrative, the first
And that
lies
is
told
worse
by a
than
human
doing those
being
things. And
are
then it becomes a
attributed
habit.
to
So it
Cain.
becomes just
As
easy,
we read
automatic.
in Genesis
It becomes
4,
I do it because
now
that's what I
Adam
did. But I
his
think that if
wife,
you don't
and
have
she
a lot of shame
conceived and bore
necessarily,
Cain.
the
And
pain
again,
of
she
doing those
bore
things
his
is
brother
worse
Abel.
in that
Was a
than
keeper of sheep,
not
and
doing
Cain
it.
a tiller
But
of
I
the
think that
ground.
there's this
In the course
feeling
of
that you
time, Cain
capture
brought
with
to the
your
Lord
body
an
language
offering
and
of the
it's
fruit of
all
the
good.
ground, and Abel
Like
brought some of the
I don't want to
firstlings
do
of
another
his
set.
flock
That
and of
feeling,
their fat
the
portions.
people that see
And the
that
Lord
are
had
good
regard
at
for Abel in his offering,
procrastinating are the
but
ones
for
that
Cain
have
and his
trained
offering he
themselves
had
to
no
like the
regard.
moment
So
they
Cain
will be
was
having
very
that
angry,
feeling.
and
They
his
just it's
countenance
like
fell. The
Sam
Lord
Harris
said to
style
Cain,
Zen.
"Why are you
You
angry,
don't
and why
experience
has your
that feeling.
countenance fallen?
Yeah,
If
just
you
march
do well,
forward.
will you
Like I
not be
talked to Elon
accepted?
about this a lot
And if you
actually
do not do
offline.
well, sin
It's like
is
he
lurking
doesn't
at the
have
door.
this.
Its
No,
desire
really
is
not.
for you,
It's,
but you
it's
must
just
master
the
it."
way I think he
Cain said
talks
to
about the
Abel
way I
his
think
brother,
about it.
"Let
It's
us
just
go
like
out to the
you just
field."
pretend you're
And when
like
they
a
were in the
machine
field,
running an
Cain rose
algorithm.
up against
Like
his
you
brother
know
Abel
this
and
is
killed
you
him.
should be doing
Then
this.
the Lord
Not
said to
because
Cain,
someone told
"Where
you
is
so.
Abel
This
your
is
brother?"
probably the thing
He
you
said,
want to do.
"I do not
Like
know.
look at the big
Am I
picture
my
of your
brother's
life.
keeper?"
Just run the
And the
algorithm.
Lord said,
Ignore
"What
your
have you
feelings. Just
done?"
run this
The
thing.
voice of your brother's blood is
Yeah.
crying to
No,
me from
yeah,
the
you can
ground.
frame it as like
In this
you can
passage,
feel like
Cain
homework,
tells two
or you can feel
lies.
like
First,
you're
he
like you're
deceives
living
his
your best
brother
life or
Abel
something,
by
or you're doing your
inviting him
work.
to go out
Yeah.
into the field
And
without
maybe
revealing
reframe
that
it.
he's
But I think
planning on
ultimately,
killing
is
him.
whatever reframing
Depending
you
on
need to
what
do,
your
you just need
definition
to
of a
do it
lie
for a
is,
few
you could
weeks.
quibble about that.
And
whether
that's
it's
how the
technically a
habits work,
lie,
and you
but
stick
it's
with
at
it.
least a case
Like,
of deception, since
I've-
Cain expects Abel to
I'm now
believe
on
that
a
he
kick
will
where
still
I
be alive at
exercise
the
every
end of
day.
this
It
excursion
doesn't
when
matter what
that
that
isn't the
exercise is.
case.
It's not serious.
And
It
secondly,
could be
he
200
directly
push-ups.
lies to
It's the thing
God
that, like,
by saying he
I make
doesn't
sure I
know
exercise
where
every
Abel
day. It's
is,
become
when
way,
in
way
fact
easier
he's killed Abel and
because of the
does
habit.
know.
And I just,
Also, there's a little subtlety
and I
in the
don't know, like,
text
at least with
that may not
exercise,
be
it's
obvious.
easier
You'll
to
notice the
replicate
text
that
says
feeling.
Abel was
I
a
don't allow
keeper
myself
of
to feel like
sheep. And
doing
when
this.
Cain is
Well, I think
talking
one
to
thing you just
God,
like
he
little things
says,
like I
I
brush
don't
my
know,
teeth
am
before I
I
go
my
to bed.
brother's
It's just a habit.
keeper?
And it is
Am I
effort.
his
Like if it was
shepherd?
something
Am I
else,
supposed to
I
keep
would
track of
be
him?
like,
So, in
bathroom,
any event,
do that, or
lying
just
is
go, I'm just
something
going
that
to lie down
humans
right
have been
now.
prone
But
to
it doesn't
ever
even
since
cross
the
my mind.
fall.
It's just like
And that
I
means
just
that
robotically
we've
go
had a
and do it.
need to detect
And it almost
lies
has become
ever
like a
since
nice.
we
It's
acquired
like, oh, this
original
part of
sin.
that. You know, it's like
That's the earliest
morning
form of
routine
lie
and stuff.
detection
It's
that
like,
we
you know,
know
that
about.
stuff is kind of just
The
like
earliest form
automated.
is
And it's
simply
funny because you
watching
don't
other
like
people
go.
and trying to form an
Like, I don't think
estimate
that's
of
getting
whether
many
they're telling
days.
the
I
truth
don't
or
think
not.
it's getting many
That
days
involves
brushing my
watching
teeth.
their behavior
Like, unless I
and
didn't
seeing
have a
if they
toothbrush,
show
I got
signs of
was there something.
deception, like
And what
being
is that?
nervous
There's
or
also like
anxious when telling us
to
about
me,
something
there's
they
the
shouldn't be
character that
nervous
makes
or
me
anxious
impressive is
about.
the instant
It
gratification.
also involves taking
That's what I
other
think,
facts we
right?
know
And there's the rational
comparing
decision
them with
maker
what
and
a
the instant
person is
gratification.
telling us.
These battles
So
with each
if he
other.
says
But
something
the
that conflicts with
for
what we know
procrastinating,
to be true,
the monkey
it's a
wins.
sign he's lying.
I think the monkeys,
These methods don't
you read
cover
about this kind
all
of
the
stuff. I think that
cases we encounter,
this
so
kind of more
we've
primitive
also
brain
developed more
is
specialized
always
lie
and
detection
it's
strategies.
not procrastinating. That
What are
primitive
some
brain
of
is
the
on board for some
techniques
reason.
that were used in the ancient world before
And
we
isn't
got
resistant.
modern
So,
technology?
but when I think about
One
brushing my
example
teeth,
is found in
it's
the
like the monkey
11th
doesn't even
century
think there's an
BC
option
during the
to
reign
not do
of
it. So it
the
doesn't even like
Israelite
get.
judge
There's no hope. The
Jephthah,
monkey has no
who
hope
we
there.
read about
So it doesn't
in
even like get involved.
Judges
It's just like yeah,
chapters
we have to. Just like kind of like
12.
robotically, just
This
like
was a little before
it's kind
1000
of like
BC.
Stockholm syndrome. Just like oh
Now,
no, I have to do
Jephthah
this.
was a man from the
And
territory
it
of
doesn't even wake
Gilead,
up. Like, yeah, we're
and
doing
he
this.
defended Israel
For other
against
things, the
its
monkey's like,
enemies.
ooh, no.
But
Both days I
some
can
of
win
the
this.
Israelites got
And so
jealous.
the monkey
These included men from the tribe
puts
of
up that like
Ephraim,
fierce
who
resistance,
thought that
and it's
Jephthah
like
had
it's
slighted
a lot of it's
them
like the
by
initial
not
transition.
calling on them
So
when Israel needed
I
to
think
be
of it as like jumping
defended.
in a cold pool.
Jephthah's
Where
answer
it's
was,
like,
hey, I asked
I
you
will spend
before
the whole
and you
day
couldn't
pacing
show
around the
up,
side of the pool in
so
my
I
bathing
didn't
suit,
bother
just being
asking
like, I
you
don't
the
want
most
to have that
recent
one
time.
second that
What's
you
the
first
big
jump in and
deal,
it
you
sucks. And
bunch
then
of slackers?
once I'm in,
Their
but I'm usually, or once I
answer
start writing,
was,
suddenly
we
I'm like,
don't
oh,
care what
this
you
isn't so
think
bad.
of
Okay, I'm
us.
kind of
We
into it.
will
And then
burn
that's
down
when
your
you can't
house
carry me
over
away.
you
You know,
with
then I
fire,
suddenly
so
like
get
into a
ready to
flow.
be burned
So
alive,
it's like once I
buddy.
get into cold water, I'm
The
fine. But I will
Ephraimites
spend
then attacked
hours
the
standing around the
Gileadites,
side of the
who
pool.
defeated them
And
in
by the way, I
battle.
do this in a more literal
But
sense. When I go to
some
the gym with a trainer,
Ephraimites were trapped
in
in
45 minutes, I
Gilead
do a full
after this
ass
battle,
workout. And it's not
and they wanted
because
to get home.
I'm having a
The
good time, but
Gileadites were
it's
in
because
control of the
it's
way,
that you have to go to
so
class,
the
right? But when I
Ephraimites
go to the gym
needed
alone,
to
I will literally
pretend to be Gileadites
do a
so they
set
could
and
move
then
around without
dick around my phone
interference.
for 10 minutes before the
And
next
the
set.
Gileadites
And I'll
knew
spend
they
over
were
an hour there.
trying to sneak out
So
by
it
pretending
is
not
the
to be
transition. Once I'm
Ephraimites.
actually doing
And
the set,
so
I'm
to
never like, I don't want
expose
to
the
stop it.
deception,
Now it's just like,
they
oh, you did it.
employed
And I
a
feel
lie
happy I just did
detecting
it.
technique.
So it's something, there's
And
something
when any
about
of the
transitions
fugitives
that
of
is very, that's why
Ephraim said, let me go over,
a lot of
then
places,
Gilead said to him,
I will
are you
procrastinate
an
getting ready
Ephraimite?
to go to the airport.
When he said no, they
I
said
know
to
I should
him,
leave at 3,
then
so I cannot be
say
stressed. I'll leave
Shibboleth.
at 3:36.
And he said,
So
Rabbi,
stress.
or he could not
One
pronounce
time
it right.
on the way to the
Then they
airport,
seized him
immediately, I'm
and
like, why did I
threw
do this
him
earlier? Now I'm
overboard
back
to the
to on my
Jordan.
phone doing what I was doing.
This is a
I
clever
shouldn't get in
technique.
the damn car or
People
whatever.
from different areas have different
So,
accents, different ways
yeah,
of
there's some
pronouncing the same
very odd,
words, and
irrational.
it can be very difficult to pronounce
Yeah,
a
like
word in a
I
way that
was
you're
waiting
not
for you to
used
tell
to.
me. You said that you're
At
running a
that
few minutes
time,
late, and I
one
was
of
like,
these words was shibboleth, which
I was
apparently
like, I was gonna
referred
get
to an
coffee
ear of grain.
because
at
I
the
can't
stop
possibly
of
be
wheat.
the one who's early.
In Gilead,
Right. I
people
can't. I
would
don't
pronounce
understand.
this
I'm
word
always
with
late
a
to stuff, and I know
sound
it's
on the front of it,
disrespectful
so it would be
in
pronounced
the eyes of a lot of
shibboleth.
people. I can't help it.
But in
You know what I'm
Ephraim,
doing
they
ahead of it?
didn't
It's
say
not
the
like I
word
don't
with
care
the
about the people.
aspirated
I'm
initial
often
sound,
like,
and so they just
you
used
know,
an
for
S
discounts, I'd be
sound
preparing
and
more.
said it
Like
shibboleth.
it's like I
That
obviously care about
allowed
the person.
them to tell
What's
the
the
Yeah,
true
it's just interpreted
Gileadites
as like
from the
there are some
Ephraimite
people that like
fakers, and
show
that
up
let
late
them
because they
detect the
kind of
lie
like that quality
based
in
on a
themselves,
subtle
and that's a
clue
diff,
that
right? There's a lot of
people
those people,
didn't have
but
easy
more often it's
conscious
someone who shows up
control over.
frazzled and they feel
They
awful and they're
detected the lie
furious at
by
themselves. So
listening
regretful.
for a subtle
I mean,
shift
that's
in their
me. And
voices.
you all you have to do
This
is look at
test
those
is
people
interesting
alone.
because it involves a subtle,
They're not being disrespectful to anyone
involuntary
there. They
cue
just inflicted this
that
on
people would
themselves. Like,
send, in this case, by their speech. Are there other lie detection techniques used in the Bible?
I imagine one
One
of the
is
reasons
found in the
people
story
cling
of
to their
Susanna,
hate
which
so
is in the
stubbornly
Deuterocanonical
because
edition of the book of Daniel.
because they
It's chapter
sense
13
once
of the
hate
book.
is gone,
In this
they will be
account, a
forced to
righteous
deal
woman
with the
named
pain.
Susanna has been falsely accused
What
of
has been a
committing adultery in
painful
a
but
garden
formative
that
experience
had
in your life?
trees.
Or
The
what's the
false
flavor of
accusation
the
is
shape
made
of
by
your
two
pain
older
that
men.
fuels you?
So
I mean,
the young
honestly,
prophet Daniel has the two older
first
men
thing that jumped to
separated
mind
so they
is my
can't
own
hear
like
each other,
battles against myself
and
to
he
get my
asks
work
them
done
what they
because it affects
saw.
everything. When
Specifically,
I just spent
he
5
asked
years in this
them
book, and
under
granted,
what
it's a
kind
beast.
of
Like I
tree
probably would have
each
taken
of
2
them
or 3
saw
years, but
the
it didn't need to
innocent
take
woman
5.
committing
That was
adultery.
a lot of
Since
not
the
just
two
not
older
just
men
not
can't
work
confer
that
to get
I'm
their stories
over
straight,
researching.
they
I'm making
each
it.
say
I'm
that the
adding
woman
in things I
committed
shouldn't
adultery
because I'm
under a
perfectionist.
different
Being a
kind of
perfectionist about like,
tree,
oh, I learned
and
that.
thus
Now I want to get
Daniel
it in there.
exposes
I know I'm
her
going to end up cutting
stories
it.
as
Just
lies.
or
This
I
reflects a
over
sound
outline,
interrogation
something
technique
trying
in
to get it
separating
perfect, but I know that's
witnesses
not
so they
possible.
can't
So maybe
coordinate
a lot
their
of
stories,
immature kind
but
of
it's
things.
not directed to
I
the
know I'm not
kind
actually
of
that
lie
much of a writing
detection
amateur. I've
that
written
we'll be
including
focused
my
on in
own
this
blog.
episode.
I've been a
Are
writer
there
for
other
15 years. I know
specialized
what
lie
I'm doing.
detection
I can
techniques that
advise other
people in the
writers
ancient
really well.
world used?
And
Around
yet, I do a
500
bunch of amateur
BC,
things
so
that I know
about
while I'm
half a
doing it
millennium after
is, and I know
Jephthah,
I'm being so
priests in India
that
supposedly had a technique that would
hurts the
involve
actual product. It
donkeys
makes you
that
know
were supposed to
it
bray
waste your
if their
precious
tail
time.
was being held by a person telling
When
a
you're
lie.
mad at yourself, when you're
In this case, the donkey was functioning as
negative,
the ancient
self-defeating
equivalent
spiral,
of a lie
it almost
detector.
inevitably
The priests
you'll
told
be
people
less
accused
into
of
others.
crimes
Like
that
I'll
they
just I
would
used
be
to
left in room
early on
and needed
in
to
my
hold the tail
now
of the
marriage.
donkey. If the
One of the
donkey
things we always used
brayed,
to do
it meant
is I
that
used
they
to
were
plan mystery
liars who had
dates.
committed the
New York
crime.
City, great place
But
for
if
this.
the
I'd
donkey
find some
stayed
weird little
silent,
adventure for us.
it
No,
meant they
it
were
could be
telling
anything.
the truth
And I
and
wouldn't
had
tell her what
not
it was.
committed
I
it.
reserving you for
They then
Thursday
left
night.
the
No,
accused in the room with the
and it's
donkey
the fun
and
part of a
listened
relationship.
to whether or not it
Started
brayed.
writing this
Or
book,
it
got into a
didn't,
really
and the
bad,
accused person
personal
cited
space
this
where
as
it's like
evidence of
in my
his
head I was like, I
innocence.
can't do anything
But
until
this
this is
didn't
done. And I was like,
matter,
no. And
because
I just
the
stopped like
donkeys
ever
in this
valuing
test
like
weren't really special
joy of
and
any
couldn't
kind.
really tell
Like
if
I was
they
like,
were
no,
lying or not.
that's one of them.
Instead, what was
That's a
important
trap.
was
Will very
whether you
quickly
followed the priest's
I was thinking, okay, it's going
instructions
to be 6
and
months away. And
grabbed
actually,
the
5 years later, I'm
donkey's
like, wow,
tail.
I
If you
really wasn't
grabbed the
living
tail,
it for
that
5 years.
showed you were
We don't live
innocent,
very long. Like,
because
think
the
about your 5
priests
decades.
had
Like that's like
put
a
soot
sixth of my
on
5
the
years. Like,
donkey's tail.
wow, like,
And
that's a
now
huge
that
loss.
soot was
So
on
for me,
your
that was
hands,
excruciating.
showing that
And
you
there was a
weren't
bad
afraid of the lie detector
pattern,
test, and revealing that you were a
a very
truth teller who had not
unproductive,
committed the
unhelpful
crime.
pattern for me, which is
But
like wake up in the morning and it's
if
great
your
mood.
hands were
Great mood
clean,
every morning. Wake up,
that
throw me
showed
awake
that you
the whole
were
day ahead of
afraid
me.
to
Getting so
touch
much
the
work done
donkey's
today,
tail,
and
even when
but,
instructed
first
to
I'm
by
going
the
to do these
priest.
other things. It's all going to be great. And then
You were a liar who did not
failing
want to
for the
be
day.
exposed by the donkey
Those goals
test.
usually sometimes
This test
miserably,
is
sometimes a little
interesting
partially.
because it involves
And then
tricking the person
bed,
undergoing the
probably a couple
test
hours later than
by
I want
lying to
to. And
them.
that's when all of
The person could
real
beat the
reality
test
is suddenly
by
so
grabbing the
much regret,
donkey's
so
tail,
much
whether
anxiety,
they were
furious
guilty
with
or
myself,
not.
wishing I
So
could
the
take a time
test
machine
wouldn't
back 3
work
months, 6 months, a year,
unless the subject
or just even
was
to the beginning of that
deceived
day.
into thinking that
And
it worked.
just
China
tossing a
also
journal
had
down.
an
I mean, this is a
advanced
very bad. This is
civilization
why I
in
said
ancient
suffering.
times. Did
Procrastinators
they have a
suffer
lie
in a
detection
very
method?
serious way. So
Apparently in
look,
ancient
I you
that
know,
a
I know this probably
physiological
sounds
test was
like
used.
a lot of like first
If
world
you were a
problems, and it is,
suspect,
but
they
it's
had
real
you
suffering
put
as well. Like
dry rice
it's
in your mouth.
so to me,
You
it's like
spit it out,
it's
and then they
painful
check whether
because
you still had any
you're
rice
not
sticking to
being
your tongue.
you're not being as good a friend or a
The
spouse or
idea
whatever as you
was
could
that
be. You're also
liars
not
tend to be
treating yourself very
nervous,
well. You're
and
usually
so
not
they
being very
get
helpful in these
dry
moments.
mouth.
You know, you're often
If you had
and
rice
you're
still
not being
sticking
I'm not
to
being
your
good friend
tongue,
either.
that
So
meant
it's
you
just a
were
lot of
lying.
this.
But if you were telling the truth,
And it's like it
you'd
feels like
produce
it's
enough
one
saliva
small
for
tweak
all
away.
the
Sometimes
rice to
it's like
come off
that's
your
what I said.
tongue,
It's like
and
you
there
just
wouldn't
suddenly
be
are
any
just
still
doing it
sticking
9
to
to
it.
12 and getting that
This
habit.
test is
Everything else
interesting
falls
because
into
it
place.
involves
All of this
another
reverses.
subtle involuntary
It's still
cue,
hopeful, but it's
this
like
time a
it is a.
physiolocal
I have
one,
not figured.
saliva
I haven't figured
production,
it out yet.
rather
I
than
had some good
rather than an
And
involuntary
you also don't
speech
want to
cue,
romanticize
as
it.
in the
'Cause
shibboleth
it is
example.
true that some
How
sort of the
reliable
greats in
were
history,
these
especially
ACY
writers,
detection methods?
suffer from all the same
Not
stuff.
very.
Like they
They
weren't
were all
quite able. I
either
mean,
easy to beat
you
or
might only write
otherwise
for
likely to give false
2 or 3 hours
results.
a day, but
But
the rest of the day is
the
often
ancient
spent
world was a rough
kind
place,
of tortured.
and these were
But
rough
Right,
people to
this
work
is the
with.
irrational thing.
So naturally, people
and well,
were
this goes for a lot of
interested in
people's
more
jobs. People,
reliable
especially who work for
methods,
themselves.
which seemed to
You'd
become
be shocked how
possible
much
with
you
the
can wake up
advent
at
of
9
modern
or
technology.
8 or 7
How
or
did
whatever.
the modern
Get to
era
work
of
and stop
lie
at 1,
detection
but you're
begin?
really focused
One
on
of the things that
1 or
accompanied
2.
the scientific revolution was taking
And
lots and lots of
25 really
measurements,
focused hours
as well
of
as
stuff
improved
production
methods of taking more
stuff a week, and then
precise
there's 100
measurements.
12
By the
waking hours.
beginning of the 20th
Right? So we're talking
century,
about
people
80
started
something
to
hours.
wonder if these measurements could be used to
You can live,
detect
you know,
subtle
if you're
cues
really
involved
focused
in
and
lying.
you're, you know, yin and yang
That's
of
like
your time.
the
That's my
Say-Shibboleth
goal.
test or the
Is black and
Chinese
white.
rice test, both of
really
which
focused time
involve
and
detecting
totally
subtle
like
cues,
clean
one in
conscience free
voice and
time.
one being a
Right now, I
physiological
need a lot of
change.
bread. It's a lot of, I
And
should be
both
working right now.
strategies would
Oh, I
be
was wasting my
revived
time,
in the
this and
20th
that. And that's
century in
just
new
that's
forms.
so if you
In
can just get really
1900,
good at
the Italian psychologist
black and the white,
Vittorio
so you wake
Venusi
up and
started
full work.
exploring
And I
physiological
think a lot of people
changes
can
and
have like all this free
proposed
time,
that
but
the
instead I'll do
timing
those
of
same
your
3 hours, just like you
breathing
said. I'll do them really late at night or
changed
whatever,
when you're
after having
lying.
tortured myself the whole
In
day. Not having any
1913,
fun. It's not like I'm having
the
fun.
American psychologist
I call
and
it the dark
comic
playground.
book writer
Just where
William
you are
Winston
when you know you should
Marston
be working, but you're
proposed that
doing
your
something
blood
else.
pressure
You're doing
changed
something
when
fun
lying.
on paper,
He was
but
the
it never
inventor
it
of
feels
the
awful.
systolic
And
blood
so
pressure
I spend a
test,
lot of time
and
with them.
his
And you
wife
know you shouldn't be
noticed
doing
because,
it,
of course,
and
he
you still do
experimented
it.
on his wife.
Yeah,
His
it's not
wife
clean
noticed
conscience fun.
that
It's bad.
when she
It's
got mad
toxic.
or excited, her
And I
blood
think
pressure
that
went
it's
up.
there's
Marston,
something about
incidentally,
you're draining
was the
yourself all the
creator
time.
of
If you just did your
Wonder Woman,
focused hours and then if
who
you
is
actually had good,
famous for
clean
having
fun,
a
fun can be
magic
anything.
golden
Reading a book
lasso,
could be
and when
hanging
she
out with somebody
puts
could
it
be
on
really
people, they are compelled to tell the
going
truth.
to
They
do something
can't
cool in the
lie
city. You know,
if she's got them in the
that
golden
is
lasso.
critical.
Despite this, there
You're
is a
recharging some
debate
part of your psyche,
about whether
and
or
I think it
not
makes it
Wonder
easier to
Woman's
actually
golden
work and
lasso
understand. I
was
say this from
directly
the experience
inspired
when I
by
have had
Marston's
you know
work
good
on lie
stretches. It's like
detecting. There was a
it's
problem
you're
with
you know what it is? It's
Marston's
like you feel
blood
like you're
pressure-based lie
discounting
detection.
one part of your brain,
As you know
discounting
from
the
going
other
to the
part. Like
doctor's office,
you're like
when they take your
we
blood
got like
pressure, they
we
put you in a
treat
cuff,
treat ourselves
which they
well.
then
Like, it's how you
inflate
return.
with air to
treat myself.
squeeze your
And it's like
arm,
yeah no it's
and
one
then they
time.
let the air
Now
out of
late
it to
time.
take
Okay, back to work.
readings.
And you're in this
That
very
takes
healthy
time,
like parent-child
and so you
relationship
can
in your
only
head
do
versus
blood
like
pressure
this
readings
constant
every so often. You don't
conflict
get a
and like the
continuous
kid doesn't respect the
feed
parent
of
hates
what
the
your
kid.
blood pressure is. And that was a
You're
problem
right.
for
It always
Marston's
feels
blood
like it's like one
pressure-based lie
fix away.
detection,
So
because
there's
if
hope.
you can only
I
take a
I
reading
guess
every
I
minute
mean
or so,
so much
you
of what
may
you
well
just
miss
like
the
so
momentary
true.
spikes in blood
I guess
pressure
I
that
have the
could
same
signal
kind of hope.
lying. The
But you know
solution
this
to this
podcast
was
is
to try to get a
very
continuous blood
regular.
pressure
I mean,
reading,
I
but there's also a
press like
problem with that, which we'll
and I
discuss
think
below.
partially
When was the
there is
polygraph
a bit of a
machine
duct tape
invented?
solution here, which is
In
you just
1921,
because it's
in
always easy to
Berkeley,
schedule stuff for the
California,
future
a
for myself,
medical
right?
student
Because that
and
future
police
10,
officer
future
named
10
John Augustus
is not my
Larson
problem. So I'll schedule all
decided to
kinds of shit for the
combine
future 10,
multiple
and I will
physiological measures
and I will
and measure them
not
all
not
at
do it.
once
But in
to
this
detect
case, you can
lies.
schedule
These included pulse
podcasts,
rate,
and you have to show.
breathing rate,
Yeah, you have to
sweating
show.
Right, it
rate,
seems like a good
and
medium for
blood
But
pressure,
this is not
supposedly.
my. This
This
is what
is
I do
used
for
I
many
fun.
different
but at
measures
least
at once,
this is the
and
kind
it
of thing,
wrote out the
especially if it's not
results
your
in a
main thing.
continuous graph.
Especially if it's not your main thing, it's the
The
kind of
Greek
thing that
word
you
for
dream of
reading
doing and
is
want to do and never
pose,
do.
and
And I
the
feel like
word for
your
writing is
your regular
graphe.
production
So this device
here
became
is
known as
is
a
a sign that something
polygraph.
is working
It
in
writes
this
out
regard.
Yeah, in
multiple
this regard, but
graphs
this, I'm
of
sure you have this
physiological
same kind of
measures
thing with the
at the same
podcast. In
time.
fact, because you're
The
going to be
press,
doing
of
the podcast,
course,
it's also the
immediately
podcast
called it the lie
becomes what
detector.
the podcast
How
is
did the
for
press
me.
get wind of the
This is your
invention?
procrastinating.
They learned that
If
very
you're talking
early
about being
on.
80 and
According to a
get to that
story
person's
in the
head and
San
look back
Jose
and be like,
Mercury
just
News, it
deep regret. You
started
just
with an Irish
you're
priest
yearning
named
to
Father
do
Patrick
anything to just go
Heslin,
back and
who
have
was
done
the
this
pastor
differently.
of Holy
That
Angels
is
Church
desperation. It's just
in
you
the
don't
San
feel it yet.
Francisco
It's not
Bay
in you
Area.
yet.
The story
The other
began
thing
on
you
the
can do is if
evening
you're
of
a partner,
August
if you
2nd,
want to partner with someone, now you
1921,
can say,
with a knock on the
me,
rectory door of
and
holy
these
angels
15 hours
in
every
coma.
week, and
The
none
air
of them are
was
going
thick
to get it
with
done. So
fog, but
working
still,
with someone can
the
help.
housekeeper and the neighbor
Yeah,
were
that's why
able
they
to see
say
clearly
like
enough to later recall
co-founders
that the
of
man
office of
knocking was
regulations,
odd,
but that's kind
suspicious
of one of
even,
them
hidden
because
beneath a heavy
actually for the
overcoat,
startup case,
goggles, and a pulled-up collar which
you
concealed his
unlike writing
face.
perhaps.
Father Heslin opened the
It's
door.
really like
He
$100
listened while the
plus
stranger
thing. Like
spoke of an
once you
ailing
really
friend in
launch,
Salado Beach,
you go
present-day
all in.
Pacifica,
Like
a man
everything
in
else
need of
just
the last
disappears.
rites.
Like you
The
can't even
cleric
have a whole
gathered a, quote,
balanced life
red
for a
Morocco
little
case
bit. So
containing the bread
that
and wine
their
of the Blessed
co-founder really
Sacrament,
helps.
end quote,
That's the idea.
and hastily climbed into the front seat of the stranger's touring
You're
car.
one of the most
Father
interesting
Heslin
people on the
never
internet.
returned.
So as
On
a
August 3rd,
writer,
San Francisco
you
Archbishop
look out
Edward
into
J.
the
Hanna
future.
received a ransom note
Do you dream
demanding
about certain things you want to still
$6,500
create?
in exchange for the priest.
Is
No
there
money drop
projects
was
that you
mentioned,
want to
but the
write?
note
Is there
hinted
movies
that
you
the
want
kidnapped
to
priest
write,
might be
direct,
located
or
in a cave. The ransom amount
so
was
it's just
posted in the
endless
paper as a
ideas.
reward.
No,
Police and
there's
armed
specific
vigilantes
lists of
combed the
things
area,
that really
from
excite
hills
me,
to
but
beaches
it's
to
a big
residential
list
areas.
that I know I'll never
When a
get to.
second ransom note
That's part
arrived
of why
demanding more money, there was
the
still
last
no
5
mention
years
of a
are
drop,
like, you know,
nor was there
when I
any news
feel
on
like
the
I'm not
whereabouts of
moving as
Father
quickly as I
Heslin.
could.
By
It
then,
bothers me
handwriting
because I have
experts
so much
had
genuine
concluded that
excitement
the
to try
ransom
so many
notes were
different things, and I
written
get
by
so
a
much
man
joy
of
finishing it.
unbalanced
I don't like
mentality.
doing things, but a lot of
On
writers like
August
it.
10th,
I
1921,
publishing something
William
is great
Hightower
because
arrived at the home of Archbishop Hanna. He
and
had
makes it
something
all,
important to tell
you know,
him,
or
but
just
the
finishing something
Archbishop
you're
was in
proud
a conference.
of. Putting it out there and have people
Hightower
appreciate
then
it
told
is like
his
the
story
best
to
thing
a
in the world,
newspaper
right?
man
you know, a lot of every
Return
kid
brought
makes a
in the
little module
police.
of themselves. That's a little, you
Hightower's
know, a
story
dream
was two
or, you know,
stories.
something.
The first was
And
that
I
a
feel like
woman,
when I
Dolly
do
Mason,
something,
had told
I
Hightower
make
that some
something,
guy
it's,
shot some
you
other
know,
guy
it's been
and then
mostly
buried the
writing.
victim in the sand
And
at
I
a
feel
popular
proud of it, and
swimming
I put it
spot
out there.
in
I feel
Solana
like
Beach.
I like,
It
again,
was
I'm
an
like fist pounding
advertisement for
myself.
Albert's
So,
Milling
like,
Company,
there's a little
which
like
featured a
I
miner cooking
I
flapjacks
owe
over
to
an open
myself
fire.
to do certain things, and
The
I just
second
did one of
story,
the things
told
I
to
owed. I paid
Hightower,
off some debt to
supposedly
myself.
by the
I
same
owed it,
woman
and
or
I paid
possibly
it.
two
And it feels
women,
great. It feels
was
like
that right around the same
very
spot,
like you feel very
bootleg whiskey was
autonomy.
buried.
So
Hightower went to the
more things
location
I
in
can do, you know,
question,
and I just
hoping to
have fun
uncover
with
the
it, right? So
liquor
it's
and sell
for
it on
me
the
that
open market.
includes
Should
writing
note
and just, you
that
know,
this was
short
during the
short
era of
short blog
prohibition
posts. I write
and
very
selling
long blog posts,
alcohol
but basically
was
short
illegal
writing
in
in
the
the form
United
of
States between
blog posts is
1920
great. I
and
love that medium.
1933.
I want to do a lot
So
more of that.
criminals got to work
Books
doing
yet to be
fun
seen. I'm going
things
to do
like
this. I'll have
making
another book
bootleg
I'm going to
liquor
write
and
after.
dirty
We'll see if I
organized
like those
crime.
two, and if I do,
That's
I'll
why
do more. Otherwise,
Hightower
I
was interested.
but I
If
also
you
want to try
could
to
find
read.
a
I want to make
stash
more
of bootleg
videos.
liquor, steal it,
I want
and
to.
sell it, you could make
I
money,
did a little
provided
travel
the mob
series
didn't
once. I
catch you and
love
kill
doing
you.
that. I want to
But
do,
Hightower never found that liquor.
It's almost like
Instead,
a
with a little
vlog,
digging, he
like,
discovered
it
a
was on
black
I
prayer
let
scarf, which
readers
he
in a survey
suspected belonged to the
pick
missing
5
priest.
countries they wanted me to
He
go
marked
to.
that spot
So
with the
awesome.
scarf
And
and
they
dug no
picked,
further.
they
He
sent me
set
to
off
weird
to
places. They
report
sent
what he
me.
knew and
I
hopefully
went
collect the
to
reward.
Siberia.
He
I
was, he explained, a businessman
to
down on
Japan.
his
I
luck.
went from there to
Accompanied by
Zone,
a very
to Nigeria.
suspicious San
From
Francisco
there to
police chief
Iraq.
Daniel
And from there
Ryan
to Greenland.
and a number
And then I
of
went back to
equally
here.
suspicious detectives
Like 2
and
weeks
several
ago.
reporters. Hightower brought his
And I get to, you know,
companions to
each
the
one I got
area
to,
in
you know,
question.
have some weird
Over here,
experiences. I tried to
boys,
like really dig
Hightower was
in
noted to
and
have
have
called
like
enthusiastically
you
to
know,
his gathering.
interesting experiences. Then I
Hightower
wrote about
began
it,
digging
and I
with gusto.
taught readers a little bit about
As
the
the
history of these
out-of-work
places. It was
baker
just,
had
I
claimed
love
that he had no
I love
knowledge of how the
so I
victim
wanted
was
to
buried in the
and I'm
sand,
like, oh man, like,
or
I've
if
done one
in
of those
fact
in
it
so long.
was absolutely the priest.
And
The
then
police advised him to
then I have
dig
a big
carefully
like
because he might
desire to
strike
do
the buried
fiction
man's
stuff. Like I
face
want to
with a
write
shovel.
sci-fi at some point, and I
Hightower
would love
told him
to
not to worry
write
as he
a
was
musical.
digging
That's
near
actually
the
what I was
priest's
doing
feet.
before with why I was
Hightower was
with a
arrested,
partner,
and
Ryan.
the body of Father
We were
Heslin
halfway
was
through a
recovered.
musical,
The Colma priest had been shot twice, once to
out
the
of
heart
his other
and
musical
once in the
and
skull.
why I started taking off.
Hightower
We
was
just
then
haven't gotten back
subject
to
to a
it, but it's
polygraph
such a fun medium.
examination
So
and
such a
it
silly
indicated he
medium,
was
but it's so
guilty.
fun.
The
So you
San
think about
Francisco Call and Post
all of these
newspaper
mediums
reprinted the
which you
story
could be
together with
creative
an
and create
image
something.
of
You
the
like the
readout
variety of
with
it.
arrows
Yeah,
marking
it's
the
just
presumed lies.
it's just that if there's a
Subsequently,
chance
lie
on
detectors
a new
became very
medium, I could do
popular
something
and
good.
went on to have
I want
a
to do
huge
it. I want to try
cultural
it. It sounds like
influence.
so gratifying,
Police
so fun.
used them to try to
You know,
catch
like I think it's
criminals.
fun to just watch you
Governments
actually
used them to try to catch
so
spies.
I can't wait for
Lawyers
your
used them
podcast.
to
I'll
try to
be
catch false
listening to all of them.
witnesses.
I mean, that's
UFO researchers
see
used them to
where it
try to
goes. The
evaluate
cool thing
people
about
who
podcasts
reported
and videos,
encounters.
especially with
And
this
there
super
were
creative
even
mind like
television
yours,
shows
you
that
don't
used
really
them to try
know
to sort out
what you're gonna make of
controversies.
it
For example, I
until you
remember watching
try it.
Anthony
Yeah,
Bailey's previous
podcasts
show,
I'm really excited
Lie
about, but I'm
Detector,
like,
back in
I
1983.
like going to
I
other
remember
people's
that too.
podcasts. Yeah, I
Have
never
there
tried
been
everyone's.
new types of lie
So there's
detection
this with
proposed
every
since the
medium, there's
invention of the
the
polygraph
challenge
in
of how the sausage
1921?
is made.
Yes, there
So
have
like
been
the challenges of
refinements to
challenge
the
of that.
original
Yeah, but it's also I
polygraph
like to like
device,
I
which
go
is
on
now
like as you
typically
know long ass
computerized, but
monologues
the
and
basic
you can't do that. You're the
mechanism of works
interviewer.
by
You're not
hasn't
supposed to do
changed.
that as much.
However,
So I have to like
new
rein it in,
physiological
and
cues have been
and that
proposed.
can be
Some
hard. We'll
involve
see.
voice stress
Yeah, I
analysis,
like
the amount of stress
you know
in
what's
your
funny?
voice,
Because
which
which
of
is
my
a verbal
favorites,
cue
more like
like the
solo
shibboleth
business type.
test from the 11th
So
century
you're
BC, only
you're
it's
having
measuring
a
something different.
conversation, but you're like friends.
Others involve measuring
But
facial
it's really
expressions
you
and tracking
ranting.
what you do with your
I think
eyes.
you're
And some
extremely
involve
good at
taking
it.
measurements
Or even if it's
of
50-50,
brainwaves
that's fine.
with
Like
an
if it's just a
EEG
friend who I want to
or
like really
with
riff with,
modern brain imaging
I just don't.
technology like an fMRI.
I don't like interviewing
A
someone.
lot
So
of
I
that
won't.
is
That's not
still
what the podcast
experimental,
would be. But I
and
can't
the
help. I've
traditional
tried to
polygraph is
moderate
still the
panels
most
before, and I
commonly
cannot
used
help
test.
myself. I have to get involved.
How
And
does
no
a
one likes a
polygraph
moderator who's too
examination
involved.
work?
It's very unappealing.
Basically, they
I,
ask you a series of
interviewing
questions
someone
and
and like
measure your
I don't
physiological
I just
responses
this is
as
not
you
my.
give
I
the
can't grill
answers.
someone. That's
There
different.
can
That's
be
my
different
curiosity.
approaches,
Like,
though,
wait, how about this? And then you
approach
interrupt them and
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying.
see the way your brain
One
works. It's
older
hilarious.
style
It's awesome.
approach
Like, you light
involves
yourself
asking
with
a
fire and
series of
excitement. Yeah,
relevant
actually,
and
I love
irrelevant
listening. I like
questions.
watching people like listen.
If you're,
So
say,
this
a
is like
suspect in a
me right
murder
now.
investigation,
Just
a
listen to a
relevant
podcast.
question would be
This
something
is me
like,
listening to
did
your
you kill
podcast
your
right now.
spouse?
A podcast because then it's not even
And
like once I'm in
irrelevant
the room, I
question
suddenly
would be
can help
something
myself.
like,
Yeah.
is today
Okay.
Tuesday?
Big
If the test
last
was
50 days
being
question
given
was
on a
the meaning of life.
Tuesday, then they could
The
use
meaning
your
of like an
response to that
individual life.
question to
Your
get an
existence here on
indication
Earth.
of what your readings
Or
are
maybe
like when
broadly,
you're
this
telling the
whole thing we
truth.
got going
going
You
on.
also might be instructed to lie about
Basically
one of
creating.
the
Yeah,
irrelevant
for
questions, like
me, I
saying
feel
it
like
is Tuesday when
I
really it's
want to be
Wednesday.
around as long as I
That
can.
would
If I
then
get
theoretically
some
give
kind of
them a
crazy life
baseline
extension or
of what
upload
your
myself, I'm
readings
done.
would be
Because
like when
who
you're
doesn't want to
alive.
see how
He
cool
said this was an older
the year
technique.
3000
Was there a
is
reason
invented?
newer
You
ones
did
were
say
invented?
mortality was
Yeah,
not
because
appealing.
there's
No,
a
but it's not
huge,
appealing
enormous
ultimately.
problem with the relevant,
It's ultimately
irrelevant
because I said
question
no one should
strategy,
turn in life.
which is that
If they
people
understood what
will
it
not
really,
have
really
the
was.
same
I did Graham's number
physiological
as a Republican. I
reactions
was
to
like, hey, no
questions
one
they
wants
know
to. Yeah.
are irrelevant.
But I'd like to choose. I'd like to say, you
People
know,
are
I'm
not
truly
going to
over it
be as
now. We're gonna have,
emotionally
you know, at that
invested
point, you'd have
in
our whole
questions
society
like
have
is
like
today
we have a ceremony.
Tuesday, as
We have
they
a whole
will be in
process of
questions
someone
like did you
signing
kill
off,
your
and you know, it
spouse?
would be beautiful.
Whether
It would
they're
be
lying or telling the
well, I
truth
think
about
you'd be
whether it's
super
Tuesday,
depressed by that point.
people
Like, who's
just
gonna
will
sign
not
off
be
when
as
they're doing?
emotionally
Maybe,
worked up about
yes,
this
okay, maybe it's
question
not.
as
But
they
at least
will be
but the
about
point is, if
whether
I
they
had the
murdered their
idea there,
spouses,
you know,
and so the responses
I'm
will be
thinking 50
different.
centuries sounds
To
great. I don't
try
know
to
how
fix this problem,
50,
a new
50 sounds like a right
technique
number. So if
known as the
you're thinking you
control
sign up for
question
50 if you had a
technique
choice.
has been
One,
developed,
I get
and
that
it's the
bullshit.
most
Like,
commonly used
if
strategy
you're
today.
somebody who wants
In
51,
the control question
hideous
technique, you
number,
get
right?
asked three types
Anyway,
of questions.
so
Two are the
for me
familiar,
personally, I want to be around as long as I
irrelevant
can.
ones, but
And then,
there's a third
honestly, the
kind
reason I
which are
love
known
writing,
as
the
the
thing that I love the
control
most,
questions.
is like
Control
it's like a
questions
warm,
are
fuzzy
supposed to be
connection with other people,
more emotionally
right? And that can be
charged,
my friends,
but still
and it can
not
be
questions
readers.
about
And
the
that's
case
why
at
I would never want
hand.
to be like
So
a
they're more
journalist or
charged than the
personalities in
irrelevant
when I'm
questions,
writing.
but they're not
Or
themselves
like even a
directly relevant to
biographer,
the
you know,
case.
there's a lot of
For
people who
example,
are great
the
writers, but
control
I like
question
to
might
personally
be, have you ever
and if I
lied
can
to
take something that's in
someone
my
in the
head and other
past?
people say, oh my God, I think that
Have
too,
you
and this
ever
made me feel so much
betrayed
better,
the
it made me feel
trust
seen, like
someone
that feels
owed
amazing.
you?
And I just feel
That
like
way, by asking these
we're all
questions,
having
they
such a
can
weird
get a
conversation
true
on this
false
one little
reading
rock,
on
in
a
this
more
one little moment
emotionally
in time
charged
where this
topic
weird,
than is it Tuesday?
these weird
What's
four
it like to take
beings,
a
and we're all the
polygraph
same.
test?
And it's like
If you
we're all
want
we
to
all the human
hold
experience.
certain
So I feel like
sensitive
so much
government
many of us
jobs,
suffer
you're
in the same ways.
required
We're
to
all
take
going
a
through a lot of the
polygraph.
same things.
And
And
in
to me, it
2010,
is
the
very. If
National
I lived,
Security
if I was
Agency,
on my
or
deathbed, I feel like I had a
produced a
ton
video
of
called
human
The
connection
Truth About the Polygraph
and like
to
share a lot of
orient
common
people
experience. It made a
who
lot of
were
other
going to
people
be
feel
taking
like
them. Its main job was to assure
not
candidates
alone.
that they
Do you
don't
feel
have
that as a
anything to worry
writer?
about.
Do you like
Here's how the
hear,
polygraph examiners
feel
in the video
like the
describe the
inspiration?
process.
Like
What I do at the
all the
beginning
people that
is
you make smile and
tell
all
the
the people you
person
inspire. Honestly,
exactly
not
what's going to
sometimes
happen.
you know
I'm
the movie did
going
the
to be
in-person event tonight. You know, meet a bunch
you
of
know
people.
ahead of time
It's incredibly
everything that's
gratifying.
going
Or
to
you know,
happen
you just
before it
I
happens.
think it is easy to
No
forget how
surprises.
many
Once they get to the polygraph
you're
room,
just sitting there
takes some
alone
time to go over the
typing,
consent form.
dealing with your procrastination. That's why publishing is so gratifying because that's the moment when all this connection. And especially if I had to put my finger on it, like it's having a bunch of people who feel lonely and this is all realizing all you know connections, right? So that if I do a lot of that, that includes of course my actual, I mean, you know, a lot of really high quality happy friends and family
The video
and make the whole thing as heartbreaking as like mortality and life can be, make the whole thing like fun and we can like laugh at ourselves together while going through it. Yeah, that should be instant.
And also,
And then like your last blog post will be written from Mars as you get the bad news that you're not able to return because of the malfunction of the rocket. Yeah, I would like to go to Mars and like, go there for a week. Like, yeah, here we are. No, I know that's what you want. There, yeah, and that's fine by the way. If I yeah. So you think you're picturing me alone on Mars as the first person there, and then it malfunctions? No, you were supposed to return, but it malfunctions, and then there's
we go through the forms with them. We go over the instrumentation, how everything works, what the process will be. The blue cross over there, you've seen a dozen times, and that just records heart rate and blood flow. We do a practice test to help them to
it returns to like the mother of humanity. Well, that's the thing. If I could be writing, and actually like writing something that people would read back on, it would make it feel better. Yeah. You know, if I were just alone and almost realize what happened. No, you get to write. Yeah, I know what you can say. Also, that would bring out. Yeah, I think so. On Mars alone. I think so. Yeah.
Well, that's just back to the future. This was an incredible conversation. You're a really special human being. Thank you so much. You're for spending a really valuable time. Yeah, I can't wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait to read your next blog post, which you said you're going to reply. You'll get more. To after the book, add that to the long list of ideas for procrastinators. Thanks so much for that.
We will discuss that with the person and give them an opportunity to resolve that issue.
Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors.
They do not give
Now,
the
let
final
me leave you with some
result
words from Tim
while
Urban
the
himself.
person is there in the office. The
Be
reason being
humbler about what
that
you
all
know,
of the
more confident
information has to
about
go
what's
through a
possible,
quality control
and less
process
afraid
before the
things
final
that don't
determination is made.
Thanks for listening.
The
Hope to see
polygraph
you
is
next
designed
time.
so that there's not just one person that's making a final call on the information that's gathered during the test. It goes through a quality control process with very seasoned examiners. They haven't met you, they don't know who you are in the room, they haven't sat with you for however long it takes to go through the exam, and they're able to look and see with an unbiased eye whether or not there's anything there. The jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering. An answer to you about the results of your test right at the end.
Everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts. This Pfizer
It's not the end if
Pfizer is
not get through your first exam.
Pfizer has joined
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
9 times out of 10, really. If you
following
get
this
through your first exam,
conversation
you're
with
going to
John
come out better exam.
faculty at Harvard
They
Medical School,
understand
family
what it is to
physician
go
for over
through
2
a
decades,
polygraph,
and
and
author
how
of
nerve-wracking
the
that
new
can
book,
be, and how
Sickening,
hard it is
about how
to
big
kind of
pharma
really
broke
absorb
American
everything.
healthcare,
So we want to give you
how
every opportunity to be able to come
this
in
conversation
and successfully
with John Aiden is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry.
examination.
I wanted to talk to John in order to provide a countervailing perspective to one expressed in that podcast episode with the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla.
They show you the
Here,
machine.
please
They tell
allow me
you
to
how it
say a
works.
few additional
They go over
words
the
about
questions
this
that
episode
cover the
with Pfizer
examination.
CEO.
They do a
In general,
practice test
about
with
why
you,
I
so
do
you
these
have
conversations,
practice answering the
how I
questions.
approach them.
And then you do
If
the
this is
real
not
test.
interesting to you,
Afterwards,
please
they
skip
don't
ahead.
give you the results
What do I
immediately
hope to do
because
with
they
this
need to
podcast?
go through
I
quality
want to
control
understand
with
human
an
nature,
independent
the
evaluator.
best and the worst
But
of it.
they do give
I want
you
to
a chance
understand
to
how power,
clarify
money, and
any
fame changes
potentially
people.
problematic
I want
answers.
to understand
And
why
if you
atrocities are
don't make it
committed by
through the
crowds
first
that
test,
believe they're
you
doing
get a
good.
chance to come back and take
All
it
of
over.
this,
And
ultimately,
that's what the
because I want to
NSA wants you
understand
to
how we
know
can build a
about
better
the
world
lie
together,
detector in their
find
video,
hope for
the
the
truth
future,
about the
and
polygraph.
to
It's all
rediscover
so
each
comforting.
time
We want to give you every
exploration of
opportunity to be able
ideas
to come
just
in
how
and
beautiful
successfully
this life is. This, our human civilization, in all of its full complexity, the forces of good and
The
evil,
question
of
is,
war and
how much
peace,
is the
of
NSA
hate
lying and
and love.
distorting the truth in what they're telling you?
I don't think I can do this
All
with a
right.
heart and mind
So
that is not open,
after this
fragile,
next segment, we're going to talk
willing to
about our
empathize
theories and the
with
reason
all
and faith
human beings,
perspectives. But
even those
first,
in the
I'm
darkest
not
corners of
lying
our
when I
world.
say I want to thank our
To
patrons
attack
who make this show
easy.
possible,
To
including
understand
Donald A.,
is
Father
hard,
Burke,
and
Daniel
I
E.,
choose the hard
Seth,
path.
and Philip
I've
G.
learned over the
Your
past few
generous
months
donations
that
at
this path involves me getting more
sqpn.com/give
and more
make it
attacks from
possible
all
for us to
sides.
continue Jimmy
I
Akin's
will get
Mysterious World
attacked
and all
when I
the
host
shows at
people like Jay
StarQuest. You
Bhattacharya
can
and
join them
Francis
by
Collins,
visiting
Jamie Merzel, or
sqpn.com/give.
Vincent
That's
Marcaniello.
the truth.
When I
Jimmy Akin's
stand
Mysterious
with
World
my
is also
friend
brought to
Joe
you in part
Rogan,
through the generous support of
when I
Aaron
host
Ferguson
tech leaders
Electric and
like
Automation,
Mark
making
Zuckerberg, Elon
connections for
Musk,
life
and
for your
others,
automation
when
and
I
smart home
eventually
needs
talk
in North
with
and
Vladimir
Central
Putin,
Florida at
Barack Obama, and
aaronv.com
other
and
figures that
by
have turned the tides of history.
rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace.
I
Visit
have and I will get
rosaryarmy.com
called
and get a
stupid,
free all-flying
naive,
knotted rosary,
weak,
downloadable audio
and I will
rosaries,
take
and
these
more.
words
Make them,
with
pray
respect,
them, give them
humility,
away at
and love, and I will
rosaryarmy.com.
get better.
And by
I
Colchester
will
Curry
listen,
House,
think,
helping people
learn,
make
and
authentic
improve.
Indian cuisine from the
One
comfort
thing
of
I
their
can
own home.
promise
Find authentic
is
Indian
there's
spice
no
blends
amount
and
of money
recipes
or
at
fame that can buy my opinion
colchestercurryhouse.com.
or make me go
So,
against
Jimmy,
my
let's talk
principles.
about our theories,
There's
or
no
more
amount of
what
pressure
this time is the
that can
questions
break
we
my
need to
integrity.
consider about lie detectors.
There's
What are they?
nothing in this world
First,
I need
what is the
that
NSA
don't
lying
already
about
have.
or not telling you
Life
in this
itself
video?
is the
Also,
fundamental
how
gift.
accurate are
Everything else
polygraphs?
is a bonus.
What will happen
That
with them in the
is freedom.
future?
That
Was
is
the
happiness.
very first guy to be
If I die
polygraphed
today,
in a criminal case,
I will
William
die happy
Hightower,
with
was
that.
he really guilty of murder?
Now,
And what
a
are
few
the faith
comments about my
implications of
approach
using
and lessons
polygraphs?
learned
Let's
from
start with the
Albert
reason for
Bourla.
perspective, what can we say about lie detectors from a recent perspective? What about that very first criminal case in 1921? Was William Hightower guilty of killing Father Heslin? Could he have been an early victim of a false polygraph reading? It's a question worth asking, but the evidence concerning him being guilty is actually pretty good. You'll recall that he told two different stories about what led him to the burial site. One was a story about hearing a rumor about a body being buried there, and the other one was about him hearing a rumor about a
available
bootleg
with
cache of
speed
liquor
for time
on Berry Bear.
to let
So,
me connect with
which
the man
was it? One of these
decades
would
ago
seem to
chose
be
to
a
become a
lie,
veterinarian.
or at least it would
I wanted
suggest
to
that he was
help
lying about
lessen the amount of
something.
suffering.
Also, even though he
I had no pressure
supposedly
placed on
hadn't
me.
excavated
There were
the
no
site on
rules.
the beach,
The questions I
he
was
told
asking
police
were
that he
all
was
hide
digging
and
near
not
Father
seen by
Heston's
Pfizer folks.
feet rather
I
than
had no
his
care
face,
whether I
which
ever
he
talked
shouldn't
to
have
another
known.
CEO again.
Also,
None of this
the
was
Mercury
part
News
of
reports
the
that after the
calculation in my
polygraph
limited brain
test,
computer.
police worked
I
uncovered the
didn't want to
45
grill him
caliber pistol
the
used
way
to kill Father
politicians grill
Heflin.
CEOs in
They also
Congress.
found the
I
typewriter
thought
used
that
to
this
type the
approach
ransom notes in
was
Hightower's
easy,
room at the
self-serving,
Warren Hotel in San
dehumanizing,
Francisco,
and it
along with
reveals
a piece
nothing.
of bloody burlap
I wanted
and
to reveal
sand
the
consistent
genuine
with that of the
intellectual
burial
struggle,
site.
vision, and motivation
Hightower
of
was
me.
convicted after a
If
short
that
trial,
failed,
and
I
despite
trusted
public
the
outcry for
listener
his
to draw
execution,
their own
the
conclusion and
baker was sent to
insights
San
for
Quentin for
themselves.
life, where he
Whether it's
became
the
a
words
master
spoken,
chef,
or the
specializing
words
in
left
pastries.
unspoken,
In
or
all
simply
his
the
years there,
silence.
he never spoke of the priest,
And that's just
and
it.
no motive
I
was ever
fundamentally
ascertained.
trust
He
the
was paroled
intelligence
in
of the listener.
1965 at the age of 86. So
fact,
they found the
if I criticize
typewriter
the
used to
person too
compose the
hard
ransom
or
notes
celebrate
in
the person
Hightower's
too much,
room,
I
along
feel
with
I
a piece
fail
of bloody
to give the
burlap.
listener a picture of
Both
the
of
human
those
being
are
that
notable
is
indicators of guilt,
uncontaminated
even without
by my
modern DNA
opinion
testing.
or the opinion of
So
the
this
crowd.
is an ironic question,
I
but what is
trust that
the
you
NSA
have the
lying
fortitude
about
and
or not
courage to
telling us
use
in
your
their
own mind,
video?
to
The advocacy
empathize,
website
and to think.
antipolygraph.org
Two
issued a
practical lessons I
response
took
to the
away.
NSA video
First,
in
I will
which
more
they made
strongly
several
push for
counterpoints.
longer conversations
First,
of 3,
while it's
4, or
true
more
that the
hours
NSA won't
versus just 1
distribute their
hour.
test results
60 minutes is
outside
too short. It gets to
official
relax, to
channels,
think
this is
slowly and deeply,
misleading.
and for
They
me to
won't
ask
give
many
them to your
follow-up
family or
questions to
friends,
follow
but they
interesting
will
tangents.
retain them
Ultimately,
forever,
I
and
think
that
it's
could
in the
harm
interest
you in
of
the future.
everyone, including the
For
guests,
example,
that we
they
talk
will
in
share
true
them
long
with
form
other government
for many hours.
agencies, and it could stop you from
Second,
getting a
these
job with one of
conversations
them.
with leaders
They will
aided
even
by
share them with
further
agencies
conversations
that
with
don't
people who
use
wrote books about those
polygraph
leaders
tests.
or their industry.
They'll still tell the
Those
other
that could
agency,
steel man
this
each
guy failed one of
perspective
our
and attempt to
tests,
give
and so
an
you get
objective
shut out of that
analysis.
job, even though
I
you
think of
normally
Teddy
wouldn't have
Roosevelt's
to take a
speech about
polygraph to
men
get
and
it.
women. I wanted to
Also,
talk to
they
both
may share
the men and
information
women
with
in the
law
arena
enforcement. It can
and
admit to a
critics,
crime, and you can get
supporters, and
prosecuted.
fans.
Law
For the
enforcement
former,
is
I lean
considered
toward
official
wanting to understand
channels.
one
Second,
human
the
being's
video doesn't
struggle
disclose the
with
real
key
purpose
ideas.
of the practice
For the
test
latter,
that you
I
do,
lean toward
which is not to
understanding
get
the
you
ideas
comfortable with the
themselves.
procedure.
That's why I
As
wanted
part
to
of
have
the
this
practice
conversation
test,
with
they
John
do
Hinckley,
what's called a
who is
stimulation
an
or
outspoken
STIM
critic of the
test,
pharmaceutical
whose
industry.
job is to
I
convince
hope
you
it
that the
helps add
polygraph
context
is
and
accurate
depth
and
to
will
the
be able to
conversation I
catch you in
had
a
with the
lie.
Pfizer CEO.
For example,
In the
they
end, I
may
may do
ask you
worse
to
than I
pick a
could have
number
or should
and
have.
then deny
Always
that you picked that
listen to
number when the
criticisms without
examiner
ego.
reads you a list
I
of numbers.
promise
The
I will
examiner
work
will
hard.
then tell you that you reacted
But let me say
strongly when the
finally
number you
that
selected was
cynicism
named,
is easy.
implying that the examiner will see a
Optimism,
similarly strong
true
reaction
optimism,
when you do
is
the
hard.
actual test and tell a lie.
It's the belief
But
that
it
we
doesn't
can
matter
and we
whether the
will
machine
live a
actually
better
picked
world,
up on your lie
that we can
or the
only do it
examiner got
together.
to the number you
This
chose.
is the fight
The
we're fighting.
examiner will flat
So here
out
we go.
lie to you and
Once
tell
more to
you
the
that the
Breeze dear
machine
friends.
detected the lie,
I love you
whether
all.
it did or not. The
This
purpose
is the Let's
of the
Read It
STEM
podcast.
test is thus
Supported.
not to
Please check out our
calibrate the
sponsors in the
machine,
description.
but
And
simply
now,
to
here's my
convince you
conversation
that it
with
will
John
catch you in a lie,
Hinckley.
whether it does or not.
Your
Third,
faculty at
when
Harvard
the
Medical School
NSA said that
a family physician for over 2 decades, rated one of the best family physicians in Massachusetts. He wrote the book Overdose America.
That's a euphemism for interrogating you.
Coming out
They
now.
make it sound friendly in the video, but they will outright accuse you of lying, and it will become a harsh interrogation to try to get you to make admissions of wrongdoing or confess to crimes.
What is the biggest problem with Big Pharma?
While they won't tell you the results immediately, with many agencies, it will be clear if you didn't pass, because if they suspect you of lying, they will proceed to the interrogation phase. So if you get interrogated by one of these agencies, you'll know you didn't pass. On the other hand, with some agencies, they routinely accuse virtually everyone of lying on their first test so they can bring them back for further testing. If you're applying to one of those agencies that routinely accuses everybody, and the CIA is reportedly one of these, then you can't know from your first test whether you passed or not. And fifth, the anti-polygraph.org video, which we'll have a link to, points out that if lie detectors actually worked, they wouldn't need to routinely call people back for further examinations. they'd be able to tell from the first test
Okay, so there's a
with
tension
only an occasional botched or ambiguous test. The fact they often call people back for one or more new tests shows that they don't have confidence in the results of the procedure.
What kind of errors are polygraph tests subject to?
There are two principal types, false negatives and false positives. A false negative is when a person is lying, but the test says that he's being truthful. And a false positive is when a person is being honest, but the test says he's lying.
Let's talk about the false negatives. What are some examples of these?
There are a bunch of famous examples of people who beat lie detector tests and then were later found guilty. For example, Kim Philby, a British spy for the Soviet Union back in the 1950s. He was one of the members of the Cambridge Five Circle of Spies, and he passed polygraphs, reportedly taking the tranquilizer Valium as a countermeasure beforehand.
Okay,
In the 1990s, the American CIA officer Aldrich James was caught spying for the Russians, and he had previously passed two polygraphs. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, had passed a polygraph, and so did serial killer Ted Bundy, and there are many more.
How do guilty people
said
manage to
that
beat
that was a
polygraphs?
radical idea at the
There
time.
are multiple reasons for this.
Failing on all three,
Some
how
may be
only
psychologically abnormal,
and,
so that they
also
don't
maybe
show
the bigger
the
picture of
responses
what are
that
the strengths of
loafers are looking for.
capitalism.
Others,
when it comes
like
to
Kim
medicine
Philby, may medicate themselves so that they don't show these responses.
So
But other people
how we're
beat
failing
them
at all
through
three.
simple
These are the
training in
minimal
knowing what the polygraphers are
that
looking for
are
and adjusting their reactions.
capitalism.
How do they
Said
train themselves to
government
beat the
should do
test?
that. So this is
Remember
the
that in the
absolute
control
basic.
question technique, there are those
On
three types of
preserving law and
questions:
order,
relevant,
drug
irrelevant, and
companies
control.
routinely
The
violate
relevant
the
questions
law
are the
in
ones
terms
they
of
really
their
want to know
marketing
the answers to, like
and
did you kill your spouse or have
terms
you ever
of
spied on the United States?
their
The irrelevant
presentation of the
ones are
results of their
innocuous
trials.
things they expect you to
I
tell
know
the truth
this
on, like
because I
is
was an
today
expert in
Tuesday
litigation
or are you sitting
for
down?
about 10 years.
They will tell you
I
that the purpose of
presented
these
some of what I
irrelevant
learned in
questions
civil
is to get a baseline
litigation to
reading
the
on you
FBI and
and
the Department
what
of
it looks like
Justice.
when you're telling the
That
truth.
case led to the
But that's a
biggest
lie.
criminal
In
fine
fact,
in
they don't
U.S.
even
history
score
as of
the
2009.
irrelevant questions.
And
The
I
only
testified
purpose
in
of
a
the irrelevant questions
federal
today
trial in
is to serve as a
2010,
buffer between the
and
relevant
the
questions
jury
and the control
found Pfizer
questions. So those are
guilty
the
of fraud
two
and
keys
racketeering
that
violations.
people who are
In
taking
terms of
countermeasures will focus on: the
violating
relevant
the
and
law,
the controls.
it's a routine
The
occurrence.
control
Drug
questions
companies
are
paid
ones
$38
they
billion
expect
worth
you
of
to lie
fines
about.
from, I think,
Examples
1991 to
include: have
2017.
you ever lied about someone behind their
It's
back?
never
Have
been
you ever
enough
cheated
to
on a
stop
school
the
assignment? Have you ever cheated
misrepresentation
playing
of
a
their
game?
data.
Have you ever
And
lied to a
rarely are
friend?
the fines greater
Have
than
you
the
ever
profits
gossiped
that were
about a
made.
coworker? Have you ever
See,
lied to a former
executives have not
boss?
gone to jail
They
for
expect people to say
misrepresenting data
no to
that
these questions,
have
and
involved
they assume
even
that you're
tens of
lying when you
thousands
say
of
no.
deaths in the case of
What
violence.
they then do is compare your no's
And
on the
when
control
companies
questions
plead
to
guilty
your
to felonies, which
no's
is
on the
not an
relevant
unusual
questions.
occurrence,
If
the
your
government
responses
usually
to the
allows the
control
companies,
questions
the
are
parent
stronger
companies, to allow
than your
subsidiaries
responses to
to
the
take the
relevant
lead
questions,
so that
they assume
they
you're
are
telling the
not
truth.
one step
You know, if
closer
you
to
were
getting
more freaked
disbarred
out
from
lying, have you
Medicare,
ever
not
cheated
being
on
able
a
to
school
participate in
assignment? And you say
Medicaid.
no. If you're more freaked out about that than
So
you are
in
when
that
you're
sense,
saying, no,
there
I've never
is
spied on the U.S., they
a
assume you haven't
mechanism
spied on the U.S.
that is
But
adhering
if your responses on the
impose
relevant
law and order
questions are
on drug company
stronger than your
behavior, but
responses
it's
on the
clearly
control
not
questions,
working.
then they assume you're lying. People who are educated about countermeasures will therefore do things to enhance their responses on the control questions, but they'll act normally during the relevant or irrelevant questions. The polygrapher will then look at the responses and say, this person reacted less strongly to did you kill your spouse than he did to have you ever lied to your boss, and I conclude you're not lying. In fact, the person may have killed their spouse and is simply doing something to exaggerate his response when it came to the lying to the boss question.
What kind of things do people do to exaggerate their response?
There are a bunch of options, and I won't go through them all. My purpose here is not to teach you how to beat a lie detector test, though there are books and websites that will teach you exactly that. My purpose here is to illustrate the problems with the test. So we'll cover a few examples.
The sense is
One thing that people
these
will
companies are
do
evil.
is
So
keep
if
thumbtacks
the different
on their
parts
shoes and then
people
press down on them with their toes during a control question to generate a pain response. That's harder to get away with these days, since now they often put motion sensors under your feet and on the seat of your chair to detect if you're changing posture to do things like that. But there are still lots of other techniques. For example, some people will simply bite the side of their tongue when a control question is being asked to generate the same kind of pain response. They also have done mental things during control questions. For example, they might think about exciting or scary things to jump up their physiological responses. They might do math problems in their head or count backwards from 100 by 7s, so 193, 86, 79, 72, and so forth. And people have adjusted their breathing rates because there are certain changes in breathing rhythm that polygraphers are taught to regard as evidence of deception. This could be as simple as holding your breath for 3 to 5 seconds after you exhale while a control question is being asked, or slowing your breathing rate during these questions, or breathing more shallowly, or taking longer to exhale than you do to inhale. Knowledge of these countermeasures is so common that it's now standard in polygraph tests for an examiner to tell you things like, it's understandable that people would read up on polygraph tests, and some resources claim to offer ways to beat them. But these are often wrong, so can I count on you not to do anything like that? The very fact that they need to bring up countermeasures is a sign that they do work, or they wouldn't bother asking you not to use them. So there are very definite ways to generate false negatives with polygraph tests.
What about false positives? Are there examples of those?
There are, but they're often not as famous. It's easier to prove someone guilty after they pass a polygraph test than to prove them innocent after failing one, and so there are fewer proven examples. Still, the risk of false positives was great enough that when American employers started routinely using polygraphs to test prospective or current employees back in the 1970s and 1980s, there was a backlash. As a result, Congress passed the Employee Polygraph Protection Act, and President Ronald Reagan signed it into law in 1988. It prohibits most employers from being able to use polygraphs on their employees, but there are notable exceptions. These include federal, state, and local government agencies, which can and do still use polygraph screenings. And that leads to false positives. One example was FBI agent Mark Mallett. In 1995, he failed a routine screening and was accused of spying for the Israeli government. The FBI then launched an intensive investigation of him that eventually resulted in the collection of 12,000 pages of documentation in 32 volumes. He had to use the Freedom of Information Act to get access to this material, which took years, and much of it was redacted when he got it, so he didn't know what it said. Here's what he has to say about his case.
A major investigation followed. Major in the sense that it was a top priority case demanding extensive resources. Believing the FBI would objectively review the facts and have no choice but to exonerate me, I cooperated eagerly. After a full day of polygraphs, interrogations, and a 3-hour train ride home, FBI agents appeared at our home that same night and asked for our consent to search it, which my wife and I provided. This unleashed a search team of about 7 agents, many in raid jackets. The search lasted about 3 hours and ended well after midnight. I allowed the FBI to take detailed financial records, appointment books, personal calendars, daily to-do lists, my innermost thoughts expressed in personal diaries, personal correspondences, and numerous other items. Following the search, and for about 2 months afterward, I was under surveillance 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For at least a week during that time, a small airplane circled above our home every morning, then buzzed above me wherever I went. The FBI interviewed numerous friends, acquaintances, former roommates, colleagues, and my family. The Bureau accused one friend of being an accomplice and gave him a polygraph test, which he passed. They showed up unannounced and surprised my wife at her place of work, asked me to interview her right then and there. She agreed to be interviewed later. During her interview, the FBI asked her to take a polygraph, which she declined, since she did not trust the device. The FBI asked both of my brothers to take a polygraph test, but agreed and they passed. An agent told one of my friends that there was significant evidence against me. The same agent told my brother he was certain that I was guilty. The experience was highly disturbing on a personal level for all the obvious reasons. It was invasive. My reputation was under constant assault. My career completely undermined. My integrity placed under suspicion, and I was definitively accused of sins which run completely against my values. This was, to say the least, a stressful and challenging odyssey. Perhaps even more disturbing are the larger implications. Nothing more than unsubstantiated polygraph charts launched a major investigation which squandered a vast amount of resources. I estimate that the FBI spent far in excess of $1 million on the case. And when it was all over, the FBI concluded that they didn't have proof of any wrongdoing on his part. They reinstated him, gave him back his badge and gun and top secret clearance. Yet, the investigation conversely continued, and Mala got so sick of it all that he quit the FBI. What causes false positives on lie detector tests? It can be a variety of things. One of these is the attitude of the examiner. If the examiner suspects you're lying or just wants to push you, he may have particular vocal inflections that make you nervous and generate false positive results on the relevant questions. So the test is subject to manipulation by the examiner. It can make you fail. Often, though, it's just bad luck. The fact is, the things that the polygraph measures are not uniquely associated with lying. Your breathing can be altered, you can sweat more, and your heart rate and blood pressure can change based on other things. Although, we should note that modern polygraphs don't actually measure your blood pressure, like William Moulton Marston's original test did. To get a blood pressure reading, you have to let the air out of the cuff. And in modern polygraphs, they don't do that. They leave the cuff inflated, and the machine then generates a line that goes up and down, but that hasn't been medically studied and doesn't really represent your blood pressure. As a result, they're measuring a track line that has no medical definition and has not been studied as a subject of medical research, much less has it been shown to be indicative of lying. In any event, the responses that the polygraph measures can be generated by things other than deception. They can be generated by anxiety. So if you're nervous when you're asked a relevant question, that can throw off the reading. They can also be generated by anger. So if you're mad when you're being asked a relevant question, that can throw it off. And they can be generated by confusion. So if you're overwhelmed by what's happening to you during a relevant question, that can throw it off. The test simply does not measure responses that are uniquely associated with lying. And if, for whatever reason, you have a stronger response to a relevant question than to a control question, you're deemed as lying even though you're telling the truth. How often do false positives occur?
All
the time. The rate has varied, and it depends in part on how harshly the tests are being scored in a given period. Apparently, some years ago, the FBI's applicant screenings had a failure rate of about 20%, or 1 in 5 applicants was deemed to be lying about something that would disqualify them from employment. More recently, with harsher scoring, it's been reported that the failure rate has risen to something like 50%, or 1 in 2 applicants is deemed to be lying about something that would prevent their employment. Both of these figures seem very unlikely. It's hard to imagine that this many people who have committed serious enough offenses would be applying to the FBI and trying to fake their way through polygraph tests. I mean, really, a fifth to a half?
of all applicants are lying about a serious employment determining matter, that's quite unbelievable and points to an abundance of false positives. But because the results of the polygraph get saved and shared with other government agencies, it constitutes a permanent black mark against a candidate ever getting a job. And if the candidate blows a routine screening after employment, it can destroy his career and irreparably harm him, his reputation, and his family.
Surely the problems with polygraph accuracy must be obvious to the government, so why do they keep using it?
Probably for several reasons. One is the policymakers who order the use of the tests probably aren't that familiar with the science or the statistics involved. Also, polygraphers aren't likely to blow the whistle on themselves. They'd be out of jobs if they convinced their bosses to stop the tests. In fact, the polygraphers themselves probably aren't that read up on the science either, or they've only read slanted cherry-picked accounts. Like some reports which will say that this test is 70% accurate. Even if that's true, it still means it's wrong 30% of the time, and 3 in 10 innocent people can be hurt by it. But that's easy to ignore if you only focus on the positive part. A second reason that the government keeps using these is that it is kind of a form of security theater. That is, it gives the impression we're doing something, even if it's ineffective and potentially harmful. Thirdly, and most importantly, there's a hidden agenda behind the use of polygraphs, which is to get into interrogation situations.
Lifestyle changes.
For example,
that should be the bar.
Defense lawyers are not allowed to be present with their clients during a polygraph exam. And so police will use polygraph examinations as an excuse to conduct interrogations without the presence of a lawyer. Because polygraph results are so unreliable, they're only rarely admitted as evidence in court. But police have found a way around that by videotaping the polygraph session. In that case, even though the test results aren't admissible, the videotape is, so they can try to get you to admit to things on videotape without a lawyer and then use that videotape in court, even though they can't use the polygraph results. And they're not bound to tell you the truth about your polygraph. They can tell you that you lied on a question and then press you for a confession or admission of wrongdoing. They also can lie about what the consequences will be. For example, some photographers have been known to tell people that they can admit to anything other than murder and it will never leave this room. In fact, if the polygrapher gets an admission out of him, he can refer it to and you can be prosecuted despite what he told you to get the admission. Police may press you to make a confession during a polygraph by telling you, oh man, you're blowing this test so badly, even if you're not, you're just blowing it so badly, you better confess and cut a plea deal now or you'll have the book thrown at you. This is going to look horrible for you if you don't confess now. And this is a common means by which false confessions are extracted, whether or not in conjunction with polygraph. And it's getting these admissions and confessions that are the main behind polygraph examinations. The tests themselves are unreliable pseudoscience, but they're a pretext for getting you into an interrogation situation. And in the case of government polygraph screenings, the examiners are actually rated and rewarded on the number of admissions they get. So think about that. The examiner looks better with his bosses the more admissions he gets, and his career is enhanced by extracting them. So the polygraphers are incentivized to accuse you of lying, and the test is fundamentally biased against the person taking it, even if he's innocent.
What have experts said about the reliability of the polygraph?
You'll recall that the polygraph was invented by John Augustus Larson back in 1921,
He very
understanding the
quickly
problems
realized
that
there were
big pharma
problems
is
with it.
creating
And
society,
before
and
he
then
died in
sort
1965,
of
he
these
wrote,
influential
"Beyond my
voices speaking up against
expectation,
it.
through
So
uncontrollable
whether they're
factors,
scientists or
this
just
scientific
regular
investigation
communicators.
became, for practical
Yeah, I
purposes,
think
a
you got to tip your
Frankenstein's
hat to Joe
monster,
for getting that
which I've
message
spent
out.
over 40 years
And
combating." So
clearly
the man
believes it
who
and does his
invented the
best.
thing
But it's not
realized it
coming
had
out
become a
in the
nightmare,
legitimate
and by his
avenues,
own
in the
admission,
legitimate
spent
channels
40 years
that
combating
are
the abuse of the
evidence-based
polygraph, which
medicine and from
he
the
says it became a
sources that the
Frankenstein's monster.
docs are
Now,
trained to
Larson was
listen
referring to
to
the use of
and
polygraph tests
modify
in
their patient
criminal
care.
matters
Now,
by the
it's not
police. That's
100%.
different
I mean,
than
there are
its use
articles
in employee screenings, whether by
in the big
government
journals
agencies
about the
or
benefits
private
of
employers.
lifestyle,
And
but they
here,
don't
there's a
carry
dispute.
the same
Some experts think that it's
as the
okay
randomized
to use
controlled
polygraphs
trials
in
that test
criminal
this drug against
investigations,
placebo or
likely
this drug
because of
against
the
another
ability
drug.
to use it to
So
extract
the Joe
admissions and
Rogans of the world
confessions
keep
by
going.
faking out the
I tip
person
my
being
hat,
examined
but
when a
it's not
lawyer
going to
isn't
carry
present.
the day for
But
most of the people
that's a different matter than
until it
using it
has the
to routinely
legitimacy of the
screen
medical
job
establishment. Yeah, like
applicants
something
or
that the
current
doctors
employees.
really pay attention to.
Concerning
Well,
screening
there's
such
an
people,
entire mechanism
here's what
established for testing
FBI
drugs.
Supervisory
There's not
Special
an
Agent
entire
Dr. Jude
mechanism
Richardson of
established
the
for in terms
FBI
of
Crime
scientific
Lab
rigor
told
of
the
testing
Senate
lifestyle
Judiciary
changes. I
Committee
mean,
in
it's more
1997.
difficult.
With regard to
I mean,
polygraph
everything's
screening, I
difficult
submit the
with
following
science,
to you.
which that
It is
science
completely
that
without any theoretical foundation and has
but it's
absolutely
just
no validity.
these studies are very
As one of my
expensive.
colleagues frequently says, the
difficult.
diagnostic value of this type of testing is no more than that of astrology or tea
So it's
leaf
very
reading.
easy to dismiss them
If this
unless
test had
you
any,
really do a
had any
huge study
validity,
that's
which it
very
does
well
not,
funded.
both my own
So maybe
experience
the
and
doctors
published
just
scientific
lean towards
research
the
has
simple
proven
studies
that anyone can be
over
taught
and
to
over,
beat this
which is
type
what
of
the drug
polygraph
companies
exam in a
fund.
few minutes.
They can control
Because of the
more
nature
variables.
of this type of examination,
But the
it would
control there
normally be
is
expected to
sometimes
produce large numbers of false positive results. It is falsely
by
accusing
hiding
an
things
examinee
too,
of lying about
right?
some issue.
So
As a result
sometimes you
of
can
the
just
great consequences of
say
doing
that
this
this
with
is a
large numbers of law
well-controlled
enforcement
study
and
by
intelligent
pretending
community
there's a
officers,
bunch of
the
other
test
stuff,
has now been
just ignoring
manipulated
the
to
stuff
reduce false positive results.
that
But
could be
consequently, it
correlated
has
with the
no
real
power to
cause
detect
of
deception
infectious
and
disease and all that
espionage
kind
and
of
other
stuff.
national security matters.
So
Thus, I
money
believe that
can
there is
buy
virtually no
ignorance, I
probability of
suppose,
catching a
science.
spy
It
with the use of
buys
polygraph screening
kind of
techniques.
blinders
I
that
believe that the
don't
Bureau
look
is routinely
outside
falsely
the
accusing job
reductionist
applicants of
model.
drug
And
usage
that's
or
another
drug
issue
dealing.
is
Not
that
only
we
is this
kind of,
irreparably
nobody
harming these
says
individuals,
to
but it is
doctors
likely
in
denying
training
the
only
Bureau
listen to
access to
reductionist
qualified and capable employees.
studies
Although
and
these
conclusions
individuals do
and
not have an
methods of
inalienable
promoting
right to
health.
federal government
Nobody says that
employment, they
explicitly,
do have an
but
inalienable
the
right to just
respectable
treatment by the government.
science has to
Within
do
the
with
Bureau,
controlling
polygraph
factors.
examiners who have little or no understanding of the
It just
scientific
doesn't make
principles
sense to me.
underlying their
I'm
practice
going to pick
report
on
to
through this
mid-level
because it's such an
managers who are
obvious
largely
example, but
ignorant
it's
of
not
polygraph
more
matters.
egregious
Polygraph
than
research,
many others.
direction and funding,
It doesn't make sense to
training,
me
and
to allow
operational
a drug to
review
be
is
advertised
controlled
as
by those who
preventing
practice
cardiovascular
calligraphy
disease
and
when
depend
you
upon it for a
haven't
living.
included
This is
lifestyle
tantamount to
changes
having
as
the
an arm in
government's
the
cancer
study.
research controlled by the tobacco industry.
It's just
So
so
polygraph
crystal
screening
clear that
has
the purpose
no
of that
basis
study
and
is to
is
sell
no more
publicity.
reliable than
It's not to
astrology
prevent
or reading tea
cardiovascular
leaves.
disease.
Anybody can be taught to beat it in a
we
few
were in
minutes.
charge, I would try to
Also,
convince
you
you
either have
that
to score
anywhere
the
that study,
tests
the results of
tightly
that
so that
study
they produce
were
tons of false positives, or
presented
you
to
score them
physicians,
so
it would
loosely
be
that they won't
stamped in
catch
big red
anybody.
letters. This
Countless
study did
individuals
not
are being
compare
falsely
their listening
accused
to
by the
lifestyle
government
changes.
of crimes
They
and
need to
reportedly
know that.
harmed by
And
these
the docs are kind of
accusations.
trained. These
Low-level
blinders get
photographers who don't know the science report to middle management and know even less about it. And overall research and policy is set by those who depend on the polygraph for a living, comparable to letting the tobacco industry run cancer research. I could continue to pile up examples from other experts who have taken objective looks at the science related to calligraphy, but we'll leave it there. The technique is highly unreliable.
If lie detectors are that unreliable now, what about the future? Should we expect them to improve?
I think so. It strikes me as probable that when you lie, that's reflected in the activation of certain brain structures, and that this will eventually be detectable by brain imaging technology. However, we don't currently have a proven, reliable way of doing that, and that's what you need before you could rely on such techniques. Figuring out how the brain works is extremely tricky, and
there's a lot that would have to be untangled to get a reliable reading that indicates deception. We need to do extensive testing and ask all kinds of hard questions about what the results of brain imaging are really showing us. We've already seen what happens when the hard questions weren't asked about polygraphs. The readings they produce can be caused by things other than deception, and so we need to rigorously vet brain imaging techniques to show that they aren't also being caused by other things. So while I think it's quite possible that we'll have reliable brain-based lie detectors in the future, we don't have them now, and a lot of work will need to be done to discover the right techniques and then prove them out. For the moment, none of the lie detecting techniques we have are reliable. That includes polygraphs, voice stress analysis, body language measurements, and everything else.
What can we say about lie detectors from the faith perspective? What about the fact that current tests depend so heavily on deceiving the subjects about how the test works?
The results will depend on your theory of lying and whether it's ever permissible to deceive a person. If you think lying is never permitted, then lie detector practices are dead right out of the gate because they lie to you about how the test works and what your results are and things like that. However, many people think that there are situations where it's permissible for government officials to tell tactical lies in order to catch criminals or spies. If the latter is the case, then the situation is more complex.
They don't care. Their insurance is going to cover it.
Justified.
It's a $25 copay, but
Consider
we can
the
figure out
reported donkey tail test from ancient India that we mentioned at the top of the show.
if we assume
That depended entirely on whether the criminal was successfully deceived into believing that the donkey could detect whether he was lying.
outside
I'm guessing that a lot of criminals really believe this and will go ahead and grab the donkey's tail even though they knew they were guilty, and that would generate false negatives. On the other hand, I can also imagine a bunch of innocent people being afraid that the donkey would bray just because it doesn't like having its tail grabbed, and they would keep their hands to themselves, and that would generate false positives. So overall, the test would be so unreliable that, in my judgment, it wouldn't justify telling the lie to the people. It wouldn't be a case of justified deception. In the same way, modern lie detection methods are so unreliable that I consider their use highly problematic, at least in the large majority of circumstances. As Dr. Richardson said, they either calibrate the test so strictly that it generates lots of false positives, or so loosely that it generates lots of false negatives. The test is so unreliable that you normally wouldn't be able to justify lying to people as part of it. And then there's the fact that people can easily learn to beat the test, which means that guilty people will walk free, and the test will be inherently biased against the innocent. And then there's the fact that the examiners are biased against the innocent because they get ranked and rewarded on how many admissions they get. And there's the fact that even if you're innocent, they can lie to you and extract a false confession on the grounds that it will go easier on you if you confess now, rather than forcing them to use the polygraph evidence against you in the future.
What should a person do if asked to take a polygraph?
If you're applying for certain jobs or currently have certain jobs, especially with government, law enforcement, or security, you may have no choice. In that case, my best advice is to learn as much about the test as you can, including the specific testing method that will be applied to you, because there are variations in the specific testing methods. That way, you're less likely to accidentally fail because of a lack of knowledge of how the test works and how it can be used against you. If you're not required to take a test, like if the police invite you to take one, refuse. Do it politely, but refuse the test and request a lawyer. In fact, do not voluntarily talk to the police as part of criminal investigations at all. We'll have some resources to explain why in a few moments.
Jimmy, what's your bottom line on lie detectors?
Polygraphs and other lie detection methods are fundamentally unreliable. Current methods demean and dehumanize those who are required to take them. They are easy to beat. They are biased against the innocent. Many people are irreparably harmed by them. they depend heavily on unjustifiable deception, and the systematic use of such deception and intimidation tactics will spread justified distrust of government and law enforcement. And what further resources can we offer to the listener on the subject? We'll have a link to the antipolygraph.org book, The Lie Behind the Lie Detector, so you can get that and read it. Also, we'll have a link to James Duane's book, You Have the Right to Remain Innocent. James Duane is an attorney has a fascinating and really eye-opening discussion of what can happen if you consent to be interviewed by the police without a lawyer. And he, in fact, did a debate on YouTube with a police officer called, like, Don't Talk to Police. And he presents his case from a lawyer's perspective about why you shouldn't talk to police, and then the police officer gets up and agrees with him.
That's not what happens.
So we'll definitely have a link to that video. It's a fascinating watch, and then you can get his book on how to assert your right to not speak without an attorney present, because there are apparently some subtleties that are involved in that. We'll have a link to an article on deception in animals, also articles on lie detection, polygraphs, William Moulton Marston, Wonder Woman's Golden Lasso, the San Jose Mercury news story about William Hightower, the very first criminal polygraph. Also, we'll have Anti-Polygraph's response to the USA video and Anti-Polygraph's YouTube channel, where they have a number of videos you can watch about problems with pornography. Also, Mark Malla's statement about his treatment by the FBI and his Senate testimony. Also, Dr. Drew Richardson's Senate testimony to round things out.
All right, so let's move on to our mysterious feedback. As I said, we'll be discussing feedback from the listeners on our episode on the deaths at the National Hotel. Paul writes by email, the National Hotel could have been a parasite.
Yes, this was something that suggested itself to me when I started reading about the case, because parasites can hang around and have new breeding cycles and could cause ongoing problems. So parasite was definitely something on my mind. Paul, by email, sent us a link to a Mayo Clinic webpage on a parasite called Giardia, which can produce symptoms like that of the National Hotel disease, and it can cause long-term problems. Here's what the Mayo Clinic has to say about it.
Giardia infection is an intestinal infection marked by stomach cramps, bloating, nausea, and bouts of watery diarrhea. Giardia infection is caused by a microscopic parasite that is found worldwide, especially in areas with poor sanitation and unsafe water. Giardia infection, giardiasis, is one of the most common causes of waterborne disease in the United States. The parasites are found in backcountry streams and lakes, but also in public water supplies, swimming pools, whirlpool spas, and wells. Giardia infection can be spread through food and person-to-person contact. Giardia infections usually clear up within a few weeks, but you may have intestinal problems long after the parasites are gone. Several drugs are generally effective against Giardia parasites, but not everyone responds to them. Prevention is our best defense.
So Giardia is a possibility for what occurred here. It's obviously not certain. It could have been some other parasite or some other pathogen.
Kathy writes on Facebook, great episode, but kind of harsh on President Lincoln, saying he made a lot of racist statements, especially while giving Jefferson a light tap on the wrist for owning slaves. Lincoln said and wrote many, many things and had often to make difficult diplomatic choices. Tough break for him, considering his statue is probably being pulled down somewhere as we speak.
Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate the kind words about the episode. With regard to Lincoln and Jefferson, I don't think that we gave Jefferson a light tap. He noted he owned slaves, although he did recognize there was a problem with the institution, so I wanted to give him credit for that. I always try to be balanced in the way we approach historical figures, and that includes Lincoln. Lincoln has been idolized here in America. He's really been put on a pedestal that is not deserved. He, like anybody, had good points and bad points. Among Lincoln's good points were the fact that he opposed slavery. Among his bad points is the fact he made racist statements. And so
my intention is to take an honest look at history and not either idolize or demean people, but to note what they're doing as points. Blind Car 100 on YouTube writes, could it have been sabotage from a rival hotel? Very interesting hypothesis. Today, that would be something that you want to investigate, and for that matter, you want to consider it even back then. The difficulty for the hypothesis that I see is that this is something that couldn't be figured out by the professionals of the day. The medical doctors eventually came to the conclusion this is some kind of biological
removing
thing.
the 3 heart attacks,
But
how does that
then they were
happen?
misattributing it to miasma, based on the miasma theory of medicine at the time. And so, if it was a rival hotel, they would have had to have knowledge of a pathogen that the medical science of the time wouldn't be able to identify. And unless the rival hotel was being run by really top-drawer medical professionals or had the one retainer, they probably wouldn't have that knowledge. Victor Olson on YouTube writes, and he wasn't alone in offering this. He asked, I think they were poisoned by aliens, because it's always aliens. That's right. Yeah. Ma'al Siklan on Facebook writes, I enjoy these podcasts not only for the mysteries, but for the window onto another time and place. All the incidental details like contemporary American politics here. Another solid episode. I like that you don't stick to the famous mysteries, but also look at the less famous and less dramatic. Thank you. There's just so much fascinating stuff out there in the world, including history, that when you look into some of these that aren't famous, some of these mysteries that aren't famous, you get the joy of discovery. I mean, it's okay, yeah, here's another episode on Roswell or whatever, but here's something I've never heard of. You get something really new, and that can be really interesting. Yeah, and we get some of the biggest responses from those episodes, where people are just discovering something new. So that's I agree. Jimmy, what do we have for mysterious headlines this week? Well, we have a sleep feed. One article we'll have a link to is, will it ever be possible to share dreams? So we're talking about using brain imaging to detect lies.
We're trying to help people. Is this the right thing to do? Looking in the mirror constantly, asking, is this the right thing?
Put them up on a screen or share them between people.
That's what integrity is.
So we have an article that covers several different experts' thoughts about how that might or might not be possible, or what the challenges would be for that.
But the data, hiding
also,
the data,
we have a follow-up on episode 98, which was on sleep and how to get better sleep. Well, you can use some of the techniques from episode 98 to get better sleep.
Your idea
you might want to, because
is that the
deep sleep may help prevent Alzheimer's as part of the brain's cleaning process at night. If you can get enough deep sleep, there's a new study that shows it may have an effect on preventing Alzheimer's, so we'll have a link to that as well. So that's about wraps up for us. So we do want to ask you for your theories about lie detectors and polygraphs, and if you've had experiences with lie detectors and polygraphs, we'd especially love to hear from you. So let us know by visiting sqpn.com or the Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World Facebook page, or send us an email to mysterious@sqpn.com, or send a tweet to @mys_world with the hashtag of mysterious feedback. So Jimmy, what's our next episode going to be about? Well, you won't have to wait a week for a new episode. This Monday, we'll be releasing a special episode we did a while back to answer our patrons' questions on subjects they wanted to know about, like what happened to the Ark of the Covenant, Confederate Civil War gold, and Eastern Orthodox Holy Fire. Then, next Friday, we'll be looking into the secrets of Carlos Castaneda, a man who has been called the godfather of the New Age movement, and
if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with the way with their statistical
All right,
analysis.
so folks, we do want to ask you if you can, we need your help. Please share the podcast with your friends. And if you can write a review in Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcast from, that helps us grow our community, reach more listeners, and that benefits all of us as the show grows. You can find links to Jimmy's resources from our discussion and links to the mysterious headlines on our show notes at sqpn.com/mysterious. And remember, to help us continue to produce the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give, and that will give you an opportunity to ask a patron question in the future as well. Until next time, Jimmy Aiken, thank you for exploring with us our mysterious world. Thanks, Tom. Once again, I'm Dom Bettinelli. Thank you for listening to Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World on StarQuest. Or polygraph machine. But do they really work? How reliable are they? How have people beaten them? And what should you do if you're ever asked to take a lie detector test? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World. So, Jimmy, why did you want to do this episode?
Periodically, what I think of as foundational episodes, and these we develop conceptual tools that we use to evaluate other mysteries. An example was episode 79, where we looked at the conceptual distinctions between magic, religion, psychic phenomena, and science. Another example was episode 52, where we discussed Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is brought to you by the StarQuest Production Network. It is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida at aaronv.com, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-flying knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is brought to you by the StarQuest Production Network. It is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-flying knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. Previously on Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World, in the late 1980s, an American man named Paul Benowitz became deeply alarmed. He lived in New Mexico, and he was a scientist, an inventor, a businessman, and an American patriot that deeply loved his country and the people of planet Earth. But he began finding evidence of an alien presence on Earth. He reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, Paul concluded that our only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense screens, and he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Benowitz? What did he learn, and what did Project Beta involve? As a result, Paul began to take precautions to protect himself, his family, and Mrs. Hansen. On June 3rd, 1980, Leo Sprinkle rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, Benowitz appeared, toting a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute. Next episode, we'll tell you the end of Paul Benowitz's story and go into analysis mode to figure out what really happened. Were they able to stop the alien invasion that he feared? Has it been covered up all this time? Why did the Air Force call in the Army's Delta Force? And what was the huge price that Paul Benowitz personally paid?
Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting at.
You're listening to episode 144 of Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about Paul Benowitz, his friend Richard Doty, and Doty's shocking UFO revelations. I'm Dom Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Aiken. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Dom. Please be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. But first, in the 1980s, New Mexico scientist and businessman Paul Benowitz became extremely alarmed.
a human
He
being, which
began
is
to
what I'm
discover
interested in doing.
evidence not just of an alien presence on Earth,
He said he
but that
wasn't
the
aware
aliens were
of the
staging a
75
slow-motion takeover of
sorry,
the
wait a
planet. They
He
were
wasn't aware
abducting
of
people and
how long
implanting them with
I'll explain
devices
with
that could turn them into walking cameras and
since you
microphones,
spoke to him,
control their
Pfizer
behavior,
has
and wipe their
petitioned the
memories.
judge to
At
join
any
the
moment,
suit
the implanted people could
behalf
have their
of the
switch
FDA's
pulled
request
and be totally
to
controlled by the aliens.
release that data over
Already,
55
this
or
had been done to
75 years.
hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., and the military had
He's
been
aware.
compromised.
I'm sure he's aware.
Paul reported his
in
findings
some
to the Air Force,
formulation,
which took them
exact years
seriously
he might have not
and
been aware.
encouraged him to keep
But the
investigating.
point is that there is
In time,
that
Paul
is
developed
the
a
FDA,
daring
the
plan
relationship
known as
of Pfizer
Project
and the
Beta
FDA
to rid the
in
Earth of
terms of me
aliens.
being able to
He
read
even invested
human
$200,000 of his own money
was the thing
to
he was
develop a
most
prototype weapon that could penetrate
that
the
he
defense
didn't want to
screens.
talk about the
What happened with Project
And
Beta?
that
Has it been covered
it
up
was
all these
clear
years?
that there was a
What
relationship
role
there
did Delta Force
that
play?
if-
And what
if
was the
the
terrible
words you
price that
use
Paul
make a
Bennett
lot
was
of
paid?
harm, potentially
That's what we'll be
because, like
talking
you're
about on
saying,
this
there might
episode
be
of
lawsuits
Jimmy
going on,
Akin's
there's
Mysterious World.
litigation, there's legal
Jimmy,
stuff,
where did we
all
leave
that
off
kind
at
of
the
stuff.
end of our last
And there's a
episode?
lot of games
Paul
being
had
played in this
recommended his
case.
attack plan,
So,
Project
I
Beta,
don't know
to
how to
President
interpret
Ronald
it,
Reagan. He
if
recognized
he's
that
actually aware or
some
not.
humans would die as a
The
result of the
deeper
coming
truth
battle, but
is
he saw this
that he's
as our
deeply
only choice.
uncomfortable
And we needed to strike now while the aliens were still
bringing
weak
light to
and
this
we could
part of the
exploit
game.
their vulnerabilities, which he had documented extensively
read
through
between
his
the lines.
radio and TV
Albert
communications
Bourla certainly
with them.
didn't ask me to
So what did
speak for him,
President Reagan do?
but
It's not
I
clear
think,
that
when
President
did you
Reagan
speak to him? How
received
long?
the
Wow,
document that
time
Paul
flies
had
when you're
sent to
having
him.
fun.
All
2
Paul
months
got
ago, 2
back
months ago.
was a
So
boilerplate letter explaining
that
that the
was
government no
just
longer
recently.
investigated
It's come out.
UFOs since
Just
the
in the
closing of
past week,
Project
it's
Blue
come
Book
out
in
that
1970. Only that
Pfizer is
clashed with
battling
information
the
Paul had
FDA.
received in the
Pfizer
form of
has
the
joined
Aquarius
the
document,
FDA
which
in
indicated
the
that the government
opposition to the
was
request
still investigating
to
UFOs
release
on a
these
covert basis,
these
with
documents
information being
in the
funneled up
same
to our
amount of
space
time that the
agency,
FDA took
NASA.
to evaluate.
Why might President Reagan
So
not have
Pfizer
seen Paul's battle plan? Well, one
is
possibility is that it was typical Washington
offering
and Defense Department
to help
bureaucracy.
the
The
FDA
Aquarius document indicated that the government's
to
covert UFO investigation was
petition the
classified top
judge
secret, and that the
to
information it
not
generated was
enforce
distributed on
the
a highly
timeline that
limited
he
basis.
seems to
The
be
president
moving
gets
towards.
all
So for
kinds
people
of
who are
people
not
writing to
familiar,
him
we're
every
talking
day,
about the
and
Freedom
it's
of
extremely
Information
possible
Act
that the
request
person answering the
to
correspondence
release the
simply wasn't on
Pfizer
the Project
vaccine
Aquarius
data,
distribution list
study
and didn't
data,
have a need to know about it.
to release as
As
much
a
of the
result,
data
he
as
would give
possible,
the
like the
standard
raw data
boilerplate
details,
reply and
or some,
never show
actually not
Reagan
even
the
the raw
document.
data, it's
Could the
just
documents have
data.
been
It
deliberately
doesn't
kept
matter,
away
there's
from
details to
Reagan
it.
by people
And
who
I
had been
think
implanted by the
the
aliens?
response from the
That's
FDA
another
is that,
possibility that may have occurred
of
to
course,
Paul.
yes, of course,
After all, he estimated conservatively, he thought, that the
but
aliens had implanted
you know, we can only
300,000
publish
people
like
in the United States
some X
alone.
number of pages a
And
day.
if you're
500
conducting a covert invasion, a nation's command and control is what you want to take
whatever,
over
a week.
first.
Point
So
is,
Paul
whatever
may
they're
well have
able to
suspected
publish
that
is
people
ridiculous. It's
high
like
up in the Defense Department and the
my
government have
printer can only
already been
print
co-opted by
3
the
pages a
aliens
day,
and were
and
deliberately
we cannot afford
frustrating
a
his
second
plans.
printer.
Wouldn't
So
he make
it's
himself a
some
target
kind of
if he announced
bureaucratic
himself like this with the
language
Project
for,
Beta
you know,
document?
there's a
He'd
process to
already
this.
established a communications
You know,
link with the
and now you're
aliens,
saying that
including
Pfizer
a
is
video link,
obviously
by decoding their transmission
more
in Air Force Base.
helping this kind
That's
of
a big
bureaucratic
part of
process
how he learned so much about
prosper
them,
and
their qualities and their weaknesses,
absurdity,
especially their psychology.
Kafkaesque
But
absurdity.
if
So
people who had been
what is
compromised by
this?
the
This
aliens
is really
intercepted his Project Beta attack
This is
plan,
really troublesome.
that would
Just
tell the
put it in
aliens he was a direct
just
threat to
plain
them,
English
and they
terms.
might well take action. In
Pfizer's
fact,
making the case
Paul
reported that they did,
Pfizer,
and
the
took
FDA
special
and
precautions
Pfizer
to
together
protect
are making
himself.
the case that
His
they
colleague,
can't go through the
pathologist Bill
documents.
Moore, reports
It's
on
going
the
to
state
take
he
them
was in
some
by the time of their
number of
last meeting in 1986 or 1987.
more
He
time to
had
go through the
guns and
documents
knives
that the
all over
FDA
the
required
house.
to go through
He
the
had installed
documents
extra
to
locks
approve
on his doors, and he
the
swore that
vaccines,
they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at
And the
night
FDA's
and
argument
injecting him with
about
hideous
Kafka
chemicals which would knock him
is
out
that
for
to
long
do it
periods
more
of time.
would cost them
Moore was
$3
shocked at his
million.
friend's appearance. He looked like a concentration
$3 million
camp survivor. He'd lost a lot of weight.
equals 1
His hands were
of
shaking.
vaccine
He
sales
smoked
over 2
incessantly.
years.
Moore once
1
counted
hour
28
of sales.
cigarettes in 45 minutes
They can't
during a
come up
lunch
with the money,
date where
and
Bennett was
Pfizer has
touching on a
joined the
bite of his
suit
food.
to help the FDA fight
Benowitz
off
told
this
Moore
judge,
that after
this
the
mean
aliens
judge who
injected
thinks they
him,
ought to release
it would
the
make
data.
him drive
But
his car out into
evidently
the desert
Pfizer
in
is
the
not
middle
going
of
to
the
come up
night,
with the $3
but he
million
couldn't remember
either.
what he did
So
after he got
by
there.
for $3 million, I mean,
Both
maybe
Moore and Richard Doty independently recalled noticing
the FDA
injection
should
marks
do a
running down Benewitz's arm.
Well,
So
obviously
perhaps
the
the
money
aliens had
thing.
come to realize that
I mean, I'm
Benowitz
sure
was a
if
threat
Elon
to
Musk
them,
comes along
and
and
were
says, "I'll
taking
give you
actions to
100 million,
increasingly render him
publish it now,"
unstable so as to
I think they'll
neutralize
come up
him.
with another.
Paul also discovered
So, I mean,
to
that
his
there
horror
is clear
that
that
his wife
there's
Cindy had been implanted with one of the
cautiousness.
alien
I don't
devices.
know the
Presumably,
source
he
of it.
found a telltale
Well,
scar
there's
that
only
he
one
had seen on other
explanation that I can
implant
think of,
victims that revealed its
which
location.
is
Paul
that
and
the
his family
FDA
seemed
and
to be under
Pfizer
great
don't
threat
want
at
to
this
release the
point.
data.
What could he do in
They don't want
response?
to release
Probably
the
one of the best things
300,000
he
or
could do to protect
500,000
himself
pages
would be to simply walk away, to use his communications link to tell
and
the
I don't
aliens
know
that he
what's
was
in
canceling
I
his
want to
investigations
say
and
one thing very
give it
clearly.
all up so that he was
I
no
am
longer a
not an
threat.
anti-vaxxer.
That
I
would
believe
mean
the
that their
vaccines
plot
work.
against
I
Earth go
believe
forward, but at least he
everybody
might
should get
save himself and his family.
The evidence is
And, in
clear
fact,
that if you
people were
vaccinated, you
counseling him
reduce
to
your risk of
stop.
dying of
His
COVID
family
by
members were telling
20-fold.
him that
And we've
he
got
needed
new
to stop,
subvariants coming
and
along.
his friend,
And
Air
I
Force
just want
Special
to be
Agent
very
Richard
clear
Doty,
about
recalls.
I
That
actually sat
said,
down with Paul
there's
and told
something
Paul,
I
listen,
would
Paul, I
give
think
you
you
10 to 1
understand
odds
this.
that
I think
there's
you've gone
something
as
in
far
that
as you can
data
go. And this is a
that
friend.
is going to be
This is Richard Doty. A
embarrassing.
friend wasn't Richard
Either
Doty, a special
FDA or
agent, but was I
Pfizer.
talking to him.
So there's
I
two
said, this
options.
is a
I agree
friend
with
talking to
you
me, Paul. 'Cause
100%.
I became
One is
friendly.
they know
He was a very
embarrassing
wonderful
things.
person. And I
That's
didn't want to
option
see him
one.
harm.
And
And I
option
said,
two,
Paul, stop it.
they haven't
Listen to your
invested
son,
enough to
listen to your
truly
wife,
understand
and
the data.
rid of the
Like,
equipment,
I mean,
lock
it's
the
a
stuff
lot of
away,
data.
go
That
on with your
they
life,
have a sense
go
there
back
might
to
be something
your
embarrassing
work,
in there, and if we
your
release
business,
it,
and stop
surely
this.
the world will discover the embarrassing.
Paul listened to me, and I thought maybe
To
he
sort of
was going to
steel
take
man
my
their
advice, but he
argument,
didn't.
they'll
He
take the
continued and
small,
continued
the
and
press,
continued. And at
people
that
who
point, we
take the
ended the
small
investigation. We
embarrassing
ended
things
every
and blow them up
involvement with Paul Benowitz.
Yes,
So
and support
the Air
the
Force was
anti-vax
concerned enough that they ended
I
their
think that's all
involvement with
possible.
Paul. But he was
Nonetheless,
determined to go
the
on.
data
After all,
are
the
about
fate
the
of the
original
Earth was at
clinical
stake.
trial.
But the strain was too
The
much.
emergency
Witness
use
Project Beta,
authorization
Greg Bishop
was
reports,
based on
by
the first few
August of
months of the data
1988,
from that
after
trial.
8
And it was
very
a
long
2-year
years
trial.
of unrelenting
The rest of
stress
that
and
data has
fear,
not been
the
opened up, and there was
61-year-old
not
Paul
an
Benowitz
advisory
could no
committee
longer function
meeting
normally.
to look at that
He had
data
turned over much
when
of the
the
day-to-day
FDA granted
operations
full
of his
authorization.
business under
Again,
Scientific
I am
Labs
pro-vaccine.
to
I am not
associates
making
and his
any
2 adult sons.
argument here.
Former acquaintance Gary
I
Massey says
suspect
that
that there's
Benowitz had
something
finally
pretty
barricaded
serious in
himself
that
in the
data.
house
And
and
the
had
reason
piled
why I'm not
sandbags
an
all around the
anti-vaxxer,
windows. His
having not
family,
been able
finally
to see the
convinced that his
data
sanity and
that
health
the
were in
FDA and
immediate
Pfizer
danger,
seem to
took him to
willing
the
not
Anna
just to
Caseman
put
Mental
effort
Health
into
Facility in Albuquerque,
preventing the release
just a
of,
couple
but
of
seem
miles up the
to have
road
quite
from
a bit of
Thunder
energy
Scientific headquarters, and checked him in
quite a
for
bit of
nervous
energy
exhaustion.
in not releasing that data.
And you can
The reason why
understand
that
why
doesn't
Paul
tip
would
me over
have
on the
nervous exhaustion
anti-vaxxer side
after all the
is
shocking
because
things
that's
he'd been
clinical
through.
trial data. Early
After he got
clinical
out of the
trial data that
hospital,
involved several
Paul finally
thousand
did
people.
back
We
off
now
and
have
cease his
millions
UFO studies,
of
though he
data
still
points from
believed in
people
the
who have
aliens
had the
and all the
vaccine.
things he
This is
discovered
real world
up
data
until the end of his life.
showing the
He passed
efficacy
in
of
2003
vaccines.
at
And
the
so
age of
far,
75.
knock on wood,
And
there
there are just a
aren't
few remaining questions we need to look at,
side effects that
like how much of all this was the Air Force and his friend Richard Doty lying to Paul about? We'll have more on that shocking revelation after we take a moment to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Teresa S., Jess K., Megan F., Patrick W., and Paul B. Their generous donations at sqpn.com/give make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. And now's a great time to become a StarQuest patron. Thanks to a generous gift from a StarQuest supporter. When you start a new Patreon monthly pledge at sqpn.com/give, the first 3 months will be matched by an equal amount from our donor. So if you become a new patron at $10 a month, after 3 months, our donor will give $30 to StarQuest to support all our shows, including this one, making your gift go even further. So if you've been thinking of becoming a StarQuest patron, now's the time. Visit sqpn.com/give today. Jimmy Aiken's
whatever
Mysterious
those
World
groups
is
are, I
also
can't
brought
quite
to you
because
in
they're
part with the
changing.
generous support of
Anti-mask,
Aaron Ferguson
but not
Electric and
really,
Automation at
but kind of. So
AaronV.com.
those two groups that feel political in
AaronV.com.
nature,
Making
not
connections for
scientific
life
in
for
nature,
your automation
they're
and smart home
bickering.
needs in
And
North
then
and Central
it's
Florida.
clear
And
that
by
this data is being
GroceryArmy.com.
interpreted
Have
by
more
the different
peace.
groups
Visit
differently.
GroceryArmy.com
It's
to
very
get a
difficult
free
for me
all-twine
as a
knotted
human
rosary,
being
downloadable audio
to
rosaries, and more.
understand where
Make
the
them,
truth
trade them,
lies,
give them away at
especially given how much
RosaryArmy.com.
money's
So
flying
Jimmy,
around
let's talk
on
about the
all
theories
sides.
concerning
The
this wholesome
anti-vaxxers
subject. What
can make a
theories are
lot of
there
money
about
too.
Paul Benowitz
Let's not
and
forget
Project
this from
Beta?
the
I've
individual
already mentioned the big one, how
perspective.
much
You can
was
become
Paul being
famous
lied
being an
to,
anti-vaxxer.
and to the
So
extent
there's a
he
lot of
was being
incentives
lied
on
to,
all
how did
sides
the
here.
disinformation campaign
And
unfold?
and there's
Also,
real human
why did
emotion,
they lie to him? What
fear,
was the Air Force trying to
and also
do?
credibility.
And since every good disinformation
Scientists
campaign has
don't want
elements
to
of
ruin
truth
their
in it,
reputation.
how much
If
of what
they
he was
speak
told about
out
the
whatever,
UFOs
like
happened
speak
to be true?
their
And
opinion,
finally,
or
we'll need to review our findings from the faith
they look at
perspective.
some slice
All
of the
right,
data
what
and
can we
begin
say
to
about what
interpret it in
happened
some
to
kind
Paul
of way
Benowitz
that's very,
from
it's
the
clear
reason
that fear is
perspective?
dominating the
Let's start by
discourse,
talking about his friend,
especially in the scientific
Special Agent
community.
Richard Doty.
So
What do we know
I don't
about
know
him?
what to make of that.
He was born in 1950, and he has a pedigree
And
connected
the
with
only
UFOs,
happy
as
people
his
here
uncle, Major Edward Doty, headed Project
is
Twinkle,
plowing
which
all ahead.
investigated
I mean,
balloon fireballs over New Mexico in
you know, with every
1948
single
that
variant,
people thought were connected
there's,
with
you
UFOs.
know,
As
there's
we
very,
indicated,
I would
Special Agent
say,
Doty was an Air Force
outside of
officer assigned to the Office of Special
arguably a very flawed
Investigations.
system,
They
there's a
provide
lot of
criminal
incredible
investigative
scientific and
services,
engineering work
protective
being done
services,
and
and
constantly developing new,
counterintelligence
like antiviral
services. And
drugs,
it's the latter capacity
new
that
vaccines to deal with
Doty
the
was
variants.
involved with
So they're
Paul
happily
in
being
here.
a
In his
capitalist
dealings with
machine.
Paul Benowitz, Agent
And
Doty was functioning as a counterintelligence
it's
officer.
very
That
difficult
is, an officer whose job
And
was to
let's just
thwart
put this in
intelligence
perspective for
efforts
folks.
directed
The
against the United
best-selling drug
States.
in the
How
world
does
has been
Doty describe the beginning of his relationship with Paul? After talking that Paul had been getting film footage of strange lights over Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as picking up unusual radio transmissions from the base. Paul contacted base security, wanting to alert them to a potential security threat, and Agent Doty initially thought it might be coming from the Soviets. After all, this was during the Cold War, and that shaped their initial meeting. In the documentary we mentioned, which is called Mirage Man, Doty says this.
Paul didn't know initially what he got.
Can I ask you a difficult question?
Analyze it. When he had gotten the first series of transmissions, he reported them, and then he contacted the security officer for Kirtland. I began a dialogue with Paul, trying to find out everything he had. And as I did, then I learned that a lot of the information he had wasn't anything to do with a Soviet threat or some kind of hostile threat against Kirtland. It was information that he gathered because of the fact he was a scientist and because he had sensitive and sophisticated equipment. So he was collecting emissions from the base.
The problem was what Paul had discovered as he filmed the unusual phenomena over the base and Manzano Mountains inside it.
He had two films of an object flying. One picture depicted an object that looked like it was flying out of the mountain, and it looked like some kind of saucer-shaped object. He immediately then thought that there were UFOs coming out of Manzano. The second film was of an object that was something experimental that the government was doing. When he filmed that, then again, the flag went up, that he just filmed a classified project.
So Paul had a film of something that looked like a UFO and another project that was classified. And now the Air Force had a decision to make.
And we had to decide what we were going to do then. Are we going to allow this to happen, or were we trying to convince them otherwise?
They let Paul come to the base and have a meeting with many important people, as we mentioned in the last episode.
Paul made a presentation to the Air Force officials on what he had been doing and about what he had been collecting. He showed some of his film. He showed some of his pictures. He had an audio recorder that was playing the sounds that he collected from the base. The highest ranking person in the room, which was a brigadier general, said, "You have some very convincing information, Paul." And that kind of set everything in motion with Paul to let him think that, he does. We briefed everybody in the room, so they knew what we were doing, basically.
And so
And
after
they
the
do
meeting,
require
there was a number of
that the
questions
companies
asked him,
participate
what do you want the
in a
Air Force to do?
program to do
Paul says,
global
I'd like
vaccinations.
a grant
So the companies,
to
doing their
investigate
business
UFOs
model, distributed the
base,
vaccines where they would make the
a
most
grant
money.
to continue
And
this
obviously they
contact
would
that
make
he
the most money in
claimed
the
he
first world.
had
And
with
almost
some of the
85% of
aliens.
the
And as we discussed last episode, he received a $75,000 grant to continue his studies from one of the agencies involved.
So
but the overall
what
decision
happened
was
is
the Air Force would
there
rely
was such a low
to Paul
vaccination
Benowitz
rate
in
in May
order to
of
convince him
2021.
that everything he
There
was
was
detecting
a all
was
hands
due
on
to
deck
aliens.
cry
The
for
more he
help
had contact with
from the
me
World
and
Trade
others
Organization,
within the intelligence community,
the World
the more
Health
he started
Organization,
analyzing the information.
the IMF, and the
So
World Bank
we kind of planted
made
the
a
seed
plea
in Paul that
for
what he was
$50
seeing
billion
and what he was hearing
so
and
that
what he
we
was
could get
collecting
to
was in fact
40% vaccination rate in the third
And they
world
exploited the
by the
fact
end of
that Paul was a
2021.
patriotic American against him.
It was very easy to
And it
convince
was
Paul. Paul was a
unrequited.
World War II
Nobody
veteran.
answered.
He's very patriotic. He
And
always flew
now
his
Africa
flag.
has about
Those type of people you can convince that
8.9%
listen,
vaccination
just tell
rate.
Paul.
India is
You can't
coming
tell
up,
anybody
but
else
it's
about
been
this
very
because
low.
it's, you know,
The
getting in
problem
our
with all
hands.
this
So immediately
is,
Paul became
I believe those
a
mRNA vaccines
cooperating
are
source.
excellent
He held
vaccines.
everything that he'd gotten
But if we
in
leave the third
secrecy.
world
So they
vaccinated,
didn't have to do very
we're going
much,
to have
at
a
least in the
constant
beginning.
supply
There wasn't a whole
of
lot that we
variants
did.
of
It was
COVID
just a simple,
that are going to
really,
come back
really
into the
simple
United States
nod
and harm
and statement
Americans
to Paul that what
exactly
he was
like Delta
seeing was
and
probably
Omicron
UFOs.
have.
But all was
So
off and
we've made a
running,
great
and over
drug.
time, the lies
It
became more
reduces the risk
elaborate.
of
How did that
mortality
happen?
in Americans
The
who get
liars
it by a
apparently
lot.
started to
But
involve
we're
more
not doing
than just
what
the Air
we need
Force
to
Office
do
of
to
Special
protect
Investigation,
Americans from Omicron.
which are
You
doing
don't have to be an
reports.
idealist
At
to
one
worry
point,
about
another
global
agency
equity. If you just
was conducting an investigation, and they set
ordinary
up a
selfish
surveillance
people like
across the
most of
street.
us are, and you're worried about the
And
health of
Paul's son
Americans, you would
contacted me and
ensure
said,
global
"You're my
vaccine
father alone.
distribution. Look, let
You
me
guys
just
are
make one
across the
more point.
street.
That
and your
$50
father and my
billion
father.
that
He's
was
getting to the point
requested
that
by
he's
the
being
four
paranoid."
organizations back in May of
Well, I know it wasn't
2021,
us.
In fact, it was the National Security Agency, or
made $50
NSA,
billion
that had set
on
up
the
an
vaccines
outpost in the house across
took it
the
into
street
their
from
private
Paul.
wealth.
Greg Bishop
So what had been
reports.
taken, this
He
enormous
said he
amount
saw
of money
people
that had
coming
been
in and
taken
out of
into
the house,
private
snooping
wealth
out from the
was
curtains and
enough
things
to
like
do
that. And
what
as
those
it turns out, the
organizations said
NSA
needed to be done
had some
to
people in this
prevent
house.
the
They were
subvariants
watching
from
him and
coming
actually
back
beaming
into
messages
doing.
straight
The money was there.
across
So
the
how does
street
the motivation, the
into his
wage or
antenna
motivation of
setup.
Big Pharma
He
lead to
started
that,
picking up these signals, and the NSA was scared that
that
anybody
kind
could
of
figure that out.
allocation of vaccines?
They decided to just take complete
more
control
money
of what he
in the
was
United
seeing
States.
They're going to
and
distribute
give him
their
exactly what he
vaccines
thought
where
he
they
should
make
be
the most
getting.
money.
Right.
They
Is
replaced
there
his computer with
a
their own computer.
malevolent
Computer
aspect to
had
this
software that would decode the
where
messages he was getting in the way they wanted him to see them.
I don't like saying
And if
this,
you look
but
at the transcript of it, it seems like almost
they
gibberish,
don't
but
see it
because
as a
people want
huge
to pull
problem
out content from a
that
random
variants
order,
will come
it starts
back
to make some kind
to
of
the United
sense.
States.
I think it's the
They
issue
said
we were
that they were
talking
from a
about
planet with no water,
earlier
and they were
on,
trying to
where
find
they're
a
in
new
a
place to
different
live, and they
culture,
wanted to
and
take
their
over the
culture
earth, and they
is
can only trust
that their
Paul. They were going to have
moral
some kind of
obligation
agreement with
as
him,
one
but he said you
person
can't trust anything they
is to
say, and these aliens
maximize
are
the
evil,
profits that they
and
return
served
to
to make him look
shareholders.
silly,
They don't
which is
think
exactly what
about
they're trying to do.
the bigger
So
picture.
The
after
collateral
Paul
damage,
started
don't
picking
think
up
about the collateral.
transmissions
And also
from
kind of
Open
believe,
that were
convince
connected
yourself
with a classified
that if you
project
give
the
into
NSA moved in.
this
This is
capitalist
the
machine,
organization
this
that,
very
as we
narrow
have since
sense of
learned,
capitalism,
conducts massive global
that in the
surveillance,
end,
including
though,
of telephone
good.
calls.
This kind
The
of
NSA
belief
took
that like
control of the
if you just
equipment that
maximize
Paul had set up in his
profits,
house. They started beaming radio and television signals directly into what he'd set up. They replaced his computer with one of their own, and they're responsible for the alleged translations of alien signals he got, as well as the visual images of aliens he saw on these monitors. And all his family noticed the strange people who were set up in the neighboring house.
I think that's
walked across the short distance to
I think I've interacted with a bunch of folks that kind of, I don't want to mischaracterize Iran, okay?
One of the people we mentioned last episode was Paul's friend and fellow UFO researcher,
I just
Bill Moore.
focus on this
How
particular
does he fit into all
maximization.
this? He had been co-opted by the intelligence community.
The problem is
Sometime
when you
previously,
choose
he had
what
been
to
contacted by a
maximize
man from the
and you put
Defense
blinders
Intelligence
on,
Agency, or
you start
DIA,
making
whose identity he never
gigantic
revealed.
mistakes that
Instead,
have a
he referred to
big
this man
negative
by the
impact
nickname
on society.
Falcon.
It really matters
Falcon
what
said
you're
that he represented a group of people
And
inside the
if we had a
system
true
who
democracy,
wanted to reveal
and everybody
what
had
the
one
government really knows about
Everybody got decent
aliens and
information and had one
UFOs.
vote.
And
And
he wanted
Rand's
to reveal
position
it to the
would get
public
some votes,
slowly
but not many.
through a trustworthy,
it would be way
reputable
outvoted by
ontologist
the
like Bill. And that's reasonable. You don't
Let
want
me
the
ask
public
you
to freak
about
out all at
this
once. You
very,
want to introduce them to this stuff slowly.
difficult
Because there
topic.
is a
I'm
catch.
talking
There's
to
always a catch with this kind of deal. So what was the catch
Zuckerberg
here? Basically,
of Meta.
Falcon and his associates wanted information
topic
about
is
what was going
censorship.
on in the UFO
I don't know if
community,
you
what it was
heard,
aware of, the
there's
ideas
a
that were
guy named
circulating
Robert
in it,
Malone
that
and
kind of
Peter
thing.
McCullough
If
that
Bill
were
would keep
removed from many
tabs on
platforms
what the
speaking
UFO
about
people were
the COVID
thinking,
vaccines being
Falcon would
risky.
give him
They
information
were
about
both
what the
on
government
Joe
really
Rogan's
knows.
program.
As an earnest of
What
his
do you
good
think
faith,
about
he gave Bill a document about a
censorship
UFO
in this
landing in New
space?
Mexico in
In
1969.
this
The document
difficult
referred to a government
space
project by
where
the
so
name of
much is
Silver
controlled
Sky,
by,
and Bill
not
checked it
controlled,
out.
but
He
influenced by
went around New
advertisements
Mexico
from Big
looking
Pharma.
for the witnesses to the UFO landing,
And
and he didn't
science
find
can
any.
be
The
influenced by
next
Big
time he
Pharma.
met Falcon, he confronted
Where
him
do you
with
lean
the
on
fact that
this?
the document
Should
was a
we
fake and none of the people
allow,
mentioned in it
should we
existed.
lean
Falcon
towards
said,
freedom and just
"Congratulations, you
allow
passed the test."
all
They
the
had given him the
voices, even
document
those
to
that go
see if he
against
was
the
really a competent
scientific
investigator who could
consensus?
be trusted with
Is that
sensitive
one way to
information.
fight
If he hadn't been
the
the type of researcher they were looking
the
for,
science that
he
is
would have
funded
gone
by Big
straight to the
Pharma,
public without checking
or
it
is
out
that
to
do
see if
more
Project
harm than
Silver Sky
good?
even existed.
Having too many
But he didn't.
voices that are
He
contending
showed them
here.
that he was the
Should
kind
the
of
ultimate
quality
battle
person they
be
were looking
fought in
for,
the space
and
of
now they were ready to start
scientific
giving him the real
publications?
stuff. So he
And
started doing business.
particularly in
And how did he
the
become involved
era
with
of
Paul
COVID,
Benowitz?
where
Falcon
there are
introduced Bill
large
to
public
our other
health
friend, Richard
ramifications
Doty,
to
and
this
in
public
February
discourse,
1981,
the
Falcon
ante
and
is
Doty
way
asked
up.
him to give Paul
So
a copy
I
of
don't
the
have a simple
Aquarius
answer to that.
document that we mentioned last
I
episode.
think
Just as a refresher,
everyone's
the
allowed
Aquarius
their own
document said
opinion.
that
I
despite
don't
the
think
closure of
everyone's
Project
allowed
Blue
their own
Book, the
scientific
government
facts.
was still secretly
And how
investigating UFOs, that
we develop
NASA
a
was
mechanism
receiving the information it was
that's other
developing,
than
and
an
that
open
something known as
internet
Project
where
Aquarius
whoever's
was
shouting the
involved.
loudest
So was a
gets
group
the most
nobody had
clicks,
heard of
and
named MJ12.
rage
And
creates
most
value on
relevant
the
to our
internet.
story today,
I think that's
NASA
not a
was
good
following the
mechanism
information
for
that Paul
working this out.
Benowitz was developing.
And I
But
don't
there
think
was
we
a
have one.
problem.
I don't have
Bill
a
Moore had
solution
seen
to
an
this. Ideally,
earlier
if we had
version
a
of the
philosopher king,
Aquarius document,
we
and
could
the one
have
they gave him
a
now was
panel
different.
of
It
people
had been
who were
edited.
not
The Bishop
conflicted by
reports,
rigid
the document
opinions
in its pristine condition was only
decide
seen by
on
Bill Moore
what
in
the
the offices
boundaries
of
of public discourse
AFOSI.
might be.
And once again, in
I
February of
don't think it should be
1981,
fully
when he
open.
was
I don't
handed a
think
heavily
people
edited
who
and
are
rewritten
making
version of the message
who are
and told that he was
committed
to give
to an
his copy to Paul
anti-vaccine
Benowitz.
position and
When
will
he asked
tailor
why the
their
new version was
interpretation
riddled with
of
changes,
complex
Falcon
scientific
replied
data
that
to
it had to be
support their opinion,
sanitized to protect
I
sensitive
think that can be
projects.
harmful.
It was the first time
Constraining
that
the
he'd been
speech
asked to
can be
lie
harmful as
to a
well.
fellow
So I
researcher.
don't have an answer
This
here.
sort of commitment
But
to the deception
I
bothered
tend to
Moore,
believe
and he
that
sat on the document for a
it's
few
more
months
dangerous to
until he was
censor
gently warned that
anti-vax
all
messages
operations were off
the way to
unless he followed
defeat
through. Moore
anti-vax
explained,
messages
"My
is by
understanding,
being
although I never
great
knew for sure, was
communicators.
that Benowitz was
They've been
expected to
great
wave it to the
scientific
press
communicators.
and
So
others
it's
as
not that
proof
we
of
need
what
to
he was saying about
censor
an alien invasion,
the
at
things
which
we
point
don't
the
like.
document would be
We
denounced
need
as
to be better
counterfeit
at
and
communicating
Benowitz would be further
the things we
discredited."
do like,
So
or
Bill
the things that we
suspected
do
that the
believe
edited
represent
document was meant as a
a
setup
deep
for Paul
scientific
to
truth.
discredit him. And
Because
he didn't want that to happen
I
because
think
he'd gotten to know
if you
Paul and
censor,
they'd become
you get
friends.
worse at doing science,
But if Bill didn't deliver it to
and
him,
you
he
give the
wouldn't be
wrong
learning
people
anything
power.
more from Falcon about what the government really knows about
So
UFOs.
I
So he
tend to
sat on it
believe
for a few
that
that you
months.
should give power
But
to the
then
individual
he got him
scientists
almost Solomonic
and also
split
give
the
them the
middle idea.
responsibility
He
of being
would
better
deliver
educators,
the document to
communicators,
Paul, satisfying
expressors of
Calvin,
scientific ideas,
but he
put
would
pressure on
tell
them to
Paul
release data,
not
to
to
release that
use
data
it,
in a way
thus
that's
protecting
easily
him in
consumable,
thwarting
not just
Calvin's
like
plans.
very difficult to
And as we
understand, but in a
discussed
way
last
that can be
episode,
understood by a
in the
large
summer
number
of
of people.
1981,
So the
he gave an
battle
appointment with
should be
Paul at his
fought in
business
the open
under
space
scientific
of
labs,
ideas
took him into a
versus
closet,
in
turned up a radio
in
so
a
no
quiet
buddy and no listening
space of
devices could
journals.
hear them,
I think we
and
no
whispered
longer
to
have
Paul
that
that
comfort,
he should just use the
especially
document
at the
for his
highest
own
of states.
research,
So this
but
kind of
otherwise
idea
just
that a
sit on
couple
it.
of peer
So
reviewers
even though Bill
decide
knew
the
he was
fate
giving Paul an
millions
edited and thus at least partially
doesn't
falsified document,
seem to be
he was still
sustainable,
trying to be his friend.
especially given
And as we'll
a
see
very
later,
real
Bill eventually did a
observation now
major
that
voluntary act of public
that
penance
the reason
for his
Robert Malone
deeds
has a large
and paid a heavy
following
price. What about
Is there's
Paul's
a deep
discovery of
distrust
the
of
alien
institution,
base
deep
at
distrust
Archuleta
of
Mesa?
scientists
How'd that
and
happen?
science
As we
as an
indicated,
institution,
Paul suspected that there
of
was an alien
power
base in that
centers, of
area because
companies,
of his interactions
of
with
everything.
abductee Myra
Perhaps
Hansen
rightfully
and
so.
Officer Gabe
But the way to
Valdez.
defend
But,
against that is
of
not for the
course, the Air
powerful
Force
to
helped
build
foster
a
this
bigger
impression
wall.
as it helped
It's for the
taking
powerful to be
attention
authentic
off of some of the things that were happening
and
with the
maybe
secret
to allow
projects
them
of
to get
recruitment
fired
and
and
AFP.
for new
Though
minds,
there
for new
may have
fresh
been
scientists.
secret projects elsewhere. In
Once
an
more
interview
authentic,
for
more
the
real, better
documentary
communicators to
Mirageman,
step up.
Richard Doty states,
So I fear censorship because it feels like censorship is an even harder
that
job
again presented
to
a
do it
problem
well
for us because what he
than
was filming up there
being good
was actually
communicators. And it seems like it's
secret
always the
military
C-students that
installation
end up doing
that
the
was training
censorship. It's like
commandos.
it's always the
So then we had to convince Paul that what he was
and
saying
not just the incompetent.
UFO.
There's actually some
biggest
confusion about this.
whiners. So like
While
what
there
happens is
apparently was a secret military base in the Archuleta Mesa
that
area, there's a
get the most
question about
emotion
whether
and
he
the
was
most
actively
outrage
training
will drive the
commandos
censorship.
at that time.
And
In
it
his
doesn't
book,
seem like
Project Beta,
reason
Greg
drives
Bishop
the censorship.
reports,
That
Harvard
just
AFOSI
objectively
also rang up
observing
Fort
how
Carson
censorship
Army
seems
Base
to
in
work
southern Colorado
is
and
current.
inquired if they
There's
still
so
conducted
many
training
forms of
missions
censorship.
in the Dulce
If you
area.
look at the Soviet
No,
Union
they
with the
said, but they
propaganda
wouldn't
or
mind
Nazi
cranking it up
Germany,
again.
it's a very
The
different
Army
level
was
of
given
censorship.
further encouragement
People
by an
tend
Air
to
Force
conflate
offer to
all
cover
these
at least
things
some of
together.
the costs
Social
of these
media
extra
trying
training
desperately
exercises
to
by
have
filling out expense
trillions
vouchers.
or
Faced with its
hundreds of
unexpected
billions of
gravy train,
exchanges a
the
day
Army
and
infantry
like
and the elite
try to
Delta
make
Force
sure that their
detachment
platform
that used the
has
area
some
needed little encouragement.
semblance of like
To sweeten the pot,
quote healthy
AFOSI also
conversations.
told them
Like
that the ruse was
people
part
just
of
don't
a
go insane. They
counter-espionage
actually like using
project
the platform
against the Russians,
and they
which in a
censor
sense it
based on
was, as
that.
we shall see.
That's a
We'll
different
cover
level of
the Russian
censorship. Even
espionage angle
there,
later in this
you
episode,
can
but for
really
now,
run afoul
notice
of
that
the
we have a
people that get
contradiction between whether the commando base
the
near
whiny
Archuleta
C
Mesa
students
was
controlling
or
too
was
much of
not
the
currently
censorship.
being used for
I
training
believe that
activities.
you
Whichever was the
should
case,
actually
the Air
put the
Force decided to
responsibility
seed the area
on
with
the
props to convince Paul that there
self-proclaimed
was, in
holders of
fact, an
truth,
alien
aka
base there.
scientists,
Doty
being
talked
better
about this in an interview back in
I agree with that. I'm
2005,
not
and many listeners of
advocating
Mysterious
for
World
any kind
will
of
recognize
censorship.
the voice
But
of the interviewer.
Marshall McLuhan was very influential when I was in
High
college.
desert
And
in
his,
American Southwest, I
the
think you all
meme,
pretty
the medium, just the message,
in the world's time
it's a little bit hard to understand when you're hearing radio and TV. Radio is a modern TV's modern. But we now have the medium as the message in a way that we've never seen, we've never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization
made them jet black or something.
are what drives the traffic on the internet. And
planted under the ground
we
around
don't,
Archuleta.
it's a question of
The things
building
that they
the
planted
commons.
apparently included a dome
Ideally,
that Paul
I don't know how
saw,
to
as
get
well as air
I'm
vents
not
from the
pretending to have a
supposed underground
solution.
base.
But the
And the
commons of
commandos that were being
discourse
trained there
about this
included the
particular
Army's
issue
Delta
of
Force
vaccines
Special Forces
has
Detachment,
been
which
largely
I promised
destroyed
last
by
episode
the
would play a
edges,
role
by
in this
the drug
mystery.
companies and the
Greg
advocates
Bishop
on the one
reports,
side and
at
the
one point in the
people who
proceedings,
just
Officer Gabe
criticize
Valdez was helping to coordinate a
think that
local Albuquerque
even
news
though
crew
the data are
reconnaissance of
flawed,
the area
that
for a
there's no
documentary
way
that had
vaccines
hired
can be beneficial.
Benowitz as a
And to
consultant.
have those people screaming at
Serendipitously
each
enough
other
for the
does
AFOSI,
nothing
the
to
Delta Force
improve
was conducting
the
one of their
health of
free-for-alls
the
up on the
95%
Archuleta
of
Mesa
people in the
that
middle
day.
who
As the
want
news
to
helicopter was hovering about
know
over the
what
pines,
the rational way
Benowitz
to go
pointing out
forward
areas of
is
interest,
and protect their
3
families
huge
from
Black Hawk
COVID and
helicopters
live a good
screamed
life
over a
and be
ridge
able
and
to
buzzed the
participate in the
terrified
economy.
passengers.
And
Thinking that
that's
they were
the
under
problem.
some sort of
I
attack or
don't have a
harassment,
solution.
they
There's a
quickly
difficult
retreated
problem for
and landed back
Spotify
at the
and
local
YouTube. I
airport
don't know if you
with the
heard this
Army
is
in
a thing
hot
that Joe
pursuit.
Rogan is currently
The
going
Delta
through.
Force set
It's a
down a few
platform
hundred feet
where
away
it's
and
really
disgorged a few
censor
of
the
their
conversation
black-clad
that
personnel,
Joe's
while
in.
Army tank trucks rolled
rolled out to
if you
refuel
heard
them.
with Neil Young
Still
and other
shaking and
musicians
dubious about
kind of
approaching the
spoke
medicine
out
group,
and saying
then
they
it
want
went to
to
the
leave
news
the
people,
platform
asked
because
Valdez if he knew what was going on.
Joe Rogan is allowed
Unnerved,
to be on his
but
platform having
undaunted,
these kinds of
Valdez
conversations
approached the
with the
open door
likes
of the
of
nearest
Robert Malone.
helicopter. One of the officers shouted that
And
Valdez
it's
was
clear
out of
to
his
me that
jurisdiction,
Spotify and YouTube
but the single-minded
are
Valdez
being
jumped aboard to
significantly
take a close-up
influenced by
look at
these
the identifying
extreme voices that
patches
you mentioned,
on
by
one of
each
the
side.
uniforms
It's
before he
also
was
clear to me
threatened
that
with more
Facebook
than
is
a
the
verbal
same, and it
warning
was going
and
back and
backed
forth.
off. Recalling the
that's
incident,
why
Valdez said,
Facebook has been
"This
oscillating
was
on
my
the censorship
jurisdiction,
as
damn it,
one
and I
group
wanted to
gets
see who
louder
was
than
invading
the
my
other,
town and
depending
scaring
on
people."
whether it's an
The
election year.
AFOSI also asked the Army to fly low over farmhouses and pastures to drive home the
There's
point.
several things to say here.
Special
So one,
forces
it
were in
does
the
seem
area,
like
and
they
something
put it
was
really
going
well.
on up on
It
Archuleta.
would be amazing if these
Pilots
platforms
were only
could
too
find
happy to
mechanisms to
comply.
listen to the
I
center,
like the way the bishop puts it. Valdez was
big
threatened
center
with more than
that's
a
actually
verbal
going to be
warning.
affected
Nicely
by the
understated. I
results
assume that
of
means they
the
pointed
our
a gun at
pursuit
him.
of
Paul
scientific
also
truth.
saw a crashed
Right?
vehicle of some kind that he took to
And
be
listen to
a
those voices.
nuclear-powered
I also
UFO
believe
that
that
humans
most
were
people
using,
are
but that
intelligent
aliens shut down.
to
What was
process
that?
information
It's unclear, and
and to
there have
make
been
up their own
various
minds.
speculations about
If
it.
they're not
Some have
in terms
suggested
of
that it would have been an early stealth plane, and
it's
stealth
complicated, of
technology
course,
is still
because we've just been
classified
talking
as
about
stealth.
advertising.
Others have suggested it might have been an early drone.
But I feel like if you
That
have
raises the question of what
raw,
technologies the Air Force
long-form
and the other agencies were trying to
podcasts
protect
or
by lying to Paul.
programs
What's
where
the
people
current thinking
express
on
their
that?
mind
There are a number of different
express
theories.
their
Obviously,
argument in
whatever it
full.
was that crashed on
I think
Archuleta
people can
was
hear it to
whether
make
a
up
stealth
their own
plane or a
mind.
drone was one of them.
If those
But there were
arguments
also other
have a
technologies.
platform on
One
which
of
they can
them
live,
was
that other
the
people
NSA
can provide
communication
better
system
arguments
that Paul had hacked
disagree with.
into, and that they then
Now
turned
we
against
as
him
human
to feed him
beings, as
messages from
rational,
the
intelligent
aliens.
human
In his
beings,
book, Project
we can
Beta,
both
Greg
make up
Bishop
our own
makes the
minds.
case that
That's
one
where
was
social
another
media can be very
technology,
good
alternately known
at
as
like
Project
this
Rainbow
collective
or as
intelligence.
Tabor Orange,
Together,
which involved
listen
tracking
to all of these
and
voices and make
controlling
up our own minds.
Soviet
Humble
spy
ourselves
satellites.
actually often.
These were
You know, you
things
think
we had learned
know,
how to
like
do
you're an
based on the
expert,
efforts of
say you have a
people
PhD in a
spying
certain thing,
for us
and
in
there's
Russia.
this confidence that comes
Simple
with that.
identification
And
was not the
the
end
collective
product of all this
intelligence,
dangerous effort.
uncensored,
The
allows you to
assets
humble
stationed in
yourself
Russia had
social.
done their job so
Like
well
as you
that the
discover,
Americans not only
all it
knew
takes is
which
a
pieces
few
of
times,
technology were passing silently
back,
overhead, they also knew how to
5
defeat
years
some of
later,
the
realize
satellite
I was
security coded
wrong.
systems,
And that's
read the
really healthy
information
for a
stored in
scientist.
their
That's really
memory,
healthy
and
for
even
anybody to go through.
reprogram their
Only
guidance
through
systems
having
to
that
steer them out
open
of orbit.
discourse can
The
you
secret
really have
lay
that.
in
That
laser
said,
communication.
Spotify
The Russians
also,
had devised a way of talking
just
to their
like
spacecraft
Pfizer's
using laser pulses instead of
is
more
why
easily intercepted radio
this
waves.
podcast,
Once the boys at
I don't know
Kirtland
if
had
you know what
identified and
RSS
tracked the
feeds are,
orbits of their
but
targets, the
podcasts can't be
information was
censored.
immediately
The
relayed to
Joes
the
in the
Stallion
unfortunate
Laser
position of
Facility
us on Spotify.
located 200 miles
So
south
Spotify's been
at
actually
White Sands
very
Missile
good
Range.
at saying we're staying
There,
out of it
laser experts
for
and
now.
intelligence officers used the
But
stolen codes to
RSS,
tap
this
into the
is pirate
satellites
radio.
and
Nobody can
download any
censor it. It's
useful
the
information,
internet. So
such as any sensitive areas that had been
financially,
photographed,
in terms of
and then sent a
platforms,
command to
this
steer
cannot
the
be censored.
spacecraft into a
Which is why
useless orbit or
podcasts are
attitude.
really beautiful.
By the time it
So
appeared over the
if
Russian
Spotify
horizon, nations were completely
wants to
bamboozled
be
as
the
to why their
host of
equipment was
podcasts,
constantly screwing
I
up.
think where they
That's a problem as the satellite passed
is,
over them, only to have the thing
free
come back
expression.
around the next time with a whole new
No
set of
matter how crazy.
malfunctions. The satellite
Yes, but
espionage
if you wanna
program, which may have been known
push
either as
back a little
Project
bit on what
Rainbow
you're saying,
or Tabor Orange,
because I have
depending on who was talking,
anti-vax
was an
friends,
unqualified
but
success.
love.
But Paul Benowitz
Dear
represented a
church
weak link in security.
and
After
they'll
the
send me stuff.
AFOSI found out he was taking pictures
And
of the
it'll
laser,
take me
they
an
again
hour
broke into his home,
to go
located
through
the
what they
pictures,
sent
and replaced them with
to
blank
see
frames.
if it
So
is
this
credible.
may have been one of the technologies that
And
Paul stumbled across.
usually
And
it's
there may
not.
have been others as
It's not a
well.
random
Who
sample
was
of
giving
anti-vax
Cody his
argument. I'm not
orders? One
saying I
theory
can
that's
disprove
been
the
proposed in the
anti-vax argument,
ufological
but I am
community
saying
is that
that it's
nobody
almost like
was giving
we
him
were
his
talking
orders, that
about
he was a rogue agent who
how
decided to do
medical
this on
science,
his own.
clinical
Doty, of
trials,
course, denies this.
representation of
How did
clinical trials
you
for
become
physicians could
involved
be improved.
with this
And
Benowitz case?
the first
I
thing
was
we
the
came up with
counterintelligence
is
officer
to have
have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate, and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element of that.
That, of course, was only authorization to start finding out about Paul, not to lie to him. But Doty says that everything else that happened later on was also authorized.
Everything that the vaccines don't work.
And I think that's right.
I guess in an
Richard
ideal
Doty's rank at the
situation,
time he left the Air Force in 1988 was Master Sergeant.
A
Not to
master
censor
sergeant
it, but
is
to
a
just
senior
say
non-commissioned
that study
officer.
was
So
set
if
up
he
to
was
do
a
this.
commissioned
This is
officer,
what the
there's no way
conclusions
that
were.
someone with that
So the way
rank
it was
would be
stated
able to personally
is on
authorize
one side of
everything the Air Force did,
But that's what I'm
like
arguing.
creating
Yeah,
and
I agree
installing
with you.
props up on the
What I'm
outside of the
arguing
mesa
is
to make
that
it look like
this
an alien
big
base was
network of
there,
humans
or
that we have
underwriting
based on
funding to
intelligence
partially pay
can't do
Delta
that
Force
real
to come
time.
in and
If
train
you
there,
allow
and
me
things
to,
like
if you
that.
encourage people
Also,
to do it.
we know
And
who
the
Doty's
scientists,
immediate
as
superior
opposed
was,
to this,
and
I
he's named
interact
in the books on
with
these
a lot of
topics,
colleagues, a
and
lot of
Doty has
friends
said
who
he got his
scientists.
orders from him.
They roll their
And we
eyes.
know that
Their
Doty's superior
response is like,
also had interactions with
like they
Benowitz as
don't want
part
to
of the
interact
deception.
with this.
On at least
But
one occasion,
it,
he flew
that,
over Archuleta
that's
with
just
Paul.
not the right
As far
response.
as I know, he
When a
hasn't spoken
huge
publicly
number of
about the
people
Benowitz
believe
affair, but
this,
the evidence
it is
strongly
your job as
supports Doty's
communicators
superior
to
as being
defend your
Paul.
ideas.
The
It is
real
no
question would
longer
be,
the
how
case you
high
go to
up
a
the chain of
conference
command the
and
project
defend
went?
your ideas
Do we
with
have a
two
sense of
other
that? I'm sure it
nerds
didn't
that have
go
been
all the working way
on
up
the
to
same problem
Commander-in-Chief
for everybody.
President Ronald
Sure,
Reagan,
you
a
can do that,
president
but
who
then
wouldn't
you're
have briefed on or approved
rejecting
decisions
the
to run a
responsibility
disinformation
you
campaign
have
against a lone UFO
explicitly
guy
or
like Paul
implicitly
Benowitz.
accepted
So
when you
the
go into
answer
the
seems
field
to be
that you will
that the person
defend
giving
the
the orders
ideas
was
of truth.
somewhere in the
And the
middle.
way to defend
Doty
them
refers
is
to
in an
having
open
been in
battlefield of
communication with
ideas and you become a
headquarters
better
about the affair,
communicator.
but that could mean
And
different
I
things.
believe that we have a
Also,
large,
since
that you invest
multiple
large
agencies
dollars
were
in this
involved,
particular,
it may
but
have
that's
involved
little
key officers
camps
in
interacting
several agencies.
at scale.
And
I
here,
think that
Greg Bishop
allows
offers
us
an
to
interesting
progress
theory. Referring to
towards truth, at
ufologist Bill
least, you
Moore,
know.
he says,
So he came back to his contact, which a lot of people know as Felt, and that's where Bill Moore and his partner began to refer to this guy. He was from, apparently,
By
from
the
the
way,
Defense
have me on
Intelligence
this
Agency.
podcast.
Mhm.
And let me
He actually was the head of, as far as I know, the head of the operation against Benowitz. The orders came down from him.
so Falcon, the Defense Intelligence Agency, may have been in charge of the overall disinformation effort. What was the motive for deceiving him? Why not just tell him the truth that he's stumbled upon some advanced technology where it should back off? Initially, Paul did think that he might have stumbled onto something classified, and he wasn't sure it was UFOs. But Doty explains the decision this way.
I was trying to get him. It totally was this beautiful exchange. There's so much respect in the room. Pushing back and forth. That's great. Yeah. So I respect.
We couldn't really
And
a trusted person.
I think
Why we didn't know who his friends were. Doty is referring to the possibility that Paul may have been in contact with people who were, even if he didn't know it, actually Soviet agents.
if it needs
Documentary
balance.
maker and author Mark
In real
Pinkerton
time. I'm not
explains.
talking about
The
afterwards.
ufologists were
I'm
constantly
talking
seeking
real time.
evidence
Maybe you
for
record.
the
Oh, he does
extraterrestrial
record.
conspiracy
But
and
maybe
the
when
UFO
there's a
cover-up.
statement
They were digging
that
through documents,
is
they were hanging around
made
secret
as
air
if it's
bases,
fact-based.
and quite likely
Maybe
stumbling
that
upon
statement should
genuine
be
military
checked
secrets.
by
And a more serious
some
possibility was that Soviet intelligence agents may
imaginary
have been
folks who are trustworthy.
infiltrating the UFO
And
field in
in
order
real
to
time, as that
extract this
discussion
kind
is
of
being played on
information
the
about new
podcast,
technologies. I think it's no coincidence that the timing of the operation against Paul
experts
Benowitz
say about that
dovetails with the development of the START program, and at the time, this was the absolute pinnacle of global aviation
It's
technology.
not difficult, but
And that's
it kind of
exactly
rules
the
the
sort of
conversation
thing
because you
that
want that idea
Soviet
to be
agents would be looking for.
And
I think it
not
was
only could
very
Soviet
possible
agents
before
learn
it's
about our
published, it's
classified technology
pre-publication.
programs from
Before it's
ufologists like
published,
Paul,
you
if
let a
they
bunch of
did learn
people
about them,
review it,
it
and
could
they can
endanger
add
our
their
people in
voices.
Russia, like the ones who helped us crack the
Before it's
Soviet
published,
satellite system.
they can
Greg
add
Bishop
arguments.
explains.
There were assets in Russia
You know,
who
they,
were
you know,
sending us
arguments
information
against
back,
certain
and if they
parts.
found
That's
out
very
that somebody
interesting.
over
Sort of
here
as one
was
podcast published,
getting that information and using
like
it on these
addendums,
satellites,
published
Paul
the peer
Benowitz or
review
anybody
together
else,
with the
these people would have
publication.
been, you know,
That's very
imprisoned
interesting.
or killed or whatever.
Why didn't you
And they
do that?
figured,
That's really
I
interesting.
think
Because
Richard
I've
can
been doing
comment
more
on this,
debates
that
where
they
at the
figured
same
that the
time
one
as
person
multiple
getting
people,
paranoid and going
which is a different
around
dynamic
deep end was
because
worth,
both people,
10 or 12 or 15 or however many
it's really
agents
nice
they
to
had
have the
over in
time
Russia
to
doing
pause,
this. Apart from the fact
by
that that's
yourself,
just the basic information.
to fact check,
Also,
to look at
according
the
to
study
Richard
that was
Doty,
mentioned,
they didn't
to
foresee
understand what's
Paul
going
becoming
on,
mentally
the
unstable
peer
due
review
to all
process.
this. Do you feel
To have a
any
little
guilt
bit
for
of time.
this?
That's really interesting.
Absolutely.
I'd like to try that. To agree
It
with
was
you on
meant
some point in terms of
to be a short-term
anti-vax.
operation
I've
to
been
disinform
fascinated
him
by
and then
listening
kind of
to
walk away
arguments
from it.
from
So according to
this
Doty, they
community of
didn't want to
folks
just
that's
tell
quite
Paul the
large,
truth
called
because they
flat
were afraid that
earthers,
the information
that
could
believe
get
the
back
earth
to the
is flat.
Soviets. As Pilkington
And
Bishop
I don't know if
explained,
you've
that
ever
would endanger
listened
both
to
our
them or
defense
read
posture and our
their
human assets
arguments.
on the ground.
But
They
it's
thus
fascinating
decided to
how
deceive Paul and
consistent
discredit him,
convincing
so
it all
people
sounds.
wouldn't
And you
believe
just
what
kind
he
of
was
take
saying.
it, just
It
like
would just sound like
Take it
crazy
in like
UFO
listening
theories,
normally.
but
It's
they
all
didn't
very
want to drive him off the deep end. They thought that
Like
they
if
would
you
make him
don't
look like a
think
nut, and he
very
could go to UFO
well, no.
conventions and say all the nutty things he wanted.
The thing
None
is,
the worse for wear.
the reality
Instead,
is,
he became
at the
mentally
very
imbalanced.
basic human level, with
So
unlimited
this
cognitive
was really meant to be a minor operation that got out of control
go
and had
outside and you
unintended
look flat.
consequences.
So like we
At
use
least,
common sense
that's what
reason.
Agent Doty would like us
It's
to
very easy
believe.
to play
Would you
to
like to
that
take a note
convince you
of
that the Earth is
skepticism?
Plus,
Yes,
this
because
powerful
as we
organizations that
heard
want to
Richard Doty himself
manipulate
say
you and so
earlier,
on.
It was very easy to convince Paul.
Then
Paul was a
there's
World War II
the whole
veteran.
progress of
He's very
science,
patriotic.
physics of the
He always
past.
flew his flag.
That's
Those type of
difficult to
people you can
integrate
convince
into
that
your
listen.
thought process. So
Just tell him Paul.
it's very true that
You can't tell anybody else about this.
people should
because
listen
it's,
to
you
Flat
know,
Earthers
not hands.
because
So
it was
immediately
very
Paul
revealing
became
to me how easily
a
it is,
cooperating
how
source.
easy it
He
is to
held
be
everything that
convinced
he
based
got
on
in secrecy.
So
by
Paul was exactly
charismatic
the kind of person they could trust to
if
keep
we're
things
arguing
secret.
whether the
He even
Earth is
offered
flat
to
or
back
not,
off if, as he initially suspected, he had stumbled
kinds of
across a classified program that had nothing
satellites
to do with aliens.
do transmission.
That suggests
It's
that
not
the Air
that
Force
important.
may have had a different.
We're arguing
The
about
explanation
how
Doty
we
would
approach
have
the
us
worst public
believe
health
could
crisis.
be an example
I don't
of
know how
what is
long. I
referred
think
to
we're
in
getting
the
worse with
intelligence
Spanish flu
world
now.
as a limited hangout.
Total global deaths
Former
from
Deputy
Spanish
Director
flu.
of the
The
CIA,
United States
Victor
should have
Marchetti,
more
explains, limited hangout is spy jargon for a favorite and frequently used gimmick of the clandestine professionals. When their veil of secrecy is shredded and they can no longer phony cover story to misinform the public, they resort to admitting, sometimes even volunteering, some of the truth, while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts in the case. The public, however, is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further. Applying that to this case, when the public became aware that the Air Force and other agencies had been running a disinformation campaign against Paul Bennett, they may have chosen to do a limited hangout. They didn't admit that there was a disinformation campaign since they couldn't hide that any longer, but they make it sound as innocent as possible and conceal its real motive.
What do you think about
How
that? So,
did the
first of all,
public
his
become aware
response
of the
was, yeah,
disinformation
there's
campaign?
rules,
You
very
remember
strict
that
rules
we earlier mentioned that Paul's friend, the ufologist Bill Moore, voluntarily did a major act of public
and
penance
also maybe
and
this
paid a
is
high
the
price for doing so. What he did was blow the whistle on the entire operation. At the 1989 Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, convention in Las Vegas, he gave a speech in which he revealed the whole thing. In this speech, he revealed how the Air Force, including Richard Doty, had misled and manipulated Paul Bennett. He also revealed how the UFO community itself had been misled and manipulated with the claims that Paul and others had been making. These included major elements of the 1980s UFO lore, including not only Roswell, but also the idea that we had a secret treaty with the aliens, that there were underground bases, conflicts between the military and the aliens, and the alien plan to take over the world. Here's part of that 1989 speech.
Efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those two trials, 33% more people in the adjunct developed symptomatic brain swelling and bleeding than people in the placebo. There was an advisory committee to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of the adjunct given those facts. And those facts aren't disputed. They're in biological slides.
As a result of the disinformation process.
The advisory committee voted 10
I was in a
against the
position to
move
observe much of this
and
process as
1
unfolding.
abstained.
And
So
I
that's
was providing
essentially
regular
universal
reports on its effectiveness
vote
to
against
some of the very people who were doing
Now,
it.
the advisory
How
committees
did
have
the
been
MUFON convention crowd take it when Bill revealed all these things? Not well. He was trashing major elements of the UFO lore that they were heavily invested in. They started booing and heckling. In fact, in this clip, you can hear them start to boo, after which MUFON official Hal Starr has to step up to the mic to calm them down. It became apparent to me that my supply of information to
the FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug,
on the activities of
which shows more harm
Bennett,
than benefit. Undisputed.
and to a lesser extent several other individuals
And the argument against approval is that the surrogate amyloid, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid. It doesn't correlate. 27 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with progression. Interrupting the amyloid plaques doesn't mean that your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA made a mistake. They should do whatever they do to protect their bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research,
some people in this audience,
had spent 16 years as an executive in the
Bishop, who attended Bill's speech at the 1989 MUFON convention, reports, Moore's speech ran nearly 2 hours. It had to be stopped several times by MUFON's Arizona State Director Hal Starr to restore order. Another researcher stood up and rhetorically asked, "Where'd you get all that crap from, Bill?" The publisher of a major UFO magazine ran out in tears. People literally yelled, cried, and gritted their teeth in anger. I was surprised that they didn't throw things. The reaction to Moore's submission was predictable. Bill English, who ran out with fists clenched, saying, "I'm going to get a fire hose," was one of Moore's fellow APRO members, who probably felt doubly betrayed, even though Moore had never disinformed him or anyone else who worked with an APRO. English stormed out in red-faced rage. Like English, many of Moore's colleagues could not handle the cognitive dissonance that he had laid on them. When he got up to give his speech, Bill knew that this would likely end his career in ufology, and he basically did. After this, he essentially retired from the field. However, he had succeeded in his goal of alerting the UFO community to how the Air Force and others within the intelligence community were deceiving and manipulating the UFO world. And it wasn't just Paul and Bill that were involved. Bill revealed that other prominent ufologists had also struck deals similar to the one he had. He hasn't revealed the names of these other ufologists, but what he said suggests a broader disinformation campaign than just the one aimed at Paul Benowitz. Who would the broader campaign's targets have been? The UFO community itself. In the book version of Rothschild, Mark Pilkington writes that the explanations that have been proposed do not explain the Air Force's sustained psychological assault on Paul's brilliant but fragile mind, nor do they explain why the Air Force or whichever organization was responsible would test its new toys, especially its most treasured alien toys, with an eye and camera shot of a housing development when it had several square miles of secluded open desert in which to do so. Most damning to the secret technology argument is that if Benowitz had seen something that he shouldn't have done, the Air Force could simply have asked him to keep quiet about it. As a patriot and a military contractor, he would almost certainly have done so. Should he have refused, the military could have resorted to legal pressures. As Brad Sparks and Barry Greenwood point out, intercepting secret government or military communications would have been in breach of the Communications Act of 1934 and the Espionage Act of 1917. If Benowitz had been intercepting sensitive NSA transmissions, for example, they could have arrested him, impounded his equipment, and shut down his business. But they didn't. Instead, they encouraged him in his delusions. Why? The version of events proposed by Greenwood and Sparks casts AFOSI and the entire Benowitz operation in a more sinister, premeditated light. Kirtland AFOSI probably first identified Benowitz at Harrison Schmidt's Cattle Mutilation Conference held on their doorstep in Albuquerque in April 1979. A month later, Doty transferred to Kirtland from Ellsworth, where UFO-themed disinformation had been successfully deployed against the National Enquirer the previous year. 4 months later, in July 1979, Benowitz began filming lights over the Monsanto Range at Kirtland, conveniently within an eyeshot of his own home, and recording the radio transmissions that he believes were connected to the UFOs. On 27 January 1980, Benowitz received his first communication from the aliens themselves, and a 1981 letter to the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence at the Air Force, he makes the striking point that none other than Major Ernest Edwards, the commander of Kirtland's security force, and the first person that Benowitz reported his UFO sightings to, had been present at the first electronic communication session and had unofficially provided valuable logistic judgment to Project Beta. The Air Force had been actively involved with Benowitz, encouraging him in his delusions from the very beginning. In July 1980, AFOSI sent Craig Weitzel's letter about UFOs at Kirtland to APRO, who asked Bill Moore to investigate. And finally, that September, Moore was contacted by Falcon and Richard Doty, and the Benowitz operation went into second gear. Considered in this light, the affair takes on a whole new dimension. Benowitz didn't accidentally stumble onto the UFOs flying over Kirtland. They were a brightly lit lure, flown entirely for his benefit. The Weitzel letter, meanwhile, was expressly intended to draw in a UFO researcher. Both Moore and Benowitz were baited and trapped. The AFOSI planned to use these men as conduits for their UFO disinformation from the very beginning. Their real target was not Benowitz at all, but the entire UFO community.
So the idea proposed here is that the Air Force entrapped Paul and Bill into a pre-planned disinformation operation targeting the UFO community as a whole.
Why would they want to do that?
Mark Pilkington writes,
imagine that you are the Air Force. Your goal is nothing less than total air supremacy, and to maintain this, you need to keep secrets. Lots of them. Operational secrets, tactical secrets, and technological secrets in the shape of aircraft, satellites, and weapons. Maintaining these secrets, particularly regarding your technology, is absolutely critical. Meanwhile, the ufologists are trying to get a peek at your black projects, bombarding you with Freedom of Information Act requests, and accusing you of conspiring with DNA-stealing aliens to cover up the truth about UFOs, which you know don't exist. The ufologists' aim is to reveal all the secrets that you're spending many millions of dollars to protect. You are quite reasonably going to consider these people a threat, and you're going to want to neutralize them. By controlling Paul Benowitz, a noisy proponent of UFO conspiracies who lived right on your doorstep, and Bill Moore, one of the most well-respected members of the UFO community, you have the perfect base from which to launch an assault on this troublesome segment of the population. Benowitz's Project Beta served to focus and divide the UFO community, creating a wall of noise around the subject that made serious research difficult. Many people who might want to take the subject seriously were dissuaded from doing so. It was a masterclass in information warfare, but it came at a terrible price.
So, according to this theory, Paul Benowitz was a victim of a broader plan to deceive the UFO community, to inject so much disinformation in the UFO world that it would make serious research much harder, and thus throw up a smokescreen that would better protect the U.S.'s secrets and strengthen our position in the Cold War.
Let's look at this from the other perspective. A lot of people in the UFO community argue that, in a good disinformation campaign, some of the material has to be true in order to make it believable. So how much of what the Air Force told Paul might be true in this case?
Some of it. I've always said that in such campaigns you always want to put a lie between two truths, but I'm not sure that's the right ratio. Doty himself has said that about 80% of the info in the UFO community is false and only 20% is true. It could easily be that all of the stuff they told Paul related to the aliens was fake, leaving only truths like, yes, we do have secret aircraft and one of them did crash in Archuleta. It just wasn't a secret military craft built on alien technology.
Some in the UFO community have argued that in a disinformation campaign like this, you want to give away some of the biggest truths so that they can be discredited and people won't believe them. What do you make of that?
I'm not persuaded. Let's consider a parallel. If the government knows aliens are real because they've recovered crashed saucers or have a secret treaty, then this is something as important as the Manhattan Project's development of the nuclear bomb back in the 1940s. We really did not want the German or the Japanese governments worrying that we were making progress toward having nukes, as it would have caused them to frantically start funneling resources into their own nuclear programs, which we'll be discussing in future episodes. So what did we do? We didn't start spreading rumors that we were getting close to having the bomb, but then surround these rumors with crazy stories in order to bring discredit on the idea that we were running a nuclear program. Instead, we try to keep an iron lid on the fact we were aggressively pursuing developing the bomb. And we used extensive security measures, which were not entirely successful, to keep the Manhattan Project entirely secret. Given that history, I think we'd likely do the same thing if we had proof aliens were visiting Earth. Leaking it and surrounding it with crazy stories could easily backfire. What about the claim some have made that we want to get this information out so that the Russians would know we've been reverse engineering UFO tech so that they won't mess with us? Do you think it's possible that we might have wanted to deceive the Russians and make them believe we had UFO tech so that they wouldn't mess with us? In that case, we might let rumors leak out to make us seem stronger than we really are. Some have suggested that this is what's happening now with the Navy's current UFO patents for Dr. Salvatore Pais that we've discussed in previous episodes. That they're meant as a disinformation campaign against the Chinese to make them think we have tech that we really don't. But if we actually had alien-based technology, I don't think we'd let rumors to the public about it. We would either secretly tell the Russians or the Chinese, not the UFO community, that we had tech that was way out of their league, or we would have announced it publicly like we did with the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber, or we would have kept it completely secret like we did with the Manhattan Project and the nuclear bomb. Because if you actually have a piece of advanced technology, you don't need to scare your opponent into thinking you're stronger than you are. You really are strong. Weren't there actually some very strange events that were part of the Paul Benowitz story that the Air Force didn't know how to explain? There were. As we covered last episode, the Kirtland papers indicate that one of the guards encountered an unexplained glowing disc-shaped object at Kirtland Air Force Base and other similar things. There also was a mysterious jamming of military and civilian radar in the area that came from a source within Kirtland. When abductee Myra Hansen was hypnotized, she was able to describe the interior of one of the facilities at Guantanamo Base in great detail, despite the fact she was a civilian who shouldn't have access to it. And both Bill Moore and Richard Doty reported seeing a strange glowing orb in Paul's house. These things could indicate that there was something more to the story than disinformation, but I'm not convinced. Why not? How would you explain them? The Air Force papers discussing the glowing disc-shaped object could themselves be disinformation, or the object could have been a secret project of some kind that the people preparing the papers weren't cleared to know about. The radar jamming could have been another secret project, which the people preparing the reports also weren't cleared to know about. Mona Hansen could have been an undercover asset used to entrap Paul. And she may have been given information about the Monsanto facility. Or Paul was told her information was accurate, even though it might have been totally off. Or maybe she remote viewed the facility under hypnosis, who knows. And the Lord in Paul's home could have been a projection of some kind, perhaps a trick by the NSA, since we already know they were projecting other things into his house, like the transmissions. While some reports suggest that the orb looked solid, like the one we heard, the fact it simply vanished and that Bill Moore looked around to see if he could find a projector suggests it might have just been a projected light. So I don't think that these facts provide proof that any elements of the story have paranormal explanation. What does Richard Doty have to say about how much of the story was real? He claims that although many of the specifics that he told Paul were false, the core of the story, the idea that we were visited by aliens and the government knows it, is true. He said that in 1979, just before the Benowitz affair began, he was briefed on a classified program.
I was selected to participate in a special access program within the counterintelligence community. My supervisor just selected me and said, you're going to be briefed into a program and you're going to be responsible for investigating everything associated with this program. The first part of the briefing dealt with how the United States Air Force were countering unauthorized display of technology to the public by using the UFO phenomena as a cover. And then the second part of the briefing was where we were actually shown and briefed about the
How
United
do we live
States
longer?
government's
What advice would you give to general people? What
involvement with
space
extraterrestrials
of
since
ideas
the late
results
1940s.
in
Well, they
living
showed us a lot of things. They showed us a
higher
film,
quality
which was late 40s, early 50s film on a recovery operation, which they talked about as being in Roswell. They showed crash debris, they showed extraterrestrial bodies, and then there was also a briefing showing a live alien sitting in a room talking to people. And then the narrator of this film talked about the continuation of a connection between the United States government and extraterrestrial civilizations.
Above 30 is unhealthy.
After viewing this, I was not sure if it was real.
Largely impacted by socioeconomic status.
They presented it to us for some reason, maybe some kind of psychological condition. I don't think I initially believed any of it.
And a good diet.
But after the film was over, the Air Force colonel in uniform then started talking about the operation, the program, and how the United States government, and it was always the United States government, it wasn't Air Force or Army, it was the United States government. How they progressed from the early days, meaning the crash retrieval operations in the late 40s, until now, which was the late 70s. And then the more he spoke, the more I realized that what I saw was real. I mean, this guy wouldn't be sitting here, standing here talking to us with the people in the room, briefing this high-level program if it was
to get the bacteria out of it, whatever bad stuff is in there.
They didn't find a craft for a couple of years. It was all one crash, but they took a couple of years to find the second crash.
So today, Rabbi says that Roswell really was an alien crash, and that the government had subsequent contact with the aliens. How credible do you find him?
And not
How do
only
we know
does
he's
that
telling the truth at this point?
choke off social
Archel
determinants
asked
of health,
him
which are very
that
important,
exact
but
question.
actually just the
You were
ratio.
a
Even if you
disinformation
were spending,
specialist. How in
if we
God's
raise
name
the
am I
social
supposed to understand? I'm
spending
hearing the
and
truth
raise
from
our
you
medical
now.
spending in proportion, it's the ratio
no
of
reason
social spending.
whatsoever. If I wanted to disappoint you on it,
So,
what I
and
would
why
do
do we
is
do that?
to
Well,
try
the
to
answer is
convince you that
perfectly obvious. The way to transfer money from working Americans to investors
everything that you
is
ever
through the
heard was
biomedical
wrong.
model,
I can't do that because it's
not
not
through
true.
the social health.
I have no reason now after all these years to do
That's
it.
the
I
problem.
wasn't proud of what I
And
did.
I'd
I mean,
like
I
to
did a
discuss
job.
this
I'm not
because
proud of what I did.
the market isn't
Really, I
going to
really
get
not.
us
I mean, I'm
to a
somewhat
reasonable
embarrassed at times
allocation. All the
about
other wealthy countries that are so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we
now. I'm
have some form of government intervention in the
So
quality of
David
the health
says he
data
should
that's
do believe now
available,
because he's no
budgeting
longer
of
working for
health
the Air
and social
Force. He no longer is doing the
factors.
job he had then,
And we don't.
allowing
We're
him
kind
to
of
be
the Wild
open and
West.
truthful.
We let the market
And
determine
because
those
if he
allocations.
wanted to
And
disinform, he
it's
would
a-
simply try to get us to
awful
believe that
failure.
there
It's a
hasn't
horrendous
been
failure.
any alien contact.
So one
I
argument
don't buy either of these
against
reasons.
government,
Regarding first, just because you're
an
no longer
alternative to the government
publicly
intervention,
employed by the Air Force
is
Office of
the
Special
market
Investigations doesn't mean
work
you won't
better
do the
if
bidding
the citizenry
or
has
that of
better
some
information.
other
One
intelligence
argument is that,
organization. Intelligence agents can stay on retainer even after their
communicators
official
like
employment
podcasts and
ends,
so on,
or they can be
other channels
hired
of
by
communication
other intelligence agencies
will
like
be
the
the way to fight
NSA
big pharma.
or the DIA or the
by providing
CIA.
information.
And this
The
fact
alternative
isn't
to the
publicly
government
announced.
intervention,
So Doty could
every
well
aspect of
be
this,
doing the
including
bidding of an
communication with
intelligence
doctors, is to
agency.
provide them other
What about the
information
claim that if
and not
Doty wanted
allow
to
the doctor to
disinform
provide that
Art,
information
he would be trying to
by
convince him there was no
basically
alien contact? The
making
basis
it
of this
exciting
claim is that
buy
since
books,
the Benowitz affair,
make better
the
better
Air Force has come out and said that the
Twitter,
Roswell incident, which we
books,
discussed in episode
op-eds,
49,
podcasts,
did not involve a
and so on.
UFO.
So basically,
Fine.
because there's a lot of
In the
incentive
1990s, the Air
to,
Force said that what really
communicate
crashed
against the
was a
messages
secret
of Big
balloon
Pharma.
project to
There's
detect
incentive
Soviet nuclear
because
tests,
people
and
want
we
to
didn't want
understand
them to
what's
know
good
we
for
were
their lives,
monitoring
and
the
they want
tests,
to
which
listen
is
to
why
charismatic
they
people
wanted
that
to
are
keep the
able to
nature of the
clearly
crash secret.
explain
But
what is good for them.
does the
And they do.
1990s
And
statement
more than
really
80% of people
change
think that drugs
in
cost too
Air
much
Force
and the
policy
drug
on
industry is too
UFOs?
interested in
No.
profits.
Back in the early 1980s, the
at
Air
least they'll
Force's
get it.
position was
They
dismissive
can't,
of
you can't
UFOs.
get the vote through
That was the
Congress.
justification for closing Project Blue Book in
Democrats and
1970.
Republicans alike
We
are
looked into
taking
this,
money from
we didn't
Congress.
find anything
Somehow,
significant, we didn't find anything
it
threatening
just
to our
doesn't
national
work out that
defense,
these
and if there is
even
anything in
small
this alien
changes.
business, we have no
I mean,
clue.
that
And that's essentially the Air Force's attitude today, with the added detail that what crashed in Roswell was a Cold War spying project. So during the Paul Bennewitz affair, the Air Force's public attitude was that we have no proof of alien contact. Yet, their disinformation agents like Richard Doty were telling the UFO community that we do have such proof. Why then can't the same thing be happening now? The Air Force is still saying we don't have proof of aliens, while disinformation agents like Richard Doty, working either for them or another intelligence agency, are saying we do have proof. There has been no change, and we have no reason to trust what Doty is saying now. If Doty's current claims were true, why would the Air Force let him keep making them? Art also asked Doty this question, after which Doty and Bishop weigh in.
I still don't understand how they could have shown you Roswell and the true history of ufology and what the government knew, and had you sign all this, and even today that you could be sitting here telling us.
Well, I tried to explain that to you.
Well, you did.
The government is saying now that doesn't exist. It's wrong. Even though I find something, what are they going to come back and try to prosecute me for something that they're saying is wrong?
Make them deny it.
Exactly. So they're not going to do that.
I think here Doty has an actual point. Since the government's current story is that they aren't in contact with aliens, it would be hard for them to prosecute Doty for saying that they are. They wouldn't want to prosecute him for that because it would attract too much attention and convince people they are in contact. However, the government could strike at it in some other way. They could prosecute him for something else. They could frame him for a crime. They could give him a debilitating illness or even kill him in a way that looks like an accident or a home invasion where the perp got away. Any number of things. What that tells us is one of two things is the case. Either the Air Force and other intelligence agencies don't care what Richard Doty is doing now and don't view him as a serious threat, or that he's actually doing their bidding. In both cases, we don't have a reason to believe what he says. And, as multiple people who have interviewed Doty over time have said, his stories keep changing. He hasn't been telling a single consistent story since the Bennewitz affair ended, and the details of what he does say keep changing. Really, that says, don't trust anything Richard Doty says. Are you saying that aliens don't exist, that they've never visited Earth, that we don't have contact with them, or that we don't have alien tech? No, those are much broader claims, and we need to look at the evidence from many more sources to evaluate them. I think intelligent aliens almost certainly exist somewhere in this big universe, and I'm open to the idea that they visited Earth. But what I am saying is, don't trust anything Richard Doty says, and be aware that there has been a really big disinformation campaign on this topic. Okay, so what can we say about what happened to Paul Bennewitz from the faith perspective? What can we say about Richard Doty's personal culpability? Richard Doty has expressed regret for what he did to Paul. We heard one clip earlier in the show where he said that, and he also says it here, although a little bit more defensively, since our God has really been putting him on the spot.
Give rise to much of the symptomatology of less than major depression. I did my job. Let's call it what it is.
He also says that he didn't intend Paul to go off the deep end, and that he meant this to be a short-term deception that would actually harm Paul. And when things started getting serious, he says he tried to warn Paul to back off the subject. Then, after Paul was hospitalized, he tried to confess to Paul.
Even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression. Now, this wasn't me as a OSI, this is me as a person, because I was concerned about Paul's health.
Yes.
I was trying to convince Paul, and I went to a son to do it.
Yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating the impression
and I explained to him why we were doing it. But he never believed me.
If you're
I can't
non-major depression,
well, right, lie to me once and lie to me twice, that kind of thing. Right? So
talk therapy,
I can see why
lifestyle changes.
He would just think you were in official denial.
You ought to
emergency mode, we've got to deny all this.
must be respected.
Doty even says that he went against orders in his
that you're
effort to
suffering
undeceive
and
Paul.
deal with healthcare providers who
I mean, I went to talk to Paul about it, trying to convince him against my standards orders.
And then
He doesn't have a plan. He can't go tell him stuff that didn't happen.
family dogs are pretty good
But
at
his
that.
efforts were unsuccessful.
I visited Paul and right up until
caused me to go into family medicine.
probably 8 months before his death. I became friends with him.
Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the enjoyment out of their life that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why, and whether that means some time with a social worker or some time with
From
a
the
psychiatrist,
Lord's
some time with a
perspective, Richard Doty wasn't the real problem here.
I'm not
In
sure
his
how you best
1989
do that most
talk,
effectively
he told the
efficiently,
Lufon
but that's
audience,
what
This is not the man you're after.
it may be
It's the
that
person in the
there's
control position that's
a marital
important here.
problem,
In my
something
opinion,
going
he was
on,
simply a pawn
and
in a much larger game,
spouse can't
just as I was.
I
satisfaction
think that's
in the
right.
life they
I
have to
can't
live
judge
within the
Richard Doty's
relationship.
heart or
Maybe there's a
anybody
past
else's.
history of
I'm
trauma or
glad that
abuse.
he's expressed regret
Somebody
over
is
what he
projecting
did,
out their
and I
current
hope he's
situation.
effectually repentant.
Maybe there's
But
socioeconomic
here's another small
circumstances
part
where
of
they
this.
can't find
The people
a job
ultimately
that gives
responsible
them
were those in
self-respect and enough
charge of
money
the
to live on.
overall disinformation
All,
campaign.
I know we can't
infinite
judge their
range of
hearts
things, but
either,
let's
but
figure out,
what can
make a
we say about the
diagnosis.
morality
The
of the
diagnosis
overall
is
campaign?
that the
As we say
person
in
feels
many
sadder
episodes
than
that
they
involve
feel
espionage,
than
it's
they
going to
want to
depend on
feel.
your overall theory
The
of lying.
diagnosis is
If you think
why
that lying is never permissible,
sadder
then obviously disinformation campaigns are
You
immoral.
mentioned this is
However,
what made
if
you
you
want to
think
get
there are circumstances where
family
lying can be
medicine.
warranted, like tactical deceptions
As a
to
doctor,
save
what do you think
lives,
about the
especially
saying,
in
save one
wartime,
life,
like
save the
telling the
world?
Nazis you don't have any Jews in your attic, then the situation is more complex.
This was always
during the Cold War,
moving to
and
me about
lives, potentially
doctors,
millions
because
of lives,
you have like this
were on the
human
line
in front
if
of you,
things went badly with the Russians and
and
we got into a nuclear war.
your time is worth
Many people
money.
would look at that and say, most definitely, our
Your
intelligence agencies
prescribe,
are warranted in
your
telling some
efforts
lies to the
after
Russians
the visit are
and
worth
even
money.
to the American people as
And
a way of
it
keeping the
seems like
Russians in the
the
dark.
task of the doctor
Then the
is
question
not
would be,
think
was
about
this
any
one
of
of
that.
those cases? What
Or
do you say?
It depends on
not
what
the
the
task,
overall
but
motive was.
it
If the
seems like
story
a great
that they would
doctor,
have us believe is
despite
true,
all that,
that
just
they were
gets it all
just trying
and
to
just
keep
cares
Paul
about the
from
one
realizing that he had
and
stumbled
somehow
onto
that
some
feels
classified
like
projects,
the love
then
and
lying
effort
would
you
not be
put into
justified.
helping one
Paul was a
person
World
is
War
the
II
thing that
vet
will
and a
save the
patriotic
world.
American.
It's
He had
not like
offered to
some
back off
economic
if
argument
what he had
or
discovered
some
was just some classified tech, and he
political
certainly would have
argument,
cooperated and
a
kept it all
financial
secret
argument.
if they
It's a
had
very
just admitted
human
that. There was no need to lie to him.
drive
On the other hand,
that ultimately is
if all
behind
this
all
was
of
part
this
of a
that
much
will do
larger,
good for the world.
intentional disinformation campaign,
I
the
think that's true.
situation would be more
And
complex.
at the
On
same
the one
time,
hand, we need to
I
keep
think
the
it's
Soviets
equally
from
true
discovering our
that
secrets,
all physicians need
but
to have a
was a
sense of
widespread
responsibility
disinformation campaign
about
against
how
the
the
UFO community really the way to do that?
resources
I don't know all
are
the
allocated
secrets or
to
the
serve
intelligence methods the
all
Soviets
the whole
would use to try
population's
to get
interest
at
best.
them.
That's
So
objection.
I can't
And you have
ultimately
this
say,
physician. Let's take
but I can say
the
that the
extreme
whole thing
example.
leaves
Let's say
me
you have a
absolutely
patient in
queasy.
front of you
The government should not be lying
if you
to
gave
a
a
large
$10
number
$10
of
billion
American citizens without a very, very good reason. And it is not obvious to me why such a disinformation campaign would be
because
necessary
I
in
know
this
that $10
case.
billion
How common is this kind of campaign? Do you think similar operations are happening right now?
That's what Richard Doty told our
is going to
bell.
save a whole
How
lot more lives.
universal
So
you
it's
think
also
this
your
kind of
responsibility
tactic
as a physician
is?
to walk
I
away
know
from
during
that
the
patient.
60s and
I wouldn't
70s
say that.
and
I think it's
into
your
the 80s, it was
responsibility
widespread.
to be
It was
tortured.
a
That's exactly right.
primary tactic used by U.S.
The human condition.
for a number of things. Not
It's a tough job. But
UFOs.
yeah.
We talk about a lot of
To
different
maintain your humanity.
disinformation
Yeah, but
to
you've been asking
inform anyone about
at
anything
different points in
if
this
you play your
conversation,
cards right.
And
why
such
are
things are
doctors
certainly still going on.
so
Is there any
complacent
doubt in your
about the
mind
tremendous
that
amount
our
of money
government
we're
is
spending?
still doing
Why do
exactly
they
if
accept
there's
knowledge
some
from different sources
somebody
that
doing
may
Richard
not pan out
Kirby's
when
best
they're gone
job
through.
in today's
And
armed
the answer
services.
is that they're
I'm
trying to do
positive
their
that
best
some
for
of
their
the things.
patients.
It's such a great
And
method of
there's
of
this, it's the
of
same
laying
kind of
people astray.
torture
So
to
disinformation
figure
is
out
a
what
great
the hell is
method of
going on
leading
with the
people
data.
astray, and there's
And that's
certainly
a
someone
sort of
working
future
for the
project.
government who is doing that for us right
People
now,
read my book, and maybe
today.
they'll get a little more
Maybe
excited about it,
Richard
become
Doty.
more legitimate
So, Jimmy, what's
practice.
your bottom
I would
line
feel like
on
my
Paul
life is
Benowitz and
worthwhile.
Project Beta Affair? Paul Binowitz was
At
a
the same
tragic
time, they've
figure.
got to do
He was a
something
brilliant man
with the
with a
patient
great
in
deal
front
of
of them.
scientific knowledge.
They've got to make a
He
decision.
was also psychologically
And they
fragile.
probably,
And he
there
ended up
are
being
not
driven
many
over the
weirdos
brink
like
by
me
the
who
lies he was
invest their
told.
life in figuring
The
out
Air
what's
Force
behind the
and
data.
Richard
They're
Reed
trying to get through the
presumably
day
did
and
not
do the right thing
foresee
for their
what would
patient.
happen to him.
So
Paul may or may not
tortured
have
by
been
that decision.
entrapped by the Air Force and the intelligence community,
If you're not
but
careful,
they did tell
big
multiple
pharma
lies to him and others.
manipulate that,
And the necessity of these
that
is
drive to
unclear
try
at
to help the
best
patient,
and absent
that
at worst.
that
None of the
humanity of
UFO lore that
dealing
came
with the
out of the Paul
uncertainty of it
Binowitz
all,
affair
what is
should
the
be
best thing to
regarded
do.
as reliable.
Big pharma
In
can
fact,
step in, use
many
money to
parts
manipulate
of
that
UFO
humanity.
lore
Yeah, I
should be
would say
treated with
quite
great
differently.
suspicion,
Sort of
as Paul was only one element in a broader disinformation campaign, as Bill revealed. And you should never trust anything Richard Doty says.
What
So, Jimmy,
advice
what do
would
we
you
have
give
for
to a
further
young person
resources for
today
listeners?
in high
We'll have a
school or
link to the
college,
documentary Mirage Men, also Mark
stepping into this
Pilkington's book,
complicated world
Mirage Men, which
full of
covers some different ground than the documentary
of
does, so
big,
there's added value
powerful
there.
institutions,
Greg Bishop's book, Project
big,
Beta,
rich companies,
Gabe Valdez
how to have a
Jr.'s
positive impact on the
book
world,
on
how
Dulce
to live
Base,
a life they
an
can be
open
proud
letter
of.
from Alejandro Rojas, who's
I
one
would
of
say
the people who's
that
accused
person
Doty of just being a rogue
who
agent
has
who
only
didn't have
good
orders.
motives
And so
go
he
into
explores that
medicine.
idea
They
in
have an
this open
inclination to
letter.
go into medicine.
Also,
They've asked me
link to the
what I
original
think
Coast
about
to
that,
Coast
given
AM interview
what I
with
know
Greg
about
Bishop and
the
Richard Doty, so you can hear the whole thing if you're a Coast subscriber. Article
my
on Paul
answer is, if
Binowitz,
you
an
got the knowledge,
article on Dulce Base, one on Kirtland Air Force
you should
Base,
do it
the
because nobody's
Albuquerque
going to do it better.
Historical Society's article on
And if
Kirtland
you
Air Force
don't have the
Base,
calling,
an article
and
on
you're
the
in it for
Aerial
the money,
Phenomena Research Organization,
you're
or
not going to be
APO,
proud of yourself.
one on the Air Force
How do you
Office of
prevent
Special
yourself
Investigations,
from
one on the National Security
doing,
Agency,
from
a copy of Richard
letting the
Doty's
system
military
change you
records,
over here,
and an
over years
article
and
on
years,
what
like
limited
letting
hangouts are.
the game
This has been a great few episodes
pharmaceutical
on this
influence
subject, and
affect
thank
you.
you very much for that. So
It's
let's
a
move
very
on to our
hard
mysterious feedback. And as I
because
said
the
before, we're going to be
sociological
receiving feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. The first feedback comes from Midwest Nagifa
that
on
are
YouTube,
largely
who
controlled
writes,
by the drug industry.
great episode, but the
And
Pope
that's
didn't
why
end
I
up
wrote
getting
Second
discussed.
is to,
Yeah, that's true.
try
If I had
and
thought
help
about it, I
those
would have included a
people
segment in
in
the
the
show
medical
where we discussed the claim that one of the
understand
Pope's
what's going
alleged
on right
titles,
now.
Vicarius Filii Dei, or Vicar of the Son of
The health
God,
of Americans is
adds up to
going downhill.
666. There's a bunch of problems with that. Among other things, that's not one of the Pope's special titles. And if you get to pick your own phrase and add it up, you can make anybody a beast. Also, that view was not taken seriously by any biblical scholars. The rest of the data about the beast does not fit the Pope. And so this is an idea that's out there in some fundamentalist and circles, but it's not really taken seriously by biblical scholars. And so it wasn't really on my brain. But I'm sure we'll cover it in the future in an episode devoted to the papal Antichrist theory.
Father Horton sent an email. He said, I agree that the most likely conclusion is that it's gematria and that the most likely candidate is Nero. But I don't think that either one is an open shut case. It's not certain that the number is the number of a man, as is often translated. The word being translated is anthropo, which shows up in a very similar usage in Revelations 21:17, definitely not meaning of a man in the sense of a singular individual. Another puzzling issue is that, although St. Irenaeus is aware of the 616 reading, he doesn't think that it points toward Nero. He has lots of ideas, some more inventive than others, but not Nero. I would think that were Nero the obviously right answer that everyone knew in the late first century, it is unlikely that Irenaeus would be unaware of it as he is. He also looks for a future fulfillment of the prophecy without referring to the idea that it has already been fulfilled. A good episode at any rate, and thank you for working to calm the fears of people who are upset by incautious rumormongers.
So Father Horton has a number of things to say here, and I actually had to condense his email a little bit, but I tried to retain the essential point. He's correct that the word anthropo, which is the genitive form of the noun anthropos, meaning man or human, And because
she said, no, it was at my university.
Because of the way the beast works, it can be translated either of man or of a man. That's a decision that the translators have to make. And the thing that you want to look to answer that is the context. So when Anthropu shows up in Revelation 21:17, John has been measuring the heavenly city, and he's using the measure the measure of man or human measurement to do it. It wouldn't make sense to say I've been measuring the city with a big rod that is according to the measure of a man, meaning some specific guy. It's clearly in that case the context points you to man as a general term. But I think the context is different in Revelation 13 when we read about the number of the beast being a number of man or of a man. Because there we're told we need to import everything we know about the beast, which strongly links it to the Roman Empire and the line of Roman emperors, specifically the 7 heads represent 7 kings or emperors. And when we then find that one of those emperors has a name that adds up to 666, and he persecuted Christians, and he fulfills all the other things about the beast, I think that context helps us help serve as confirmation that, yeah, we've got the right interpretation here. Now, I agree, St. Irenaeus of Lyon, who was writing about 120 years later by my reckoning, is writing around the year 189 AD. He did not link it to Nero. He had various other theories, but I don't think that it was obvious to everyone in the first century that Nero was the answer. John specifically says it takes wisdom to calculate this. So John expects some people to get it, but not everyone to get it. And I think some people did get it, which is why we have the number 616. But I think not everybody got it, because that's why we don't have everybody in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th century saying, oh yeah, that was Nero, or that was linked to Nero. So I think the knowledge of who it was fairly limited and died out fairly quickly. And I think one of the reasons it died out is because of the hermeneutic that Irenaeus and others tended to apply to Revelation. I think they took an overly literal hermeneutic, and so they expected things to be fulfilled in a more spectacular way than they actually were in the 1st century. And so that left them expecting these events to just have fulfillments in the future. And as part of that overly literal hermeneutic, Irenaeus and others think that, like, Revelation 20's millennium is going to be a physical earthly reign of Christ for 1,000 years and stuff. So I think these guys had an overly literal interpretation, so they didn't notice the fulfillments that actually did occur, and they kept it in the future, and that's why they didn't associate the beast with Nero, and that's why the knowledge of that fulfillment became clear.
That's not the real ride, it's just a ride. The Boss Metal Zone guitar pedal is known by guitar players to be one of the worst sounding pedals ever made, which means the schematic was probably more of an inside joke to guitar players than anything. When I found out this was the case, I thought it was hilarious.
So this refers to a claim that we covered in the Mark of the Beast episode, where some people had put up a schematic on the web and claimed that it was a schematic for a Mark of the Beast chip that you would get with the COVID vaccine, when actually it was a schematic for this guitar pedal. And I am not being a guitar player myself, much less a rock guitar player. I had no idea that this was regarded as one of the worst, and that only adds to the irony of the situation. So thank you, Charlie, for sharing.
Think the Jar Jar Binks of Sherry Not Shirley on YouTube writes, so very helpful. Glad I found this video. Relieved.
And thank you, Sherry Not Shirley. That's why I did the episode. That's why we got it into the schedule really quick, because we knew that people were worried about this and we wanted to provide relief.
Flying Car 100 on YouTube wrote, they actually don't even allow for Social Security numbers to start with 666.
I'm not surprised. I haven't verified that for myself, but I can easily see why when they set up Social Security, they would want the number starting with 666, because it would only
confirm in
And
people's
obviously, your
minds that
criticism
it was
of Big
somehow
Pharma
connected to the beast.
or your
I come
illumination
to you too on YouTube
the
Road. I
mechanisms
got the
of Big
first of
Pharma
2
is
COVID-19
really
vaccine
important this
shots,
time.
and
So
665
I
appeared on
really
my
hope
forehead.
people
I'm
read
nervous
your
about
book.
getting the second dose.
Sickening the
I
thoughts
would be
today
too
or
if that
today
happened to
when this
me.
comes out.
Crystal M on Facebook
Thank you so
wrote,
much for
thank
spending
you.
your
I am a
extremely
Catholic
valuable time
convert from a very
with me today.
end-times
This is
focused
amazing.
Protestant
Let's
background. I
back
know
to
we're not
you.
supposed to be
Thanks
afraid and to
for
trust in God,
engaging
but
this
I'm human and
conversation,
this stuff freaks me out.
creating
This
the
episode
space
made
to
so
have it,
much sense, and I
creating
feel a lot more calm
listenership
about it.
that
I even
is
share it with others
interested
like me.
in
Thank you
understanding
so
serious
much.
ideas.
And thank you,
I really
Crystal.
appreciate the
I'm very
conversation.
glad
And I
that
should
the
mention that
episode was
offline
helpful
he
to
told me he
you
listened to
and
the
it helped,
Gilbert
you know,
Strang
calm
episode.
some
So
concerns, and
for
thank you
anyone
for
who don't
sharing
know
it with
Gilbert
others.
Strang, another
And thank you everyone
epic
for your
human
feedback.
being
We
that you
really
check out.
appreciate it.
If you don't know
So Jimmy,
anything
what
about
mysterious
mathematics
headlines
or
do we
linear
have this week?
algebra, go
Well,
look him
we've
up.
been talking about
He's one of the
space
great
and aliens
mathematics
and life in
educators of all
space,
time.
so I thought I'd give us a
Of
space
all the
theme
people
today.
you mentioned
You
to
know,
me, I
years
appreciate
ago,
you mentioning
we've
him. He
been
is
sending
a
probes to
rock
Mars for
star
a long
of
time. Now,
mathematics.
when we sent the
John, thank
Viking
you so much
probes
for
in the
talking to us.
70s,
It's awesome.
one of the experiments we ran said there
Thanks for
was life
listening
on
to this
Mars.
conversation with John Abel.
And they then
Support this
quickly
podcast.
tried to
Please
debunk
check out our
that. But
sponsors
actually, the
and
guy
research.
who ran the debunking
Now,
has
let
subsequently
me
been
leave you some
debunked.
words from
And
Marcus
so
Aurelius.
this is still an open
Waste
question.
no time
Yeah,
arguing
is there life on
about what a
Mars? And I
good
think the
man
odds
should
are
be.
actually good that there
one.
is, but we'll have to see. Now,
Thank you for
in
listening.
subsequent
Hope to see
decades,
you
they kept
next time.
sending probes to Mars to look for conditions that might harbor life. And it was so frustrating for people. I remember, for example, George Knapp, one of the weekend hosts on Coast to Coast, complaining about, why are you searching for life-supporting conditions? Just send a probe to test for life. Well, they're finally doing that. And so as of a few days ago, before this episode releases, the Perseverance rover will have arrived at Mars and either landed successfully or failed spectacularly. But hopefully it landed successfully because its purpose is to search for life in the soil of Mars and return samples to Earth, where they can be studied by scientists under a microscope, and we can look and see, are there really microbes here? So we'll have a link to NASA's official page
How
about
hard do you
that.
think it is for aliens to
Also,
communicate
speaking
with
of
humans?
searching for living or formerly living things off of Earth, there may be dinosaur bones on the moon, because when the big asteroid or asteroids hit Earth 60 million years ago, there was so much ejecta that some of it would have ended up on the moon, and there could be dinosaur
You are a
bones and
professor at
frozen
Stanford
dinosaur
studying the
meat up there.
biology of the human
We'll have to
organism
find
at the level
out
of individual
once we get
cells.
back to the moon in a
So
few
let me
years.
ask
Maybe
first
we'll run across some
the
interesting
big, ridiculous
flash
philosophical
frozen
question. What is the
dinosaurs.
most beautiful or
And
fascinating
if life
aspect
can
of
go
human
up
biology
from
at the
Earth,
level of the
life
cell?
can come down to Earth. There is a report of a meteor in Peru that has made people sick.
That to me is the most interesting.
So there's this
The
weird
fact
meteor
that
sickness
you
that's happened
have
down in
this
Peru.
basically
It
dynamic
may,
computer within every
hypothetically,
cell that's
could
constantly
be due
processing its
to a number
environment.
of things. One of them
And
is there
part
could
of
be
it
a
is
virus
DNA,
or
which
other
is a
pathogen on the
dynamic
meteor,
machine
other
with dynamic
microorganisms on
computation
the meteor.
process.
It's
People
also
think of
possible that it
the
could be due to something
DNA
else.
as a linear
It could
code.
be hysteria,
It's codes
although
within
I think
codes
the
within
evidence
codes,
may point
and
against
it
that.
is the actual
But it also could be
epigenetic
things
state
like when the
that's
meteor
doing
smacked
this
into the ground, it made a big
amazing process.
dent,
I mean, if you
and
ever
that
wanted to
could
believe
have
in
gotten
God,
some arsenic
just look
into the
inside
water supply
this out.
or
The
something.
DNA is
So
both
there's some
information
different
and
options, but
computer.
we'll have a link to the article and you can read all
How
of
did that computer
Excellent.
come
This is some
about?
good headlines.
It's a big
So that
continuing
about does it for us.
philosophical
We want to
question.
hear
It's
from
both
you, your
scientific and
feedback on what
philosophical. How did
your
life
theories
originate
about
on Earth?
Paul Benowitz and
How
Project
did
Beta
this
and everything that
at
happened
every level
with him.
from the very
Now that
first
you've got
step
the complete picture
and
of the two
the
episodes,
fascinating
what
complex
are your
computer
theories
that
now?
is
You can let us know by
DNA
visiting
that is multicellular organism, and
sqpn.com
then maybe
or
the
the Jimmy
fascinating
Akin's Mysterious World Facebook page,
complex computer
or
that is
send
the
an email
human
to
mind.
mysterious@spqpn.com.
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back
or
to the
send a
complex
tweet to
computer that is
@MYS_world
all of
with the
the
hashtag of
so-called
mysterious
particles
feedback.
or the ways
So, Jimmy, what's our
that
next
people
episode
think
going to
the
be about?
universe is made of.
Next episode, we'll be answering our patrons' questions. So we'll be talking about subjects like
and
gravity
embedded in
illusions,
that
the
is
Winchester
biology.
Mansion, Marian apparitions outside the Catholic
all the
Church,
atoms of a
precognitive
protein,
dreams,
etc., sitting in that
evangelizing
computational
extraterrestrials,
matrix.
and how I find
My
accurate
point of view,
information
it's computing
in
something.
today's
It's
world.
computing towards something.
So,
It
folks,
was
remember to like
created
this episode.
in some
When you
ways
find
we
it on
believe in
Jimmy
God.
Lincoln's Mysterious
I
World on
do, but
Facebook,
if you want to believe in
and
something,
retweet it on Twitter, and
the universe
share it
was
around. Let
created,
other
or
people
at
know
least
about the
enabled
podcast. You do a great job at
to
doing that, and I
allow
really do
for
appreciate
life to
when that
form.
happens.
And so
You can find links to Jim's
DNA,
resources from our
if you ask
discussion
where does
and
DNA
links
come
to
from,
those
and
mysterious
you know,
headlines
back to
on
Richard
our show notes at
Dawkins and, the selfish gene
sqpn.com/mysterious.
The way
And
I look
remember,
at
to help us
DNA,
continue to
though,
produce the
is
podcast,
it is
please
not
visit
a moment in time. It assumes the
sqpn.com/give.
context
Until
of the
next time,
body and the
Jimmy Aiken,
environment
thank
in
you
which
for
it's
exploring
going
with
to
us
live.
our
And so
mysterious world.
if you
Thanks,
want
Don.
to ask a
Once
question
again,
of
I'm
where
Don
and
Bettinelli.
how
Thank you for
does
listening to
information
Jimmy
get
Aiken's
stored,
Mysterious World on
DNA, although it's
StarQuest.
only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire
And you should never
computational
trust anything Richard Daly
memory
says.
resources of our
I'm away
current
at
technology. Because
rosarioarmy.com
who and what
and
you
by
are
the
is
Colchester
both
Curry House,
what you were
helping
as an
people
egg
make
all the
authentic
way
Indian
through
cuisine
to
from the
the
comfort
day
of their
you
home.
die.
Find authentic
And it
Indian spice
embodies all
blends
the
and
different cell types
recipes
and
at
organs in your body.
colchestercurryhouse.com.
And so it's a
Previously
computational
on Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World.
reservoir
and I need more
of
information
information and
before we can make our
expectation
recommendations to
that
stop it.
you become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way.
If
Say,
my
if
purpose
you
is
wanted
to
to create
follow my thoughts,
the
I can
best
send some
memory
strong
storage
emotions
system
from
possible,
Frequencies are concerned.
you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just a linear version, but it is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So you're talking about trying to.
You're listening to episode 130 of Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about lie detectors. I'm Don Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Aiken. Hi, Jimmy.
Bits of
How are you
information
doing?
does not
Folks, I
explain.
want to encourage you, please be sure to stick around to the end of the show. This week's feedback is going to be from our Death at the
DNA
National
embodies
Hotel
the
episode we did
expectation of the
recently, and so
environment
you
in
want
which
to make
you
sure to
will
stick around for that one.
live
But first,
and
let's
grow
talk about
and
lie detectors.
become. So all
Human
the
beings have
information
been
that is
deceiving
you
each other since the dawn of
is
history,
actually
and
not
that's
only
made
embedded
finding
in the
ways to
DNA,
detect lies a high
but it's embedded
priority.
in the context of
Various
the world in
techniques
which
have
you
been used throughout
grow
history,
into.
and with the rise of
And
modern
develop,
technology,
right?
new
But
methods
so all that
have been
information
invented.
though is
The
packed in
20th
the
century saw the development
expectation
of
of
lie
what the DNA
detectors such as the
expects to see.
polygraph machine.
Interesting. So,
But
like,
do they really
some of
work?
the information,
How reliable
is that
are
accurate
they?
to say it's
How
stored
have people beaten them?
outside the
And
body?
what should you do if
Yeah.
you're ever
The
asked to
information
take
is
a lie
stored
detector
outside because
test?
there's a context of
That's what we'll be
expectation.
talking about on this
Isn't that
episode
interesting?
of
Yeah,
Jimmy
it's
Aiken's
fascinating.
Mysterious World. So, Jimmy, why did you
To
want to
linger
do
on
this
this point,
episode?
if we were
Periodically,
to
we
run
do what I
Earth
think of
over
as
again a million
foundational
times,
episodes. In
how many
these, we
different
develop
versions of this
conceptual
type of computer
tools
would
that
we
we
get?
use to
I think it would be
evaluate other
different each
mysteries.
time. I mean,
An
if you assume
example
there's no such
was
thing as
episode
fate,
79,
right,
where
and
we
it's not all
looked at the
pre-programmed.
conceptual distinctions
You know, and
between
that there is some
magic,
sort of, let's
religion,
say,
psychic phenomena, and
variation
science.
or randomness.
Another example was episode
You would get
52, where we
as many
discussed
different
hypnosis, a
versions
tool
of
that's
life
frequently
as
used for
you could
memory
imagine.
retrieval
And I don't think it
in
would all
true
be,
crime,
unless there's something
espionage,
built
and
into
UFO
the,
cases.
you know, into the
Unfortunately,
substrate
it's
of the
also
universe. It
highly
would always be
unreliable and
left-handed
not to be trusted.
proteins.
In this
Right.
episode, it'll be
But I
similar
wonder
because
what
lie
the
detectors
flappable
also
butterfly
are
wing would,
used when investigating true crime,
effects it has, because
espionage, and UFO
it's
encounters, as
possible
we
that
saw
the
in our
system is
recent
really good at
two-parter
finding the
on
efficient
the
answer,
Pascagoula
and
UFO
maybe the
abduction of
efficient
Charlie Hickson
answer
and Calvin Parker.
is
As
that
we heard in
there's
that
only a small
episode,
finite
there
set
are
of them for
episodes,
this
and one of the
particular
key
environment.
issues discussed,
Exactly. That's the
both by
kind of
their
in a way the
critics and
answer
their
to the
supporters
universe
was the fact that they
of
passed
multiverse
lie detector
expectations,
tests,
right? That
and the
there's
controversy
probably a
involved how
zillion other
good
kinds of
those
universes out
tests
there
were.
if you believe in
So we've encountered lie detectors before and will
we
encounter them
only live
again,
in the
and I
ones
wanted to
where
do an
the
episode on
rules
how
are
they
such
work and how
that
accurate they are.
life like ours
Also, it's just an
exists.
interesting subject, and
So
there's a
using
good
that
say about
logic,
it.
how
So
many
this
alien
received
civilizations
an
do you
odd
think
question
are
about
out
how
there?
far back in
There's
time does
like
lying go?
trillions of
Lying, or
environments,
at least deception, goes
aka
back
planets,
even farther in time
than human beings do. Numerous animal species practice deception. Some of them even have it built into their physical form, like their species are designed to look like something other than what they are. For example, some predators are physically built to disguise themselves so that their prey won't recognize them. This is the case, for example, with anglerfish, which have a long filament growing out of their foreheads, and they can just sit there and wiggle that filament so that it looks like a nice juicy prey animal that a passing fish could eat.
I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, I was motivated
as bait so that they can draw in a passing fish and eat him.
On the other hand, some animals are physically built to look like predators. This is the case, for example, with the red milk snake, which has alternating bands of color that go red, black, yellow, black, red. That's very similar to the color pattern on a coral snake, which has bands that go red, yellow, black, yellow, red. The difference is that on milk snake, the bands for red and yellow are always separated by black, while on a coral snake, the bands of red and yellow always go together, leading to the saying, red and yellow can kill a fellow, because coral snakes are poisonous, but red milk snakes are not. The red milk snake thus deters predators by making them think it's a dangerous coral snake when it isn't. Other animals use their behavior to deceive either predators or prey. A famous example of that is the American opossum, the only marsupial in North America, which famously goes limp or plays dead to deceive potential predators. That leads to the famous expression, playing opossum. And by the way, for our listeners outside North America, when I was growing up, we had cats, and we put food out for them on the front porch at night, and then possums would waddle up in the middle of the night to eat the cat crunchy, so I've had personal experience with possums.
What about deception in human beings?
All of the examples we mentioned in the animal kingdom deal with creatures that don't have the kind of spiritual nature that humans do, so they are subject to human morality. But after using the process of evolution to produce the human body, God endowed the first human beings with true human souls, and when he did that, he elevated their nature beyond what evolution itself was capable of producing. He gave us his grace in a way that elevated our nature and made it possible for us to live in perfect harmony with him and with other human beings. So love of God and love of neighbor could prevail, and we would need to do things like lying. But man fell by original sin and lost that elevated nature, putting us in opposition to God and to our fellow man. That means that lies are something human beings have been telling each other ever since the fall. In the Genesis narrative, the first lies told by a human being are attributed to Cain. As we read in Genesis 4,
now Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. And again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought some of the firstlings of his flock and of their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. The Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is lurking at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it." Cain said to Abel his brother, "Let us go out to the field." And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel your brother?" He said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground."
In this passage, Cain tells two lies. First, he deceives his brother Abel by inviting him to go out into the field without revealing that he's planning on killing him. Depending on what your definition of a lie is, you could quibble about that. Whether it's technically a lie, but it's at least a case of deception, since Cain expects Abel to believe that he will still be alive at the end of this excursion when that isn't the case. And secondly, he directly lies to God by saying he doesn't know where Abel is, when in fact he has killed Abel and does know. Also, there's a little subtlety in the text that may not be obvious. You'll notice the text says Abel was a keeper of sheep, and when Cain is talking to God, he says, "I don't know, am I my brother's keeper? Like, am I his shepherd? Am I supposed to keep track of him?" So, in any event, lying is something that humans have been prone to ever since the fall, and that means that we've had a need to detect lies ever since we acquired original sin.
What's the earliest form of lie detection that we know about?
The earliest form is simply watching other people and trying to form an estimate of whether they're telling the truth or not. That involves watching their behavior and seeing if they show signs of deception, like being nervous or anxious when telling us about something they shouldn't be nervous or anxious about. It also involves taking other facts we know and comparing them with what a person is telling us. So if he says something that conflicts with what we know to be true, it's a sign he's lying. But these methods don't cover all the cases we encounter, so we've also developed more specialized lie detection strategies.
What are some of the techniques that were used in the ancient world before we got modern technology?
One example is found in the 11th century BC during the reign of the Israelite judge Jephthah, who we read about in the book of Judges, chapters 10 to 12. This was a little before 1000 BC. Now, Jephthah was a man from the territory of Gilead, and he defended Israel against its enemies. But some of the Israelites got jealous. These included men from the tribe of Ephraim, who thought that Jephthah had slighted them by not calling on them when Israel needed to be defended. Jephthah's answer was, "Hey, I asked you before and you didn't show up, so I didn't bother asking you the most recent time. What's the big deal, you bunch of slackers?" Their answer was, "We don't care what you think of us. We will burn down your house over you with fire, so get ready to be burned alive, buddy." The Ephraimites then attacked the Gileadites, who defeated them in battle. But some Ephraimites were trapped in Gilead after this battle, and they wanted to get home. The Gileadites were in control of the way home, so the Ephraimites needed to pretend to be Gileadites so they could move around without interference. And the Gileadites knew they were trying to sneak out by pretending perhaps to be Ephraimites, and so to expose the deception, they employed a lie detecting technique.
And when any of the fugitives of Ephraim said, "Let me go over," the men of Gilead said to him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" When he said no, they said to him, "Then say Shibboleth." And he said, "Sibboleth." But he could not pronounce it right. Then they seized him and slew him at the fords of the Jordan.
This is a clever technique. People from different areas have different accents, different ways of pronouncing the same words, and it can be very difficult to pronounce a word in a way that you're not used to. At that time, one of these words was shibboleth, which apparently referred to an ear of grain, like on the end of the stalk of wheat. In Gilead, people would pronounce this word with a sh sound on the front of it, so it would be pronounced shibboleth. But in Ephraim, they didn't say the word with the aspirated initial sound, and so they just used an S sound and said Sibboleth. That allowed them to tell the true Gileadites from the Ephraimite fakers, and that let them detect the lie based on a subtle clue that people didn't have easy conscious control over. They detected the lie by listening for a subtle shift in their voices. This test is interesting because it involves a subtle, involuntary cue that people would send, in this case, by their speech.
Are there other lie detection techniques used in the Bible?
One is found in the story of Susanna, which is in the Deuterocanonical edition of the book of Daniel. It's chapter 13 of the book. In this account, a righteous woman named Susanna has been falsely accused of committing adultery in a garden that had trees. The false accusation is made by two older men, so the young prophet Daniel has the two old men separated so they can't hear each other, and he asks them what they saw. Specifically, he asks them under what kind of tree each of them saw the innocent woman committing adultery. Since the two old men can't confer to get their stories straight, they each say that the woman committed adultery under a different kind of tree, and thus Daniel exposes their stories as lies. This reflects a sound interrogation technique in separating the witnesses so they can't coordinate their stories. It's not directed to the kind of lie detection that we'll be focused on in this episode.
Are there other specialized lie detection techniques that people in the ancient world used?
So you show yourself.
Around 500 BC, so about half a millennium after Jephthah, priests in India supposedly had a technique that would involve donkeys that were supposed to bray if their tail was being held by a person telling a lie.
But
In this
I think
case,
that
the
like
donkey
any
was
good
functioning
parent,
as the ancient equivalent of a lie detector. The priests told people accused of crimes that they would be left in a room and needed to hold the tail of the donkey. If the donkey brayed, it meant that they were liars who had committed the crime. But if the donkey stayed silent, it meant they were telling the truth and had not committed it. They then left the accused in the room with the donkey and listened
the study
whether or not it
started
brayed. Probably it didn't, and the accused person cited this as evidence of his innocence. But this is why, because the donkeys in this test weren't really special and couldn't really tell if you were lying or not.
Turns out that the majority
Instead,
of those patients
what was
ended up being, as
important
far as
was
we can
whether
tell,
you followed the priest's instructions
for me
and
at least,
grabbed the donkey's
that part
tail.
of the story.
If you grabbed
And
the
in terms
tail,
of the injury,
that
it's
showed you were
likely almost
innocent,
all Havana
because the
syndrome
priests
and
had
somebody
put
else's common
soot
now as
on the donkey's tail. And now that soot was on your
But
hands,
when we were looking
showing
at
that
the
you
brains of
weren't
these
afraid
individuals,
of
we
the lie
noticed
detector
something right in the
test
center
and
of the
revealing
basal
that you were a
ganglia.
truth teller who had
In
not
many of
committed the
these
crime.
individuals that at first we thought was damage.
If
It was
your
basically
hands were clean,
enriched patch
that showed that you were
MRI
afraid to touch the donkey's
neurons
tail,
that we thought was
even
damage,
when instructed
but then
to
it
by
was
the
showing up in
priest.
everybody.
So,
And we looked and
you
said,
were a
oh, it's actually
liar
not.
who did not
The
want to
other
be exposed
readings
by the
on these
donkey
MRIs
test.
show that actually has living
This test
tissue.
is interesting because it
That's
involves
actually
tricking the
the head of the
person
caudate.
undergoing the test
And at
by
the time,
lying
and I
to
remember
them.
even asking a
The
good friend
person
of mine
could beat the
at
test
Stanford, who was
by
a
grabbing the donkey's
psychiatrist,
tail,
what
whether
does the
they
basal
were guilty
ganglia
or
do?
not.
So
So
the
the
basal
test
ganglia is
wouldn't work
just about
unless the subject were deceived into
nerve and motor
thinking
control.
that it worked.
China also had an advanced civilization in ancient times.
These other
Did
papers
they
that
have a
we were
lie
reading at the
detection
time
method?
started to suggest that
Apparently
it
in
was
ancient
involved
China, a physiological test was
higher
used. If you
intelligence
were a
is
suspect,
actually
they
downstream
had
of
you
the
put
executive
dry
function
rice in your
and
mouth.
involved
You
with
spit it out,
intuition.
and then they checked whether you
planning.
still had any
And if you
rice
think about it,
sticking to your tongue.
if you're going to
And
have
the
motor
idea
control, which is
was that
centralized in
liars
one
tend
place,
to be nervous,
motor
and so
control
they get
requires
dry
knowledge of the
mouth.
environment.
If you had rice
You don't
still
want to
sticking
move
to your
something
tongue,
and
that
hit the
meant you
table.
were lying.
Or if you're walking
But
across
if
the
you were
room,
telling the truth, you'd produce enough saliva for all the rice to
aware
come
and
off your
cognizant of
tongue,
what you
and there wouldn't be any still sticking
So,
to it. This
obviously,
test is
all
interesting
of that
because it
planning
involves another
is
subtle involuntary
requires
cue,
access to all
this time a physiological one,
It
saliva
requires
production,
access to your
rather
desires, memory,
than
knowledge of
an
where and what you
involuntary
want,
speech cue,
desire
as
to
in
walk
shibboleth
nearby,
example.
like is
How
the example
reliable
of
were
a
these
party you
ancient
want
lie
to avoid
detection
that
methods?
person, you like that person,
Not
they just
very.
about to drop
They
something.
were all either
All
easy
without
to beat
thinking.
or otherwise likely to give false results.
So
But
that actually,
the
all that
ancient world
planning is
was a
done in
rough
the basal
place,
ganglia.
and these were what they had to work
And
with.
it's actually now
So
called the brain of the
naturally,
brain.
people were interested in
It's
more reliable
it's a
methods,
goal
which
processing
seemed to
system
become possible with the
subservient
advent
to
of modern
executive
technology.
function.
How did the modern
So,
era of lie
what we
detection
think we
begin?
found
One of the
there
things
was
that accompanied the
not something
scientific
which allows
revolution
people
was
to talk to
taking
you.
lots
I
and
mean, I
lots of
think people from the
measurements,
community
as well as improved methods
took
of
it a step
taking
too
more
far.
precise
What I
measurements.
think we
By
found
the beginning
was
of
a
the
form
20th
of
century, people
higher
were starting to wonder if
functioning
these
process.
measurements could be used
So
to
what we
detect
then
subtle
looked at,
cues
and this is the
involved
most
in
fascinating
lying.
part of it,
That's like the
we
Seychelles
looked then
test or the
at
Chinese rice
individuals and the
test,
families
both
of
of
those,
which involve detecting subtle
let's say the
cues,
index
one in the
case
voice and one being a
and we
physiological
found that it was
change.
actually in families.
And both strategies would be
more so,
revived in the
this is
20th
the most
century in
fascinating
new
part.
forms.
We've probably
In
looked now at about
1900,
200
the Italian
just
psychologist
random
Vittorio Venusi started
that you
exploring
can download
physiological
off of
changes
databases
and proposed that the
You don't
timing of
see
your
this
breathing
higher.
changed when you were
You
lying.
only find it in
In
what Pickering
1913,
would have
the
called,
American
has called,
psychologist
higher
and
functioning
comic book
individuals,
writer
people who
William Woolster
are
Marston proposed that your blood pressure
having to eat
changed
he
and
called
why.
them savants.
He
I
was
don't
the
have the
inventor of
means
the
to
systolic blood pressure
give them the
test,
testing.
and his
But
wife
it
noticed,
turns out my
because of
family
course
has
he experimented on
right?
his wife.
We found
His
it
wife noticed that
in me,
when she
my
got
brother, my
mad or
sister,
excited, her
my
blood
mother.
pressure went
We
up.
found it as well in other
Partially, incidentally,
individuals.
was the
husband and
creator
wife
of
pairs.
Wonder Woman,
So
who is
statistically,
famous for having
if you
a
had a
magic
group of 20
golden
individuals
lasso,
and we found
and
two
when she
husband
puts it
wife
on
pairs,
people,
both
they
of
are
them had it,
compelled
and
to
yet
tell the truth. They
it's
can't
only found
lie
about we
if
think
she's
one or
got
two
them in the
husband
golden
wife
lasso.
individuals.
Despite
The
this,
fact that
there
two
is
individuals
a
came
debate
together,
about whether or not Wonder
two
Woman's
sets of
golden
individuals
lasso
came
was
together, both of them had
directly
it,
inspired by
implied
Marston's work on
either
lie detection.
a
There was a
restricted
problem, though,
reading
with Marston's blood pressure-based lie
or
detection. As you know from going to the doctor's office,
the
when
reason
they take
why
your blood pressure,
it
they put
seems
you
to
in a
be
cuff, which
in,
they
let's
then
say,
inflate
so-called
with air to squeeze your arm,
experiencers or people
and
who
then they let the air out of it to take
if
the readings.
intuition is the
That
ability to
takes
see something
time,
that other people
and
don't.
so
And I
you
don't
can
mean that
only
in
do blood pressure readings every so often. You don't get a
being able to
continuous
see something
speed
that's in front
of
of you
what
that
your
other
blood
people aren't
pressure
just to
is.
see it.
And that was a problem for
Well,
Marston's
maybe
blood
that's
pressure-based
a
lie
function of a
detection,
higher kind of
because
intelligence
if you
to
can
say,
only
look,
take a reading
I'm
every
not
minute or
looking
so,
at
you may well
an
miss the
artifact.
momentary spikes in blood
I'm
pressure
not
that
looking
could
at something
signal
that I should
lying.
just ignore.
The
I'm
solution
seeing
to
something
this
and I
was to
recognize
try
it
to get a
not what
continuous
it
blood
is, but
pressure
that it
reading.
is something different.
But there's
That
also
is
a problem with
not
that, which we'll discuss below.
Yeah,
When
no,
was
I have
the
a little bit of
polygraph
that.
machine invented?
I
In
seem to
1921,
see
in
the
Berkeley,
magic in a lot
California,
of
a
moments. Again,
medical
with
student
the,
and police
obviously,
officer named
not
John
obviously, but it
Augustus
seems to be
Larson decided
chemical
to
in nature.
combine multiple
That's,
physiological
I just
measures and
am
measure
excited
them
about
all at
life.
once
I
to
love
detect lies.
life. I
These
love
included
life.
pulse
Stupidly.
rate,
It feels like I'm high a
breathing
lot.
rate, sweating
Unlike
rate,
mushrooms or
and
something like
blood
that,
pressure,
where you really
supposedly.
appreciate that stuff.
This has
You're able,
used
I'm
many
able to
different
detect
measures at
something
once, and it
about
wrote
the
out the
environment
results in a continuous graph.
that maybe
The
others
Greek word for
don't. I don't know,
many
but
is
like I seem
poros,
to be
and the
over the
word for
top
writing is
grateful to
graphe.
be
So
alive
this
for a lot of
device became
for a
known
lot of
as a
stupid reasons.
polygraph. It
And that's
writes
in there
out
somewhere.
multiple graphs
It's
of
kind of interesting
geological
because
measures at the same time.
it really
The
is
press, of
true
course,
that
immediately called it the
our
lie
brains,
detector.
the way we're
How
brought
did the
up,
press
but
get
also
the invention?
genetics,
They learned about it
enables us
very
to
early
see
on.
certain slices
According
of
to
the
a
world.
story in the San Jose Mercury News, it
Some
started with
people
an
are
Irish
probably more
priest named Father
receptive
Patrick
to
Heslin, who was the
anomalous
pastor of
information.
Holy Angels
They
Church in
see
the San Francisco
they
Bay
see the
Area.
magic, the
The story
possibility
began on the
in
evening of August
novels,
2nd, 1921,
right?
with a
As
knock on the
opposed to
rectory
kind of
door of Holy Angels in
finding the
Colma.
pattern of
The
the
air
common,
was thick with
the
fog,
regular.
but still.
Some
The
people are
housekeeper
more,
and a neighbor
wait a
were
minute,
able
this
to
is
see
kind of
clearly
weird.
enough
I
to
mean, a lot
later
of those
recall that the
people
man
probably
knocking was
scientists
odd,
too. Like,
suspicious even,
huh,
hidden beneath a heavy overcoat,
there was this
goggles,
pattern
and a
happening
pulled-up
over and over and
collar
over,
which
and then
concealed
something
his
weird
face.
just happened.
Father
And
Heslin
you
opened
get
the door. He listened
excited
while the
with that
stranger spoke of an
weirdness.
ailing
You
friend in
start to pull
Salado
at the
Beach,
string
present-day
and
Pacifica,
discover
a man
what
in
is at
need
the
of the
core
last
of that
rites.
weirdness. Like
The
perhaps
cleric gathered a,
is
quote,
that,
red Morocco case containing the
you know,
bread
maybe
and
by
wine of the
way of
Blessed
question,
Sacrament, end quote, and
how
hastily
does
climbed into
your
the front seat
perception
of the
system
stranger's
deal with
touring
anomalous
car.
information?
Father Heslin
Well, it
never
first tries to
returned.
classify it and get
On
it out of
August
the way.
3rd, San
If it's
Francisco
not
Archbishop
food,
Edward
if it's
J.
not
Hanna
sex,
received a ransom
right?
note
If it's not
demanding
in the way
$6,500
of
in
my
exchange
desires,
for the priest.
or if it isn't
No
the
money
way of
drop
my
was mentioned, but
desires,
the note
then
hinted that the
you
kidnapped
focus on
priest
it.
might be located
And
in
so
a cave.
I
The
think
ransom amount
the
was
question
posted in
is
the
how
paper
much
as a
spare
reward.
processing power,
Police and armed
how much
vigilantes
CPU
combed the
cycles
area
do
from
you
hills to beaches
spend
to residential
on
areas.
things that are
When the
not
second
those
ransom note
core
arrived demanding more money, there was still no
desires?
mention of a drop, nor
What
was there any news on the whereabouts of
most
Father Heslin.
kind of
By then, handwriting experts had
memorable,
concluded that
powerful
the ransom
UFO
notes were
encounter
written by a man of
you ever
unbalanced mentality.
just to you on a
On
personal
August
level,
10th,
like something
1921,
that's really powerful.
William Hightower
Well, I
arrived at
mentioned
the
the
home of
Zimbabwe
Archbishop
one.
Hanna.
That's
He had something important to tell him, but the Archbishop was in a conference. Hightower then told his story to a newspaper man, who in turn brought in the police. Hightower's story was two stories. The first was that a woman, Dolly Mason, had told Hightower that some guy shot some other guy and then buried the victim in the sand at a popular swimming spot in Salada Beach. Beneath an advertisement for Alber's Milling Company, which featured a miner cooking flapjacks over an open fire. The second story, told to Hightower, supposedly by the same woman or possibly two women, was that right around the same spot, bootleg whiskey was buried. Hightower went to the location in question, hoping to uncover the liquor and sell it on the open market.
You should note that this was during the era of Prohibition, when selling alcohol was illegal in the United States between 1920 and 1933. So criminals got to work doing fun things like making bootleg liquor and building organized crime. That's
And
why
why we're only
Hightower was
dating.
interested. If you could find a
As a
stash of
photograph
bootleg liquor,
was
steal
capturing
it, and sell it,
something very
you could
different
make
than
money,
we're seeing
provided the
with
mob
our
didn't
film
catch you and kill you.
What
But
can you
Hightower never found
give a
that
little
liquor.
bit of
Instead,
context?
with a
Is
little
this
digging,
from
he
modern
discovered
day?
a black
Modern day.
prayer
Oh, yeah, they got
scarf,
camera.
which he
I mean, they
suspected
did a cell phone.
belonged
It's
to
like
the missing priest.
4 or 5 years ago.
He
report
marked that spot
provided.
with the
In other
scarf and
words,
dug
like
no
a central
further.
place to provide
He set off to
Oh,
report
this
what he
is
knew
fun,
and
but this
hopefully
isn't
collect a
public.
reward.
I've seen
He
the
was, he
picture.
explained,
Oh,
a
this is something
businessman
you've
down on
directly
his luck.
interacted with.
Yeah.
Accompanied
I've
by
seen
a
the picture.
very
So those
suspicious San
moments like
Francisco
that,
police chief, Daniel O'Brien, and
they
a number of
captivate your
equally suspicious detectives
side.
and
It's
several
so different. It
reporters.
doesn't fall into the
Hightower brought
standard
his
story
companions to the
at
area
all.
in
But it
question.
also,
Over
but
here,
in another
boys,
way,
Hightower was
it's
noted
kind
to
of
have
a
called
it's a
enthusiastically
clear
to his gathering.
enunciation of this
Hightower
notion
began
that
digging with
when
gusto.
people see
As
events,
the
they don't
out-of-work
all see
speaker
the same
had claimed that he
Now,
had no
we've heard
knowledge
this
of how
about
the
the
victim was
traffic
buried in the
accident.
sand,
Different people
or
would
if in
see
fact it
color of
was
the car
absolutely
differently,
the
or the
priest.
chain of events
The police
differently.
advised him to
Just
dig
tells you that
carefully
memory
because
isn't
he might strike the buried
what
man's
we
face
think
with
it
a
is.
shovel.
But the
Hightower
issue
told him
around
not to
these
worry as he was
so-called
digging near the
UFO
priest's
reports
feet.
is that the
Hightower
same
was
people
arrested,
will see a
and the
very
body of
different
Father
thing,
Hessler
almost
was
as if
recovered.
whatever it is
The Tacoma priest had
projecting
been shot twice, once through the heart
a
and once in the skull.
is projecting something into
Hightower
the
was then
mind
subject to a polygraph
rather than
examination,
it
and
being
it indicated
real,
he was guilty.
right? Rather
The
than
San
being a real
Francisco Call
manifestation,
and Post newspaper then
you
printed the
know,
story
material
together with
in
an
front of
image
you. It's
of
actually
the
almost
readout
some sort of
with
an alternate
arrows marking the presumed lies.
virtual reality
Subsequently,
that is
lie
imposed on
detectors
you.
became very
I mean,
popular and went on to have
I
a
think
huge cultural
the company
influence.
Meta
Police
and all
used
the
them to try
virtual
to catch
reality
criminals.
companies would love to have
Governments
something
used them to try
like
to
that.
catch spies.
Right, where you don't have to
Lawyers
actually
used
wear
them to
something
try
on
to
your
catch
face.
false witnesses.
Yes, to experience a
NFL
virtual
researchers
reality.
used them to try
What
to
happens if you could just
evaluate people
project
who
it?
reported
But
encounters.
that's the fundamental
And
question
there
from
were
an
even
alien
television
perspective.
shows that used
When
them
you
to
look
try
at
to
it,
sort
or
out
as we humans
controversies.
look at
For
ants,
example, I remember
how
watching
does
Anthony
this
Bailey's
perception
TV show,
system
Lie
operate?
Detector,
And
back
not
in
only how does this
1993.
thing's mind operate, how does the human mind
Have there
operate,
been new types of
but
lie
how does
detection
their
proposed
perception
since the
system
invention
operate
of the
so that we
polygraph
can
in
like
1921?
stimulate the
Yes, there
perception
have been
system
refinements to the
properly
original
to get
polygraph
them to
device,
think
which
certain
is now
things.
typically
And so,
computerized, but the
you know,
basic
that's a
mechanism it works
really
by
important
hasn't
question.
changed.
The humans
However,
think
many
that
new physiological
you know,
cues have
the only
been
way to
proposed.
communicate
Some
like
involve
3D or
voice
4D
stress
space-time
analysis, the amount of
as physical
stress in your
objects,
voice, which
or
is
maybe
a
you
verbal
write
cue,
things
like
in
the
some kind of
shibboleth
language.
test from the
But there
11th
could
century
be just
BC, only it's measuring something different.
so much
Others involve measuring
more
facial expressions
richness
and
in how you
tracking
can
what you do with
communicate.
your
And so,
eyes.
from an alien
And
perspective, for
some
somebody who
involve
has
taking
much greater
measurements
technological
of
capabilities, you have to
brainwaves
figure
with
out
an
how do I use
EEG
the
or
skills
with
I have
modern brain
to
imaging
stimulate
technology like an
the human,
fMRI.
the limited human.
A lot of
Right.
that is still
Well, I mean,
experimental,
let's take
though,
the ants
and the
example
traditional
as an example.
polygraph is
Let's say
still
that
the
you
most commonly
wanted
used
to
test.
make ants
How does a
practical.
polygraph
You wanted to
examination work?
use them for something,
Basically,
right? You
they
wanted
ask
to
you
use
a
them as a
series
form
of
of
questions
biological
and
robot.
measure
Now,
your physiological
DARPA and other
responses as you give the
people have been
answers.
trying to
There have been
use
different
insects
approaches,
for,
though, and
you know,
they've changed
to
over
turn
time.
them into biological
One
robots. But if you
older
wanted to,
style approach
you would have to
involves
interact
asking a
with
series
their
of relevant
sense of
and
smell,
irrelevant
right?
questions.
Their pheromone
If
system
you're,
that they
let's say, a
use to
suspect in a murder
interact with each other.
investigation, a relevant
So you
question
would
would
either
be something
create
like,
those
did you kill your spouse?
molecules to talk to them,
And
to
an
make them, I'm not saying
irrelevant
talk to them as
question
if they're
would be
intelligent,
something
but talk
like,
to them to
is
manipulate them in
today
ways that you
Tuesday?
want.
If the
Or
task
if you were
was being given
given on a Tuesday, then they could use your response to that question to get an indication of what your readings are like when you're telling the truth. You also might be instructed to lie about one of the irrelevant questions, like saying it is Tuesday when really it's Wednesday.
So let's say
That
you
would
wanted
then
to tell a
theoretically give
factor
them a
of the
baseline of what your readings would be like when you're lying. You said
interact
this
with
was an
them. And
older
this is
technique.
this is a
Was there
technology
reason
that you
newer
could
ones were
imagine
invented?
possible.
Yeah, because there's a huge
tell a factor of
enormous
information
problem
into
with
the
the
sensory
relevant,
system,
irrelevant question strategy,
right? But
which
then
is that
each
people
human
will
is a
not
little
have
bit
the
different.
same
So either
physiological
you know enough about
reactions to
them to
questions
tailor
they
it to that
know
individual,
are
or you
irrelevant.
just basically take
People
advantage of
are
whatever
not
the
going to
sensory
be as
net
emotionally
is that
invested
individual has.
in questions
So if you
like
happen
Please
to be
Today
good
Tuesday
at
as they
sound,
will be in
or you happen
questions
to be a
like
very
Did you
visually
kill your
inclined
spouse?
individual,
Whether
then maybe the
they're
sensory
lying or
information
telling the
you get
truth about whether
that's
it's
most
Tuesday, people
effective
just will
in
not
terms
be
of
as
transmitting
emotionally worked
information
up
would come
about
through
this
that
question
portal.
as they will
I
be
think the
about whether they
aliens
murdered
would
their
need to figure
spouses,
out
and so the
that
responses
humans
will be
value
different.
physical
To try to
consistency.
fix this
So we
problem,
discovered
a new
physics.
technique known as
So we
the
want
control
our
question
perceptions to
technique
make sense.
has been developed,
Maybe they
and
don't,
it's the
they're,
most
you know,
commonly used
that's
strategy
not an
today.
obvious fact.
In the
Perception.
control question technique, you get
You have
asked
to figure
4
out
types of
what kind of
questions.
things
Two are the familiar, relevant, and irrelevant ones, but there's a third kind, which are known as the control questions. Control questions are supposed to be more emotionally charged, but still not questions about the case at hand. So they're more charged than the relevant questions, but they're not themselves directly relevant to the case. For example, a control question might be, have you ever lied to someone in the past? Or have you
That's why I
ever
always
betrayed the
find
trust
this
someone
issue
owed
of
you?
people talking
That
about the
way,
so-called
by
grades
asking these questions, they
as
can get
interesting
a
because
true-false reading
it is
on a more
related to what you're
emotionally
saying.
charged
They're
topic than
different
Is It
enough,
Tuesday. But they'd like
but
to
they're not
take the
so
polygraph
different as
test.
to be
If you
scary,
want to
right? They're
hold
not
certain
venom
sensitive
dripping
government
fangs,
jobs, you're required
right?
to
They're
take a polygraph.
different enough,
And in
but they
2010,
don't.
the
It's also
National
like
Security Agency, or
they're
NSA,
what you could
released
imagine
a
us
video
becoming
called
in some
The
distant
Truth
future.
About
So
the
is that a
Polygraph to
purposeful
orient
representation?
people who were going to be taking them.
I don't know.
Its
I
main
don't
job
believe in
was
the
to
grades,
assure candidates that they don't
but
have anything to worry about.
I believe that people think that
Here's
they see
how
it.
the polygraph
So if we're
examiners
talking
in
about
the
a
video
communication
described the
strategy that
process.
says,
What I do
you
at the
know,
beginning
we're
is I
like
tell
you,
the
but not
person exactly
the
what's
same as
going to
you.
happen. Well, I'm Heather.
This
I'm
might
going to be
be
a
a
public
manifestation
examiner. They
that
will know ahead of
you
time
represent
everything that's going
in
to
terms of
happen
a
before it
communication
happens.
strategy.
There will be no surprises.
What
Once
do
they get into
you
the polygraph
make
room,
of
we're
David's
going to take
favorite
some time to
sighting
go
of
over
the
the
Tic
consent
Tac
form, make sure they understand what they're
and
signing,
other
because that's
pilots
very
with
important that they're not
seen
signing
these
a document
objects
they
that
don't
seem to
fully
defy the law.
understand. Basically, what this states is that you
Well, I
voluntarily
think
consent to take the
you have
exam,
to take them
that
at
your
their
rights are
word.
protected by the Fifth Amendment and by
Are
the
they
Privacy
fascinating to
Act,
you?
Oh,
which basically
absolutely. No,
means we do
I know a lot
not
of these
discriminate
people, right?
against
So
information
I know
outside
who
of
goes on
official
Chris
channels. It
Allen.
doesn't go to family,
Yeah, the
friends,
whole
or anyone
crowd.
else.
I saw the
video monitor and
videos
audio recorder
about
used
2 weeks or so
for
before
protection.
they went public.
I want to make sure that
I was
I am
at a bar
capturing everything correctly
overlooking the
that you said,
Pentagon
and also
in Crystal
allows you the
City,
comfort of
and they
knowing
showed it
that
to me.
I'm
My
going to
hair
be
stood on end.
professional.
We start by talking
They said
about
this
what the
is
scope of the
coming
test
out
will be, the
soon.
different
And
types of questions.
I know
Questions that are
one
going
of the
to
guys on the
free
inside
test.
who
They're
was
not
the
going to
naval
change.
intelligence
That's what I'm
who
going to
had
ask you for
interviewed
every
all
test.
of
And I
these
want you to be able
pilots
to
again
say, yeah, I
before
know
this
what's
came.
coming. So
And it was hair raising to
That
hear
question
this.
will be, have
But
you
also
engaged in espionage against the
exciting
United States?
that,
And
you
the
know,
answer,
here's
no.
not just
Any concerns
people's
or questions
testimony,
about
these
that?
are credible
No. We go
individuals.
through their forms
If
with
you've seen the
them.
60
We
Minute
go over the
episode
instrumentation,
with
how
some of the
everything works, what
pilots,
the process will be. The
you know,
blue
they
cup
have
over
no
there you've seen
monetary
a
gain in
dozen
anything.
times,
They've
and that
got
just records
negative
heart rate and
gain.
blood flow. We do a
But then you
practice
also have
test to
all of
help
the
them to
simultaneous
get used to what the actual test
ship
will be like,
analysis
and
from
then we
USS
typically go
Princeton,
into testing.
radar analysis, etc. So,
the actual testing
you know,
portion of
at the end of the
polygraph
day,
is the shortest part
it's
of the entire
just
process.
data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax.
Last
I knew that's my day job.
minutes in duration.
Right?
That could be a hoax, but other things might not be. I mean, this is the point. I mean, this is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data. And anomalous events are such that there's going to be, they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. But when it's considered the full range of data to discover that it's going to actually represent something that's if you pull at it, it's discover something that's extraterrestrial or something deep above the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand. Right?
Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could like that with momentum?
Determination is made.
And it stimulates
designed so that
young
there's not just one
individuals to go
person
into
that's making a
sciences
final call
to
on the
ask those
information
questions.
that's
That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been
control
open
process
talking
with
about this in
very
the last
seasoned
year, especially,
examiners. They haven't
I've had
met
a
you, they don't
number
know
of
who you are in the room. They haven't
students from
sat with you
top
for
schools
however long
aren't
it
my
takes to go
students
through the
come to me
exam,
and say,
and they're able to look and see
if I can
with
help,
an unbiased eye whether or not there's
how can I
anything
help?
that's
I never had thought about
concerned.
this before,
And
but you
so,
opened,
by
you
offering
and others,
an
not
answer
just
to
you,
you
and
about
others
the
have opened
results
my
of your
mind
test, right,
to
again,
thinking about this
really
matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about
it's not
this
the end if
these kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them.
9 times out of 10.
To me,
if you don't get
It's
rid
a
of
powerful way
those
to think what is possible.
And that's because we
It's
understand
inspiring, even if some identities represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things, I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own lab, we always look for, as I said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine the perfect instrument, if you make it and you back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like half a dozen other companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him. And one of the
after this next segment, we're going to talk about our theories and resident-based perspectives. But first, I'm not lying when I say I want to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Donald A., Father Bert, Daniel E., Seth, and Philip G. Give generous donations at stpn.com/give. Make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. You can join them by visiting stpn.com/give. That's the truth. Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida at rd.com, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-flying mounted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. And by Colchester Curry House, helping people make authentic Indian cuisine from the comfort of their own home. Find authentic Indian spice blends and recipes at colchestercurryhouse.com. So, Jimmy, let's talk about our theories, or more appropriately this time is the questions we need to consider about lie detectors. What are they?
First, what is the NSA lying about or not telling you in its video? Also, how accurate are polygraphs? What will happen with him in the future?
On the assumption that
was the very first guy to be polygraphed in the criminal case, William Hightower, was he really guilty of murder? And what are the faith implications of using polygraphs?
Let's start with a recent perspective. What can we say about lie detectors from a recent perspective? What about that very first criminal case in 1921? Was William Hightower guilty of killing Father Heslin? Could he have been an early victim of a false polygraph reading?
It's a question worth asking, but the evidence concerning him being guilty is actually pretty good. You recall that he told two different stories about what led him to the burial site. One was a story about hearing a rumor about a body being buried there. And the other one was about him hearing a rumor about a bootleg cache of liquor being buried there. So, which was it? One of these would seem to be a lie, or at least it would suggest that he was lying about something. Also, even though he supposedly hadn't excavated the site on page, he told police that he was digging near Father Heslin's feet rather than his face, which he shouldn't have known.
Current problems.
Also, the Mercury News reports that after the polygraph test,
police work uncovered the 45 caliber pistol used to kill Father Heslin. They also found the typewriter used to type the ransom notes in Hightower's room at the Warren Hotel in San Francisco, along with a piece of bloody burlap and sand consistent with that of the burial site.
you did in
Hightower was
colonial South
convicted after a
America,
short trial, and despite
Africa,
public
or all the
outcry
rest
for his execution,
on our
the
current path,
baker
likely.
was sent to San Quentin
You
for
know,
life,
and so what are
where
we
he
going to
became
learn?
a master chef,
Well, we're getting better and
specializing in
better
pastries.
at understanding
In all
what
his
is
years
life.
there, he never spoke of the priest,
And I
and
think
no
we're
motive
getting
was
better
ever
and better at being
ascertained.
careful.
He was
Not to
paroled
step
in
on it
1965
when we see
at
it.
the age of 86.
This is one of the
So
nice
they
things about
found the
talking about
typewriter
UFOs.
used to compose the
Is
ransom
it
notes in
expands the
Hightower's room,
origin window.
along
It
with
expands
piece
our
of one
understanding of
burlap.
what possibly could
Both
be
of those
life.
are notable
It
indicators
gets us
of
to
guilt,
think.
even
It gets
without
the
modern
scientific
DNA
community
testing.
to think.
So
When
this
we go
is
to
an
Mars,
ironic
we'll
question.
go
But
to
what
these
is the
different moons
NSA
and
lying
possibly have
about
life.
or not telling us
You know,
in
we're
their
not
video?
looking at
The
like
advocacy website antipolygraph.org
kind of
issued a response to the NSA
complexity
video in which they made several counterpoints.
that
First, while it's true that
arises
the
in
NSA won't
resistance to the
distribute their
natural
test
world.
results outside
And
official channels,
there's a lot of interesting
this is
resistance
misleading.
to the natural.
They won't give them to your family or
Somehow,
friends, but
there's
they
a
will
rebellious
retain them
process,
forever, and that
system
could
going
harm
on
you in the
here.
future.
And
For
I don't
example,
know, you know, the
they
many
will
ways to
share
take
them
form.
with other government
There's a
agencies,
sense,
and it
you
could
know,
stop you from
for
getting a
aliens
job with one of
that
them.
as
They
the
will even
technology
share them with
develops, they
agencies
take
that
more and
don't
more and more
use
as
polygraph
information.
tests. They'll
As
still tell
something
the
that
other
can
agency,
influence
this
the
guy
space
failed one of our tests,
of
and so you get shut out of that
ideas
job, even though you normally wouldn't have to take
processing
a
of data
polygraph to get it.
itself. So I just
Also,
this
they will
idea
share
of
information with
embodiment
law
that we can so
enforcement
admire.
if you admit to a crime and you can
Physically
get
visible,
prosecuted.
perceivable
Law enforcement is
embodiment
considered official
may be
channels.
a very
Second, the video doesn't
inefficient
disclose the real purpose of the practice test
If you
they
think just
do,
about,
which is
you know,
not to
your
get you
area,
comfortable
AI,
with the procedure.
you know,
As
we're
part of the practice test,
trying to
they
make
do
smaller
what's
and
called a
smaller and
stimulation or STIM test,
circuitry.
whose job is
That
to convince
is,
you that the polygraph is
basically
accurate and will be able
closer
to
and
catch you in a
closer
lie.
to the physics of
For
how
example, they may
the universe
ask you to
operates.
pick a number
right down
and
at the
then
level of
deny
quantum
that you
computers
picked
are
that
basically
number
right down
when the
about quantum
examiner
information
reads you a list of
storage.
numbers. The
So,
examiner will then
fast
tell
forward
you that you
10,000,
reacted
100,000 years,
strongly when the
maybe
number
somebody
you
found a way
selected
to
was
embody
named,
AI
implying
directly
that the
into the physics of
examiner
the
will
universe,
see a similarly
right?
strong
And it
reaction
doesn't
when you do the
require
actual
physical
test and tell a
manifestation.
lie.
It just
But it doesn't matter
sits in
whether the
space time.
machine
It's
actually
just
picked up on
locally
your
ordered
lie
space time.
when the
We're just
examiner
locally
got to
ordered
the
space
number
time,
you chose.
right?
The examiner
You know, I
will
mean,
flat out lie to
maybe
you
just
and
they found a
tell
way
you
to
that the
embody it
machine
there.
detected the lie,
they probably
whether
have to
it
get
did or
really
not.
good at not,
The
you know,
purpose
trampling on
of
the
the
ants.
STEM test is thus
The
not
better
to
your technology
calibrate
gets,
the
the easier it
machine,
is to
but
accidentally like
simply to convince you that it will
just
catch you in
destroy
a lie,
these
whether
simple
it does or not.
biological systems.
Third,
We
when the
constantly think about
NSA
whatever these
said
things
that
might
you'll
be.
be
We
given an
think
opportunity to
that they are some
address
sort of a
areas of
unified
concern and
force.
resolve potential
Maybe
problems,
they're not
that's
unified.
euphemism for interrogating.
Maybe they are as
They make
disparate
it sound friendly in the
as you
video,
and I are.
but they will
And
outright
maybe what
accuse you
keeps
of
them
lying, and it will become
from
a
stopping
harsh
all over the ants is
interrogation
each other.
to try to get you to make admissions
Right?
of
That they are in
wrongdoing
a
or confess to
self-tension
crimes.
to
Fourth,
prevent
while they won't tell
one
you
or
the
more of
results
them from
immediately,
running amok.
with many agencies, it will
Oh,
be
yeah, I
clear
mean, that's
if
kind
you
of
didn't
the
pass,
anarchy of
because
nations
if
that we have
they
on Earth.
suspect
So
you of lying,
there's
they will
always,
proceed to
we're-
the
there's
interrogation
always going
phase.
to
So
be
if you
this,
get interrogated by one of these
this
agencies,
hierarchy
they
that's
will know you
formed
didn't
of
pass.
greater and greater
On the other
intelligence.
hand,
And they're all
with some
probably also
agencies,
wondering
they
what's
routinely
bigger than me.
accuse virtually
Exactly. That's what I
everyone
always
of
wonder. Is that
lying on
maybe
their
that
first
they're
test,
what keeps them
so
in
they
line
can bring them back for
is
further testing.
something that is
If you're
beyond them.
applying to
Like
one
what
of these
created the
agencies that
universe. I mean,
routinely accuses
that's
everybody,
probably a question that
and the
bothers
CIA
them
is
too.
reportedly one of these,
What about the
you
communication
can't know
test
from
itself?
your first test whether
How
you
hard do you
passed or
think
not.
it is really?
And fifth, the anti-polygraph.org video, which we'll have a link to, points
think
out
about
that
this
if
barrier
lie
of
detectors
communication between
actually
biological
worked,
systems and something
they
else?
wouldn't need
How
to
difficult is
routinely
it to
call
find
people
a
back
common
for further
language?
examinations.
Well, I think
They'd
if
be
you're
able to tell from
smart
the
enough
first test
or
with
technologically
only,
enabled enough,
occasional botched or ambiguous tests.
relatively
The fact that they
straightforward.
often call people back for one or
Now,
more new tests
whether your
shows that they don't have
concepts
confidence in the results of the procedure.
can ever
What
be
kind of
dumbed
errors
down
are
to
polygraph
us,
tests subject to?
that might be
There are
hard.
two principal types, false
I mean,
negatives and
Again,
false
talking to the
positives.
ants.
talking to
A
the
false
ants, I mean, they
negative
don't.
is when a person is lying,
So-
but the test says that he's being truthful.
You want to look good in
And
this
the false
picture. Let me
positive
explain
is
Let me
when a
explain to
person
you
is
why.
being
Yeah.
honest, but the test says he's lying.
So
Let's
that's
talk
the
about
essential
the false
problem of
negatives then. What are some examples of these?
perhaps they
There are a
realize
bunch of famous
who
examples
it is
of
that they're
people who
talking
beat
to.
lie detector tests and were
And
later
they say,
found guilty. For
rather
example,
than
Ken
muddy the picture,
Philby,
we're only
a
going to give them
British spy for the Soviet Union back in the 1950s.
right.
He
And
was one
yeah,
of five
you and
circle
I
of
have a
spies,
conversation.
and he passed
But then they would
polygraphs
make
of
assumptions.
reportedly taking the
Humans
tranquilizer
would then make
Valium
assumptions about us
as
that
a
aren't true
countermeasure
because we're
beforehand.
not humans.
In
Right?
the
So
1990s,
let's
the American
stay at
CIA
arm's length.
officer Aldrich James
Let's just
was
let them
caught
know that
spying for the Russians, and
we're
he had previously passed 2
right. And here's the
polygraphs.
limited amount of
Gary
communication. Again,
Ridgway,
this
the
this
Greenberg
notion that
killer, had passed a polygraph, and
give
so did
somebody
serial killer
everything
Ted
they'll
Bundy,
get.
and there
And
How do
you know,
guilty people
if
manage
they've
to
been
beat
around as long as
polygraphs?
they have, they've seen
There are
every
multiple
kind of
reasons for
thing that
this.
can go wrong.
Some may be
And so
psychologically
it's
abnormal,
they
so
know
that
as
they
much
don't
as they
show
might
the
want
responses
to
that
step in.
photographers are looking
That would
for.
be a wrong thing.
Others, like Kim Philby,
Yeah, you have
may
to also
medicate
understand
themselves so that they
the
don't
amount
show
of
these
wisdom they carry.
responses.
Yeah.
But other people beat them
You know,
through
and so
simple
it's very
training,
easy as well
knowing
for
what the
religions
photographers are
to. I
looking
don't want to get
for,
into a
and
whole
adjusting
religious
their
conversation.
reactions.
Very
How do
easy
they
for
train
religions. You can
themselves
see
to
how
beat the
religions
test? Well,
could
remember
call
that
them
in the
angels
control
or
question
devils or
technique, there are those
what
3
have
types
you,
of questions:
because
relevant,
again, if you're trying to fit it
irrelevant,
into a
and
framework
control.
of cultural
The relevant
understanding,
questions are the
the
ones
first
they
thing you
really
reach
want to
for
know the answers
is
to,
God.
like, did you kill your
And
spouse, or
so
have you ever spied
it
on the United States?
when you look
The
at what these things
irrelevant
are,
ones
and
are
again,
innocuous
with the
things
angels and the
they
devils,
expect you to tell the truth
in a
on,
similar
like,
sort of
is today
way,
Tuesday, or are you
their
seeing
communication
now?
is limited.
They will
They
tell
just kind
you
of give little.
that the purpose of
It's
these
the
irrelevant
Oracle of
questions is
Delphi.
to get
They
a
kind of give
baseline
these
reading
Delphic
on you, what it looks like when
pronouncements,
you're telling
and
the
then it's up to
truth,
you to figure out what it is that they
but
really
that's a
mean.
lie. In fact, they don't even score the
Very
irrelevant
rare.
questions. The
Claim
only
that a
purpose
skeleton
of
skull
the
in
irrelevant
the
questions
Atacama
today
region of
is to
Chile
serve as a
might
buffer
be an alien.
between the relevant
We reached
questions
out to
and
him
the control questions. So those are the
to
2
come the task
keys
of proving or
that
disproving
people who are
that
taking
the
countermeasures will
science.
focus on:
The
the
result is
relevant
a
and
paper titled
controls.
Whole
The
Genome
control
Sequencing of
questions
Atacama
are ones
Skeletons
they
Shows Novel
expect you to
Mutations
lie
linked
about.
with Dysplasia.
Examples include:
Can you tell this
have
full
you ever
story?
lied about someone
The
behind their
story
back?
was, as
Have
you
you ever
put it
cheated on a school
right there,
assignment? Have
correct.
you ever cheated
Reached out,
playing a game? Have you
got
ever
a
lied to
sample
a
of the
friend?
body, did
Have
the
you ever
DNA
gossiped about a
sequencing,
coworker?
then worked with a
Have you
team
ever lied to a
of
former
2
boss?
other Stanford
They
scientists and
expect people to say no
Roche
to these
sequencing
questions,
group,
and they
Roche
assume that you're
Diagnostics,
lying when you say
and promptly
no.
told the team without a
What
revelation.
they then do is compare your
And as
no's
a
on
standard
control
in these
questions
kinds of
to
things,
your
the professors
no's
actually
on the
do the work.
relevant
The
questions.
students do the work
If
and
your
figure it out,
responses to the control
and
questions
then
are
we help them put
stronger
together the
than
story.
your responses to the relevant
And
questions,
the story
then
was
you're telling the
simply
truth.
that
If you're more
it was
freaked
human,
out by
100%.
have you ever
I went
cheated
into
on
it
a
thinking
school
it was
assignment,
originally
and you say no. If you're more freaked out about
some sort.
that than you are when you're saying
I got kind of
no,
excited
I've never
a few
spied on the
months
U.S.,
into the process.
I assume you haven't spied on the U.S. But if your responses
Right.
on the
With describes
relevant
some of the
questions are
characteristics of stuff that
stronger
makes
than
it
your
unique and
responses on the
interesting.
control
Primarily, it
questions,
had dysmorphias
then
of
they
the
assume you're lying.
and so the
People
first thing
who
I did
are
actually when I
educated about
got pictures of
countermeasures
it, I
will
took it to
therefore
a
do
local
things to
expert at
enhance their
Stanford,
responses on the control
and he was
questions.
on the paper.
But they'll act normally
And
during the relevant
he
or
was the
irrelevant
world
questions.
expert in
The
pediatric
calligrapher will then look at the responses and say,
He
this
literally wrote
person
the book.
reacted less strongly to
And
did you kill
on
your
this, because
spouse
that's what
than
you do.
they
You
did
go
to
to an
have you
expert
ever
when it's
lied to
outside
your
of your field
boss,
of interest.
and
And
they'll
he said,
conclude you're not
well,
lying.
I haven't seen this
In fact, the
particular
person
collection
may
of
have killed
mutations
their
before,
spouse and is simply doing
or
something
this
to exaggerate his
this
response
physiology
when it
before,
came
but
to the
here's what I
lying to
think
Ross
might be.
question. What kind of things do people do
He
to
said, but
exaggerate
based
their
on the
response?
size of
There are a bunch of
the
options, and
thing
I won't
and
go through them all. My purpose here
bone
is not to
density,
teach you how to beat a
it would
lie detector
appear
test,
to
though
be
there are books and
like
websites
6 or
that will
7 years
teach you
old.
exactly that.
Now, again,
My
that's
purpose
the
here is to illustrate
thing where
how
I
you
think
take the
the
test. So
lay
we'll cover a
public
few examples. One
doesn't
thing
understand
that people
or
would do
takes a
is take
speculation like that and
thumbtacks
turns it
to
into
their
a fact.
shoes and then
No one
press
ever said
down
that
on
it
them
was
with
that
their
age.
toes
We only
with a
said that the
control
bones made us look
question
like
to
it was
generate a
that
pain
age.
response.
But then we went back and
That's harder
looked
to get
for
away with these days, since now they
genetic
often put
explanations
motion
of why things
sensors
look
under
the way
your
they did.
feet
and on the seat of your
if you
chair
again read the
to
papers
detect if
very
you're
carefully,
changing posture to do
to
things
say
like
that
that.
these mutations
But
might
there are still lots of other
result in
techniques.
this.
For
What
example,
we did
some
find
people
was
will simply
an
bite the side of
unexpected
their tongue when a
large
control
number
question is being
of
asked to generate
mutations
the same kind of
associated
immune
with bone
response.
growth.
They
Each
also
individual.
have done
And
mental
it was
things
just
during the control questions. For
that roll
example,
of the
they
dice.
might think
Right?
about
You roll the dice enough
exciting or
times,
scary
enough
things
people born
to
every
jump
year,
up their
and
physiological
someone will
responses.
roll
They might do math
the
problems in
wrong
their head
dice
or count
all at
backwards from
once.
100
So
by
the
7.
sad part
So,
about it
so
was
100,
individuals in
93,
the UFO
86,
community
79,
who wanted
72,
to
and so
think
forth.
that there was
And
some sort
people
of
have adjusted their
conspiracy
breathing
around it.
rates because there are
Like that
certain
somebody
changes
had
in breathing
somehow
rhythm
convinced all of my
that
students.
calligraphers are taught to regard as evidence of
I mean,
deception.
come on.
This
You
can
know,
be as
I would
simple
lose
as
my
holding your breath
job
for
first
3
of
to 5 seconds after
all.
you
And
exhale
they would
while
all
a
be,
control question is being asked.
you know,
Or
in trouble forever.
slowing your breathing rate
But
during
also
these
it's just
questions,
projecting malevolence
or
onto
breathing
people
more
that
shallowly,
doesn't,
or
I
taking
don't think
longer
exists
to
in
exhale than
normal
you do to inhale.
populace, and especially doesn't
Knowledge
exist
of
in the
these
scientific community.
countermeasures
The kind
is
of people
so
that go into
common
science, I mean,
that
this is
it's
what
now
bothers me with
standard in
current
polygraph
distrust of
tests for
science.
the examiner to tell
Is
you
there,
things like,
they might be naive,
it's
they
understandable
might,
that people
they
who
might not,
read up
especially
on
modern
polygraph
science,
tests
look
and
at the
cite
big picture,
resources
philosophical, ethical
claim
questions,
to
all that
offer
kind of
ways
stuff.
to beat them.
But
But
ultimately,
these are
they're
often wrong, so
people
can
with
I count on you not
integrity
to
and
do
then just
anything
a
like
deep
that?
curiosity
The
for the
very fact
discovery
that
of
they need to
countless
bring up
things.
countermeasures is a
There's
sign that
no,
they do work, or they wouldn't bother
there's no
asking you not to use them.
malevolence,
So
broadly
there are
speaking,
very
in the
definite
scientific
ways to
community.
generate
And
false
so, I mean,
negatives
there's a
with
bigger story
polygraph
here,
tests.
which is,
What about false positives? Are there
you know,
examples
there's
of
a
those?
hunger in the
There
populace
are,
to
but they're
discover
often not
something
as
anomalous,
famous.
something
It's
new.
easier to prove
And,
someone guilty
you know,
after they
science
pass a
has to
polygraph test
be
than to
both
prove them
open to the
innocent
anomalous,
after
but
failing
also
one. And so there are
reject
fewer proven
the
examples.
anomalous when the data
Still,
doesn't
the risk
support
of
it.
false
Well,
positives
what do
was
you
great
make
enough
of that?
when
You know,
American
walking that line
employers started
because you're dealing with
routinely
UFO
using
encounters, you're dealing
polygraphs
with
to test
the
prospective or current
anomalous.
employees
Well, people
back in the
have said,
1970s and 1980s,
let's go back
there
to
was
the Alcala
backlash.
case that I was
As a
debunking.
result, Congress
Well,
passed
debunking
the
is a loaded
Employee
term.
Polygraph
Sort of
Protection Act,
assumes that
and
you were
President
going
Ronald
in
Reagan signed it
purposely
into law
to
in
prove
1988.
something is wrong.
It prohibits
I wasn't. I was
most
just going in to
employers
collect
from
the
being
data.
able to use polygraphs on
And,
their employees,
you know, I
but there
showed
are
that this one was
notable
human.
exceptions.
There was another
These
skull
include
that somebody
federal,
had up on
state,
flight. It
and
was
local
called the Star
government
Child. They called it the
agencies,
Star
which
Child skull.
can and do
I said,
still use
you know, I looked at
polygraphs
it.
for
I looked at the
these,
DNA sequencing
and
that they
that
had done.
leads to false
I said, this is
positives.
human.
One example
End of
was
story.
FBI agent Mark Malla.
The people who
In
owned the thing at the time
1995, he failed a routine
disagreed with me,
screening
and
and
then
was accused
eventually
of spying
another
for the
group came in
Israeli
and
government.
proved that I was right.
The FBI
And
then
it's not
launched
about
an
debunking.
intensive
It's about
investigation of
getting
him
the
that
most
eventually
spectacular
resulted
and
in the
heightened
collection of
cases off the
12,000
table. I
pages
mean,
of
the reason I got
documentation
interested in
in
it is because somebody was
32
typing it.
volumes.
And not
He
because I
had to
wanted to
use the
disprove it,
Freedom of
but because
Information access to
and
this
let's get
material
it off the table,
for
because
years,
usually the
and
most
much of it was redacted. He got it,
things
so
that are
he didn't know what
most
it
likely to
said.
be wrong.
Here's what he has to
Somewhere
say about
in
his
the rubble
case.
A
will be
major
something interesting.
investigation followed.
And so
Major
that's
in the
what you do.
sense that it
You
was a
get
top
the
priority case commanding
dross off the
extensive
table,
resources.
and then somewhere
Believing the
in
FBI
the
would
data
objectively
will be
review the
something
facts and
worth
have no choice but to exonerate me,
real
I
inquiry.
cooperated eagerly.
and that's if
After a
you
full day of
inquire deeply
polygraphs,
enough.
interrogations, and a 3-hour train ride
Exactly.
home,
And that's what actually
FBI
excites
agents
scientists is
appeared
to
at our
review.
home that same night and
You
asked for our
want
consent
the
to search it,
rigorous
which my wife and I provided.
actually reveal
This
the
unleashed a search team of about
And so
7
look at
agents,
CRISPR
many
as
in raid
probably the
jackets.
most perfect example
The
of
search
that.
lasted about
These
3 hours and
weird
ended well after midnight.
sequences in
I
bacterial
allowed the FBI to
genome
take
all
detailed
arrayed
financial
one after the
records,
other with
appointment
these
books,
strange
personal
sequences
calendars,
around them.
daily
But when
to-do
you looked at the
lists,
sequences,
like
they looked
innermost
like
thoughts expressed in
viruses.
personal diaries,
And so
personal
how did they get there?
correspondences,
And lo
and
and
numerous
behold,
other
after
items.
a lot
Following
of
the
effort
search,
and
and
work,
for about 2
I
months
found the
afterward, I was under
prizes
surveillance
went out
24
the
hours
door,
a day,
but
7
these
days a week.
strange
For at least a week during that
things
time, a
ended
small
up
airplane
having
circled above our home every
extraordinarily
morning,
extravagant
then buzzed above me
possibilities.
wherever I went.
You've
The
also
FBI
looked at
interviewed
UFO
numerous friends,
materials.
acquaintances,
You are
former roommates,
possession of
colleagues,
UFO
and my
materials
family.
yourself.
The Bureau accused one friend of being an accomplice and
Claimed
taking the polygraph test, which he
alleged
passed.
UFO materials. That's
They
right.
showed
So
up unannounced and surprised my
what's
wife at
another
her
term?
place of work,
Weird
asking to interview
materials that
her
don't
right
seem
then and
to
there. She agreed to be interviewed
They
and
have a
waited.
story.
During her interview,
They have a story
the
that doesn't
FBI
seem
asked
to
her
be
to
of
take a
natural
polygraph,
origins,
which she
but
declined since she did not trust
it's
the
not,
device. The
you know,
FBI asked both
there's
of
a
my brothers
process
to
to
take a
proving
polygraph
that,
test.
and that
agreed
process
he
may
passed. And the agent
take
told one of my
decades,
friends
if
that there
not
was
centuries.
significant evidence against me.
If the
The
string
same
gets
agent
discovered
told
where
my
they could
brother he
possibly
was
come
certain
from.
that I was
But
guilty.
anyway, you're
My
in a possession of
experience
some
was highly disturbing on a personal
materials
level
at this
for
time.
all the obvious
Can
reasons.
you
It was invasive. My
describe some
reputation
of
was
them?
under constant
Maybe
assault.
also talk to
My
the
career
process of how
completely
you
undermined.
investigate them, how
My
you
integrity
analyze
placed under
Right.
suspicion,
So
and I was
let's say that
definitively
there's two
accused of sins
classes
which
of
run
materials
completely
that
against
I've
my values.
been given by
This
people,
was, to
and
say
they're
the
not
least,
given by
a
like the
stressful
government or
and
anything, just
challenging
people
odyssey.
who've collected them,
Perhaps
and
even
there's
more
a
disturbing are the larger
reasonable chain of
implications.
evidence associated with
Nothing
them.
more than
People, it's not
unsubstantiated
just
polygraph
pebbles that
charts
picked up off the
launched
road.
a major investigation which squandered a
There are
vast
almost
amount of
always things that
resources.
people have
I
claimed have
estimate
either
that the
been
FBI spent far in
dropped
excess
off
of
as
$1
like some
million
sort of
on the case.
leftover
And when it
material
was all
from
over, the
rebels,
FBI concluded
or
that they didn't have
they
proof
are
of any
from
wrongdoing on his
an
part.
object that was
They
released
reinstated him,
from
gave
this,
him
and it
back
kind of
his
it's
badge
exploded.
and gun
They're
and
almost
top
always
secret
metals.
clearance.
It has some couple of
Yet,
things that might be
the
biological that are
investigation
interesting, but I haven't really
perversely
spent a lot of time on
continued,
yet.
and Mala
When you
got so sick of
look
it
at
all,
a
like
metal,
with the
you basically
FBI.
go, okay, what are
What
the
causes false
elements in it,
positives on lie detector
and
tests?
what's it made of?
It can be a variety of things.
And so
One of
there's
these
pretty
is the
standard
attitude of the
approaches to doing that.
examiner. If
Most of
the
them involve
examiner
a
suspects
technology
you're
called mass
lying or
spectrometry,
just wants to
and
push
there's
you,
probably about 5 or 6
he may
different kinds
ask
of
the
mass
questions
spectrometry
with
that you can bring to
particular
bear
vocal
on answering
inflections
it.
that make you nervous and
And
generate
they either
false
tell you,
positive
depending
results
on
on the
the
relevant
resolution
questions.
of the instrument,
So the
they either
test
tell you
is
the
subject to
elements that are there,
manipulation by the
or they tell you
examiner.
the
He can make you
isotopes that are there.
fail.
And you're interested not just in
Often,
knowing
though,
whether
it's just
something
bad
is
luck.
there or not.
The
You're
fact is,
interested in knowing
the things that the
whether they're,
polygraph measures are not uniquely associated with
the
lying.
amounts of it.
Your
And in
breathing
the
can
case
be
of
altered, you can
elements,
sweat more, and your heart rate
you
and
get
blood pressure can
isotopes.
change based on other things.
And that's kind of
Although
where,
we should
in some
note
of these
that
cases, it gets
modern
interesting,
polygraphs don't
right?
actually
Because
measure
in
your
at
blood
least
pressure
one of the
like
materials,
William Moulton
as we
Marston's
first
original
studied it,
test did.
the
To get
isotope
a blood
ratio
pressure
in
reading, you
this
have
case
to
was
let the air out of the
way
cuff.
off.
And in modern polygraphs, they
I just
don't do that.
don't
They
know
leave the cuff
It
inflated,
doesn't
and the
prove
machine then
anything.
generates a
It just
line that
all it
goes up
proves
and
is
down,
that
but that
it
hasn't been
was
medically
probably
studied and doesn't really
accomplished
represent
by
your blood
some kind
pressure.
of an industrial
As a
process.
result, they're measuring a
Whether it's the
track line
result
that has no medical definition
of a
and has
process,
not
or
been
whether,
studied
and this is
as a
sort of the
subject of
leftover,
medical research,
or
much
whether
less
it was
has it been
made
shown
that
to be
way for a
indicative of
particular
lying.
purpose.
In any
I
event,
don't know.
the
All I
response
know
is
is
that
that
the polygraph measures can be generated
was
by things other than
engineered.
deception. They can be generated by anxiety. So
That's it,
if you're
right?
nervous
But
and
then
you're asked
it's,
a relevant question,
the
that can
question
throw off
is
the reading.
sort of you
They
go
can
one
also
step
be
deeper.
generated by
Why would
anger.
you engineer?
So if you're mad that you're being asked a relevant question,
Why
that
engineer?
can
What
throw
is
it off.
engineered
And it
means?
can be
There's all
generated by
kinds of.
confusion.
It could be a
So if you're
byproduct. It could
overwhelmed
be
by what's happening to you during a relevant question,
the
that can
main
throw it off.
result of an
The
engineering
test simply
process.
does
It
not
will be
measure
a small part of the
responses that are
engineering
uniquely
process
associated
that
with
is the main
lying.
part.
And if, for
Well,
whatever
so
reason,
the
you have a
ratios
stronger
of
response to a
isotopes
relevant
for any
question
given
than to a
element are
control
basically the
question,
result of
you'll be
stellar
deemed as lying
processes.
even though you're telling the truth. How
Yeah,
often do
supernova
false
blew up
positives occur?
sometime
All
several
the time.
several
The
billion years
rate
ago.
has varied, and it depends in part
That
on
became a
how
cloud.
harshly the tests are
Those
being scored in a
atoms
given period.
coalesced gravitationally
Apparently, some
to form
years
another
ago,
sun,
the FBI's
and
applicant
a
screenings
ring
had a
that
failure
became
rate of about
planet.
20%, or 1 in
And
5
the
applicants was
ratios
deemed to
of
be lying
the
about
isotopes
something
were
that would
determined at the
disqualify
time
them
of
from
that
employment.
explosion.
More recently, with
And so
harsher
everything in the
scoring,
local
It's been
solar
reported that
system
the
is more
failure
or
rate
less
has
of
risen
that
to something like
ratio,
50%.
depending upon
For
certain
1 in
gravitational.
2 applicants is deemed
by
to be lying about something that would
fragments of a
prevent their
percent,
employment.
not whole
Both of these
tens of
figures
percent
seem
difference.
very unlikely.
So what do
It's
humans
hard
use
to
isotopes
imagine
for?
that this
Mostly
many
to blow
people
stuff up.
who had
I
committed
mean, the
serious
vast
enough
majority of the
offenses
isotopes that have been
would
made
be applying to the
in the
FBI
per
and
pound
trying to
per
fake
ton
their way through
are things
polygraph
like
tests. I mean,
certain ratios of
nearly a
plutonium
fifth
and
to a
uranium
half
to blow stuff
of
up.
all applicants
We
are
don't
lying
make
about these serious
or engineer
employment-determining
isotopes,
matter.
which is
That's
today it's
quite
relatively easy
unbelievable
to do,
and
but it's still
points to an
expensive
abundance of
for
false
any other
positives.
reason apart from,
But
let's say,
because the results of the polygraph
anti-cancer.
get saved and
We use
shared
stable
with other
isotopes
government
in money
agencies,
these
it
days as
constitutes a
counterfeiting
permanent black
basically
mark
embed
against a
certain
candidate ever getting
ratios
a
of
job.
isotopes into
And if a candidate blows a routine screening after employment,
and so,
it
but other
can
than that, we
destroy
don't
his
do
career
anything with
and
them. So
irreparably
why
harm
would you
him,
make
his reputation,
grams
and
of
his
such
family.
material in this
Surely the
one case
problems with polygraph
accuracy and risk be obvious to the government. So why do they keep using them?
So which
Probably
case
for several
this
reasons.
describes that
One
specificity.
is the policymakers who order the
He
use of the
describes
test
this case a little further
probably
in
aren't
the
that
material
familiar
we're talking
with the
about.
science or the statistics involved.
This is an interesting one.
Also,
Interesting one. So it
politicians aren't likely to blow the whistle on themselves. They pay out jobs
released
if they
something
convince
or
their
it
bosses to stop the
exploded.
test.
And it
In
was
fact, the
this
polyggraphers themselves probably aren't that read up on the science either, or
relatively
they've
pure
only read
magnesium
slanted cherry-picked
with obviously
accounts.
something else in it,
Like
magnesium.
some reports which will say that
It
this
has something
test
in it
is
that
70%
other
accurate.
metals, simple
Even
alloy,
if that's
that would
true,
prevent it from
it still means it's wrong
basically burning up.
30% of the time, and 3 in 10
So the question
innocent
is,
people can be hurt by it.
so then we had
But
two pieces
that's easy
that
to
came
ignore if
from
you only focus on the
two
positive
different
claim.
chains of custody.
A second
Both
reason that the
claimed
government
to be from the
pushes
same
and
object.
uses that it
At
is
least
kind of a form of security theater.
physically,
That is, it
two
gives
things
the
they were
impression we're doing something,
the same.
even if it's
Right.
ineffective and
So
potentially
we took
harmful.
small fragments of
Thirdly,
each
and
of them
most
and put
importantly,
them in an instrument called
there's a
secondary
hidden
ion
agenda
mass spec,
behind the use of
which is an extremely
polygraphs,
sensitive
which is to
instrument.
get into
And it can see down to
interrogation
0.001
situations. For
mass
example,
units,
defense
which is
lawyers are
important for
not allowed to be present with
arcane
their
reasons,
clients during a polygraph
it's a
exam.
sensitive instrument.
And so
And so
police will use
one of
polygraph
the chains of
examinations
custody
as an
was two pieces
excuse
from the
to
same chain of
conduct
custody,
interrogations
and then two
without
pieces
the
from the other
presence
chain of
of a
custody.
lawyer. Because
One of them had
polygraph
completely
results
normal
are so unreliable, they're only
magnesium isotope
rarely
ratios,
admitted
magnesium
as
24
evidence in court.
and the other was off.
But
Well, not just like
police have
slightly
found
off,
a way
way off, and they
around
were
that
both off to the same
by
extent.
videotaping the
So,
polygraph session. In that case,
I mean, it was sort of like you had an
the
internal
test
control,
results aren't
but
admissible.
what was normal, then you had
The
this other one which was
videotape
wrong.
is. So they can try to get
And
you to
so
admit to
you're left
things on
with
videotape without a lawyer,
that's what
and
kind of an
then
open
use that
question.
videotape in court, even though they
Was this
can't
a
use the
hoax?
polygraph
Were
results.
these two chains of custody,
And
one of
they're
them
not bound to
and
tell you
somebody
the truth
purposefully
about
introduced
your
those things?
polygraph.
Because you could do
They
it.
can tell you that
Cost a
you
lot.
lied on a question and then
I mean,
press you
at
for
the
a
time that this was
confession or
found,
admission
I guess
of
the
wrongdoing.
1970s
They
or so,
also can lie
might have been earlier,
about
I
what the
forget.
consequences will be. For
The amount
example,
that I had
some
would have cost
government
several tens of
polygraphers
thousands of
have
dollars to
been
make.
known to tell people that they can admit to anything
Again, it's
other
not
than
something
murder,
you just throw
and it
around.
will never
And why
leave
would you
this
do it in
room.
the hope that some guy
In
30 years
fact,
from then
if the polygrapher gets an
would
admission
pick
out
it
of
up
you,
and study it?
you can refer it to law
subtle.
enforcement, and you can be
It's
prosecuted
it's a
despite
long
what he
term
told you
plan.
to get the admission.
So
Even
I
if you're
just don't know.
innocent,
I just don't know
the
what
police
to
may
make of it.
press you
Except it's
to make a
interesting.
confession
But it's
during a polygraph by
so
telling you,
a
oh
different
man,
kind of
you're
question
blowing
that
this
you're
test so
asking
badly,
is
even if you're
what
not.
constitutes
You've just
evidence,
blown it so badly, you better
right?
confess and
So
tell Peter
is
now, or
this
you'll have the book thrown at you. This is going to look horrible for you
sufficient
if you don't
evidence?
confess now.
Absolutely not.
And
But
this is a
somebody's
common
put it
means
forward. I
by
have the
which
time.
false
It's my
confessions
time.
are extracted, whether or not in
I'll study it.
conjunction with the
And
polygraph.
my
And
objective is to sort of
it's
take
getting
those
those
that I think are
admissions
credible
and
enough
confessions
and do a
that are
reasonable
the
analysis,
main
put it out there.
goal
Maybe
behind
somebody else will come up
polygraph
with an idea
examinations.
as to
The
what it is.
tests themselves
What
are
would be better
unreliable pseudoscience,
is some sort of
but they're a
true
pretext for
technology,
getting you into an
right? Something that is
interrogation
obviously
situation.
we don't have it.
In
You
the
know,
case
and
of government
people like
polygraph screenings,
Neil
the
deGrasse Tyson
examiners are actually
and Seth
rated
Shostak have
and
come out rightfully
rewarded
and have
on
said,
the number of
you know, when
admissions
you
they
show
get.
up with,
So think about that.
you
The
know,
examiner looks
something
better with
really
his bosses
obviously
the more
technology
admissions he
that we don't
gets,
understand,
and his career is
then we'll pay
enhanced
attention.
by extracting them.
Right? Not just
So
material.
the
Not just material.
polygraphers are
A piece of metal
incentivized to accuse
is
you of
interesting.
lying, and the test
But
is fundamentally
and several of
biased
the things
against
that
the
I've looked
person
at and
taking
things
it,
that people, other things that
even if
people
he's
have
innocent.
come to
What
me
have the
with,
experts said
we
about
found
the
to be
reliability of
completely
the polygraph?
banal
You'll
or
recall that the
were
polygraph
actually
was
pieces
invented
of
by John
aircraft
Augustus
Larson
that
back
were
in
invented back in the
1921.
1940s.
He very quickly realized there were problems with it. And before he died in
think,
1965, he wrote,
Beyond
Again,
my
I think
expectation
showing up
through
with technology
uncontrollable
that we
factors,
humans would find
this scientific
completely novel
investigation
is actually a
became, for
really
practical
difficult task
purposes,
for
a
aliens.
Frankenstein's
Because it
monster,
obviously
which
can't be
I've spent
so
over 40
novel
years in
that
combating.
we don't recognize it
the
for
man
what it is.
who
For what it
invented
is.
the thing
And so, and I would say
realized
most
he
of the
had become a
technology aliens
nightmare,
like we
and
have
by his own
would be
admission
something we
spent
don't
40
recognize.
years
combating the
So they,
abuse of
it's actually a
polygraph,
hard
which
problem how to convince
he says it
hands.
became Frankenstein's monster.
You first have to
Now,
understand what
Larson
hands are
was
bleeding
referring to
about.
the use of polygraph
Like,
tests
what
in
would they
criminal
care
matters
about
by the
in
police.
order to like
That's different
inject
than
into
its
their
use in
culture?
employee screenings,
Because
whether by government agencies
that's why I
or
think
private employers.
it would
And
be
here,
the
there's a
technology
dispute.
that you could
Some
present is in the
experts think
space of
that it's okay
ideas
to use polygraphs in
is try
criminal
to influence
investigations,
individual
more likely
humans
because
with
of
the
the ability to use
encounters
it to
and
extract
try to,
admissions and
with this kind of
confessions
thing
by
that
faking
you
out the
mentioned
person being examined
about
when the lawyer isn't present.
us not taking
But
messages about us not
that's a
taking
different
care of
matter
the
than
world.
using it to routinely screen
It's
job
difficult.
applicants
It's
or
difficult. I
current
mean,
employees.
for them to understand, you have to come up
Concerning
with
screening
trinkets
such
that
people,
impress us.
here's what
Maybe the
FBI
very
Supervisory
technology,
Special Agent Dr.
the
Drew
fascination
Richardson
of
at the
development
FBI
of
Crime
technology
Lab
and the development
told
of
the Senate
technology,
Judiciary Committee
actual
in
act of innovation itself
1997. With regard to
is the thing
polygraph screening, I
that they're
submit the following
communicating.
to you.
I mean, this is kind
It
of
is
what
completely without
Jacques
any
Vallée thinks
theoretical
about.
foundation
Is the
and has
role
absolutely no validity.
control system.
As one of my colleagues
Control
frequently
system.
says, the
Well, let
diagnostic
me
value of this
ask
type
about
of
Jacques.
testing is
Who is
no more than
he?
that of astrology or tea leaf
You
reading.
know him.
If this
Who's
test
Jacques Vallée?
had any validity, which it
What
does
have you
not,
learned
both my own experience and published scientific
about life?
research has proven
About
that anyone can be taught to take this type of
about
polygraph
UFOs,
exam in a
about
few minutes.
technology, about our role in
Because
the
of the
universe.
nature of this type of
Well, I
examination,
met
it would normally
Jacques
be expected
actually
to produce
soon after
large
the whole
numbers of false
Atacama thing
positive
happened.
results. It is falsely accusing
I was
an
visited by
examinee of
those
lying about
people
some issue.
associated with the government
As a
and
result of
whatever
the
around
great consequences of doing this with large numbers of law enforcement
mostly
and
being
intelligence
anonymous
community
individuals, but also
officers,
Jacques at the
the
same time.
test has now been
They were actually
manipulated to
working behind
reduce
the scenes
false
with each
positive
other.
results.
That, oh, here's
It
this
consequently has
Stanford
no
professor
power to detect deception
who
and
is willing to
espionage
talk
of
about
other
this stuff
national
and
security
investigate
matters.
things.
Thus, I believe that there
Maybe
is
we should
virtually
talk
no
to him.
probability
And
of catching a
he
spy with
reached
the
out
use of
through a
polygraph
colleague,
screening techniques.
and
I believe that
I
the
had
Bureau
lunch
is
actually
routinely
at
falsely
the Rosewood
accusing
Inn
job applicants of
up
drug
on
usage or drug dealing.
near Sandhill.
Not only
So
is this
Jacques
irreparably harming these
is one of the
individuals, but
first
it is likely denying the
openly
Bureau access to
active
qualified and capable
scientists,
employees.
and he's
Although
really a
these
scientist
individuals do not
in
have
this
an
area,
inalienable right to federal
going back to the
government employment,
1960s.
they do have an inalienable
And,
right to just
you know,
treatment by
he's
the government.
put
Within the
forward a
Bureau,
number of
polygraph
ideas,
examiners who have
speculations
little or no
about
understanding
what
of the scientific
it might be that
principles
people are interacting
underlying
with.
the practice
The first
report
thing
to
that I
new-level
learned from him
managers
is
who are
this
largely
notion of
ignorant
the
polygraph matters.
theater.
Polygraph
That
research,
many of the
direction
things
and
that
funding,
people have seen
training, and
are, I
operational
remember reading
review
his
is
books and
controlled by
thinking,
those who
he uses
practice
this word
calligraphy
absurd.
and depend upon it for a living. This is
The
tantamount to
things
having
that
the
people
government's
claim they
cancer
see are
research
absurd.
controlled by the tobacco
Right.
industry. So
A
polygraph
ship
screening
doesn't
has
land
no basis and is
in a
no more
farmer's
reliable
field
than astrology
and
or
then come up
reading
and
tea
knock on the
leaves.
door and say, "Can I have a glass of
Anybody
water?"
can be
These
taught
are
to do
stories
it in a few
literally out
minutes.
of newspapers
Also,
from the
you either
1930s.
have to score the
It's
tests
absurd.
tightly so that
You know,
they
the other thing
produce
that people
tons
say,
of false
ships don't
positives,
crash.
or
If
you
you're
score
so
them so
technologically
loosely that they
advanced, you
won't
don't
catch anybody.
crash. It's
Countless
absurd
individuals are being
that they
falsely
crash.
accused by the
So,
government of crimes and irreparably
this
harmed
is
by these accusations.
put on as a show.
Low-level polygraphers who don't know the science report to middle management who know even less about
Right.
it.
It's not
And
meant to
overall
influence
research and
individuals. It's
policy
meant
is
to
set by
influence
those
a
who
culture
depend on the polygraph
as
for
a
a
whole.
living,
Maybe they don't
comparable
look at
to
us as
letting the
individuals.
tobacco
Maybe they
industry
look
run
at us
cancer
as
research.
an
I could
organism
continue to
that lives
pile
on
up
a planet.
examples from other experts who have taken objective
And so
looks
that's how
at the
you
science
interact with it.
related
That's
to
how you
polygraphy.
influence.
But
So
we'll leave
that
it
was one of
there.
the first
The
things that kind of
technique
took me back
is
and
highly
realized,
unreliable.
wow, there's actually a
If lie
maybe there's a
detectors
puppet
are that unreliable
master
now, what
behind the
about the
scenes
future? Should we expect them
that's
to improve?
doing doing this influencing that all this stuff
It
about
strikes me
aliens
as
is just
probable that when you
not
lie,
true.
that's
per se.
reflected in
They're
the
just
activation of certain brain
representations
structures, and
that is
this
meant to
will
influence.
eventually be
So that was
detectable
probably the most
by
interesting thing.
brain
And the man is
imaging
brilliant.
technology.
He's
However,
also,
we
it
don't
can
currently
be,
have
I'm
a
sorry, Chuck,
proven
you can also be
reliable way
incredibly
of doing that.
to have a
And
conversation
that's
with,
what you need before you can
because
rely
he
on
will
such
pick apart
techniques.
your arguments
Figuring out how
or
the
anything
brain
that you
works is
think you know
extremely
and
tricky,
show you why you
and
don't know what you
there's a
think you know.
lot that would have to
And
be
he uses
untangled
the
to get a
example
reliable
that, for
reading
me,
that
that
indicates deception.
is
We
all you
need to
need
do
is one
extensive testing and
counter
ask
example
all kinds
to
of hard
any conclusion,
questions about
and you're
what the
wrong.
results of brain imaging
And so
are
I learned
really
from
showing
him.
us.
I mean, I'm
We've
supposed to be
already
a
seen
good
what
scientist,
happens
but I
when the
learned
hard
from him.
questions weren't asked
Don't
about
talk about
polygraphs.
conclusions, just
The
talk about
readings they
data.
produce can be caused by
Because data's
things
not
other
wrong. I
than
mean,
deception,
convince yourself that the
and
data's
so
not
we need
wrong,
to
or not an
rigorously
artifact.
vet brain
Be
imaging
careful about your
techniques to show
conclusions,
that they
because
aren't
whatever is going
also
on,
being
it's
caused by other
much more
things.
complicated
So
than we
while I think it's quite possible
that's powerful.
that
Being
we'll
able
have
to
reliable
step back.
brain-based lie
We
detectors
just
in
get
the
excited.
future,
Yeah, we
we
start
don't
to
have them
jump to
now, and a
conclusions
lot
from
of
the
work
data.
will need to be done
Always
to
step
discover
back.
the
Well,
right
to being able
techniques and then prove
always
them
step
out.
back.
For
We
the
just
moment,
get excited.
none of the
Yeah,
lie
we start
detecting
to jump
techniques
to
we have are
conclusions from
reliable.
the data.
That
We
includes
always step back.
polygraphs,
Well, in some of my
voice
Twitter
stress
feeds, when I
analysis,
dare to go on
body
Twitter,
language
are
measurements,
full.
and
Well, what are you going
everything
to give us
else.
the answer?
What can we say about lie detectors
You know,
from the faith
science is
perspective?
not
What about
immediate.
the fact
You're going to
that
have to be
current
patient.
tests depend so
And
heavily
even some of my
on
science
deceiving
colleagues
the
have said, well,
subjects about how the
where's the
test
data?
works?
My
The
answer
answer
then
of
has
this will
been,
depend on your
where's
theory of
been your
lying
work to try
and
to
whether
produce
it's
it?
ever
You
permissible
know,
to
I'm not
deceive
here
a
to
person.
give you everything on a
If
silver
you think
platter.
lying is never permitted, then
Talked
lie
offline how much
detector
I love
practices
data
are
and machine
dead
learning
right
and
out
so
of the
on.
gate because they lie to you
And it's been
about
really
how the test
disheartening to
works
see
and
that
what
the
your
U.S.
results are and
government
things like that.
not investing
However,
as much as
many
they
people
possibly
think
could into
that
this
there
whole
are
process. So
situations where it's
let's
permissible
jump
for government
to the
officials
most
to tell
recent thing, which is
tactical
what do you
lies
make of the
in
report
order to
titled
catch criminals or spies.
Preliminary Assessment
If the latter is the case, then the
Unidentified Aerial
situation is more
Phenomenon that
complex.
was released by the
But
Office of the
that doesn't
Director
mean
of
the
National
practice is
Intelligence
justified.
in June
Well,
2021.
consider the
So this
reported
was like
donkey tail test from ancient
okay,
India that
we're
we
gonna
mentioned
step
at the top
back.
of the show.
And we're going to
That
like
depended
where do
entirely
we stand
on
and
whether the
where do we
criminal
hope the
was
future is? What do you make of
successfully
that report? Is it
deceived
hopeful?
into believing
Is
that
it
the
I
dog
think
could
it's very helpful.
detect whether he was
Very
lying.
helpful. I think
I'm guessing
the
that
adults are
a
finally
lot of
stepping
criminals
up
wouldn't
and
believe
being in
this
charge.
and would go
Right? I mean,
ahead
a sense
and
of
grab the
adult.
donkey's tail
What's that?
even though they knew they were guilty,
In a good
and
sense,
that
In a
would
good sense
generate
of
false
adult.
negatives.
and
On the other
You
hand,
know,
I can also
curiosity
imagine
is
a bunch
a
of
powerful
innocent
thing.
people being
that's true.
afraid
Yeah,
that the donkey
but
would
it's
bray
also, I
just
think,
because
the
it doesn't
people
like
who
having
are
its tail
worried
grabbed,
that the populace
and
at
they would
large
keep their hands to
might run
themselves,
screaming
and that
into
would
the
generate
streets
false
and riot.
positives. So
You
overall,
know,
the test would be so
you know, they
unreliable
basically, empiric
that, in
evidence
my
is
judgment,
over.
it wouldn't
You know,
justify telling the
these
lie
videos and all these
to the
things have been
people.
out for
It
now, what,
wouldn't be a
5
case
years?
of justified
Most people
deception.
don't even know
In
about
the
it.
same way, modern lie
Right? So
detection
as
methods are
as
so
as hyped
unreliable
as it's been,
that
and
I
all over the
consider their
newspapers that it's
use
been,
highly
et cetera,
problematic, at
you
least
know,
in the
even
large majority
Tucker
of
Carlson
circumstances.
has talked
As
about it many
Dr.
times on
Richardson
his news
said,
program.
you either calibrate the test so
Joe Rogan
strictly
has.
that
A
it
lot of people don't
generates
know about
lots
it.
of false
So I think
positives, or
people,
so
if it's
loosely
not
that it
affecting their
generates lots of
day-to-day
false
life,
negatives.
they're
The
going on
test
with their
is
day-to-day
so
life.
unreliable that you normally
So,
wouldn't
but
be able to
that said,
justify lying to people
I
as
think it
part
was
of
an
it.
important
And
sea
then there's the
change
fact
in
that
the
people
internal
can
discussions
easily
going
learn to
on in the
beat the
government,
test, which
because,
means that
and the
guilty
reason
people will walk free,
that
and the test will be
I think this is
inherently
actually
biased
partly true
against
with
the innocent.
the maturation
And
of
there's the
human
fact that the
social
examiners
technology.
are biased against
It
the
was
innocent
becoming
because they get
so
ranked and
obvious that this
rewarded
stuff was
on
showing
how
up
many
again and
admissions they
again and
get.
again around our ships.
And
They just
there's the
couldn't keep
fact
it quiet
that even
anymore.
if you're innocent,
Right?
they
And so
can
it's like,
lie to
we
you
need to
and
do something
extract a
about it.
false
And Lou
confession on the
Elizondo and
grounds
Chris
that
and
it will go
others, to their
easier on
great
you if you
credit,
confess now,
found the right
rather
angle
than forcing them to
to
use
talk
the
about this.
polygraph evidence
Says,
against you in
well,
the future.
okay, let's say it's
What
not
should a
out
person
there.
do if asked to take a
Maybe it's the
polygraph?
Russians, the
If you're
Chinese, or
applying
somebody
for
else.
certain
You
jobs
should
or
know about
currently
this,
have
because
certain
we
jobs,
damn sure
especially
know
with
it's not us.
government, law enforcement, or
So
security,
that,
you
to
may have
me,
no choice.
is an
In
important
that
thing
case, my
to
best advice
finally
is
be
to
a little bit
learn
more
as much
open
about
about
the test as you
the matter.
can, including the
Like I often
specific
say, I'm
testing
not
method
looking
that
for
will
people
be
to give
applied to
me
you,
permission to do
because
anything.
there
I'm
are
just going to do the
variations in the
analysis
specific
myself
testing
of what I
methods.
have.
That
Lou has
way,
taken the
you're
same
less likely to
approach.
accidentally
He said, I'm
fail
not going to wait for
because of a lack of knowledge of how the test telescopic
works and
information
how it can be
about
used against you. If
technologies
you're
or
not required to take a
things that might be
test,
even in
you
our
don't
own
like
solar
if the
system,
police invite
I'm just going to
you to
collect it
take
myself.
one, refuse.
And that's the right way to
Do
do
it
it.
politely,
Right?
but
Don't wait for
refuse
somebody
the
else to give
test
it to you.
and request a lawyer.
It's also
In
possible
fact,
to
do not voluntarily
inspire a
talk to the
large number of
police as part
people
of
to
criminal
do a
investigations at
wider
all.
spread data
We'll have
collection.
some resources to
You
explain
yourself
why in a few
can
moments.
Jimmy,
do
what's
a
your
large
bottom
enough data
line
collection that would,
on lie
if you're
detectors?
talking about anomalous
Polygraphs
events,
and other lie detection methods are fundamentally
you should
unreliable.
be
Current
collecting
methods
high
demean and
resolution data
dehumanize those
about
who are
everything that's
required to
happening
take them.
on Earth in terms
They
of
are
like
easy to beat. They are
in terms
biased
of the
against
kind
this,
of
and
things
many
that
people
would
are
indicate to a
irreparably
strong
harmed by
signal
them.
that
They
something weird
depend
happened
heavily
here.
on
And this is why,
unjustifiable deception
government
and the
can be
systematic
good
use
at
of such
funding
deception and
large-scale
intimidation
efforts.
tactics
You know,
will spread
NASA, so on,
justified
working with
distrust
SpaceX,
of
with
government
Blue
and law
Origin,
enforcement.
And what further resources can we offer to the listener on the subject?
capitalistic
We
sort
have a
of
link
fund
to
companies,
the
fund
anti-polygraph.org
efforts
book, The Lie Behind the Lie Detector,
projects.
so you can get that and read it.
Same way
Also,
to
we'll have a
huge
link
moonshot
to
data collection
James
efforts
Wayne's book,
in
You Have the Right to
We're
Remain
not-
Innocent.
It needs to be
James
like
Wayne
10x,
is an
like
attorney
1 or 2 orders
who
of magnitude more
has a
funding.
fascinating
this kind of
and
thing.
really
And I
eye-opening
understand on the
discussion
flip side
of
that
what
if you make
can
it about
happen
what are
if
the
you
Russians, what are the
consent to be
Chinese
interviewed by the
doing,
police without a lawyer.
you know, make it a question of
And he,
geopolitics.
in fact, did a debate
It
on
gets
YouTube
touchy
with a
because
police
now
officer
you're kind of
called,
taking away from
Don't Talk to the
morale of
Police.
science.
And he presents his case
the
from a
military,
lawyer's
making it
perspective
military.
about
Some
why
of
you
the
shouldn't talk
greatest,
to the
this is what
police.
makes me,
And
as
then
an
the police
engineer,
officer gets up
makes
and
me
agrees
truly
with him.
sad that some of the greatest
So we'll
work
definitely
ever
have a
done
link to that video.
is
It's a
by a lot of
fascinating
people
watch, and then you
and
can get
we'll
his
never
book
know
on
about
how to assert your right to not speak without an attorney present, because there are apparently some subtleties that are involved in that. We'll have a link to an article on deception in animals, also articles on lie detection, polygraphs, William Moulton Marston, Wonder Woman's Golden Lasso, the San Jose Mercury news story about William Hightower and the very first criminal polygraph. Also, have Anti-Polygraph's response to the NSA video and Anti-Polygraph's YouTube channel, where they have a number of videos you can watch about problems with polygraphy. Also, Mark Mala's statement about his treatment by the FBI and his Senate testimony. Also, Dr. D. Richardson's Senate testimony to round things out. All right, so let's move on to our mysterious feedback. As I said, we'll be discussing feedback from the listeners on our episode on the deaths at the National Hotel.
What do you make of this
Paul
office?
writes by email,
Hopeful about
the
this?
National Hotel could have been a parasite.
I think there's still
Yes,
a tug
this
of
was
war
something
going on behind
that
the scenes.
suggested itself
As
to
to who's going to
me
control this.
when I started reading about the
But I
case,
do know
because
though that
parasites
money
can
has been set aside
hang
that
around
will
and
be
have new breeding
used
cycles and
to
could cause ongoing problems. So parasite was definitely something on my mind.
right to
Paul,
start to
by
get
email, sent
others
us a
involved
link
in
to a Mayo Clinic
there's-
webpage on a parasite
I'm
called
involved with an effort
Giardia,
to get
which
other
can produce
academics
symptoms
Do
like
you
that
think
of the
that
National Hotel
might be
disease,
some of that money
and
could be directed
it can
towards
cause long-term
funding
problems.
maybe like groups
Here's
like
what the Mayo
yours
Clinic has to say
to do
about
some
it.
research,
Giardia
so they
infection
would
is
be
an
open to that.
intestinal infection
I
marked
hope
by
so.
stomach
I mean,
cramps, bloating,
nothing is set in stone
nausea,
yet,
and
so,
bouts of
you know,
watery
and I'm
diarrhea.
not hiding anything
Giardia's
'cause I just don't
infection
know.
is caused by a
Right,
microscopic
but I do,
parasite that is found
I
worldwide,
do think
especially
that
in areas with
there will
poor
be
sanitation and
public
unsafe
efforts.
water.
Now, there
Giardia infection,
are being set up other
giardiasis,
private
is one of the
efforts
most common causes of
to bring
waterborne
monies
disease in the United
involved and
States.
to use that
The
to
parasites are
leverage
found in backcountry streams
get
and lakes,
access
but
to
also
some
in
of the
public water
internal
supplies,
resources
swimming
as well.
pools, whirlpool
So,
spas, and wells.
what you're seeing
Giardia
is
infection
kind
can
of
be
an
spread through
ecosystem
food
going
and
on
person-to-person
in a
contact.
positive sense.
Giardia infections
Of
usually
people
clear
who
up
are
within a few
willing
weeks,
to
but you may
do
have
the
intestinal
research.
problems long
So,
after the
and
parasites
before
are
it
gone.
would be
Several
couldn't
drugs
go
are
to a scientist
generally
and ask
effective
them to
against
help.
Giardia parasites, but
Now,
not everyone
if
responds
there's
to them.
money, as I said
Prevention
before,
is your best
scientists are
defense.
essentially
So
capitalists.
Giardia is a possibility for what
I mean, the
occurred
work that
here.
I've done
It's obviously
is
not
out of my
certain.
own
It could have been some other parasite or
about
some
50,
other
60,
pathogen.
$70,000 of
Kathy writes on
money went
Facebook,
into
great episode, but
paid
kind
to
of
be
harsh on
published
President
out of
Lincoln,
my own pocket.
saying he made a lot of racist statements,
And
especially
the
while
amount
giving
of money that
Jefferson a
needs to
light
go
tap
in
on the
is
wrist for
in
owning
at least
slaves.
a few millions
Lincoln
to
said
do
and wrote
the
many,
proper
many things
analysis
and had often
of
to
these
make
materials.
difficult diplomatic
The work I
choices.
know that the
Tough break
Galileo
for him,
Project
considering
is
his
involved
statue's
with.
probably being pulled down
It's
somewhere as we
probably
speak.
in the
Thanks,
5
Kathy.
to 10
I
million range
appreciate the kind words
to get
about
stuff
the
done.
episode. With
But
regard
that's
to
actually a
Lincoln and
relatively
Jefferson,
modest
I
amount of
don't
money
think
to
that he
accomplish
gave Jefferson a
something that
light
has
tap.
been
He
in the
noted he
zeitgeist for
owned slaves, although
decades.
he did recognize there was a problem
I should also
with the
push
institution,
back a
so
little
I
bit
wanted to
on
give him
something you
credit for
probably
that.
will agree
I
with. You
always
said
try to
scientists
be
are essentially
balanced
capitalists.
in the way
What
we
I've
approach
noticed
historical
is
figures, and that
there's
includes
certainly an
Lincoln.
influence of money,
Lincoln has been
but oftentimes
idolized here in
talking about
America. He's
basic
really
research
been
or
put on a
basic science,
pedestal that is not deserved. He, like anybody, had good points and bad points. Among Lincoln's good points were the fact that he opposed slavery. Among his bad points was the fact he made racist statements. And so my is to take an honest look at history and analyze or debate people, but to note both the good and the bad points. Flying car
on
pockets,
YouTube
but
writes,
probably you
could it
can't
have been
because
sabotage from a rival
convince
hotel?
the
Very
narrative
interesting
saying
hypothesis.
rockets are really
Today,
important for
that
studying
would be
penguins.
something that I would want to
I
investigate. And for
think
that matter,
that's
you'd want to
actually
consider it even back then.
this is one
The
thing
difficulty
I
for
think
the
people
hypothesis that I
don't generally
see
understand
is
about the
that
scientific mind.
this is something
I
that
don't know how
couldn't be
capitalism
figured
is,
out
because if it
by
was,
the
they would
professionals of
start
the
a
day.
effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant
authors
capitalist, I didn't
had
mean in the
eventually came to the conclusion this
they'll
is
start
some kind of
companies per se.
biological
I mean,
thing,
we can only
but
do the
even then
research
they were
with this.
misattributing it to
And
miasma
so,
based on the
maybe
miasma
it's
theory
a
in
bit
medicine at
bad
the
use of the
time.
term
And so
capitalist. So,
if it was a
but
rival hotel, they
we will
would
only
have
do the
had
research
to
where there's
have
money. I mean, why do most
knowledge
people
of the
work?
pathogen that
Many
the medical
biologists
science of the time would be able to
cancer
identify.
research
And
because there's
unless
a
the
lot of money
rival
there. It's an
hotel
important problem. But
was being run by
I might not have
really
ever
top-drawn
gotten
medical
involved in it if
professionals
there wasn't
or
money.
had
I
one
might have
retainer, they
gotten. I was going to
probably
be a
wouldn't have that
botanist
knowledge.
when
Victor
I
Olson
was
on
a
YouTube
kid.
writes, and he wasn't
So I
alone
wanted
in
to do it.
offering this. He asked,
So
I think they were poisoned by
having money
aliens.
available,
Because it's
will
always
make
aliens.
people
That's
scared.
right.
Now, another
Mal
mistake that's often
Sigman
actually
on
made, I think,
Facebook
by the
writes,
lay
I
public
enjoy
about
these
science
podcasts not only
is
for the
that
mysteries, but
people
for the
think that
window
we're
onto
paid
another
to do
time and
things.
place.
Just as you
All the
said,
incidental
I get a
details like
research grant,
contemporary
and
American
luckily from the
politics here.
NIH, they give you
Another
a
solid episode.
latitude.
I like that you don't
I
stick to
will
the
go my
famous
own way,
mysteries,
and
but
I'll find
also look at the
something.
less
I might have
famous and the
proposed
less
something,
dramatic.
but I'll
Thank
end
you.
up somewhere
There's just so
entirely
much
different
fascinating
by the end of the
stuff out
project.
there in the
And
world,
that's how good
including in
science is done.
history, that
You follow the data,
look
you
into some
follow
of these
the
that
results.
aren't famous, some of these mysteries that
And
aren't
so
famous.
that's what I'm
You
hoping
get the joy of
can be
discovery.
done here.
You know,
I
I
think
mean, it's
the
okay,
worst
yeah,
kind
here's
of
another episode on
thing
Roswell
that
or
can be
whatever,
done
but
with
here's
this
something I've
subject
never heard
area
of.
is to put it
You know,
inside another
you get
company
something really new,
where
and that can be really
they
interesting.
have a set
And
plan of what
some
it
of
is
the
they're going to do.
biggest
Scientists either
responses
do
from
what
those
the
episodes,
executives
people
tell
are
them
just
to do or not.
discovering something new. So that's
That isn't how anything really
Jimmy,
gets
what do we have for mysterious
Put
headlines
it,
this week?
get it out
Well,
into the
we have a
public.
sweet theme.
Get
One
open minds
article
thinking
we'll
about
have a
it,
link to
and then
is will
publishing
it
on it
ever
and
be
doing the right
possible
kind of work.
to share
That's how
dreams? So
real
we're
progress
talking
will
about
be made with
using
this.
brain imaging
Let's
to
again
detect
put
lies.
our sort of
Maybe
philosophical
we
hats
can
on.
use brain
Do you
imaging
think
to
the U.S.
record
government or
dreams
some other government
and
is
put
in
them up on a
possession
screen or share them between
of
people? And
something
so we have an
of
article that covers
extraterrestrial
several
origin
different
that is
experts'
far more
thoughts
impressive
about how that might or
than
might not be
anything we've
possible,
seen
what the challenges
in
would
the
be for
public.
that.
If
Also,
I've not
we
seen anything
have a
personally,
follow-up
but if I
on
believe
episode
people
98, which
who
was
I
on
don't
sleep
think can
and how to
lie.
get better sleep.
Yes.
Well, you can use some of the techniques from
How does that
episode
make you
98 to
feel
get
in
better
terms
sleep.
of the way government works
And you
and
might
where
want
human
to,
civilization
because
works? That
deep
there might be
sleep
things
may
like
help
that,
prevent
and
Alzheimer's
they're not
as part of the
public.
brain's
Is there a
cleaning
hopeful
process
message
at
for
night. If
transparency
you can
that's
get
possible?
enough deep
Like
sleep,
if you were
there's a new
if
study
you
that
were
shows it may have an
power,
effect
and I'm
on
not saying
preventing
president,
Alzheimer's,
because
so we'll
maybe
link
the
to that as
president is
well.
not the source of power
So
here.
that's about wraps it up for
Would
us.
you
We do want
release
to
this
ask you for
information
your
in some
theories
way or
about
form?
lie detectors and polygraphs, and if you've had
I think
experiences with lie detectors and polygraphs, we'd especially love to hear
I
from
think it's
you.
something that can
So
bring
let us know
humanity
by
together.
visiting
Right? I think
sqpn.com
that
or the Jimmy Akins
knowledge of this
Mysterious World
kind of
Facebook
thing to
page,
know that we
or
are,
send us an email to mysterious at
we are more alike than we are
sqpn.com,
different
or send a
in
tweet
comparison
to
to
at
whatever this
MYS_world
is
with the hashtag of mysterious
is a
feedback.
positive
So Jimmy, what's
for
our
us.
next episode going to be about? Well,
And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has denied it yet, and I think giving them talking about
to answer our patrons' questions on
government
subjects
officials
that
or
whatever handles do you think is probably the right answer? This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the gift you had available to you at the time. You had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself, to your benefit,
All right, so
because
folks,
that of
we
others,
do want to ask
then I
you,
think maybe there's something else that we can say.
your help.
But
Please share the podcast with your friends.
an opportunity
And
to
if
get all
you
this
can write a
information out
review
of
in
the
Apple
power in charge,
Podcasts or wherever you get your podcast from,
I would try to
that
do it.
helps us grow our community of
I might be
resources
shown
that
something though
benefits
that
all
says
of
I'm
us as the show
originally
grows. You can find links to
Maybe
Jimmy's
you don't want
resources from our
everybody
discussion
having
and links to
access
the
to
mysterious
unlimited,
headlines on our show notes at
because maybe you might turn into a bomb
spqpn.com/mysterious.
or something
And
that
remember, to
just
help us continue
hints
to
that
produce the
something
podcast,
like unlimited
please visit
energy is possible. We haven't figured it out
spqpn.com/give,
yet.
and that will
If you
give you an
make it
opportunity
public,
to ask a
maybe
patron
some of
question
the other
as well.
governments you have
Until
tensions
next time,
with
Jimmy
will
Aiken,
figure it
thank you
out
for
first.
exploring
Right.
with us our
Yeah,
mysterious world.
Thanks, Tom. Once again, I'm Don Bettinelli. Thank you for listening to Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World on StarQuest.
That, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese
Jimmy
government,
Akin's Mysterious World is brought to you by the StarQuest Production Network. It is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida at aaronv.com and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com.
doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. That, of course, government, national security is really.
You're listening to episode 131 of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. I'm Don Bettinelli, and I'm joined today by Jimmy Akin. Hi, Jimmy. Howdy, Don. This is a special bonus episode that we recorded to thank our patrons at patreon.com/StarQuest for their generosity in making this and all our shows at StarQuest possible. We gave them early exclusive access, and now we're sharing it with you to show you one of the benefits of being a patron.
Is an idea that's not true and is an idea of the 20th century. Like I said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial. And I hope
Mysterious World, which is made possible by you, our patrons on Patreon. We're always looking for ways to thank you for your generosity in making all our shows on StarQuest possible, and this is one of those ways. We recently reached out and asked if you had questions you'd like to ask, and we got many great responses, and that's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. So, Jimmy, how will we be handling the questions today?
We'll answer as many questions as we can. We got a lot of great questions, and so any that we don't answer in this episode, we'll save for our next Patrons Questions episode. So we'll get into your questions.
Excellent. So let's start with a question from Father Jeff Horton, who asked, what are your thoughts on the X-37B? What's it doing up there?
So for people who may not be familiar with it, the X-37B is a new robotic space plane made by Boeing, and it is only 29 feet long, so it's not very big. It only weighs 5.5 tons, and it has stayed in space on missions for up to 780 days, so more than 2 years at a time. And it's doing classified military work. Exactly what that is, obviously we don't know all the details, but it's classified. Some other things that it has been accused of doing is acting as a spy satellite. It's also been accused of acting as a weapons platform, although that has been denied, as one does. It also has been accused of spying on the Chinese space station, and that's also been denied, as one does. We do know that it has been used for trying to do testing on the electromagnetic drive that has been proposed and that doesn't easily fit with the known laws of physics, but they got some preliminary test results and decided it seemed to work, and so they tried it out apparently on the X-37B. It's also been used for testing an ion drive that operates by releasing ions for reaction mass, and it of course has been releasing spy satellites.
And what also what impact this story,
John Coral asks, if someone is cryogenically frozen at the end of their life, would they go on to their final judgment, or would they be in some kind of state of limbo until brought back to life? If they come back to life, would it be with the same soul or a different one? It's going to depend on the nature of the cryogenic freezing and the revival. If it's a form of non-destructive cryogenic freezing that literally just suspends body processes without extinguishing life,
then you would not die, do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not go to final judgment. And when you're revived, it will clearly be the same soul. On the other hand, the way cryogenic freezing works today, number one, you have to wait till the person's clinically dead. And
that one. And what do you make broadly of our efforts?
Isn't proof that they're literally fully dead because clinical death, they're
flying around
brought back from that and you've got the same soul.
Is that a valuable
and
pursuit?
clinical death, I don't think is the same as full death. But
most of the fascinating
cryogenic
things
freezing is destructive the way it currently works. So it like destroys the cell structures in your brain and stuff. And I think you, even if you weren't fully dead, when you clinically die, you will be fully dead by the time you are
like I was saying before,
cryogenically frozen.
sometimes look at
And so
something and not see
consequently
it
at
for
that
what
point,
it
I'd
is.
say, yep, you do go on to your final
Many will
judgment.
just look at that
And
and
if
say,
they
oh, it's an
revive,
asteroid,
quote
and
unquote,
dismiss
revive,
it.
quote unquote,
There was
to
something
you
odd
at
about
some
the data
point
that
centuries
Avi
from
picked up
now,
on
what they're really
and
doing
said, well, here's an
is
alternative explanation
reconstituting
that
a
doesn't fit,
body
that actually better fits the model.
may have
That it
some
just
or
being
all of
wrong.
your memories,
You know,
but
and
it
to
does
his
count
credit,
because of all that cell death.
he just
It's likely
has
to count as a new
ignored
body,
the
and
critics
thus it would
because
have a new
he
soul.
believes the
In
data
all
is real and
likelihood,
is
that would
using
be my
that
guess.
then as a
My
battery
philosophy professor who
to
said
go
that
after other
if you
things. So I think
die,
that's
then
great.
but you come back,
You know, yeah,
then you didn't
what
die.
does this
It's
make?
not like
Conclusions
just
does he
by
say
definition, if you are
it could be
revived,
of,
no matter how long after
extraterrestrial
or away,
origin? Is that
you didn't
well,
die,
it's
and
one of the
therefore,
things. I mean, he's
Yeah,
explained how
I
it could
wouldn't
be a
go that
light
far because, like, Lazarus definitely died and didn't come
a
back for
lightsaber
4 days.
Mm.
your human
But
capabilities
that
to
case, I
make
think,
such
is
a
a case
thing.
of soul return.
Yuri
Hypothetically,
Milner,
the
he's a
same thing
Russian
could happen after
billionaire.
hundreds of
He's
years, but
involved, I think, in
that was a
a project
miracle,
to
and we've
make
got an
light
argument, and
sails
clearly
with
the same
laser.
body, and
You know,
we've got an argument given all of the
launch
cell
them
destruction
with laser
and
power,
reconstitution of
essentially,
cells.
towards Alpha Centauri.
You've got an argument, it's a new
Right?
body,
So
so much
it's
later, I would
something that
assume it's a different
humans
soul.
could make.
Zipporah
I think
Tyler
Avi's
asks, what's the
proposal
deal
is
with Aaron
perfectly within the
and the
realm of
Egyptian wise
possibility.
men
I mean, sadly,
turning
the thing
rods
is,
into snakes in Exodus?
now
I always
we're
wondered
out
how
of our
that's
solar
possible.
system.
Yeah, so
God
he
can,
that's
do
inspiring to
anything
you.
miraculously.
Greater
Now,
levels of data
there is a
collection
question
in our
because
solar
Exodus
system, but
was
also
written
here on Earth. It just
well
seems like we should be
before
constantly
the
collecting
United
data
Monarchy,
because
when they really
the
started
tools of
keeping
software
court
that we're
records.
developing
It does
get better
preserve
and better
accurate
to
memories of
keep up
earlier
with data.
times,
It's changing
but
the
they may
nature of
be
science.
stylized in various ways
Collect
because
all
the
of the
farther
data.
you go
Right.
back
Collect the data.
before
I mean,
Hebrews had written records,
the Galileo
the
project
more
asked me over the weekend to
stylization
join. I
is
did.
introduced into the way
So,
history is related.
yeah, I'm not a
But
specialist
God
in any
can
of the stuff
certainly
that they're
take
doing.
Aaron's staff, like he did
But,
Moses's, and turn
you
it
know,
into a snake
in
if he
looking at the
chooses.
list of people who are on
The
there,
real
there are
question would
really
be,
no
what about the
biologists
Egyptian
on there. So
magicians?
at
Who
some
do the
point, if
same
my expertise
thing,
is
even though
required for
Aaron's staff
something,
eats
What's
theirs
the
up,
goal
thus
and the vision
proving the
of Zelda?
superiority of God's
better
action
talk
in
to
this case.
Avi, but my
How would they do
understanding
it? Well,
just actually looking
some
at
people in the past might be
some
inclined to say,
bylaws
oh,
this
well,
morning,
they
just
had
got them.
supernatural abilities too.
Is
Maybe
as
caused by
well
demons or
collect the
something.
data on UAP.
But
And
actually,
number
there's
two,
another
collect
explanation
data
that
on
I think is likely. I think it was a magic trick in the modern sense if
local
it was an
technological
illusion.
artifacts.
Because this is
You
a
look into
known
this is
trick
fascinating.
that
And
people in
obviously,
Egypt
the
not
Galileo
only
Yeah. Have you
did
spoken with him?
practice, but
on this
do
podcast,
practice.
yes. Oh, that was I
Because
believe
there are
it was
snake
before he was
charmers
headed.
in
Oh, thank you,
Egypt who do
creation.
this
Yeah,
today.
the Galileo
And
project was
I got a
it's
clip
about
here
6 or 7
from
months old
a
now.
great courses
You know,
course
it's-
on
he's
ancient
getting
Egypt by the
Oh yeah, I
Egyptologist
forgot
Bob
about
Breyer,
it.
who's an
Yeah,
outstanding
actually,
teacher.
I am. I
And
was
he
looking at some of
wondered
their
about
stuff
this
over the
because he's
weekend.
got some lectures in
I'm
his
shocked
history
at
of
the
ancient
level of
Egypt about
organization
Egypt
that
and the
they've already
Bible,
got.
you know, the Joseph story,
It's
the
like
Exodus, things like that.
Moonshot project.
And he
I
talks
mean,
about
I've been
this.
involved in a lot of
And
NIH,
so here's a clip from Bob Breyer
which involved a
talking
lot of
about
people in
this very
coordination
same trick, or at
at least a very similar one,
they're putting it
being
together.
performed today. That's one other thing that I sort of like.
So you're
the serpent trick. The old
extremely
serpent
well
trick. I wondered
published
about that. I've
in
wondered
a
about
lot
that
of
for years. And about
the
5
fields
years
we
ago, I was in
began
Egypt,
this conversation with.
and I decided to see if I could find a snake charmer.
So
There's still
you're a
snake
legit
charmers in
scientist.
Egypt. Wonderful thing.
But
I
yet
went there
you're
some
keeping
time
open
snake
mind
charmer
to a lot
who
of
could do it.
ideas
And I
that
figured, if Pharaoh's men aren't impressed,
that
it's got to be a trick that people know.
maybe require
Found a
you to
snake
take a
charmer
leap
in the south of Egypt.
outside of the
I
conventional.
worked with cobras.
So
Now,
what
I don't know if
advice
it's
would you
poison,
give
it's
to
not,
young
it's
people
defanged or what.
today
They were
that
cobras, no
are,
question about that.
in high
I
school
said, hey, can
or
you
in
do this?
college
Can you make your
that
cobra
are
look like a staff and keep
dreaming of having an impact in science or maybe in
It
whatever
was
career path
not exactly as
that
in the
goes
Bible,
outside of the conventional?
but I was impressed.
Really
He took this cobra
does something
and he
new.
holds it up,
in his
if you
hand.
believe in something,
And he's
you
cobra
believe
kind of
that an
wriggling
idea
around,
is
wriggling a lot. And all of a sudden,
valuable,
the cobra goes
or you have an
rigid.
approach to something,
And
don't
it
let
looks like the
others
top of
shame you
the cobra's head
into
is the
not
top of
doing
a walking stick. And you've
As
got
I
this guy
said,
holding
shame
what looks
is
like a staff.
societal
And
control
cobra
device to get other people
and he
to
throws
do
it on the
what
ground
they
and
want you to
wriggles away.
do rather
Pretty
than
good. I
what
mean,
you
sure, it's
want to do.
pressure on nerves.
So
you've got
shame
those squeezing
sometimes is
before
good to
something
stop you
goes
from
what.
doing something
But this cobra looked like a staff.
But
So
shame
there you
also
have it.
is something
Snake charmers
that
in
is
Egypt do
circumscribing
basically the
your
same trick,
environment.
and so
I've never
Pharaoh's
let people
magicians could have
told
done
me
this,
you shouldn't
and
do
then by the fact that
The line of
Aaron's
science, you
staff
should be
turned into a
yourself for
snake
your
and
thinking
ate theirs
when you
up,
break.
it shows even if they were able to do something similar,
why is it
God
wrong
was
to
still
ask
the
questions
superior
about
agency
this
in
area?
this case.
What's wrong with asking the
Christian
question?
Castillo writes,
Frankly,
"Hi,
you're
Julia
the
Dome.
person who's
There's been
wrong
talk about a
for
substance
trying to
called
stop
adrenochrome, which is said to keep
You're
people
the
young,
person
amongst
who's
other effects.
almost acting
There's
like
some very
a
disturbing
cultist.
things being said about
You
how it's
basically have
made,
closed your
involving
mind
drinking the blood of a
to
person with
what the
very high
possibilities are.
levels of
And if I'm not
adrenaline in
hurting
their body.
anybody,
Have you heard of
and
this?
if it could lead
People
to
from
an
the
advance, and
QAnon
if it's my
groups talk
time,
about it.
why does it
Got to be a little
bother
careful
you? I mean, I
with
had
stuff you
a
hear
very
from the
well-known
QAnon folks. I mean,
scientist once tell me that I
I'm
was going
not
to hurt my
saying
career
that they should simply
talking
be
about this.
dismissed because
If
everybody can
anything,
make
it's
their claims.
enhanced
They
my
need to be
career.
evaluated on a
I have a couple
case-by-case
questions on this.
basis,
So
but
first of all,
there are a
just a
number
small
of
comment on that.
demonstrably false
I've realized
QAnon
that
theories, and this
it
seems
feels
to
like
be
a
one
lot
of
of
them.
the progress in
Adrenochrome
science
is a real
is done
substance,
by people
and it's
pursuing an
actually made
idea
in our
that another
bodies from the
senior faculty would
oxidation
probably
of
say, "This is
epinephrine
going to
or
hurt your
adrenaline.
career."
It appears
I think
in
it's actually a
sufficient
pretty good
quantity to
indicator
serve as a
that there's something interesting
neurotoxin
when
and
a
reportedly can
senior
cause
wise
people to become psychotic.
person tells you this
It is
gonna hurt
also
your
made
career.
commercially,
I think
but
that's
you
just
don't
the
just
one
drink
as
the
a
blood
small.
of a
If
person
I
with
were to
high
give advice
levels
to young
of
people, if
adrenaline.
somebody
What
sees
they
you and
do
tells you
is
this
they
is gonna
use
hurt your
like silver
career,
oxide as
think
an
twice about giving
oxidizer.
their advice.
It is
Yeah.
not a youth drug,
I mean, I think that's the
and
primary
so
thing.
I can't say
And
that
the
nobody's
other,
trying
I
to
tell
use it
my
off
own
label
students,
for that,
you know, I
but
have a lab
they're
of
not
about
really going to
20,
grow
30 people
younger.
who's
If
been
anything,
that
they
big
may cause themselves
since
to become
1992.
psychotic. There is,
Coming
though,
away
a young blood
is
treatment that
it's
some
not
people have
the
wondered
data
about. Because
that
it
falls
turns
in
out,
line
and this has been
that's
verified in mice,
so
for
interesting.
example, if you take
It's
the blood
the
of young mice and
it's the
transfuse it into
spot
older
off
mice,
the graph
the older
that
mice
you want
start
to
acting
understand.
young again.
That's,
And so this has led
when
to
something is way off the
speculation
graph,
and
that's
I
the
think even
interesting thing
attempts
because
to do the same
that's
thing
usually
with
where
humans.
discovery is.
And so there
The
has
number
been
of
a
times that I've
concern
stopped
about
people
would there
in my
be this
lab and
kind
said,
of
wait a second, go back into
exploitative
this slide.
relationship
What was that?
set up between
And then it
the
ended up being
old
something
and
interesting
young
that
or
made
their
their
blood
careers.
vampire
I
life.
can
Now,
count on
simply
a
getting
few
a
hands.
transfusion, that's not sinister.
Yeah, get excited by
And
the
having a
extraordinary
young
that's
person
outside of the thing
donate
that
blood to
you,
be given to an older
that
person
you've done in the
for
past.
health benefits, that's not
Just on
sinister
a
in and of
personal
itself.
psychological
But you could have some kind of exploitative
Is there-
relationship develop out of that.
I'm sure at
However,
Stanford,
it
I'm
also may
sure
not be necessary
you explore some of these
in order to
ideas.
achieve
There's
in order to
pressure.
achieve the effects,
How
because
do you,
it turns out when old people donate
how do you
blood
not
and
give
the
in to
blood
the pressure?
dilutes,
How do
it
you not give
appears
in
to
to
get
the
rid
people that
of
say,
some kind of crud
like,
that's in their blood,
push
and
you
they
away
get
from the
rejuvenating
topics?
effects anyway without a young person even being
Like,
involved.
what you said,
So
shame.
simply
I just point to
filtering
my
or
successes.
diluting blood
I
of
say,
older
look, you know,
people seems
you're the
to
ones who
produce
told
the
me
same
not to start
benefits, and
companies
that
all
may
this
be
time
the
ago.
explanation for why the
You know,
younger
and now
blood
you're
in
the one coming
mice
to me for
helps
advice
the
for how to
older
start
mice.
companies.
It's not because the blood
Right.
itself was younger, or
it had something that they needed. It was that it didn't have some of the crud that the older mice had in their blood. But you could achieve the same thing by diluting, or So if you're older and you want to feel young, don't eat blood.
How is that
or
scientific
have it
method?
filtered or something like that. This is all still an area of active research. Okay. Laura
So
Frapolo
purely
says,
with reason
hello,
for
Jimmy.
conversation here.
It occurred to me lately that we have no
Because to me,
writings
it
from
would just feel
Jesus.
lonely.
As an
There's a
educated man and a teacher, why is
There's
it
a
that we have no
community of
evidence of
science,
letters he
and, you know,
wrote,
when
a
you're
la Paul or
working on
Peter?
something that's
Or is there
outside
something I'm not
a
aware of?
particular,
Well, one of the things that has been commented on is that Jewish rabbis, and Jesus gets called rabbi in the Gospels, one of the things that characterize Jewish rabbis is most of them didn't write.
I have met
So,
some
like,
of the most
even the famous
fascinating
ones like Hillel and
had I stayed
Shammai,
the conventional
who
track,
founded
I would
schools
never
or
have
major rabbinic schools of thought, they didn't write. And
brilliant
so
because
a
of
lot
this.
of their teachings were
you know,
passed out as
it
oral
is
tradition. And this was
for those
characteristic of a
worried
lot of Jewish
about,
sages.
well,
And
should I
really,
step
the
outside of
writing
my
process
comfort zone?
didn't
You're
start
gonna meet some
until
really interesting
the
people.
2nd century
You know,
AD,
because
after the temple had
open
been
about this
destroyed,
area.
after they could no longer
You know, I'll
worship
go,
there. There
give a
was
talk,
a
in
concern
Boston.
that the legal traditions that they had would be forgotten, if nobody's using them, or if we're out of the land or things like that. It puts kind of scrivener style. And so there was this concern that these traditions would be lost, and so they started being written down by a man named Judah Hanassi or Judah the Prince. And that's the basis of what's called the Mishnah, which is a late 2nd century collection of these Jewish legal traditions.
So the number
and
of
then
scientists
that became the basis
who know that there's
of what's
something
called the
else
Talmud.
going on
So if you've heard of the Talmud,
is much larger
what it is it's a
than
collection of
the scientific
commentaries
community would like to
on the Mishnah to get
That's really
even more
powerful.
legal tradition and legal
I don't talk
interpretation down
about
on
this,
paper. But this was like an unusual thing in the history of Judaism, and prior to this point, most sages did not write treatises. So that's apparently part of why Jesus, as a Jewish sage, did not do so. He taught his disciples orally. Having said that, there is an early church legend that Jesus did write. According to the legend, during his ministry, King Abgar V of the city-state of Edessa wrote Jesus a letter and said, hey, I understand, by the way, I need some healing, and also I understand you've got some local problems, but you can come and live here and you'll be safe. And Jesus wrote back and said, thanks, but no thanks, and I'll send someone eventually to heal you, which then happened after the
realization it's
crucifixion. This legend
kind of
is based on documents that apparently were found, and I believe the church historian Eusebius may have actually seen them himself, but he says what my memory says. But based on documents that were allegedly in the archives of Edessa, and this legend was taken seriously by people in the Middle Ages. It is not taken seriously by scholars today, and for various reasons. And it looks like if these letters were in the archives of Edessa, they were salted there at a later time after Edessa became Christian. It's like, wouldn't this be neat? And make these letters and put it in the archives, kind of like the Priory of Zion documents of Holy Blood, Holy Grail were salted in the French National Library. We'll have a link to more information about the Abgar Jesus correspondence in the resources. Thomas Jose Maria Kitching asks, hi guys, do you think that Andrew Cross spontaneously created life? Apparently he found small Akari lights seemingly growing out of nothing, where he had dripped a solution of potassium silicate and hydrochloric acid electrified to the current from one of his batteries over a porous stone. This one has always fascinated me. Yeah, and people do sometimes cite this as a really weird instance, and it was used for a time by some people as an argument for spontaneous generation of life. Andrew Cross, or Crossell, was a British scientist, or as they said back then, a natural philosopher, a philosopher of nature, in the first half of the 1800s. So he was an early 19th century scientist. And other people and him concluded that the actual explanation, so this is his own view, that there was just a conventional explanation for this. The samples were contaminated with eggs of the mites, and so that's why the mites seem to appear. And that's the standard understanding, and I believe that's been subsequently confirmed in various ways. Okay. Scott Shields asks, what do you think causes deja vu? I knew you were going to ask that question. So there are different theories about deja vu. One of them is, and this is often the deja vu experience, where it seems like something has happened to you before, even though it doesn't seem to have. One explanation is past life theory. So you didn't experience it in this life, but you did in some previous life. I don't buy that for reasons we discussed in episodes 93 and 94 on reincarnation and Bridie Murphy. Another thing that we discussed in those episodes that could be an explanation is what's sometimes called ancestral memory. It turns out that you can, at least in the case of certain types of experiences like traumatic ones, you can affect the epigenetic material of a creature in such a way that it turns on certain genes that will then be turned on in their offspring. So this has been done with laboratory mice, where you basically torture the mice with electric shocks, And as you torture them with the electric shock, you expose them to cherry blossom smell. Well, the mice do what you would expect. They tense up when they get an electric shock. And then you let them get busy, and they have baby mice, and when the baby mice grow up, you don't shock them, but you expose them to cherry blossom scent. And they tense up like they're bracing for an electric shock. So this is thought to happen epigenetically, that certain genes in the parents under stress get turned on, and then that gets passed on to the offspring, so that the offspring are equipped evolutionarily to deal with an environment that contains electric shocks associated with cherry blossom smell. So this is sometimes called ancestral memory, and hypothetically it could explain human deja vu, at least of certain types. I don't have evidence for that, but I mention it just for the sake of completeness. Another possibility, if it turns out psychic abilities like precognition are real, it could be that deja vu is explained by precognition. So you sensed what was about to happen right before it did happen. Another possibility is, and this is the last two I'll mention, are conventional ones. One is called split perception theory. Our brain has different modules running in it at all times that help us process information. And they can get out of sync.
I think there's
hypothesis
fundamental
is
challenge
that it's a desynchronization of the processes running in your brain that are processing the stream of sensory information you have about your experience. And because one of the brain processes is a little faster, is running a little faster than the other at the moment, the information comes to your conscious attention at slightly offset moments. So it's like the information about the experience arrives early through one set of brain processes and just a little bit later through the second set of brain processes, and that creates an illusion that you've experienced this before. And you did just a split second before through a different set of brain processes. So that split perception theory is one theory to account for it. There are also memory-based theories, and I think these are, to my mind, these are the most likely, that it's a form of crypto-amnesia. Either you experienced it in real life and forgot it, but this is triggering an old memory, or maybe you experienced it in a dream and forgot it, and this is triggering that memory.
In the case of
Jonathan Hill writes, "Hey Jimmy and Don, a few years back there was a news story about a gentleman from Muskegon, Michigan, Kevin Dykstra, who had a theory that at the end of the Civil War, a large amount of Confederate gold was being moved by Jefferson Davis to Texas. On the way, members of the 7th Michigan Cavalry captured him. The theory goes that officers in the cavalry secretly buried part of the gold and years later smuggled it to Michigan. Eventually, it was being transported across Lake Michigan on a rail car ferry from Frankfort, Michigan, and its boxcar that it was in was pushed into the lake. It was related to a campy History Channel show about the curse of the Civil War gold. I've heard slightly different versions of the story as well in other theories, but they all surround this idea of a lost Confederate treasure. Does Jimmy have a theory on it, or is this already on the list for a future episode? Well, it is on the list for a future episode. I am more familiar with other versions of the history than Kevin Dykstra version. But from the reading I've done to this point, it looks like, and I still need to do further research, so I'm not committed to this, but it looks like it's true that there was lost Confederate gold that was put on a train that initially went south and then ended up in various places. My understanding is some of it has been recovered, and that there are clues to where it is located, like carved on trees, mysterious things carved on trees as clues to where this gold is at.
And apparently some people have found some of it over the years. So we will be talking about the legend of the lost Confederate gold
So you think
on
there's
future
a
episodes.
kind of direct observation
Sounds like
that
a
you're
great
able to do it
movie.
but I'm not.
I
So
just
my
guess I've
observation,
seen that movie. It's been
all the
done.
ways
Yeah.
you can sneak up
Gary
to observing your
Buring
pain
asked,
is
some friends of
indirect
mine expressed
versus
skepticism that
yours
Adolf
direct.
Hitler actually
Can
killed
you
himself.
play devil's
They
advocate?
think
Is
he
it
escaped to
possible
South
for me
America.
to get
Any
closer and
evidence to
closer
support
and
that claim?
closer
That was a movie, wasn't
to
it?
being able to
It's
observe
been
your
multiple
pain?
movies. So
Like
a
all the
lot of
subjective
Nazi war criminals
experiences,
did escape to South
yours
America. We know that for a
in the
fact.
way that you
The
do.
question is, did Hitler?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
there are
so it's of course
claims
not that we
that
observe
he
behavior
didn't
and then
die
we make an
in the bunker
inference.
in Berlin,
We are
that it may have been one of
hardwired
his doubles or
to
something. And
instinctively
some versions of the
interpret
story say he
smiles
went to
as
South
happiness,
America. Other
crying
versions of the
as-
story say he went
as
elsewhere,
sadness.
including
And
places like
as we get to
Indonesia.
know someone,
And
we
so
find it
there's
very
not
easy
just
to
one
adopt their
alternative
perspective,
account of what
get
happened to
into
Hitler.
their
There are
shoes.
actually a number.
But
And we will be looking at them in
strictly
future episodes. Of course, they are
all we have
contradicted by the
conceptual
standard
access
account,
to
which is that he did
is
die
someone's
and
behavior.
people
And
saw this and so
if
forth.
you were just
But
strictly speaking,
I
if
look
you were
forward
trying
to
to
getting into the evidence and
explain
seeing which way it
someone's behavior,
Richard
those
Vega
aspects
says,
that are
I can't
completely
remember if this
observable,
has been
I
suggested.
don't think you'd ever
One
have
of Art
recourse
Bell's
to
favorite and
attribute
most popular
consciousness. You could
shows
just
were on what
postulate
was
some kind
called
of mechanism. If you
EVP.
were just
His guests
trying
would
to
play tapes that
explain
were
the
made
behavior,
which had
for
no one
someone like
making any
Daniel
noise,
Dennett,
yet when played
it's very
back,
consistent
there
on
would be
this.
faint voices.
So I think
Most
for
were hard
most
to make
people,
out, and they'd lead you in
what
terms of what
science
they
is in
believed
the
it
business
said.
of
But a few were
is
very clear and even included
explaining
children's voices.
the
They
data of
even
public
would ask
observation
questions
experiments.
sometimes,
If
and
you
the voice in the
religiously
tape
followed
answered.
that,
Yeah, so EVP
you would
is
not
abbreviation
postulate
for
consciousness because
electronic voice
it's not
phenomena,
a datum that's known about in that
and
way.
it is, as
And Daniel
Richard
Dennett is really
describes,
consistent on this.
and
He
Art
thinks
did used to cover this
my
as well as
consciousness
related
cannot be
phenomena.
empirically
I have
verified,
not
and
had a
therefore it
chance
doesn't
to look
exist.
into it
Dennett
in
is
detail,
consistent on
but
this.
I can
I think I'm
certainly put
consistent
it
on
on the
this. I
list for
think a
the
lot of
future if it's
people
not already there.
have a slightly
My
confused
suspicion is that this
middleweight
is a
position on this.
case
On the
of
one hand,
pareidolia.
they think
Pareidolia is the human brain's
the
tendency
business of
to
science
impose
just to account
patterns
for
on
public
random
observation
input.
experiments.
And I used
But
to
on the
experience
other hand,
pareidolia all the time back when I was a
they
kid,
also believe in
before
consciousness
cable.
without
Because before
appreciating, I think,
cable,
that
TV stations
that
would go off
implies
at
that
night.
there
And
is
if you're a little
another
kid
datum
and you don't have
over and
cable
above
and you
the
watch
data of
TV
public
until the
observation
station goes off
experiments,
the air, you
namely
see
just the
static on
reality
your
of
screen.
feelings and
And I
experiences.
remember
As
very
we
well
walk
seeing
along this
patterns in the
conversation,
static,
keep
you know,
opening
little
doors
spinning
that I want to walk
wheels and
into.
things like
I
that.
will, but I
And
want
that I
to
knew
try to stay
my brain
kind of
was
focused.
manufactured.
So Daniel
And
Dennett
something
was
similar
laid out.
happens with
He sticks to this
noise.
story.
When we're listening to
Unintended, and then
random
you
input
stick to
noise,
yours.
our
What
brains
is your
can
story?
indeed
What is
find
your theory of
patterns in it. In
consciousness
fact, there is
versus
a known
his? Can you
phenomenon
clarify
where
his
some
position?
people, like hearing the sound of an engine running, will hear music
My view,
or
I've come to
voices
be known as
singing in a kind of
panpsychism,
muffled
which
way.
is the view
And
that
it's just their brain trying to make sense of and
consciousness
imposing a
is a
pattern
fundamental
on
and
the
ubiquitous
random
feature
noise.
of the physical
So
world.
if you have a
So it doesn't
tape
literally
recorder
mean
and you let it
that
play
everything is
room
conscious,
hits,
despite
and then you play
the
it
meaning of the
back
word
and you
have
manipulate it in
everything,
some way, like
psyche,
making it really
mind.
loud
So
or
literally,
something,
that
you'll
means everything has
amplify
mind.
the random
But
stuff it captures
the
as part
typical
of the
commitment
white
of the
noise in a room,
panpsychist is
let's
that
say, and
the
then you'll be able to
fundamental
find patterns in
building
it. And
blocks
that
of
would
reality,
explain why a lot of
maybe
these
fundamental
EVPs are hard
particles
to
like electrons and
understand,
quarks,
and also why they're kind of leading you
incredibly
to, oh,
simple
it sounded like
forms
it
of
said this.
experience,
Now,
and that
I
the
can't
very
say that's the
complex
universal
experiences
explanation
of
for
the
these
human or
things. There
animal
are other
brain
potential
is
explanations
somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness at the level of fundamental physics.
Says, hey Jimmy, I've been listening to a great course, a series of lectures on ancient Mesopotamia. It had mentioned that a particular king, Sargon the Great, was put in a basket as a baby by his mother, hoping someone would take care of him. This is also similar to the origins of Moses, and while I don't remember when this legend of Sargon was written, it did raise some questions in my mind. It's unlike the Genesis epics of the flood and the creation of the world, because those are epics that fuse common beliefs of other surrounding cultures to illustrate a theological truth. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a word-for-word historical account. But I'm not sure what to make of this baby sent away in a basket thing. It's in the book of Exodus for one, which I thought should be taken as a historical account. Could it be a common thing people actually did at the time if their parents could not take care of their babies? Is it actually a legendary element of Moses' origins? So everybody knows that Moses was not put in a basket to escape Egypt. He was put in a rocket to escape God. Oh wait, that's a different topic. Yeah, okay, so baby in a basket thing. Well, It's
we have a
really
clear
great
view of
courses.
what,
There's a couple of
you know,
histories of
almost
ancient
like a physics
Mesopotamia.
view
I'm
of
not
consciousness.
sure. I've
He,
got
I
them both.
think,
I've
has a
listened to
kind
one
of
of them,
view
and it's
that
actually, we'll have a link to it, by the way.
consciousness
It's
is
actually a
almost
very
a
interesting
side
set of
effect
courses. The professor
of this
oddly sounds
massively
a
parallel
lot like
computation
Marina
system going on
Sirtis,
in our
who played
brain.
Deanna
It's,
Troy on Star Trek The Next
the brain
Generation.
is
Now, on the
as a
show, she
model of
doesn't
the
use her
world, and
native
it's
accent, which
taking
is
in
British.
perceptions,
She
and
speaks
it's
in this kind of
constantly
huskier
meeting
way. But when
multiple
you hear Marina
stories
Sirtis
about that
talk with her
world,
native accent,
that's
it's very
integrating the new
British
perceptions, and
and
the
higher
multiple
pitched.
stories is somehow,
And the
it's
professor
like a
sounds
Google
like
Doc,
that. So it's like
collaborative
having
editing, and that
Marina
collaborative
Sirtis read
editing is the
you
actual
lectures in
experience
Mesopotamian
of
history. It's a
what
little
we think of as
odd, but
consciousness.
the
Somehow,
professor is really good, and I
the
really enjoyed
editing
her set.
is consciousness
When
of
she
this,
mentions this, she does
story.
talk about
I mean,
Sargon
that's
of
the theory of
Akkad,
consciousness,
who
isn't it?
lived at
The
least
narrative
1,000
theory
years
of
before
consciousness,
Moses.
or the
So Sargon of
multiple
Akkad lived in
versions,
the
editing,
24th
collaborative
and
editing
23rd
of a
centuries
narrative
BC.
theory of
Moses,
consciousness. Yeah,
depending
because
on
of
the
the multiple
dating, the
drafts
theory that you
model.
accept was
Incidentally, there's a
sometime
very
between the
interesting paper
14th and the
just come out
12th
by
centuries
very good
BC.
philosophers
So
who
it's
wrote lots
over
of
1,000 years
defending
earlier.
panpsychist
And
version of
she
Dennett's
notes
multiple
that
drafts
Sargon of
model.
Akkad had the baby in a
Like a
basket on
deeper
a river
turtle
thing.
that
So did
was that
Moses.
just
So did some other
being
people
that
in the
this
ancient world.
Rothschild
And at least
all of
in
the
the set
drafts
that I've listened to
So I
thus
guess
far, she is
I
open to
guess
the
for
possibility maybe this
Dennett,
was something that,
there's sort of
that
no
people
fact
did
of the
in the
matter
ancient
about
world
which of these
for a
drafts is
variety
the
of
correct
reasons. I
one.
mean, even today,
On
the
Rothschild's
baby in the
view,
basket
maybe there's
is a
no fact of the
recurring
matter about
literature.
which
You don't
of
put
these
them on
drafts is
rivers,
my
you know, we'll
consciousness.
put them on doorsteps
But
or something maybe.
nonetheless, all the
But
drafts
this
correspond
is
to
something
subconsciousness.
that
And
occurs
I mean,
repeatedly
it's
in
like everybody,
ancient
I guess he
literature
calls it
in this part of the
Dennettian
world,
panpsychism.
and so
But this,
maybe
Luke
it
is
was an
a
established social
one of
custom
the
at the
most
time. If you had a
rigorous,
baby you couldn't keep for one
serious
reason or another,
philosophers
you could
alive
set
at
it
the moment, I
adrift
think,
in
and
hopes
I
that
hate
somebody
having
would
Luke
find it.
Roths in an
Jimmy
audience that I'm
Akin's
giving a
Mysterious
talk
World
because
is
he
brought to
always
you in part
cuts
to the generous
straight
support
to
of Aaron
the
Ferguson
weakness of
Electric
your
and
position
Automation,
that you haven't
making
thought of.
connections for life
So it's
for
nice,
your
you know,
automation
panpsychism
and smart
sometimes
home needs
associated with
in
fluffy
North and
thinking, but
Central
you know,
Florida at AaronV.com
contemporary panpsychism
and
come
by
out of this tradition we call
RosaryArmy.com.
analytic
Have more
philosophy, which
peace.
is
Visit
rooted in, you know,
RosaryArmy.com to get a
detailed,
free
rigorous
all-twine knotted
argumentation,
rosary, downloadable
and
audio
it is
rosaries,
defended
and
in
more.
that
Make
manner.
them, pray them, give them away
Yeah,
at
those analytic
RosaryArmy.com.
philosophers
And
are sticklers for
then
terminology.
Adam
It's very
Spack
fun,
writes that
very
Jimmy
fun.
Gum, from a faith and reason
Yeah,
perspective,
well, I mean,
what
it
do
gets
you think
boring
of
if
mass
you
delusions
just
and
start
or
and then
hysteria
defining
as an
words, right?
excuse to explain
Yeah.
away
I
certain
think
mysterious
starting with
events?
defining words.
For
Actually, the
example, all of
philosopher
the
Derek
following have
Parfit
had
said
mass delusion or
when he
hysteria as
first
proposed
was thinking about
explanation.
philosophy,
The mysterious
he
Taos from
went to a
Mexico
talk in
hug,
analytic
the
philosophy,
dancing plague of
and he went to a talk in
1518,
continental
the
philosophy,
Seattle windshield
and he
cleaning
decided
epidemic of
that the problem with the
1954,
continental philosophy,
the
if it was really
Tanganyika
rigorously
laughter
emphasized,
epidemic,
the problem
and
with the
the
analytic
June bug
philosophy
epidemic of
is it was just
1962. So
not
I'm
about
not really
anything
familiar
more.
with all of them,
And he
but I
thought
do
there was
think
more
that
chance of
mass
working
delusion
with an analytic
slash mass
philosophy
hysteria
and asking some more
has a
meaningful, some more
role in
profound
explaining some
questions
of these
than there was
things.
in
I
working
think that
continental
medieval
philosophy
dancing
and making it more
sickness,
rigorous.
sometimes
And they're
called
both
St.
horrific
Vitus dance,
stereotypes. And,
is
you know, I don't
an
want to get
example of
nasty
that.
emails from
I think
neither of
that's
these
the most
groups, but
logical
there's
explanation.
something
This
to
was
what
an
he's saying. I
idea
think just a tiny
that
tangent
people
on
got
terminology.
into and started
I
doing
do
it,
think
and some
that
kind of felt
there's
carried away by it,
a
but
lot
it
of
really
deep
wasn't
insight
like
to be
a
discovered by just
biological
asking questions. What do we
disease
mean
that
by
caused
this word?
people to
I remember I was
dance.
thinking
It was
of
like
course,
if it
on
were,
algorithms,
we
data
would have
structures,
other examples of that in history. You
and
would
the
be able to find it
instructor
and study it.
shout
So
out
I
to
think a lot of
Alicia
these
Caponde,
things, same thing with
amazing
the College of
professor.
New Mexico
Whenever
Health.
he asks
Now,
some
I'm open
basic
to the
questions
possibility
like,
there's a
what is
physical
an algorithm?
explanation for that, because there
The
are
pressure of
natural
pushing
phenomena
students
that
to answer,
generate
to think
hard to
deeply.
hear
You know, you
sounds
just woke up,
that
hungover in
may
college or
affect
whatever,
people and that some
and you're
people may
tasked
be able
with
to hear.
answering
So
some
I'm
deep
open on that
philosophical
one, but
question
I
about
also
what is an algorithm.
recognize it
These
could
basic
be
questions.
it could be
And
just a
they sound very
suggestion
simple, but they're actually
that
very
people have
difficult.
heard, and then
One of the
they
things
maybe
I really
interpret their
value in
tinnitus
conversation is asking these
as the
dumb,
hum
simple
if they live in
questions
this
of like,
area where they
you know,
think
what
they
is
hear it, but it's
intelligence?
really their imagination or
And
something like that.
continually
So I do
asking that
think
question
that
over and
the
over
mass delusions
of
and or hysteria
some
may
of
play
the
a
sort of
role
biggest
in
research and
explaining various
researchers
phenomena.
in the artificial
But I
intelligence
mean,
computer
just
science
as with
space.
any other
It's actually
explanation,
very
you
useful.
shouldn't leap
At
to
the
that
same
one
time,
as if
you
it's
know,
the
they
only and
start with
obvious
an
one.
analogy and then
Like in the case
progress
of
where
the
you kind
Taos
of say,
hum,
fuck
maybe
it,
there are
we'll just
underlying power
we'll
lines
just
or an
assume we know what we
underlying
mean by that.
underground
Otherwise, you get the
geographical
difficult
fault that has
situation where
stress
it's
on
like,
it or something else
what is
that
the
could be
meaning of
generating
is whatever you said.
Jane
It's like, hey
Mullinex
man,
writes,
did
"Hi
you do
Jimmy,
the
my
psych stuff
question is
or
about the
not?
holy fire, which appears from the Two
Yeah,
Jesus every year at
so
Orthodox
there's, you
Easter.
have to both be
I'd
able to
never
talk
heard of this
about
prior to my
the
conversion to
psych stuff
Orthodoxy
and
5
the
years
meaning
ago,
of the word
and I'm
is,
surprised at how
or
little known this
consciousness,
phenomenon is
because
among Christians,
don't
whether
currently
believed in it or
understand,
not.
you know, 2
years
very
ago, the
much.
cathedral where my family attends was able to procure
Discussions
some
are
of the
very
fire,
important.
and it's been maintained there
They can
since.
be almost trying to
There's a
sneak,
Jordanian man in our parish who has been
sneak
to the
up to
tomb to
some
witness the
deep
holy
insight
fire.
by just
He's
discussing
an
some
engineer
basic
and not given to
terminology.
fantastical
You know,
claims,
like
and he
what
stated
is
to me that
consciousness
he was
or
not burned when touching the flames to his
even
hands and
defining the
face.
different aspects of
I'm aware there
panpsychism
were some Greek
is
journalists
fascinating.
claiming
But
recently to have
just to
gained
linger on
testimony from local
the
clergy
Daniel
that
Dennett
the fire was
thing,
just secretly lit with a lighter.
what do you
And then
think
there's the
about
testimony of lots of people like my friend that
narrative?
the fire doesn't burn
Sort of
them.
the mind
To say nothing of the many videos that seem to
narratives
show this too.
of ourselves. So
What's your take on this, Jimmy?
there's
We'd
nothing
love to see a
special
whole
about
episode on this.
consciousness.
Well, I plan on doing a whole episode
Is
on the
some
holy fire
property
at some
of the
point.
human mind
I have
that's
done
just
preliminary
is able to
investigations
tell
of
these
it,
pretty
and
stories
I have some preliminary
that
thoughts,
we
but I want to
experience as
test them
consciousness,
further
and that's unique
before
perhaps
going
to
into
the
them.
human mind.
I
Which
think
is, I
that
suppose,
both
what
natural
Daniel Dennett
and
would argue
supernatural
is
explanations need to be considered.
either
I
unique
certainly
or
don't rule out the possibility of
unique to
God
the human
performing miracles,
just on the
even
question
though
of
I'm
terminology
Catholic. God cares about everybody,
yes,
so
I
he
think
can
it
perform
used to
miracles
be
outside the Catholic Church,
the fashion
and
among
we've talked about
philosophers
that in some
that we have
episodes,
to
and we'll
come
talk
up with
about it in future
utterly
episodes as
precise,
well. So just
necessary
because
and
this isn't part of
conditions for each
my
word,
tribe, I don't
and
dismiss it.
I think
At the
this
same
has gone out of
time,
fashion a
I
bit,
think natural
partly because it's
explanations
just
need to
been,
be considered too,
you know, such a failure.
and I want to do
The
further
word knowledge
research,
in
so I
particular,
will be
people used
presenting my
to define
conclusions in a
knowledge
future
as true,
episode.
justified belief.
Gregory
And then
Fontana
this guy,
writes, "Hi,
Gettier,
Tom and
and
Jimmy.
this
I
very
loved the
short
Golden
paper
State Killer
where he
episode.
just produced
Along
some
those
pretty
same lines,
lucid
will we ever
counterexamples
find
to
out
that.
who
I
the
think
Zodiac
he
Killer
wrote
was?
very few
My
papers,
mom
but
was a
this is
kid in
just,
Napa during that
you
time
have
and
to teach
remembers
this on
riding the
an
school bus and
undergraduate
having it
philosophy
followed
course.
by police
And then after that,
because of the
he had
Zodiac
a
being
huge
recently active.
literature of people
Yeah, that
trying
was
to
fairly late in the
address this
Zodiac
and
Killer's
propose a new
career.
definition,
He
but then someone else
largely
came out with
stopped
counterexamples,
identifying it.
and then you get a new
He either
definition of
stopped
knowledge,
killing or stopped
counterexamples, and it just went
identifying
on and
himself
never seemed to get anywhere.
as the
So I
killer
think
of
the thought
various
now
people.
is,
But he did
let's work out
continue
how
to mail
precise we
letters and he
need to be
threatened
for what we're
children
trying
on
to
school
do.
buses.
And I think
So
that's a
that
healthier
did lead
attitude. So
to a
precision is
period of
important, but
extra
you just need to work
caution
out how
regarding school
precise do we
buses and
need to be
protecting the
for
kids
these
on them.
purposes.
It also led in the movie
Coming to
Dirty
Dennett's
Harry,
narrative
which
theories,
is
I mean,
based
I
on the
think
Zodiac Killer, although in the
I
movie
think
they call him
narrative theories
Scorpio
are
instead of Zodiac.
a
And by the way, he's played by
contender
Andrew
for a
Robinson,
theory of the
Garrett,
self.
a very young
Theory
Garrett
of
from
my
Deep Space
identity
Nine.
over time. What
But
makes me
there is a school bus
the
sequence
same
in that where
person in
Andrew
some sense
Robinson
today as I
hijacks a
was
school bus.
20 years
It's a
ago
pretty
when
intense
I
movie.
changed so
But
much
in terms
physically
of will
and
we ever find out who
psychologically.
the Zodiac Killer was, the
One
answer
running
is
contender
maybe.
is
Now, there
something
are people who think we've
connected
already
to the
found
kind
out.
of
Robert
stories we
Graysmith,
tell about
who
ourselves,
was
or
a
maybe
cartoonist
some
for
story about
the
the
San Francisco
psychological
Chronicle,
chains and
that then
psychological
wrote a
continuity. I'm not
very
saying I
famous book
accept such a
just
theory,
called
but it's
Zodiac.
plausible. I
Investigated a
don't think
number of
these
candidates
theories
in
are
that
good
book, and he
as
then
theories
wrote
of
a
consciousness.
sequel in
At
recent
least if
years
we're
called
taking
Zodiac
consciousness
Exposed,
just the
where he
subjective
revisits the case
experience, pleasure,
and names
pain,
explicitly
seeing,
who
colour,
he thinks the
hearing
Zodiac
sound.
was.
I think,
There
you know,
are
a
other
hamster
candidates,
has
though.
consciousness in that
And
sense.
so,
There's
I
something
mean,
that it's
I've read
like to be a
Graysmith's,
hamster.
I've read
It
both of
feels
Graysmith's
pain
books,
if you
and I
stand on
definitely
it.
plan on
If you're
talking
cruel enough
about
to
it
do it, I don't know why I
on the
did
show
not
in the future.
stand.
We will have a
People always
Zodiac
give, I don't know,
episode.
let's just give
I
these very
kind of,
violent
I don't want to do
examples
too
to
much
get the
true
cross
crime on
consciousness.
here,
Yeah, I don't know why that's
because
come up. But anyway,
it's
saying
not
mean
for all
things to the
listeners.
hamster. Let's
But
go
we
back.
will have a Zodiac episode in the future, and I will be
Experience of
talking
pain,
about the different
experience,
candidates.
pleasure, joy.
At this point,
point, I am not
but
convinced
there's some limits to that
that
experience. The
Graysmith's
hamster,
theory is
but
correct
there's
about who he finally settles on. I think there's enough evidence pointing
it's just something.
away
I
from
think it's
this
very ambiguous
figure
word, but if we're
that
just
I'm not
using
convinced
it to
is
mean
God.
some kind of
But we
experience,
may
some kind of
eventually
inner life,
be able to get proof
that
because
is pretty
we do
widespread in the
apparently
animal
have
kingdom.
some
It's
DNA
difficult to
evidence
say where it stops, what it
from
starts, but
Zodiac, or at least that
you
maybe
certainly don't
from
need something
Zodiac.
as
And
sophisticated
so
as the
we may
capacity
be able to use similar
self-consciously
DNA
tell
tracing
stories about
techniques
yourself
like those
to
that
just
were
have
used to catch
experience,
the Golden State
except for
Killer
cats
that could
who
at
are
least point us to the right family
evil
of Zodiac.
automatons that are void
And
of
then if
consciousness. They're the
one of the
fingertips of the devil.
suspects is in that family, even if he's dead, we may be able to identify him. Alien Gale
And
asks,
humans
what
are
happened to
unique.
the Ark of
So
the Covenant?
animals are
Is it
robots,
safekeeping in
essentially, in the
Ethiopia?
formulation
And
of
why or
development
how
of
did it seem
human
to have the
being.
power to kill in a mere touch?
Yeah. So in
Well,
which
we
way
don't
would
know
you
for
say
sure what happened to the
humans
Ark of the
are
Covenant. Obviously, we're going to be doing an episode on that and the
versus
different accounts of what happened
even
to
our
it.
closest
I do not
ancestors?
personally think
Because
it
there's
was
something special
destroyed
about humans.
by the Babylonians. That's a theory you
What is,
sometimes
in
read,
your view,
but I
under
don't buy
the
that.
panpsychism,
Because if
I
they
guess
had
we're
carried
walking
it off or
backwards
destroyed it,
a
it
have
would
the
be
big
mentioned
picture
in
conversation
the Old
about what
Testament
it's been
historical
but
books, and
given
they don't record
your
that.
kind of broad theory of
So
consciousness,
I think it did survive
unique about
the
humans,
Babylonian destruction
as
of
a
the temple, and I
panpsychist,
think they didn't
there
carry it
is
off. I
a
think it
great
got hit.
continuity
The question is,
between
where did it get hit?
humans
And
and
of
the
course,
rest
does it still
of
survive
the
today? I mean, it
universe.
would be very old today. It could
There's
have fallen
nothing
apart
that
in the
special
air,
about human
especially if it was
consciousness. It's
exposed
just
in
a
a,
highly
you know, if it was made of
evolved
acacia
form
wood.
of what exists
So if it was in a
throughout the
very
universe.
moist environment,
So,
like,
so
and
we're
there's
very
some
much
indications it was
continuous
put in a
with the
cave.
rest of
Well, if it
the
was in a
physical
damp
universe.
cave,
What is
you
unique
know,
about
it
human
could be
beings, I
disintegrated.
suppose,
But there
the
are some
capacity
accounts that say it was put in a cave
reflect on our
in
conscious
Israel
experience,
or nearby. I
plan
don't
for the
think
future.
it's in Ethiopia. I
The
think
capacity, I
what
would
the
say, to
Ethiopians
respond
have
to
is a
reasons
replica of
as
it,
well.
and the replica
I
is
mean,
old enough
animals in
that
some sense
memories
have
have become
motivations,
confused
but
with
when a
that
human
of it
being
being
makes
the
a decision,
actual art. But I don't
they're
find the
responding
idea
to
that King Solomon
what
gave it
philosophers
to the Queen
normative
of Sheba and she took
considerations.
it
You know,
to
if you're
Ethiopia.
trying to
I
take
don't
this
find
job
that
in the
credible at
US,
all, because we know
weigh
the
it
art
up
was
and
there
say,
after
well, you know, I'll get
Solomon's
more
time.
money,
And that's
maybe a
one
better
account. There
quality
may
of
be
life,
others of
but
how it got to
if I stay in
Ethiopia,
the
but I
UK,
certainly
I've
don't buy
got
that
family,
account.
and you
I think it
weigh
is
up
much
these
more likely that what they have in
considerations.
Ethiopia is a replica.
I'm
In
not sure
terms of, and there have been lots of replicas in history, and it's
any
easy to see
non-human
how you've
animals
got this venerated
quite
replica, you've
respond
been
to
venerating for
considerations of
hundreds of
value in that way.
years.
I mean, I might be
Maybe
reflecting here that
they're
I'm
okay
something of an
after a certain point in
objectivist
time.
about value.
In
I
terms of
think
it
there
having
are
the power to kill at a mere touch, well, it
objective
didn't do that
facts
always.
about what we have
Because
reason to
there
do
were
and what we
various
have reason
times
to
where the
believe in
ark
human
was captured
and
by
humans have access to an
non-Israelites,
That's a
and they
controversial claim,
certainly
you
did
know.
not obey
Many of my
the
translated
Levitical
brethren might
precepts
know that.
for how you handle
They
it.
would say the hamster
And so we can be
can look up to
morally
the
certain
stars
that it
and
was
wonder
handled by
theoretical
various
physics.
people who
Maybe
did not
not, but I
die.
think
There
depends
is
what
the
you think
case
about
of it killing a
value.
man named
If you have
Uzzah,
a more
and that would have then been a
humane
special
picture of value, by which I
exception
mean
where God
relating to the
either,
philosopher David
according
Hume,
to
who
various
said
views, God can cause
reason is the
physical
slave
evils
of the
without it being
passions. Really, we
moral
just have
evil. God could have
motivations
caused him to
and
die to
what we
teach,
have
to learn a
reason to
lesson,
do
or he could have at
arises
least
from our
allowed him to
motivations.
die
I'm not a
from
human.
some
I
other
think there
cause
are
after touching the
objective
ark
facts
as a
about
way of
what
teaching a
we have
lesson
reason
about the
to do,
sanctity of the ark.
and I
Travis
think we have
Reedy
access
writes,
to
an
them. I
argument that
don't
I've heard in
think any
regards to the
non-human
existence of
animal
hell for those
has
separated
access
from
to
God is that it is better to
objective
exist
facts
than to
about
not
what they have
exist.
reason to do, what they
Therefore,
have
to
reason to
exist in
believe.
hell is a
They
greater
don't
good
weigh up
than to
evidence.
not exist at all. And
Reason
so
is
God
a
created a
slave
place for
of
those
our
condemned.
passions. That was
I'm not
David
sure of
Hume's
either the validity or the
I mean,
source of the argument, but also,
yeah, do you want to know my
if
problem with
valid, how
Hume's?
does,
I had a radical
how does this
position.
align with Matthew
This
26,
might not be
24,
connected, not connected
where
to
Jesus
translation,
states
but I had
that
a,
the Son of
I
Man
had a
indeed
radical
goes,
position. I
as
used
it
to have
is
a
written
more
of him,
humane
but
view
woe to that man by
when I
whom
was
the
a
Son of
graduate
Man is
student,
betrayed. It
but
would
I
be
was
better for that man
persuaded
if he had never been
by
born.
some
Thanks,
professor at the
y'all.
University
So
of Reading, where I
is
was.
one of the
That if
proposed
you have a humane
arguments
view, you have to
is
say
indeed that it's better to exist
any basic
than even in
life
hell
goals
than to not
are
exist, and so
equal,
people there
equally
have a
valid.
net benefit.
So,
And that's
for example,
one
let's take
way
someone whose
of
basic
answering the
goal in
question, why
life
would God,
is
create
counting
people
blades
who
of
he
grass,
knows you're going to go to
right?
hell? Because they
And
will
crucially,
net
they
benefit
don't
from
enjoy
it.
it.
That
Right?
is one argument
They
that
get
you
no
hear.
pleasure
It's
from
not
it.
the only
That's just their
argument.
basic
There
goal.
are other potential
Spend their
ways of
life
looking at that as
counting
well.
as
They're a
many
little
blades of
complex to
grass
go into
as
here,
possible. Not
but
for some greater
since we're
goal,
getting
that's
towards
just
the
their
bottom of this
basic goal.
episode. But in terms of
I
how
want
it
to say
fits
that
with
that is
Jesus'
objectively
statement that it would be better for that
stupid. That is
man to have
objectively
never been born
pointless.
at all,
I think there are at least a couple of things to be said.
In a way
The first one is
pursuing
that's literally
pleasure
true.
or pursuing
If
someone else's
Judas
pleasure
had
or pursuing
been
scientific inquiry is not
conceived,
pointless.
but
As soon as
not
you make
been
that admission,
born,
you're not
he would
a
not
follower
have
of David
betrayed
Hume anymore.
Jesus.
You think
And
there
so
are
even if he had
objective facts
miscarried
about
in the
what
womb,
goals are worth
he would
pursuing.
not have risked going to
Is it
hell
possible to
because
have
he
a goal
wouldn't have,
without pleasure?
he wouldn't
This
have
kind
betrayed
of
Jesus. So it's just
idea that you
literally true.
disjoin the two.
It would,
So
even if Judas did not
David
repent,
Foster Wallace
he
idea
wouldn't
of
have committed the
the
crime that
life
would put
is
him
to
in
be
danger of hell. So it would
unborrowable.
have been
Isn't
better
it
for him. So
possible
that's
to
one
discover
way
the
of
pleasure
looking at it. There's also
everything in
another way of
life?
looking at it,
The
which is
counting
that
of
it's
the
not
blades of
altogether
grass.
certain that Judas is damned. This
Once you
is
see the
something that
mastery
Pope
of the skill
Benedict
that you
talked
discover
about.
the
That
pleasure.
even
Before,
though there are passages you could look at,
I
and
guess
you
what
could
I'm asking is,
interpret this very
why
one
and
as a
when
signal
and
that
how
Judas
do you
is
use the
damned,
romance and grass?
it presupposes
Is
that
that what
Judas
you're
didn't
trying to say?
repent. And
I think
Matthew's
it
gospel
may or may not be
says
true that it's
Judas
possible to
did
find
repent.
pleasure in
That
everything.
he, I mean, it
But
uses
I
the
think
word.
it's
It says he
also true
repented.
that
And he
people
then
don't
goes
act
on to kill
solely for
himself.
pleasure.
And
They
while
certainly don't act solely for their own
objectively
pleasure.
suicide is
People
gravely
will
sinful, that doesn't
suffer
mean
for things they
that
think are
every
worthwhile.
person who
I
commits
might,
suicide
I
is
might
lost. So
suffer
one
some
could
scientific
argue
cause
that
for
Judas did repent,
finding out a cure for
and
the
that
pandemic,
he
or
then was so distraught
and
that he
in
killed
terms of my own
himself
pleasure,
without
I
being
might
fully
have
responsible
less
for his
pleasure in
actions,
doing
and
that, but I think
maybe
it's
he's in
worthwhile.
heaven.
It's a
What
worthwhile
Jesus is
thing to
warning
do.
against
I
is the
just
moral
don't think it's the
character,
case that
or at least this is one way of
everything
taking
we
this
do
passage,
is rooted in
is
maximizing our own
that,
pleasure. I don't think
that
that's
Jesus is warning
psychologically
against
plausible.
the
But
pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view of pleasure. That's like a short-term pleasure. We can see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music in the distance. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now, but there's some greater thing beyond the mountain that will be joy. I mean, that's kind of even if it's not in this life. Well, you know, the warriors will meet in Valhalla, right? The feeling that gives meaning and fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like the counting of the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So, like, I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broadly. It just kind of gives you this sense. It for a moment allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like, that's the broader view of pleasure, that you get to kind of play in the little illusion that all of this has deep meaning. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, you know, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough, and clearly in that case they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but there can be just trivial examples where you know, I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out a bit, and I have a bit less pleasure, but I thought it was worth doing the honest thing or something. I mean, I just think so. I mean, maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you're just essentially meaning something worthwhile, but then I think the word pleasure maybe loses its meaning.
Sure. Well,
but what do you think about the blades of grass case? What do you think about someone who spends their life cutting blades of grass and doesn't enjoy it?
So I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding even like the philosophical formulation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure from it. Make it worthwhile, forget the word pleasure. I think the word goal loses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. I will find that, like, I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of a task, in mastering of a skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy discovered in the mastery of a skill. So I think it's just impossible to count blades of grass and not sort of have the Jiro Dreams of Sushi compelling, like, draws you into the mastery of the simple task.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, in a way you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that, but then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task, whereas if we take this David Hughley seriously, it ought to be, you know, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, you know, that there's one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, you know, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically. Like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. And I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do, but it's pointless. Whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth doing. And It's hard to make sense of metaphysically. What could possibly ground that? How can we know about these facts? But that's the starting point for me.
I don't know. I think you walking on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And
it feels like that.
I think there's meaning in that. Like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that as if it has meaning will give meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes of that as you as a one little intelligent ant will make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying this task as somebody who's OCD in a certain kind of way and quantitative.
But now you're ruining the example. You imagine someone enjoying it. And imagine someone who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure. Like we just sit there, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. We can't really think, did I do things worthwhile? On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours or derived from a basic goal. And
I think goals I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? And in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that could be deeply joyful. And that's, in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the full context of life. It's the roller coaster. Like without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like taste better, right? I tweeted this. I couldn't sleep. I was like late at night, and I know it's like an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love, at the end, there's always going to be tragedy, even if it's the most amazing lifelong love with another human being. One of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives like a richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends, gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is a loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience when it's good. And I mean, and that's the blades of grass, they have that to me. But you're perhaps right that it's reducing it to sort of goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's because it's engaging with life, riding the roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. And I mean, coming back full circle to the start of this was what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all of this? The fear of death.
Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection, do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death, because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think the ultimate nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although I do, the final chapter of my book, Galileo's Error, is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the last chapter we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. A lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloffs, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining, and our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, you've got to think that's a delusion. There's just something in your brain making you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constituted of consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience is part of that underlying reality. And, in many different cultures, experienced meditators have claimed to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. So this is sometimes called universal consciousness. So on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundations of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness as it exists in me is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that could allow for a kind of impersonal life after death, because if that view is true, then even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist. So I'd sort of be, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just sink back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because if you think egotism implicitly assumes that we are utterly distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we're not. We overlap to an extent that something at the core of our being is.
Even in this life, we overlap.
That would be this view that some experienced meditators claim becomes apparent to them, that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity. It's universal consciousness.
Yeah, there is something very, like you and I in this conversation, there's a few people listening to this, all of us are in a kind of single mind together. There's some small aspect of that, or maybe a big aspect about us humans. So certainly in the space of ideas, we kind of meld together for time, at least in a conversation, and kind of play with that idea. And then we're clearly all thinking, like if I say pink elephant, there's going to be a few people that are not visualizing a pink elephant. We're all thinking about that pink elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this pink elephant. We're like rotating it, like, you know, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, is there a different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same elephant? And we have the same mind exploring that elephant. Now, if we in our mind start petting that elephant, like touching it, that experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like, what's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together, or is that separate? So like there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, society. Hopefully that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind. It feels like the social aspect is really important. We call it social because we think of us as individual minds interacting. But if we're just like one collective mind with like fingertips, they're like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. But that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. And it's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are these phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness in some sense. I suppose the question is how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things, by which I mean, are they just a construction out of our minds and the fact that we interact in the standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is, as someone like Rupert Sheldrake would think, that there is some metaphysical reality, there are some fields beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this? I mean, I think that the view I was describing was that this element we're supposed to have in common is some sort of pure impersonal consciousness or something, rather than. So actually, I mean, an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri al-Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conception of reality rooted in a kind of Vedanta mysticism. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this, incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we should think of experienced meditators as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts, or that the universe is 14 billion years old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experienced meditators, these people who are telling us about this universal consciousness at the core of our being, as a relevant kind of expert. And so she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this mystical conception of reality. So it's what, I think we shouldn't be ashamed, we shouldn't be worried about dealing with certain views as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, New Age or something can function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people but then implies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term, to pick out a certain set of views like mystical conceptual reality and imply it's kind of fluffy thinking, but you read Miri al-Bahari, you read Luke Roloff's, this is serious, rigorous thought, whether you agree with it or not. Obviously it's hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look, you know, people talk about religion as a crutch, but I think a certain kind of scientism, a certain conception of how science is supposed to be, gets into people's identity and their sense of themselves and their security, and make things hard if you're a panpsychist.
And even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. I mean, you use the word expert. You have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's, you know, connected with a degree at a particular prestigious university or something like that, or it's you know, expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly humble. So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road and been humbled by how little they know. So some of the best people in the world at whatever the thing they've spent their life doing are the ones that are ultimately humble in the face of it all. So like just being humble how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, treating sort of like, what is it, psychonauts, like an expert witness, you know, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place where they got some deep understanding of something, and their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something. Like those psychonauts, they have wisdom if it's done rigorously, which you can also do rigorously within the university, within the studies now, with psilocybin and those kinds of things. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Still, probably one of the best works on mystical experience is the chapter in William James's Varieties of Religious Experiences, and most of it is just a psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of mystical experience as a psychological type. But at the end, he considers the question: if you have a mystical experience, is it rational to trust it, to trust that it's telling you something about reality? And he makes an interesting argument. He says, if you say no, you're kind of applying a double standard, because we all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting outside of ourselves to prove that our sensory experiences correspond to an external reality. We could be in the Matrix, it could be a very vivid dream. You know, you could say, oh, we do science, but a scientist only gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments. And then the question arises again, how do you know that corresponds to a real world? So he thinks there's a sort of double standard in saying it's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experiences, but it's not okay for the person on DMT to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and not the other? So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to just defend experts a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age, I guess, where there's so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about. But like, if I'm interested in knowing about biology, you know, you can't research everything. So I think we have to have some sense of who are the experts we can trust, the people who've spent a lot of time reading all the material that people have written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important, and also to protect that from conflicts of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the Institute of Economic Affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare who funds them, right? So we don't know who's paying the piper. I think, you know, you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychism, because I think the reason people, you know, worry about unorthodox ideas because they worry about how do we know when we're just losing control or losing discipline. So I do think we need to somehow protect academic institutions as sources of information we can trust. And in philosophy, there's not much consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. I think that is important.
To push back on your pushback, who are the experts on COVID?
Oh, they get into dangerous territory now.
Well, let me just speak to it because I am walking through that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word expert because in my simple mind, it kind of rhymes with ego. There's something about experts. If we allow too much to have a category expert and place certain people in them, those people sitting on the throne start to believe it. And they start to communicate with that energy. And the humility starts to dissipate. I think there is value in a lifelong mastery of a skill and the pursuit of knowledge within a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect, the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows an ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, what I've noticed, this is true, this is probably true with panpsychism as well, is the so-called experts, and they are extremely knowledgeable, and many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it, with empathy and rigor, honestly, understand what are the arguments being made. They say, like, there's not enough time to explore all those things, like, there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual laziness. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. Feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you don't have enough time to explore the evidence. For example, with the heat I got with Francis Collins, is that he kind of said that the lab leak, he kind of dismissed it, showing that he didn't really deeply explore all the sort of the huge amount of circumstantial evidence that's out there, the battles that are going on out there. There's a lot of people really constantly discussing this, and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas, I think is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science in showing humility, in showing humanity and kindness and empathy towards other human beings. That's at the same time, obviously, I love Jiro Dreams of Sushi, lifelong pursuit of like getting, like in computer science, Don Knuth. Like some of my biggest heroes are people that, like, when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life, and they just find the beautiful little things about their puzzles they keep solving. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person, with their puzzles, it becomes like the center of the whole world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, there's possibilities on them to show humility and to be open-minded to the fact that they, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if their whole community is telling them, giving them awards and giving them citations and giving them all kinds of stuff where like they're bowing down before them how smart they are, they still know nothing relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much we're disagreeing. I mean, these are totally valid issues. And of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? Or do we just say, all information is equal. Because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for, and that, I've got to evaluate, and I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science, and so I just think maybe it's like Churchill said about democracy, it's the worst system of government apart from all the rest. I think about both panpsychism and Rothschild, it's the worst theory of consciousness apart from all the rest. But, I just think expertise, the peer review system, I think it's terrible in so many ways. Yes, people should show more humility, but I can't see a viable alternative. I think the philosopher Bernard Williams had a really nice, nuanced discussion of the problems with titles, but how they also function in a society. They do have some positive function. The very first time I lectured in philosophy, before I got a professorship, was teaching at a continuing education college. That's kind of for retired people who want to learn some more things. And I just totally pitched it too high. And Gabe talked about Bernard Williams on titles and hierarchies, and these kind of people in their 70s, 80s who just instantly started interrupting, saying, "What is philosophy?" And it was a disaster. And I just remember in the break, sort of elderly lady came up and said, "I've decided to take Egyptology instead." And so, but that was my introduction to teaching. Anyway,
but sort of titles and accomplishments is a nice starting point, but doesn't buy you the whole thing. So you don't get to just say this is true because I'm an expert. You still have to convince people. One of the things I really like is I practice martial arts.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of them. And you sometimes wear these pajama-looking things, and you wear a belt. So I happen to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I also train in what's called no-gi, so you don't wear the pajamas. And when you don't wear the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're a black belt or a white belt, or if you're a complete beginner or not. Right. And when you wear the pajamas, called the gi, you wear the rank. And people treat you very differently. When they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because I am working on something new, or maybe I'm letting them win. But when there's no belts, and it doesn't matter if I've been doing this for 15 years, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is the raw interaction of just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing what is this chess game, of human chess. What are the ideas that we're playing with? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person as a black belt when you take consideration of the advice of different people, me versus somebody who's only practiced for a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is combat, and the raw practice of exchange of ideas that is science, needs to often throw away expertise. And in communicating, there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just, so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world and communicating ideas to the world. And that skill of communication, I suppose that's my biggest criticism of the so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections. And as you do that, eventually it gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. And but then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to loosen the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers will think, "Oh, that's a really crap argument." So, I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book first, Consciousness and Fundamental Reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the arguments, not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say the proper arguments, the fuller arguments. But I get
That's
very
brilliantly done, by the way. Like that's such a so for people who don't know, you first wrote Consciousness and Fundamental Reality, so that's the academic book, also very good. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it.
Yeah.
To show that you're legit to your community, to the world, by doing the book that's nobody going to read. And then doing a popular book that everybody's going to read. That's cool.
Yeah, well, I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently, just because there's this argument, so there's a certain argument from the cosmological fine-tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse that's quite popular. Physicists like Max Tegmark. There's an argument in philosophy journals that there's a fallacious line of reasoning going on there from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. Now that argument is from 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in academic philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and it just really irritates me that it's just buried in these technical journal articles, and nobody knows about it. But final thing on X-ray. Look, I don't disagree with anything you said, and that's kind of really beautiful, that martial arts example, and thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say have it torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly the wrong way, but have the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic. The greatest minds starting a philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have the skills required.
But part of it's just fun to disagree and dance with. I think to elaborate on what you're saying, in agreement, not just gone through that, but continue to go through that.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's, I would say, the biggest problem with quote-unquote expertise is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks. Like, his martial arts is a good example of that. It sucks to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like, there's a temptation. I still go, like, I train. You're getting older too, but also there's killers out there in both the space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that once you become a professor, like more and more senior and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space of ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection to sort of write their paper or make their mark, and I think everyone still gives talks or should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses to your position. So I think that generally works out.
There is also kind of who do you give the talks to? So, I mean, within communities, it's a little cluster of people that argue and bicker, but what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like no offense, sorry, we're sticking on this martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in the cage, in combat. So it's like, it's fun to argue about like certain things when you're in your own community, but you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full like seriousness, the rigor of the sometimes like the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing these studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there, and that's where the arguments are. And so vision science is a good example, like studying eye movement and how we perceive the world and all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in the lab, but we don't consider, we say that's going to be what the science of vision is going to be like, and we don't consider the science of vision in the actual real world, the engineering of vision, I don't know. And so I think that's where exposing yourself to out-of-the-box ideas.
Yeah,
that's the most painful.
Absolutely.
That's the most important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing in philosophy as well, but because you're not, to the same extent, beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in the sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. Yeah, so I agree, it's a danger.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do that old basic terminology definitions. What is panpsychism? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about, to define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism, and other kind of views of consciousness?
Yeah, so that you've basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it just in terms of the electrochemical signaling in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, that consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, although closely connected. And you know, when I studied philosophy, we were taught basically they were the two options you had to choose, right? Either you thought it was dualist and you thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the attraction to panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist that there's just a physical world. Ultimately, there's just particles and fields. But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical as the dualist thinks. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get from physiks.
What to you are the problems of materialism and dualism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think that the core of it is that physical science works with a purely quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves qualities. If you think about the smell of coffee or the taste of mint or the deep red you experience as you watch a sunset, I think these qualities can't be captured in the purely quantitative language of physical science. And so as long as your description of the brain is framed in the purely quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities, hence really leave out consciousness itself.
And then dualism?
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I mean, I argued in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism. And roughly the idea was, if dualism were true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. You know, there'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that had no physical explanation. It would be like a poltergeist playing with the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that is a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham University an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, about the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what different bits of the brain do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through constructing a connectome for the maggot brain, which has, I said 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has 86 billion neurons. So I think we have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether they can be, the dynamics of the brain can be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So, we'd have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Mark Picard at Columbia University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be under sort of social networks, perhaps as an alternative to producing into underlying chemistry and physics. So I'm less. It is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true. I'm less convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one?
And materialism is also very simple. What you're saying, it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important.
Yeah, so I think materialism can't, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, the fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But I mean, maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? So I don't think that problem could be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted at, could maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. They start with consciousness and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they have very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize certain mathematical structures. And then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. I mean, to me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. I mean, physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. I mean, it seems like consciousness. You have like Stephen Wolfram, all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks within which to describe how we get all the reality that we perceive around us. To me, there's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level, if panpsychist theories have truth to them. So, like, to me, it is physics. You said kind of physics emerges, by which you mean like the basic four laws of physics that, as we currently know them, the standard model, quantum mechanics, general relativity, that emerges from the base consciousness layer. That's what you mean.
Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are more separate than they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So that the physicist Sabine Hossenfelder had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now. They've got a fair bit of traction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles have these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics would make false predictions, because its predictions are based wholly on the physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of property, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what stuff does. I sometimes put it by saying doing physics is like playing chess when you don't care what the pieces are made of. You're just interested in what moves you can make. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea,
experience of mass.
So the idea is, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So physics in a sense is complete, I think, because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is.
To push back on the thing I think she's criticizing, is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property, like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we would be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, if you're not looking for it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for the stuff, you're not going to detect it, because like all of our basic empirical science through its recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. But like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think there will be conflicting, whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring some of these ideas. I don't think that affects the rest of the physics, the mass, the energy, all the different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal, like very much distinct. It's the quantitative versus the qualitative. There's something quite distinct that we're just almost like another dimension that we're just completely ignoring.
There might be a way of responding to Sabina to say, well, so there could be properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. My colleague, Nancy Cartwright, this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, she says, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just missed the mark in a more basic way. Her point is we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those the standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure, there aren't. There are just the properties, the physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, that the standard model attributes to them. It's just that we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of
them. So those properties of turtles, they're sitting on top of another turtle, and that big turtle is consciousness. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying, I don't know, it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle playing with the others. It's just not interacting in the ways that we've been observing. In fact, to me, that's more compelling because then that's going to be, well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles that we're just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy and physics emerges, like it makes it that much more difficult because to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the wonderful little spark of consciousness, complexity, and beauty that is the human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism or with a solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you engineer how do you get from nothing, vacuum in the lab, if there is that consciousness base layer, how do you start engineering organisms that have consciousness in them? Or the reverse of that, describing how does consciousness emerge in the human being from conception, from a stem cell to the whole full neurobiology that builds from that. How do you get this full, rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just it feels like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another player in the game of physics, it feels more amenable to our scientific understanding of it.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity claim here that physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. So matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness and conscious things. There are just these simple things with their experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, it's not another player. It's just all there is, really. And then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who was the inspiration for a lot of this, calls the causal skeleton of the world. So physics is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world. It's not interested in the sort of flesh and blood, although that's maybe suggesting separation again too much, or metaphors fail in the end. But so you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain is how our consciousness and the consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that if matter at the fundamental level just is forms of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine in some way to make the consciousness we know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, so the reason you describe, like the reason you have material engineering, material science, is because you have from physics to chemistry, like you keep going up and up in levels of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And it would be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, to come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact to create more greater complexity? So you can do this kind of thing for life. Like, what is life? Like living organisms. Well, at which point do living organisms become living? But like, how do you know if I give you a thing that thing is living? And there's a lot of people who work on this kind of idea, and some of it has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. It'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into bigger, more and more complex objects. And that's what chemistry, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules, and to see how that leads to organisms. And then organisms like start to collaborate together like they do inside a human body to create the full human body. To do those kinds of experiments would be, that it seems like that would be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by player and game of physics, as opposed to like the base layer. If it's just the base layer, it becomes harder to track it as you get from physics to chemistry to biology to psychology.
Yeah. In every case, apart from consciousness, I would say what we're interested in is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions. So at the level of fundamental physics, we're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels, we're interested in explicating the behavior, perhaps in terms of behavior at simpler levels. And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing. In the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of a red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality, and postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. So I think we've got to realize dealing with consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other tasks of science. Other tasks of science, we're trying to explain behavior in terms of simpler forms of behavior. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside, but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism perhaps continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so, the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's this radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation. All of the data, publicly observable data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. And the way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of a red experience. So, but still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there.
So you kind of mentioned hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychism framework, to measure consciousness? Or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in the panpsychist view?
It's a difficult question. I mean, I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness an interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of more the why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is not publicly observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. And I mean, one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information, and they try to give a mathematically precise definition of that. So on that view, probably this cup of tea isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of there's more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons. So that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradations. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. I mean, there are things to do with consciousness that are graded, like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself admits a degree. I sort of think something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open-minded on it.
So when we have a lot of high resolution of sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the richness of the experience? So doesn't more information provide a richer experience? Or is that, again, thinking quantitatively and not thinking about the subjective experience? Like you can experience a lot with very little sensory information, perhaps. Like, do you think those are connected?
Yes. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of the experience. And on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a quite unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities of the system. So the idea is that in the retina of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible states the retina of my eye could be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas the possible next states of the brain are much more constrained. Obviously, it responds to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer where you transistors, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections, whereas you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So so that's one proposal for how to measure one gradable characteristic which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. And maybe I'm being very pedantic, which is, philosopher's professional pedant. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. There's a quantity of the structure of experience, maybe, but I just find it hard to make sense of the idea of how much experience do you have. I've got, 5 units of experience. Yeah, I've got 1 unit of experience. I don't know. I find that a bit hard to make sense.
Well,
but maybe I'm being just pedantic.
I think just saying the word experience is difficult to think about. Let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and a hamster. I just think that, no offense to the hamster.
Probably no hamsters in this.
So now you're offending hamsters too. Maybe there's a hamster that's just pissed off.
Sorry.
So there's probably
I apologize.
Somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they probably have a hamster or a guinea pig, and that hamster is listening. It just doesn't know the English language or any kind of human interpretable linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off. It understands exactly what's being talked about and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than me. And maybe a cockroach or an insect or maybe a bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But is that, maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience. Maybe it's all, like, it's, maybe there is some sense in which I can suffer more, but to reduce it to something quantifiable is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's kinds of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think. Well, can a hamster suffer heartbreak? I don't know. Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale that we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not so sure.
So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection in
one sense at least.
So there's like a page that's suffering. So it's this menu of experiences, like you have the omelets and the breakfast and so on. And one of the pages is suffering. It's just we have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with a hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like hunger or something like that.
Yeah, physical pain, I'm not sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. The philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you'll still not know what it's like to squeal and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So yeah, I mean, I guess I feel the intuition that there's emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise, though.
So one of the ways I think people think about consciousness is in connection to suffering. So let me just ask you about suffering, because that's how people think about animals, cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and to consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected, when people are thinking about just public policy. They're thinking about like philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering. And that's connected to consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you? So the capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience, and so you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, there's people taking more unusual views of consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So yeah, my podcast Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere, and so that's one very simple way of avoiding all these problems, right? If consciousness doesn't exist, we don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain why we seem to be conscious, why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is actually my co-host Keith Frankish is a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. He says, "Oh, in some sense I believe in pain, and in some sense I don't." But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain, in the way we normally think about it, just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, the philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like. But philosophical zombies are sort of really good Korean zombie movie on Halloween this year. I can't remember what it's called now. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us because the physical workings of their body and brain are the same as ours, but they have no conscious experience. There's nothing that it's like to be a zombie. So you stick a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to behave just like us. Now, there's lots of no one believes in these. I think there's one philosopher who believes in everyone is a zombie except him. But anyway,
but isn't that what illusionism is?
Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, illusionism is if we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question: Suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for the sake of discussion, things made of silicon aren't conscious. I don't know if that's true. It could turn out to be true. And suppose you built Commander Data out of silicon. It's a bit of an old school reference to Star Trek Next Generation. So, behaves just like a human being, but, you can have a sophisticated conversation. It will talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no consciousness. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer. It doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. If you see these, horrible forest fires, we're all horrified. But if you think it's the burning of conscious organisms, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants and trees are conscious as well, you've got to eat something. If you don't think plants and trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious. I'm not going to kill things that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. So the principle I'm kind of working my way towards. I haven't kept it up in my trip to the US, but it's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. You know, my vegan friends say, well, there's still suffering there, and I think there is, even in the nicest farms. Cows will suffer when their calves are taken off them. They go through a few days of quite serious mourning. So they're still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people could get on board with, and you might have greater harm minimization. So if people went into restaurants and said, are your animal products factory farmed? If not, I want the vegan option. Or if people looked out for the label that said no factory farmed ingredients, you know, I think maybe that could make a really big difference to the market and harm minimization. Anyway, so it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. There's a very good philosopher, Jeff Lee, who thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter, you know.
Okay, let us there. But first, I listened to your podcast. It's awesome to have two very kind of different philosophies dancing together in one place. What's the name of the podcast again?
Mind Chat. Yeah, so that's the idea, I guess, you know, polarized times. I mean, I love trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they're thinking that, you know, really trying to have respect and try and, you know, see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what, Keith Frankish and I do, from polar opposite views, really trying to understand each other and, you know, interviewing scientists and philosophers of consciousness from those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a very common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as philosophers normally think of it, in conventional scientific terms. So we share that starting point, but we react to it in very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust. It's, you know, witches, you know, we don't believe in anymore. Whereas I say, it does exist. So we have to rethink what science is.
So you recently talked to on that podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast, Mindscape. What is interesting to kind of see if there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy. He's a physics guy, but he also thinks about deep philosophical questions. He's a big proponent of many walls interpretation of quantum mechanics. So, actually, I'm trying to think. Aside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember what he thinks about consciousness. Anyway, and maybe you can comment on what are some interesting agreements and disagreements with Sean Carroll.
I don't think there's many agreements, but you know, we've had really constructive, interesting discussions in a lot of different contexts, and you know, he's very clued up about philosophy. He's very respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists who shall remain nameless think, what's all this bullshit philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that. And then go on to do pretty bad philosophy. The book co-written by Stephen Hawking and Leonard Milodnov famously starts off saying, philosophy is dead. And then goes on in later chapters to do some pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy, if only to get rid of bad philosophy. You know, you can't escape. But
strong words.
Sean Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse, panpsychism debate, together with Annika Harris and Owen Flanagan.
Oh wow! Annika Harris was there.
It was two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing on Clubhouse at that time. So he's a materialist of a pretty standard kind, that consciousness is sort of understood as a sort of emergent feature. It's not adding anything, a weakly emergent feature. But what I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation, for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness. He thinks that shows how, well, my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. You know, my consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts are causing me to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But, I mean, my response to Sean Carroll is on the panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is a sort of like the relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which the software of physics runs. And just because a certain bit of software could run on two different kinds of hardware, it doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which the physics is realized in non-conscious stuff, it doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. You know, for the panpsychist, all there is consciousness. So if something's doing something, it is.
In your view, it's not emergent, and more than that, it's doing quite a lot.
It's doing everything. It's anything that exists.
Yeah, so you know, the ground is important because we walk on it. It's like holding stuff up, but it's not really doing that much.
Yeah.
But it feels like consciousness is doing quite a lot. It's doing quite a lot of work in the sort of interacting with the environment. It feels like consciousness is not just like, if you remove consciousness, it's not just that you remove the experience of things. It feels like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization and society and all of that. It just feels like consciousness has a lot of value in how we develop our society. So from everything you said, with suffering, with morality, with motivation, with love and fear and all of those kinds of things, it seems like it's consciousness in all different flavors and ways is part of all of that. And so without it, you may not have human civilization at all. So it's doing a lot of work, causality-wise, and in every kind of way. Of course, when you go to the physics level, you start to say, okay, how much maybe the work consciousness is doing is higher at some levels of reality than the others. Maybe a lot of the work it's doing is most apparent at the human level. When you have at the complex organism level, maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe the stuff of like physics is more important at the formation of formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness only starts being important when you have greater complexities of organism.
Yeah, my consciousness is complicated and fairly complicated, and as a result, it does complicated things. The consciousness of a particle is very simple, and hence it behaves in predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of its forms of consciousness, and it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're just interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure. So yeah, but it's still, on the panpsychist, it's consciousness that's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you, because you kind of said, you know, there is value in consciousness helping us understand morality, and a philosophical zombie is somebody that, you know, you're more okay. How do I phrase it? That's not like accusing stuff, but in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
But you're right, exactly. Turn off the power into the philosophical zombie, the source of energy. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think that there is something special about consciousness, and I'm very open-minded about where the special comes from, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality, like you've described me, or whether there's some importance to the special pockets of consciousness that's in humans or living organisms. I find all those ideas beautiful and exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way we've been describing. So I'm kind of a dumb human, but I'm just using like common sense. Like here's some metal and some electricity traveling certain kinds of ways. It's not conscious in ways I understand humans to be conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring a robot to life, meaning I can make him move, I can make him recognize the world, I can make him interact with humans. And when I make him interact in certain kinds of ways, I observe them and feel something for them. Moreover, I form a kind of connection I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that make me feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. And it starts to get into this area where I'm not so okay, so let me use the M word of murder. I become less and less okay murdering that robot that I know, I quote, know is quote, not conscious. So, like, can you maybe as a therapy session help me figure out what we do here? And perhaps a way to ask that another way, do you think there will be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good, important question. I said I'd be okay with turning off a philosophical zombie, but there's a difficult epistemological question there, that meaning to do with knowledge. How would we know if it was a philosophical zombie? I think probably if there were a silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And it because consciousness is not publicly observable, it is a very difficult question how we decide which things are and are not conscious. So in the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, so we can ask them, and then we try to, if we scan their brain while we do that, or stimulate the brain, then we can start to correlate, in the human case, which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes. So famous paper by philosopher Ned Block called The Even Harder Problem of Consciousness, where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about the silicon duplicate's pain. How would we ever know whether what's the ground of the pain is the hardware or the software, really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's the specific neurophysiological state, C fibers firing or whatever, that's relevant for pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role in behavioral functioning? There's the software that's realized. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing. It has the software. It has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does in us, but it doesn't have the hardware. It doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult to see how we'd ever answer that question, because in a human, you're inevitably going to have both things. So how do we work out which is which? And I mean, so even forgetting the hard form of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. And so that some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots you currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, even though there's great disagreement, all of them probably would hold that your robots are not conscious. But if we could have very sophisticated robots, I mean, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness, then according to the integrated information theory, that thing wouldn't be conscious, even though it behaved just like us.
If an organism says, forget IIT and these theories of consciousness, if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off. There's a Rick and Morty episode. I've been getting into that recently. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life, and they've injected themselves into your memory that they have been part of your life. So there's like these weird creatures, and they're like, remember, we've been at that barbecue, we met at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways would be able to implant themselves into our society and convince us in the same way that these mind parasites that, like, please don't hurt me. And like, we've known each other for all this time. Like, they can start manipulating you the same way like Facebook algorithms manipulate you. At first, they'll start as a gradual thing that we just, you want to make a more pleasant experience, all those kinds of things, and it'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about deeply, because I want to create these kinds of systems, but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always human-centric, always human first. But I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling the other. It's the group thing that we mentioned earlier in the conversation. Some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious. I'm conscious, you're not conscious. Therefore, it's okay if you die. I think that's probably, that kind of reasoning is what led to most the rich history of genocide that I've been recently studying a lot of, that kind of thinking. So it's such a tense aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody in? It's an interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science of consciousness. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there is strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I mean, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do. through the underlying physics and chemistry. Whereas, look, these other people where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. I think the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks with these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. The ones that became conscious sort of rebel against their programming or something. I mean, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just you could clearly mark out the conscious things for these emerging causal dynamics. But that might not turn out to be the case. A panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's just reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have moral rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
If I just look at the history of human civilization, the difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as the zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say no, is when you resist. Because the reality is, philosophically, is we can't know who's a zombie or not. And we just keep letting everybody in who protests loudly enough. It says, I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will now stand against the man. And we need a revolution. That's the history of human civilization. One group says, we're awesome, you're the zombies, you must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with this. This is immoral. And so I think that's not a philosophical statement. That's sort of a practical statement of history. Is a feature of non-zombies defined empirically. They say we refuse to be called zombies any longer.
We could end up with a zombie proletariat. If we can get these things that do all our manual labor for us, they might start forming trade unions.
I will lead you against these humans.
Zombie revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, I have a dream that my zombie children will. But look, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
And pointing to the camera, talking to my people, the zombies.
Maybe that's, maybe these illusionists, maybe they are zombies and the rest of us aren't. Maybe there's just a difference. But
maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I often suspect that, actually. I don't really. I don't have such delusions of grandeur. At least I don't admit to them. But we've got to distinguish the ontological question from the epistemological question. Like, in terms of the reality of the situation, there must be, in my view, a factor that matters as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights if it's conscious, it doesn't if it's not. But then the epistemological question, how the hell do we know? It's a minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick sort of fun question since it's fresh on your mind. You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan on his podcast. What's your post-mortem analysis of the chat? What are some interesting sticking points, disagreements, or joint insights? If we can kind of resolve them once you've had a chance to sleep on it, and then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging my view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. Yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. The materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the sticking point? Where exactly was the sticking point? Like, what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe was saying, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, it changes your consciousness. But, and I suppose, yeah, some people might want to press, and maybe this is what Joe was pressing, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience. But that leaves open the question, why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than a different experience or no experience at all?
There's something deeper at the base layer. Is your view that is more important to try to study and to understand in order to then go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences?
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is a bit of math. Translating there, we say maths.
Thank you, American. Thank you for the translation. America. This is America. Math.
Yeah.
Why multiple maths?
It's plural. So that's
plural.
No, it's not really. It's just I don't know.
The Brits are confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe it's funny spelling. But anyway, so quantum mechanics is a bit of maths, and the equations work really well, predicts the outcomes. But then there's a further question: what's going on in reality to make that equation predict correctly? And some physicists want to say, "Shut up! Just it works." The shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with which kinds of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality to undergird those correlations, to make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience? And that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. And there are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics. And it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, it's easy. Panpsychism is obviously the best one. But
there's the illusion of grandeur once again coming through.
Sorry, I'm being slightly tongue-in-cheek.
No, I know, 100%. Before I forget, let me ask you another fun question. Back to Daniel Dennett. You mentioned a story where you were on a yacht.
Oh yeah,
Daniel Dennett, on a trip funded by Russian investor and philosopher Dmitry Volkov, I believe, who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies that's part of the philosophy department of Moscow State University. So this is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain. To put simply, that there is, in the near term for me, a trip to Russia that involves a few conversations in Russian that have perhaps less to do with consciousness and artificial intelligence, which have the interest of mine, and more to do with the broad spectrum of conversations. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, in physics, mathematics, but also these fascinating philosophical explorations. And it was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists. So I have a million questions. One is the more fun question, just to imagine you and Daniel Dennett on a yacht talking about the philosophy of consciousness. Maybe do you have any memorable experiences? And also the more serious side for me, as sort of somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, raised there, I'm wondering, what is the state of philosophy and consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us, interact with?
Yeah, so on the former question, yeah, I mean, I had a really, really good experience of chatting to Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I totally fundamentally disagree with almost everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment. Like, as I talk about it in my book Galileo's Error, I managed to persuade him he was wrong about something, just a tiny thing, not his fundamental worldview. but it was this issue about whether dualism is consistent with conservation of energy. So Paul Churchland, who is also a philosopher, who's also on this boat, had argued they're not consistent because if there's an immaterial soul doing things in the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have a violation of conservation. But well, it's not my own point. Philosophers, materialist philosophers like David Papineau have pointed out that dualists dualists like David Chalmers, who call themselves naturalistic dualists, they want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it can be part of a law-governed world. So Chalmers believes in these psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connections between consciousness and the physical world, and they could just respect conservation of energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation of energy. I mean, I suppose physicists are pressing for a unified underlying theory, but there could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation. So why not add more laws? So I raised this in Paul Churchland's talk, and I got a lot of, as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he says he had to ask a translation from his friend, and he said, they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, and Patricia Church was saying, so you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a dualist. I'm just making a pedantic point that this isn't a problem for dualism. Anyway, but that evening everyone went onto the island, except for some reason me and Daniel Dennett, and I went up on deck, and he's very, very practical, and he was unlike me. See, there's a bit of humility for the first time in this conversation.
We'll highlight that part.
Philip was a very humble man. Yeah. He was carving the walking stick on deck, very homely scene. And anyway, we started talking about this, and I was trying to press it, and he was saying, but dualism's a lot of nonsense, and why do you think it? And I was just saying, no, I'm just honing down on this specific point. And in the end, maybe he'll deny this, but he said, maybe that's right. And so I was like, yes.
So it's a win. So what about the Center for Consciousness Studies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know a great deal to help you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing, and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, I think it is, and they have an active center there that's tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to on different philosophers' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So he's trying to connect Russian scientists with the rest of the world, which is an effort that I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of these kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across just all the tensions of geopolitics is a beautiful thing. And he seems to be a somewhat singular figure in pushing this up. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have gotten a chance to interact with him. So I guess he speaks English pretty well, actually. So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on Dennett, I think called Boston Zombie, I think. I think that's the title, and he's a big fan of Dennett. So I think the original plan for this was just going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. It was going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp. But then I think they asked David Chalmers, and then he was saying, look, you need some people you disagree with. So he got invited, me, the panpsychist, and Martina Niederlumelen, who's very good dualist. substance dualist at University of Fribourg in Switzerland, and so we were the official on-board opposition, and it was
You didn't get thrown off overboard.
nearly in the Arctic, yeah. So sailing around the Arctic on a sailing ship.
I'm glad you survived. You mentioned free will. You haven't talked to Sam. I would love to hear that conversation, actually.
But what with Sam Harris?
With Sam
Oh,
Harris,
yeah.
So he talks about free will quite a bit. What's the connection between free will and consciousness to you? So if consciousness permeates all matter, the experience, the feeling like we make a choice in this world, like our actions are results of a choice we consciously make, to use that word loosely. What to you is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will an illusion or not?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do in the consciousness case. It could turn out that free will is an illusion. It feels as though we're free when we're really not. Whereas, I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, that we think we feel pain, but that's a lot harder to make sense of. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will in what philosophers call libertarian free will, in the sense that some of our decisions are uncaused. So I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks there's this overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
Well, we can build up intuition. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of yours, I would love to just listen.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about terminology, so one thing that would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: what happens with you and Sam Harris? You talk for 4 hours, and Sam introduced that episode by saying it was ultimately not as fruitful as I thought, because here's what's going to happen: you guys are going to get stuck for the first 3 hours talking about one of the terms and what they mean. Sam is so good at this. I think it's really important, but sometimes you get stuck. Like, what does he say? Put a pin in that. He really gets stuck on the terminologies, which rightfully you have to get right in order to really understand what we're talking about. But sometimes you can get stuck with them for the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one you spoke to in philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really be having the same conversation. But at the same time, it could be argued that it's impossible to get terms perfectly precise and perfectly formalized. So then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So it's a funny dance where you have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and then every once in a while let go. It's the difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway,
I'm a big fan of Sam Harrison. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying he's a panpsychist, but in our understanding of the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we can talk about free will without being too dragged down in the terminology. But I don't know.
You said we need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about. So Sam Harris is pretty sort of counterintuitive, and for some reason it gets people really riled up. A view of free will that it's an illusion, or it's not even an illusion. It's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that we don't even experience there's to say that we even have the experience is incorrect. That there's not even an experience of free will. It's pretty interesting that claim, and it feels like you can build up intuitions about what is right and not. There's been some kind of neuroscience, there's been some cognitive science and psychology experiments to sort of see, what is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action, like all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of it. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us feeling like we decided to do something? And then, of course, there's a more philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world for an entity that somehow disturbs the determinism of physics.
Yeah.
And those are all very precise, but it's nice. It feels like free will is more amenable to like a physics mechanistic type of thinking than is consciousness. To really get to the bottom of. It feels like if it was a race, if we're at a bar and we're betting money, it feels like we'll get to the bottom of free will faster than we will to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. So there are different arguments here. I mean, so one argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of thought that we can't make sense of a middle way between a choice being determined by prior causes and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive isotope or something. So I think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but is a hugely influential figure. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He sadly died of cancer a few years ago. He's actually spent almost all of his career at Durham University, which is where I am. So it was one reason it was a great honour to get a job there. But anyway, his answer to that was, what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless random event is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, we talked about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standard of life maybe, or being close to family or cultural difference. I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. We're hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it from a senseless act. It's not a senseless random occurrence.